Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dickson Carr. Each evening at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers, those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. Tonight's guest expert is Mr. Hugh Pentecost, author of many memorable thrillers, who has selected a story by a young newcomer you'll do well to watch, Andrew Evans. Be very careful as you listen, for, as Mr. Pentecost says of this thriller, the story has not only a twist, but an unforeseen double twist, which takes one completely by surprise. And now we present Summer Heat. Look now at the old elms, the ivy-covered buildings on the campus of a small Midwestern university. It's a fine June afternoon when you hear laughter and the greetings of the reunion of the class of 36. 12 years have passed, but none of the members of the class seems much older to each other. There's the dark-haired Paul Baxter wandering rather strangely. There are two of his old friends, prosperous now, judged by their clothes, and boisterous in greeting.
Paul Baxter, you old rascal. It's sure good to see you again.
Hello, Steve. Bert, this is a surprise.
Oh, why didn't you have a right to us, Paul? You had our addresses.
Why, sure. That's no way to treat old classmates. Just think, 12 years. Oh, they sure have gone fast.
Too fast to suit me. Say, Paul, you've turned awful gray for only 33.
Well, he always did take things too seriously. I suppose by now, Paul, you're one of the biggest lawyers in the state, huh? How's Marcia?
Yeah, you were all set to marry her after graduation, remember?
Yes, and you were going to become her father's junior law partner. Oh, you sure had a sweet setup there.
Well, things worked out a little differently. You see, that party we had graduation night, do you remember it?
Remember it? How can we forget it?
Oh, that was a real blowout. And were you tight, Paul?
Well, you know, that party sort of changed my whole life.
Changed your life? Well, how?
Well, I don't remember much about the party itself. I guess I had too many drinks. In fact, I don't remember anything until I woke up the next morning. I could hear old Trinity ringing. I awoke to find myself on the couch in my living room. It was noon, and the room was hot, stiflingly hot. I remembered I had a date with Marcia and her father at 1 o'clock. I got to my feet. My head ached. There were heat waves before my eyes. Feeling sick, I staggered toward my bedroom, and then I saw him. A man, asleep on my bed, his back to me. For a moment, I stood there, trying to remember if someone had come home from the party with me. But the night before was a total blank. I crossed to the bed, bent over, shook his shoulder. Hey, fella. Hey, it's noon. Wake up. Come on, wake up. As I shook him, he had flopped over and looked up at me with staring eyes. He was dead. And there was a knife in his chest. My hunting knife. I stood stunned, staring down at the body on my bed. The dead man was an utter stranger to me. He was neatly dressed in old clothes. And my knife My knife was in his heart. I killed him. I couldn't remember when or how or why, but I'd killed him. Frantically, I tried to remember what had happened. Was he a panhandler? Someone I'd met on the street and drunkenly brought home with me? I didn't know. I couldn't remember. As I stood there, trying to get a grip on myself, I suddenly realized there was someone at the door. Instinctively, I walked into the living room and towards the door. Just as I was about to open it, I realized the danger of letting anyone into the apartment. I put my ear against the door and listened. I heard voices. Yours, Steve. And yours, Bert.
Hey, Paul, open up. We want to say goodbye.
Come on, Paul. Wake up, will you? We're leaving for California in 15 minutes.
I guess old Paul isn't in.
Yeah. I wonder how he felt when he woke up.
Boy, what a head he must have had.
Still, I'd sure hate to leave without saying goodbye.
Well, he has our California address. He can write to us. Come on, or we'll miss that train.
Then they were both gone, and I dared to breathe again. I tried to think calmly, figure out what to do. I knew I should call the police, but they might charge me with murder. And what defense could I offer? I thought of Marcia. The slightest scandal and everything would be off. Our marriage, my job, my future. I couldn't call the police. I couldn't call them and sacrifice everything I'd worked for. Somehow I had to get the body out of my apartment, get rid of it before it was found. Then it came to me. My car was in the basement, garage. The dumbwaiter in the kitchen led down to the basement. I could put the dead man in the dumbwaiter, lower him to the basement, get him in my car, and then...
Mr. Paul! Oh, Mr. Paul!
It was Jenny, the cleaning woman. She'd let herself in with a key. I hurried into the living room, closing the bedroom door behind me.
Oh, there you are. A fine time for a rising young lawyer to be getting up.
Oh, hello, Jenny. I guess I overslept. I was at a party last night.
A party, was it? Everyone on the campus is talking about it. And the complaints. Well, now, step aside and let me into that bedroom. I got to start cleaning.
Jenny, can't you come back later and do the place?
No, I can't. Now, get out of my way.
Jenny, wait. I don't want you to clean up yet.
Paul, what's wrong? Why are you blocking the door like that?
Well, the truth of the matter is, one of the boys had a bit too much last night, and he's in my bedroom sleeping it off.
Oh, well, get him out of there. Take him to a Turkish bath.
Turkish bath. Oh, yes, that's a good idea. Look, Jenny, just give me half an hour to get him dressed and out of here. Then you can come back and clean up.
A half hour, nothing. I'll give you exactly 5 minutes.
All right, Jenny, I'll have him out of here by then.
You'd better.
She was gone, and I had 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. I went into the bedroom and quickly went through the dead man's pockets. They were empty. There was no identification in them. The thin, pinched face told me he was a nobody, a derelict, someone who might never be missed. As I was about to lift him off the bed, the phone rang. Its shrill ring filled the room. Hello?
Hello, darling.
Marcia.
How was your stag party last night? Did you miss me?
Miss you?
You sound as though you have a dreadful hangover.
Hangover? Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me a minute, Marcia. There's someone at the door. Yes?
I'll be coming in to clean your room in another minute, Paul.
Jenny.
So get your friend out of there.
Oh, yes, Jenny, yes. Just give me another minute and we'll be out of here. Marcia, I can't talk to you any longer. I'm in a hurry.
Then you haven't forgotten your appointment with Father and myself at 1 o'clock.
No. I may be a little late, but I'll be there.
Paul, you mustn't be late. I've told you over and over what a stickler Father is for punctuality. He can't stand people who are late for appointments. Well, you recall how furious he was when you didn't
I know,
show up.
Marcia, but
You have 45 minutes to shave, shower, and dress. That's plenty of time. And, Paul, wear your gray flannel suit with a blue knitted tie and be sure you're there on
Yes,
time,
Marcia,
darling.
yes, but I've got to hang up. Jenny will be coming back any minute and
Well, what if she is? Now, darling, you haven't forgotten what we discussed yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon?
Yes. No, I know Father's brusque and inclined to bully people, but don't let it upset you. After all, it's our future he's...
Marcia, I can't talk any longer. I've got to hang up. Jenny will be back. I've only seconds left.
What in the world are you talking about? Now, when Father asks
Marcia, I've
you...
got to hang up. I've got to. Goodbye. I hung up the phone and wiped the sweat running down my face. It took only a moment to lift him off the bed, carry him into the kitchen, pull the dumbwaiter up, and put his body into it. I closed the door to the dumbwaiter, ran out of the apartment, and started down the stairs to the basement. I got down to the basement to find Ben, the janitor, leisurely pulling on the dumbwaiter rope. Ben! Oh, Ben.
Oh, hello, Paul. If it's your car you're after, it's there by the door, all washed like you asked.
Thanks, but Ben, stop a minute, will you? I want you to do something for me.
Sure, Paul, just as soon as I've emptied this dumbwaiter.
Will you stop blowing that dumbwaiter? Stop you here!
Hey, what's wrong with you? You're acting mighty strange.
I'm sorry I shouted like that, Ben. It's just that there's a package up in my apartment that I'd like you to mail right away. There's $1 in it for you.
All right. But there ain't no need to rush. Today's Sunday. The post office is closed.
Closed?
Sure. Say, what's the matter with you anyway? Must be the heat. Something awful heavy on this dumbwaiter.
Ben, wait a minute. There's something else.
How's that?
Stop a minute, will you? How can I talk to you while you're lowering that dumbwaiter?
Well, go ahead. I can hear everything you're saying.
Let go of that rope. Let go, you hear it?
Hey! You going crazy or something? I've half a mind to call the super and tell him what
No, don't do that. Ben, up in my apartment, there's a bottle.
Bottle?
Yes, I brought it home last night. It's half full. I wanted you to have it for cleaning the car.
Oh, thanks. I sure appreciate that, Paul. I'll go up and get it as soon as I've emptied this dumbwaiter. It's almost down now.
But Ben, Jenny just went in to clean. You know how she feels about drinking?
Jenny? Jumping grasshoppers. Why didn't you say so? That woman will pour it all down the drain if I don't get there first.
As soon as Ben disappeared up the stairs, I pulled the dumbwaiter the rest of the way down, opened the door, and he fell into my arms. Slinging the body over my shoulder, I staggered with it to my car and swiftly dropped him on the floor in the back. It was an old touring car. The top was long since gone. To hide the body from view, I covered it with an old blanket. A moment later, I started the motor and rolled smoothly out of the basement and into the driveway. As I did, I heard Ben shouting to me from my window.
Oh, hey, Paul, wait a minute. I got something.
I pretended not to hear Ben calling. Instead, I stepped on the gas. I was almost proud of myself as I drove past the campus. I was in trouble, but I was thinking fast, as a good lawyer should. I'd already decided I'd have to get rid of him by dumping him into the river. As I came to Main Street, driving neither too fast nor too slow, I turned left toward the river. There was very little traffic, and I was just about to speed up when behind me I heard a whistle blowing. It was Dugan, the town's only traffic cop, and he was blowing for me to stop. There was nothing to do but pull over to the curb. As Dugan hurried up to me, I realized I'd driven through a red light. Hello, Dugan.
Never mind that hello, Dugan stuff. What's the matter? You colorblind?
I'm sorry, Dugan. I just didn't notice the light.
You just didn't notice the light. That's fine. Think you and me had better take a ride over to Justice Miller.
Oh, look, don't run me in, Dugan. It won't happen again.
That's what all you college cut-ups say. Next thing you know, you'll be telling me... What do you got there in the back? Underneath that blanket?
Under the blanket?
You heard me. What's under it?
Why, that's Roy Hamilton, one of my classmates.
Yeah, well, what's he lying on the floor under a blanket on a hot day like this for?
Last night at our farewell shindig, Roy had a few too many. He's still out. I'm taking him home.
Where does he live?
At Mrs. Randolph's boarding house.
What are you handing me? That's in the other direction.
Yes, I know, but first I'm taking him to the Turkish bath on Elm Street.
Yeah, well, by the time you get him there, the poor guy will be dead. Ain't you got no sense?
What do you mean?
Look at the way you got the blanket over his head and in this heat, too. I better pull the blanket off his face so he can breathe.
No. I covered his face on purpose. Suppose Dean Richards or somebody saw Roy like this.
Yeah, that's right. But just the same, I better...
Constable, can I see you for a minute?
I'll be right with you, Jensen.
Johnson.
Where were we, Baxter? Oh, yeah, the guy in the back. He'll smother to death if we don't move the...
It's important. I've got to see you right away.
I'm coming. I won't run you in this time, Baxter, but from now on, stay awake when you're driving.
I will, Dugan.
And for Pete's sake, pull the blanket off that guy's head. Take it easy, Jensen. I'm coming.
As I stepped on the gas, I muttered a prayer of thanks for old Johnson, the janitor of the medical school building, who had called Dugan just as he was reaching for the blanket that covered my passenger. was a few minutes after 1 as I drove out of town. I could picture Marcia's father fuming in my lateness. The sun was scorching in my open car as I drove along River Road, looking for a place to hide the body. I needed one where there were trees to hide me. The hours that followed were like a nightmare. The heat was stifling, and I could feel my hand shaking on the wheel from nervous tension. I drove and drove and drove, looking for a place to get rid of the body. But the whole countryside seemed to be swarming with people, families picnicking, Boy Scouts camping, kids in swimming, couples in parked cars. No matter where I turned, there was always someone in sight. Little spots danced before my eyes. Waves of faintness swept over me. My hand began to ache, and my head, too. Unbearably. It was already long after 3. I was late for my date with Marcia and her father. That didn't matter. Nothing mattered but to get rid of the body in the back of the car. I had to get rid of it. I had to. I drove, mile after mile, turning from one road to another, searching endlessly for a safe place to stop. Then I realized I was running out of gas. I saw a gas station ahead, and I decided to stop there. It was a risk, but I had to take it.
Okay, mister. It's 5 gallons. Want me to check your oil?
No, thanks. How much?
It's $1.15. Whew, boy, it's hot, isn't it?
Yes, it's hot, all right. Here you are.
That's $1.15 out of 5. Now get your change. Hey, this rear tire looks a little flat.
It's all right.
You want me to check it? Won't take but a minute.
It's all right, I tell you.
Okay, mister, just you say. Your rear door's open. I better shut that for you.
Leave that door alone.
But you don't want to drive along with your rear door open. That's funny. There's something in the car jamming it. I better have a...
Leave that door alone and get my change.
But you... All right, mister. Just as you say. I'll get your change.
He hurried into the station. I looked in the back of the car and saw what had kept the door from closing. It was a hand. His hand sticking out from under the blanket. The attendant had seen it. He would be phoning the police. I drove faster and faster. The police would be on the lookout for me now. My whole future depended on what I did in the next few minutes. And then it came to me. In one brief moment, it came to me. The perfect way to get rid of the body. It was so simple, so perfect, that I laughed aloud with relief. A half hour later, I was parked in an alley behind one of the university buildings. It was Sunday, and the place was deserted. Despite my fatigue and aching head, it took me but a moment to carry the body into the basement of the medical building and down the corridor to the basement room where the bodies for the dissecting classes were kept. Where does a wise man hide a leaf? In a forest. Where does a wise man hide a body? In the dissecting room. The room was big and cool and dimly lit. The far end was a long metal tank. I reached the tank and lowered him to the stone floor beside it. I had only to open the tank, slip him inside, and leave. I reached for the lid of the preserving tank and was about to open it when I heard a voice.
Hey, who's in there?
It was Johnson, the janitor. I quickly dropped behind the tank and waited, holding my breath.
I heard you. Stop hiding and come out. I know you're here. I just saw your car through the window. You better come out if you know what's good for you.
He'd seen my car. He knew I was in the room. But if I kept my head, there was a chance, just a chance. All right, Johnson. Here I am.
Baxter, eh? So it's you, is it? You're the one who...
Johnson, wait a minute. Let me explain.
Explain, huh? After last night, I'm not listening to any fancy stories. I'm the one who gets blamed when... What's that on the floor behind you there?
On the floor? What? Why, nothing, Johnson.
Do you think I'm blind or something? Step aside and let me see what... Why, it's a body.
Yes. It's a body.
So that's it. I thought you were trying to steal one. Instead, you were bringing it.
Yes, I was bringing it.
And just what were you going to do with that gentleman on the floor? Put him back in the tank with the rest?
Yes, that's right. I thought he might not be noticed.
As if I wouldn't have known.
Well, go on. Call the cops. Let's get it over with.
All right, Baxter. Of course, I don't have to call the cops. Nobody knows about this but you and me.
What do you mean?
Well, I was going to make a report, but this way there's no harm done, so I might be able to overlook the whole thing if I was persuaded properly.
You might overlook it?
That's right. You just leave this fella to me and there's no fuss because nobody's the wiser.
You'd do that? You'd keep your mouth shut?
I guess I could be persuaded to.
How much?
Well, suppose we say $50.
$50?
That isn't much, considering what would happen if I reported you.
Oh, no, it isn't $50. That's just very cheap to help me cover up a murder.
Murder? More of your jokes. I'm not talking about murder. I'm talking about putting number 37 here back in his proper place.
Number 37?
Yes, 37. He just came in yesterday from the county poor farm, and last night he disappeared. Stolen by you and your drunken friends and dressed up for a joke. Well, I don't like jokes like that. I drove downtown a while back to tell Dugan the constable about it, but... Well, I didn't tell him anything. It would mean trouble for me for being asleep on the job.
Number 37. He was stolen from here last night.
Aye, that's what I said. As long as you've brought him back, there's no harm done. That's why I'm willing to keep it quiet.
Then I didn't kill him. It was just a joke somebody played on me. Just a practical joke.
Here. What's wrong with you?
It's a joke. It's a very good joke on me. This whole afternoon driving in the heat, trying to get rid of him, was just a joke. A joke!
For goodness sakes, he's fainted.
Well, that's the story of what happened the day after our graduation party 12 years ago. When I came to, I was in the college hospital. I'd been unconscious a week. They said it was just a slight breakdown brought on by sunstroke. I was all right after a while, but somehow I wasn't interested in law anymore. Marcia and I didn't get married, and I didn't become her father's junior law partner.
Good Lord, Paul. We never knew any of this.
Gosh, Paul, I can't tell you how sorry I am. We never dreamed our gag would turn out like that.
Your gag?
Why, sure. See, after the party broke up that night, we were feeling pretty high, and... Well, it was a crazy idea, but we thought it would be funny to steal a cadaver from the medical college and leave it in your room with your knife in it.
Then it was you? The two of you?
Well, yes, Paul. Gosh, I feel terrible about this, but... Well, that day we left, we came up to your apartment to tell you about our little joke, only you weren't in.
We had to rush for our train, but we phoned from the station. Ben, the janitor, answered, and we told him to explain about the cadaver.
I heard him calling, but I didn't stop.
Paul, will you ever be able to forgive us for what happened?
Forgive you? Forgive you?
No. No, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, do you hear? Kill you.
Hey, wait a minute.
No. Kill you.
Bert, help me.
Paul,
let him go. He's choking me. Help me.
Kill you.
Here he is, men. Grab him. Quick, grab him.
Let go of me. Let go.
Quick, now, get him back to the hospital.
I'll kill him.
Take him out.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Now, you hurt, mister?
No, I'm all right. But you came just in time. He was trying to kill me.
Why, he sure was. He just went crazy.
Well, I'm sure sorry this happened. You see, he slipped away from the hospital this afternoon. We figured he'd head this way.
The hospital?
Yes. Poor fella had a bad breakdown just after he graduated 12 years ago. He's been locked up ever since.
Locked up?
Yeah. He's always been perfectly harmless, though. He just went around all the time looking for a place to hide something. This is the first time he ever got violent. I can't figure out what came over him.
And so the curtain falls on Summer Heat, which was chosen by guest expert Hugh Pentecost, whose latest thriller, Where the Snow Was Red, will be published next month. We welcome your comments on tonight's story. All letters should be addressed to Murder by Experts, care of Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18, New York. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you the story of a woman who pitted her wits against death. A story selected for your approval by Brett Halliday, creator of the rough, tough detective known as Mike Shane. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, saying good night.
In our cast were Lawson Zerby, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, Cameron Andrews, Bill Zuckert, and Frank Behrens. Summer Heat by Andrew Evans was adapted for radio by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. Original music was composed by Richard LePage. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in this story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. Bill Tompkins speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist, Kelly Roos. From the innumerable thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Roos has chosen a story by Robert Foster. To quote Mr. Roos, the story is a fascinating study of an ambitious and corrupt man venturing into the unknown and being caught in a whirlpool of violence and death. And now we present Carl Weber in Two Coffins to Fill. The scene, Nick's place, a popular roadhouse on the West Coast. It's early evening, and the dimly lit cocktail lounge is empty, save for the bartender and a couple in a corner booth.
Roger, we can't go on like this.
Why not, darling?
I'm tired of meeting you at discreet places, of seeing you only when you can get away from your wife.
Just have to be patient, Eve.
Patient? It's already a year. How long do you think I'll go on waiting for you?
What would you have me do?
Leave her. Forget about the money. We can get along.
On what? Oh, no, Eve.
What do you think you'll get from her?
I have plans. It'll take time, but I'm very patient.
Well, I'm not. I can't go on waiting, Roger. I won't.
I'm sorry, Eve. Another drink?
Nothing affects you, does it, Roger? War, famine, or love. You're a man with only one weakness, money.
Why is it that women can never break off without creating a scene?
Why, you arrogant... Oh, what a fool I've been. All right, Roger, I'll break off without creating a scene. Goodbye, Roger.
I'll have another, Steve, and put a dash of bitters in it.
Hello, Thornton. Your friend left in a hurry.
You're quite observant, Al.
I'm a student of human nature. Nick's having a game in the back tonight. Interested?
A game?
Poker.
Yes, since my date's walked out on me, I'll play a few hands. Tell Nick I'll be there. It's amazing how one small weakness can disrupt an otherwise orderly and well-thought-out plan. My wife, Frida's first husband, left her with a manufacturing plant and holdings amounting to something like $4 million. That's a comfortable sum of money. And I'm a man who likes comfort, or I wouldn't have married Frida. She was 40 and tired, and no bargain special in the marriage market. But I had plans. Plans that didn't include murder. Not then. I was a patient man. Patient until a weakness occurred, and I spent the night playing cards in a back room at Nick's place. That night cost me $30,000, all on my signature. Perhaps that's why Nick's gun-happy friend Al was so insistent a couple of weeks later. I was sitting at the bar in Nick's.
Thornton.
Yes?
You busy?
That depends.
Nick wants to see you in his office.
Wants to see me about what?
I didn't ask him.
Well, tell him I'll drop back after I finish this drink.
Make it now.
What?
I said now, Thornton.
All right. All right, let's have it your way.
Hello, Roger.
Good evening, Nick.
Sit down.
Before I sit down, let's have an understanding. I don't like the idea of your man here pushing me around with a gun.
A gun?
I kept it covered, Nick.
And we don't want any trouble, Al.
Nobody's seen me.
Don't mind Al, Roger. He takes his work seriously.
Perhaps someone will take him seriously someday.
Al's a good boy. For a price. Right, Al?
That's right.
I'm not interested in the merits of your bodyguard.
Sit down, Roger. You're getting red in the face. Al, mix us a drink, will you?
Sure, Nick. Coming up.
Roger, what about that 30 grand you owe me?
I'll pay you when I get it.
That's a poor bet, Roger. I've been checking on you.
What do you mean, checking on me?
You're a punk. That wife of yours has got all the dough. You haven't got a dime.
My personal affairs don't concern you, Nick.
I'm a right guy. I've never given a right guy a bum break yet. About that, Al.
That's right.
I'm a gambler, Roger. When I lose, I pay off. When I win, I aim to collect.
Before you start laying down the law, Nick, that happens to be an uncollectible debt.
Yeah, I got a lawyer, too. When you say uncollectible, Roger, you want to figure all the angles.
What angles?
Al, what do you figure this guy's worth?
About 30 grand.
Which way?
Either way.
What are you talking about? What do you mean, either way?
Tell him, Al.
Sitting up or lying down?
Now, see here, Nick.
I can see, Roger. And I want you to see me tomorrow. With 30 grand.
I said I'd pay you.
Tomorrow.
I don't know if I can get it that soon.
I don't like punks like you, Roger. You're crummy. With all that dough you're tied up to, you're still crummy.
I'll do the best I can.
When I said tomorrow, Roger, I wasn't kidding. Was I, Al?
You sure wasn't, Nick.
I didn't like Nick calling me crummy. Whatever I wasn't Nick's kind of tramp. I was furious with myself for becoming so stupidly involved with him in that card game. And Frida had me tied down as if I were a child, making me account for every nickel. If I'd had her then, I could have killed her. I'd have to have a talk with Frida. When I got home, she was in the library.
You're late, Roger.
I stopped for a drink.
Won't you have your cocktails here at home?
You said you were going to the doctor's.
I did go.
Well, I thought you'd be late.
Well, not this late.
Is this going to be another session, Frida?
No, it's not going to be another session. Roger, we're growing apart, aren't we?
Oh, for heaven's
Now,
sakes.
please, Roger.
You'd stop treating me like a child. Do you know what someone called me today? Do you, Frida?
No.
Crummy. He called me crummy because I'm tied to your apron strings.
Now,
How do you think I felt? Vice president. I signed my name to half a dozen letters, and that makes me a vice president. Oh, I'm sick of it.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? Did you marry me so you could push a button and have me come running?
Now, don't be absurd, Roger.
Oh, am I? Put yourself in my place.
I have put myself in your place. Tonight, while I was waiting for you.
What do you mean, Frida?
Well, I thought it'd be nice if we could spend the weekend at the lodge.
The mountain.
Yes, Roger.
Why?
Oh, we could talk things over.
Oh, why can't we talk it over now?
A weekend vacation together would be nice.
No, then you didn't have anything to talk over. It's only a ruse to get me up to the lodge.
No, it wasn't a ruse. You've been wanting to handle the advertising for the plant. I wanted to surprise you.
You mean you're turning the advertising over to me?
Yes.
I'll control the whole department, everything?
Everything.
Why, that's wonderful, darling. Of course it's a surprise, a charming surprise.
Does it make you happy, Roger?
Of course it does. Now I have something to do, or something I can sink my teeth into.
Then will you go up to the lodge for the weekend?
Well, why don't you run up by yourself this time, Frida? You need the rest, you know, and I have something important to tend to.
I wanted you to go.
Of course you did, dear. But next time, Frida. Next time. I promise you. Frida's act was more considerate than she realized. Having access to some funds, I could pay Nick, write it off to advertising. For a moment, I felt almost kindly toward Frida. But then, as I stared at her, long and hard, wondering if I could care for her even remotely, my thoughts were revolted. I hated her for condescending to place me in charge of the advertising department. I knew I could no longer tolerate her, standing in the way of everything I was waiting for. Not until the next day did I conceive the plan. I was ready when Nick's bodyguard, Al, came into my office.
Nick sent me over.
I didn't think it was a social call.
I don't like jokes.
You're very businesslike, aren't you, Al?
I work for a living.
When you work hard. And when you play, you play hard. Is that right, Al?
That's right.
Could you use, say, $5,000 to play with?
I don't like chiselers.
Chiselers?
You heard me.
Oh, you think I'm trying to buy you off because of the money I owe Nick?
What am I supposed to think?
I see. Well, here's a check for Nick. What do you think now?
30 grand. How do I know this is good?
You're smarter than that, Al.
Okay. Okay, what's on?
What's 5,000 worth to you, Al?
Could be worth anything. Maybe.
Maybe.
Nick doesn't come in on this?
No. This is just between us.
How hard is it?
It may be a bit difficult.
For 10 grand, I might see you.
10,000.
Is it yes or is it no?
Well, I don't know yet, Al. I'll give you a ring tomorrow at Nick's. I have to make some arrangements. Frida?
Yes, Roger?
You still planning to go to the mountains for the weekend?
No. Not without you.
Well, I've been thinking, you do need a rest, you know.
Oh, I can rest just as well right here.
Yes, I realize that, but, well, I thought I might come up to the lodge with you.
Oh, Roger, do you really mean it?
Of course, dear.
Oh, I'm so glad you decided to go with me.
Oh, there's just one thing, Frida.
Yes?
I won't be able to come up until later Saturday evening.
Oh, I don't mind driving up late.
But you don't understand, Frida. I expect you to drive up early.
Why, Roger?
Well, you can check over the repair work that needs to be done on the lodge.
Repair work?
Yes, I ran into an old friend of mine today, Frida, a carpenter, Al Graves. He's a bit down on his luck, and, the lodge could stand some work.
Well, that's perfectly all right with me, Roger, but must I go up early?
Well, we don't want him hanging around, do we?
No, of course not.
Good. Then I'll ride up with Al. Now, when we get there, we can discuss the repairs. He'll look things over, and then he'll drive on back in his own car.
And you want me to go up early so I can make a list of the things to be done?
Yes, Frida, that's it. Do you mind about the carpenter, I mean?
Of course I don't mind, Roger. I'm just so happy that you want to go.
Thanks for the drink, Thornton.
You haven't answered my question, Al.
I'm thinking.
Thinking what?
Murder's quite a rap.
You've had your proposition. If you want to forget it.
I didn't say that.
Then you'll do it.
When's the payoff?
1,000 now. 9,000 Saturday night.
You want it done about 9 o'clock?
Just so it happens before I get there.
And I get a ride back with you.
Yes.
Maybe you try to pull something like the cops.
I couldn't risk bringing the police in. You're smart enough to know that.
Smarter than you think, Thornton.
All right, now it has to look like a struggle and a robbery.
Leave that to me. Is everything okay with the wife for me to ride her up there?
It will be. Saturday morning.
The Thornton residence?
Oh, Charles, this is Mr. Thornton.
Oh, good morning, sir.
May I speak to Mrs. Thornton?
Very well, sir. She's right here, sir.
Roger?
Oh, I was afraid you might have left for the lodge already.
No, not for an hour yet.
Frida, I wonder if you'd mind doing something.
What is it?
Well, Al Graves, the carpenter who is going to drive me up.
Yes?
His car is broken down. It's in the garage. Would you mind terribly taking Al up with you?
Oh, Roger, really,
He could look over the repairs himself that way.
Well, when will you come up?
As soon as I'm finished working at the office, I'm working on the new advertising program.
Well, I suppose I could have Richard take Al and myself up in the sedan.
Oh, you don't have to bother Richard. Why not take your convertible?
Oh, couldn't we have that carpenter come up some other time, Roger?
All right. Let's just forget the whole thing, Frida. If you wish, you can go on up alone.
Now, Roger, you know that...
Now, things must always go your way.
Well, you'll drive up in your car?
Yes. Al can use it to return to town in.
Well, all right. Where'll I pick him up?
On the corner of Hawthorne and Orange.
Hawthorne and Orange.
Yes, I'll tell him to watch for the convertible.
All right, Roger. I'll see you at the lodge tonight, darling.
Things for the past few days had moved so amazingly fast and remarkably well that I had little time to reflect upon my emotions. Frida's surprising agreement to my wishes I knew was merely a new tack in her attempt to draw me closer to her. And yet, as I drove through the lane to the lodge in the evening, I had an unaccountable fear. The wind whined through the trees, and the eerie sound disturbed me. I parked the car and sat for a few moments watching the lights in the lodge. It was 10 o'clock. Al should have been finished long ago. I got out of the car, walked to the veranda, and opened the door.
You finally got here.
Yes.
Well, how does it look? You satisfied?
I said to make it look like a struggle.
Well, don't it?
I guess it's all right.
Have you got the dough?
Where is she?
In the bedroom. Go in, take a look. Turn on the light.
No, I can see.
Satisfied, Thornton?
She's partly under the bed.
Yeah, she got scared. She tried to hide. I had to follow her.
Shut the door. I said to shut the door.
You're a funny guy.
Why?
You figure all this out and can't stomach your own stuff.
Let's sit down and have a drink, huh?
Sure. You got the dough?
Yes, sure. Oh, there should be some glasses here.
On that shelf.
Oh, yes, I see. I'll fix the drinks.
When I get that drink, we're gonna blow.
Where's her car?
Garage. Want to see it?
No. Here you are.
You need it worse than I do, Thornton.
Where'll you go from here, Al?
A trip, maybe.
Well, you have nothing to worry about from me.
That I know, Thornton.
How was it done?
Gun.
Did you leave it?
I'll get rid of it.
Well, here's to you, Al.
Yeah. All right, Thornton. Now let's have the dough.
Certainly. I've got it right here.
You know, I've been thinking about you, Thornton. I think Nick's right. You're crummy.
Oh, now, you shouldn't feel that way, Al.
If I had to do it over...
You won't.
Say, I'm sick. What'd you put in that drink?
Why, nothing, Al.
You double-crossing, I'll kill you, Al.
Will you, Al? I poured some of the liquor on Al and tipped the bottle over. Then I carried him out of the lodge, across the carpet of pine needles, to the bluff 100 yards away. I placed one of Frida's expensive bracelets in his pocket, along with some money and articles of lesser value. I dropped him over the bluff and heard his body strike the rocky stream bed 300 feet below. I went quickly to my car and drove away. I drove rapidly for an hour till I passed an all-night diner. I wheeled the car around on the highway, pointing it back in the direction I'd come. Then I ran the car into a ditch hard. The front fender crumpled against the wheel and the tire blew out. I couldn't have wished anything better. This was it, my alibi. I walked a mile up the road to the diner. As I opened the door, a car pulled up. When I entered the cafe, a girl got out of the car and followed me in.
What'll it be, folks?
Coffee, please.
And you, mister?
Coffee. Say, is there a tow truck around?
Tow truck?
I blew out a tire and went into the ditch about a mile down the road.
And Jim Parson has a tow truck. But him and the missus went into L.A. Won't be back till Monday. Here you are, miss.
Monday.
Thanks.
Wreck your car bad?
Smashed the wheel. I don't have a spare.
Oh, that's too bad. Going far?
My lodge, about 50 miles up. The Thornton place. Roger Thornton. Maybe you know it.
Thornton? No, can't say I do.
My wife's there. But I'm sure she's all right.
You don't stand much of a chance of getting a ride going that way this time of night.
I suppose not.
You can use a phone there, reverse the charges.
No, the phone's disconnected up at the lodge.
You might be able to hitch to L.A. Once in a while, there's a car going that way.
Oh, that's an idea.
Anything else for you, miss?
No, thanks. How much?
10 cents. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
I reckon the young lady didn't want a passenger.
Yeah, so it seems. Say, I think I will use your phone.
Help yourself.
Have you got that straight, Charles?
Yes, sir. I'm to call the auto club and have them pick up your car.
It's quite a way to the lodge, so I'm going to try to get a ride back to town.
Were you hurt, sir?
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. It may be rather late before I get in, so leave a light in the library.
Very well, sir.
Good night, Charles.
Is that all, sir?
Why, yes. Yes, that's all.
Very well, sir.
Thank you for the use of the phone.
Oh, that's okay, mister.
Could you use a drink?
I ain't never been known to turn one down.
I got a bottle in my car.
Oh, that's quite a walk.
It's nice out, and I could use a drink myself.
Suit yourself.
You don't mind if I sit around after I get back? Maybe I can pick up a ride.
Glad to have you. I'm open all night.
Good, good. I'll be right back.
Mister,
Yes?
did you say you wanted a ride to L.A.?
Why, yes, if you're going that way.
Hop in.
Well, thank you very much.
I would have asked you in there, but I didn't want to give the counterman the wrong idea, Mr. Thornton.
How did you know my name?
You told the counterman.
Oh, of course. I was just going to get a bottle out of my car.
I already got it.
You got it?
Sure. Nice car, thirsty girl. I had a hunch.
How long were you with the car?
Long enough to find the bottle and see your name on the steering post.
I thought you heard me tell the counterman.
I did. So then I knew you was a gentleman.
Have you drunk much of that bottle?
Enough.
Hey, you shouldn't be driving if you've been drinking too much.
Scared?
Oh, no, it's for your own good.
I'm celebrating.
You might have waited till you got in Los Angeles.
Mr. Thornton,
Yes?
why'd you turn your car around and run it into that ditch?
What?
I know all about you, Mr. Thornton.
Who are you? What's your name?
Della?
Ella what?
Just Della.
Look out! You nearly turned us over. Either stop this car and let me drive, or
Or what, Mr. Thornton?
stop this car.
When we get to Nick's.
Did you say Nick's?
I'm Al's girlfriend.
No.
Didn't you think Al could have a girlfriend?
Why did you pick me up?
Because I'm not half as tight as you think I am.
Then, what do you want?
Al was a punk, a nice punk, but punks come cheap, Mr. Thornton. I want that $9,000.
Do you think I'd carry that kind of money around?
And did you think Al was stupid enough not to have somebody cover him at the lodge?
You were there? You saw?
Yes, I was there, and I saw.
You're a very brave girl, Della. Threatening me.
I don't scare easy. I know you're kind.
Do you?
This is a gun, Mr. Thornton. I'm not afraid to use it.
You're a very stupid child.
If you try anything, I'll wreck this car.
Watch that curve. I'll take that gun.
Oh!
Now, stop that car or I'll kill you.
No, you won't.
I'll hold that wheel.
Let go. Let go of me. Let go.
We're stopping right here. All right. Now, get out of the car. Get out.
I'm willing to talk to you.
Get out.
My arm. Ow.
Down this ravine.
I was only kidding you. I wanted to scare you. I didn't mean it.
Must I force you?
I won't tell nobody.
You're my only witness. My only witness.
Please, let me tell you. Let me talk to you.
This will do.
Wait. You've got to let me explain it.
When the girl told me she'd seen me kill Al, I went out of my head. I didn't know what I was doing. I shouldn't have killed her. I was stupid, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't stop. I drove the girl's car into town and left it on a side street. I dropped the gun down a sewer and caught a bus home. It was almost daylight. I was tired and sick. But it was all over. It was all over. I unlocked the front door and quietly entered the house. My house. I was too keyed up for sleep. What I needed was a bracer. I went into the library.
Good morning, Roger.
Frida!
Who did you expect?
Frida, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting since you telephoned Charles.
I killed them. What? I killed them both.
You killed them?
Al and the girl, and you're here. You're right here.
Stop it. Stop it, Roger. Roger, stop it. Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
I had it all figured out. I did. I had...
That man, Al, the carpenter, he told me everything, Rochester. I had to pay him.
You paid him? You? Then it was the girl I saw. She was in the bedroom, pretending to be you, pretending to be dead. Al framed the whole thing as a shakedown. He never intended to kill you.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
You said that. You said that. Who are you to feel sorry for me?
I love you. I'm going to miss you, Roger.
Love? Then why didn't you do something? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know. I stayed home hoping you'd come here and we could talk things over before you did anything rash.
Rash? You call it rash? Do you know what I've done?
That's why I'm so sorry for you.
You say that once more, Frida.
It was greed, wasn't it, Roger? Greed for my money.
I hate you, Frida.
I know. And I love you. Isn't it strange, Roger?
It's pathetic.
What I wanted to tell you at the lodge, Roger. Or if I'd only told you sooner.
What do you mean? Frida, what do you mean?
I'll tell you. But it's too late now, Roger. You've killed 2 people. And you'll hang. If I let you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I haven't any money, Roger. I've been wiped out. That's what I wanted to tell you. You needn't have killed them.
No, Frida. No.
But I still love you.
No.
And I won't let you hang. Goodbye, Roger.
And so the curtain falls on 2 coffins to fill, which was chosen by guest expert Kelly Roos, whose latest mystery is Murder in Any Language. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of intrigue and surprise, of a beautiful Hollywood actress, and of a man who died twice. Selected for your approval by the famous mystery novelist, Miss Helen McCloy. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
In the cast of 2 Coffins to Fill, which was written by Robert Foster, were Carl Weber, Eleanor Phelps, Jimmy Stevens, Miriam Wolfe, and Maurice Tarplin. Music was under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Mr. Bruno Fisher, who has selected a fast-moving, realistic study of a killer at large, written by Joseph Ruskell and Paul Monash. And now we present Kenneth Lynch in Prescription for Murder. On a Midwestern highway, a car bearing 2 men moves at a good speed through a dark and stormy night. The driver of the car has just turned on the car radio.
Now for the local and state news. A giant manhunt is on tonight for escaped convict Curly Elkins, who shot his way out of the state prison at Harmon a few hours ago, killing 2 guards in the getaway. Roads in the vicinity of Harmon have been blocked, and search parties are combing the woods for the escaped desperado. All citizens are asked to be on the alert for Elkins, who is armed and dangerous. Elkins is 6 feet 2, blue eyes, brown curly hair, pale complexion, with a horizontal scar on the left cheek. He was last seen wearing...
Why did you turn it off, Doc?
Well, that is, the fog's bad enough without news like that distracting me.
Hey, watch that wheel, Doc. Your hand's shaking. Why are you so nervous?
Nervous? Well, it's just this fog. I can't see an inch ahead of me. It gives me the jitters.
Oh, yeah. Say, thanks for stopping to give me a lift.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Didn't think I'd ever get a lift tonight. No one likes to take on a hitchhiker.
You from these parts?
In a way.
You said you were going into town?
Yeah.
Which town?
Oh, same one you're headed for.
Somerset?
Yeah, Somerset, that's it. No, it's funny how you get chummy on the road and tell your life's history, huh? See, you're Dr. Richard Bennett. You're going to Somerset to take over some ailing old MD's practice. His daughter, too, huh? What's her name again? Marcia?
Yes. What town did I pick you up at, friend?
Harmon. So you've never seen Marcia or her old man, huh?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Just exchanged letters with her from overseas Japan. Now here you are, coming to a strange town to take over. Life history. It's funny the way guys open up on the road, ain't it? Now you take me. You know all about me, too, huh?
No, I don't.
You sure?
You didn't say a word. Didn't open your mouth till now, just now, and...
Well, what? When you turned the radio off and stared at me?
I stared at you?
Yeah. Watch the road, Doc. What was so interesting?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
No, come on, tell me, Doc. Why did you look at me like that? Why the sudden once-over?
The once-over? What gave you that idea?
Never mind my ideas, Doc. I'm wondering about yours.
But listen,
You suddenly got a bright idea, didn't you, Doc? You saw the light, huh? Maybe you can see this, too, this gun.
Now, wait a second.
Okay, Doc, just pull over to the side of the road. Come on, Doc, be smart. Pull over.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to pull over. I'm going faster. It's 55 now, 60. You can't shoot me, Elkins, not now. Not while I keep it going this fast.
You got this figured all wrong, Doc. I can let you have it. After all, what have I got to lose? If I get caught, it's the chair. If we go off the road, so I get killed, so what? But you get killed too, Doc. And you've got a lot to lose. Now, look. I'm going to count to 5, Doc. If you don't stop by then, I'm going to give it to you. 1. Listen, Doc, stop the car now and you'll be okay. 2, maybe I'll take your car, but what have I got to gain by killing you? 3, Doc, 3.
I'm not stopping.
Out here in the country, you'll be stranded for the night, but I don't have to shoot you, Doc. I'll get my head start. 4. I said 4, Doc. Getting kind of close.
How do I know you won't shoot me?
It's your only chance. If you don't stop now, I'm surely going to let you have it. The other way, you got a chance. That's better, Doc. Now you're playing it smart. Okay, Doc, get out, but don't try anything.
Now, look, Elkins. You have nothing to gain by...
I know, Doc. I said that myself. Now start walking into those woods.
But...
Don't argue with me. Get going. You still got a chance, Doc. Just trust your luck. It's been pretty good so far. Got you to be a sawbones. Got your girl. This'll do, Doc. Stop here. Now he can't be seen from the road.
Elkins, I was only trying to be a decent guy, giving you a ride.
Sure, Doc. You're a good guy. You're a big guy, too. Just about my size. Take off your coat, Doc. We're going to change clothes.
Sure.
Come on. Your shirt, too.
Here's my coat.
With a shirt.
All right.
Silk shirt, huh? Nice. The pants. Come on, hurry, hurry.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't bother to put my stuff on. You won't catch cold. You don't have to be modest because... Blue garters. What do you know? Too soon to close in the car. What a break. Well, now to get going. Spark plugs must be wet. Come on, baby, start. Stop. Hey, somebody coming. Motorcycle cop.
All right, you. What's the idea?
Oh, what's the matter?
Your tail light's out. Want somebody to come along and smash into you?
Gosh, it was on last time I noticed. Headlights are okay. Let me start my motor, see if that makes any difference.
All right. Maybe it went on then. Just a second, I'll have a look.
No, switch on your brights. See if it works that way.
Okay, just a second. Yeah, copper, just a second while I shift into reverse like this. Dumb copper. What's that? Roadblock. Might have known they wouldn't waste any time.
Hey, you want to get killed? Didn't you see this roadblock?
I know. Sorry, officer. The fog, you know.
Well, let's see your license. Jameson, you come on to the side. Okay,
What's the matter, officer? Something wrong?
Yeah, plenty. Some guy escaped from the state prison. Now, let's see your license.
My license?
You got one, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's right here. My wallet someplace. Yeah, here it is.
Let's see now. 6 feet 2, 190, brown hair. Bennett? Dr. Richard Bennett?
Huh?
Oh, so you're the new doc coming to Somerset.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I heard old Doc Milburn's been expecting you.
Doc Milburn's expecting him. The whole town's expecting him. Well, excuse us for stopping you like this, Doc.
Yes, sir. This is a heck of a reception. Practically being me mistook for an escaped convict.
Well, look, Red, I got an idea. Why don't we greet Doc Bennett here in style? You're going off duty in a few minutes anyway. Give him a motorcycle escort to Marsh's place.
That's a swell
Now,
idea.
wait a minute.
Won't
I don't
take
want
no
you-
for an answer. No, sir.
Boy, would I like to see Marsh's face when you pull up with that siren going.
Now, look, fellas, I appreciate all
Skip
this.
it, Doc. I'm already on the motorcycle. Come on. Let's go.
Go ahead, Doc. My relief shows up in time. I'll bring up the rear.
Yeah. Here we are, Doc. Here's the house.
Well, thanks a lot, officer. I'll see you later.
Sure. But let me get Marcia first.
No, that's all right. You just run along.
I don't mind at all. Hey, Marcia. Marcia.
Hello, Red. Is something wrong?
Wrong? Everything's fine. Look who I got with me.
Who?
Him. Don't you know him?
Well, Red, I never saw that man before in my life.
Hey, what goes? Look, didn't you say you was Dr. Richard Bennett?
Why, yes.
Dr. Richard Bennett. Oh, Dick, can you ever forgive me?
Say, what is this?
I thought you'd recognize me at first sight, Marcia, after all our letters.
Oh, Dick, do come in, please. Don't stand out here.
Now, look, Marcia,
Oh,
what
it's
is
all
going-
right, Red, and thanks for showing him the way. You see, Red, we'd never really met. Well, anyway, it's all right.
Leave it to a woman to foul things up, eh, Doc? Had me thinking you were that escaped convict or something for a minute.
Oh, Red.
Well, be seeing you.
Goodbye, Red. Well, Dick, do come in, please. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Well, don't stand out there. Come on. You know, we'd just about given you up. It's so late, and
Dad and I thought that with the fog and all over the road, well, look, I'll call Dad.
You know, I hoped you'd look like this, but I never thought. But I would have known you.
Oh, I think I'd have known you too, Dick, if you'd given me 1 second more. Tall, serious looking, but you didn't write me that you were wounded.
Wounded?
Well, that scar on your cheek.
Oh, that. Well,
Who's that? Just came in, Marshal.
Dad, he's here.
Oh.
Dr. Bennett.
Dr. Bennett, well, at last. Hello, Dick. Don't mind my calling you that, though we've never met.
Good to see you, Dr. Milburn.
You must be tired and hungry.
Well, I am a little.
Of course you are. I'll show you up to your room, and Marcia, warm up something for Dick.
All right, Dad.
Hurry, or I'll tell Dick all about Scotty, the motorcycle cop you used to keep company with.
Oh, Dad.
Until your male romance started, of course. Well, we can all have a nice long chat. You two can talk about those soulful letters, but save me a moment with him, Marcia, to discuss his new patient.
All right, Dad.
And I'd like him to see some X-ray plates I've just developed. Right this way, Dick.
Okay.
Over here. Here they are, Dick. X-ray shots. Get to know your future patients inside out.
Yeah.
I know it's late, but here's one I'd like your diagnosis on.
My diagnosis?
We'll see if it checks with mine. Here, take it. Now hold it up to the light. Ah. What do you make of it?
What do I make of it? Well, I'd say...
What? Dick.
Huh?
You will have your little joke, eh?
What do you mean?
Oh, you know well enough what I mean. You're holding that X-ray upside down.
Boy, I'm hungry. Never been hungrier in my life.
Do you want any more, Dick?
No, you just take it easy.
Dick, you seem so jumpy. Is there anything wrong?
Wrong? No, I'm just tired and, well, you know how it is, coming into a strange town, taking over a new practice, patients I don't even know. Got me sort of phased.
But that's what I always like about you. Your attitude.
Attitude?
When things go wrong. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. You finish it, Dick.
Finish it?
I'd like to hear you say it.
Say what?
The rest of the poem.
Poem? I don't know it.
Oh, stop kidding, Dick. It's Invictus.
Yeah? Well, I still don't know it.
Oh, that's strange.
Why? Some people like one poem, others, well, they don't. What's strange?
Because that was your favorite poem, Dick. You quoted it to me in one of your letters. Remember?
How are you feeling now, Dick?
Okay, I guess.
I better get a good night's rest, then you can start right in tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You mean start treating patients tomorrow?
Oh, yes. Sooner you take over, the better.
Oh, but I'm all fagged out, Doc. I need a rest.
Oh, by tomorrow, you'll be as fresh as daisies.
No. Look, I need a couple of days. That's all. A couple of days, and then I'll be all set.
Well, Dick...
Let me get accustomed to things, and then...
I'll see who it is,
All right,
Dad.
yes.
Excuse me, Dick.
Is your dad in, Marcia?
Yes, Red? Oh, good Lord, what's happened?
There's been an accident.
Why, it's Scotty.
Yep. He must have got run over. We found him lying on the road near his motorcycle. Unconscious.
Dad, come here quick.
What's happened?
It's Scotty. He was run over.
Oh, great heavens. Bring him into my office. Easy now. Easy.
All right, Doc.
Yeah, take it easy. Yeah. Put him down there.
Here?
Yeah, on the couch.
Okay.
Scotty? Oh, Scotty.
Looks like hit and run, Doc.
Yeah.
I'm going down to headquarters and report it.
Yes, Red, you do that.
Call me at headquarters when you've finished.
Marcia, the scissors.
Here, Dad.
Got to cut away his uniform.
Scotty, this is Marcia. Listen, Scotty. What happened?
No nasal or oral hemorrhage. Good.
Some guy car parked at the side of the road.
Easy now. I want to listen to your heart.
How is he, Father?
He'll be all right.
Oh, thank goodness.
Multiple contusions and abrasions.
Will you have
Shock.
to move him to the hospital, Dad?
Not now. First aid right now.
He ran over me on purpose. Meant to kill me.
What?
I think it was escaped killer Curly Elkins.
Curly Elkins?
Did you get a good look at him?
Scotty, describe him, and we'll notify headquarters.
Well, his height was about...
Dr. Milburn, I'll take over this
Oh,
patient.
Dick.
But, Dr. Bennett, I don't... Well, I thought you wanted to wait a few days.
I know, but you were right. I gotta begin sometime. It may as well be now.
That voice.
What is it, Scotty?
That voice. Just now.
Lost consciousness again. What did he say?
I don't know. Something about a voice.
Just leave him to me. I'll handle it.
Well, let me explain the case.
I know. It's an accident case.
How did you know?
Well, I'm a mind reader. Pretty obvious, isn't it?
Well, my diagnosis...
I'll make my own diagnosis.
Well, all right, but I'll just stay around and help.
No help.
What?
No one's going to help me when you're gone, so I want to handle my very first case in this town alone.
Oh, very well.
But, Dick, can't I? I always help Father in cases like...
No, Marcia. You go, too. Now, don't worry. I know he means a lot to you both. Rest easy. I'll take good care of him. Very good care of him.
All right. Let's go, Marcia.
How do you feel, Scotty?
Who are you?
Don't you know? Honest? How did you get run over? Did you get a good look at the driver?
No.
You sure?
I want to see old Doc Milburn.
Why? What do you want to tell him? You sure you can't identify that driver?
No.
I don't believe you. You're lying. You said that voice. What voice? What did you mean?
I want to talk to Marcia and the doc. Let me see him.
I'm taking care of you, Scotty. I'm going to fix you up good right now. The scalpel ought to do the trick.
No, look.
Take it easy, Scotty. Lie still. Just a little insurance, see? To make sure you'll be all right.
I wish he'd hurry with Scotty. Dad, there's something funny about him, isn't there?
You think so, too?
Yes, I do. I recited a poem to him, one he had sent me, and, well, he didn't remember it.
Oh. That's nothing to condemn a man for, but I don't know. Maybe we'd better check up while he's busy with Scotty.
Yes, I can call his club in Los Angeles. Get a description of him.
Maybe you'd better.
All right. Hello? Hello, operator? Operator?
Put down that phone. I said put down that phone. That's better. We don't want the police now, do we?
What have you done to Scotty?
Get a box for him after I'm gone.
Huh? Dr. Bennett. You're not Dr. Bennett.
That's right. My name is Elkins, Curly Elkins.
Oh.
Your Dr. Bennett is lying out in the woods with a bullet in his head.
Oh, no.
I got a bullet for each of you, too, if you make one false
You're
move.
not going to get away with this, Elkins.
Dad, don't.
Why, you old...
Dad. Dad.
That was dumb of you, Doc. Never rush a guy with a gun. Now, listen to me, both of you. In case the cops return to check on Scotty's condition, you won't let him in the door. Scotty was fixed up, see, and went away for arrest. If either of you say one word out of turn, you're going to get it.
What do you want from us? Why don't you leave?
I'm staying right here, sister, right in this house until the heat's off. Remember this. I'd just as soon kill you as look at you. I'm staying put. You're going to cover for me. Because if you don't, if you or your old man try anything or give me away, it's curtains for both of you. Now, how does that sound? Convincing? Well, that wasn't such a bad night now, was it? Cozy, just the three of us? Lot better than the pen, huh?
You can't keep this up forever, Elkins. Someone's sure to find out. And then...
Then it's flowers for you. Yeah, and for your Marcia, too. Get up, Doc. I don't like to see you always laying around, see?
Can't get up. You hurt his back when you hit him with your gun. But we'll get even with you, Elkins. You can't keep us prisoners forever. One of us will find a way. You can't always stay up chain smoking. You've got to go to sleep sometime.
Yeah, sure I do, sis. But when I do, I'll take your old man into the room with me and tie him up. Then I'll lock the door and sleep with a gun under my pillow. If anyone tries to get into that room...
You've got it all figured out, haven't you, Elkins? But what are you going to do in a couple of hours when my patients come in?
I thought of that too, Doc. You'll tell them all you got kind of crippled falling down the stairs, see, and you'll send them away. But you won't let out one peep because all the time I'll be upstairs with Marcia. She'll stay alive as long as you play ball, Doc. That's just how long, no more. What's taking us so long? Hurry up with that coffee.
It's not boiled yet, Elkins.
What's taking you so long? You growing it? Gotta have a swallow of Java, you hear?
Marcia's bringing it. What's the matter? Why so jumpy? Why your eyes so bloodshot?
Shut up.
Look at your hands, trembling. What is it? Conscience? I doubt it.
Shut up, Doc. Clam up, you hear?
Nerves? What are you afraid of? You've got the gun in your hand.
Clam up, I say, or I'll... Let's see who's jumpy. As soon as I've had my coffee, just wait. Gonna be glad to get rid of me, hey, Doc? Half an hour, it'll be dark, and I'm scrambling out of here. You'll feel good about that, eh, Sawbones?
I can't say I'll be sorry.
You hear that, Marcia? He thinks I'm going off and leave you two here to blow the whistle on me. He thinks I'm fool enough to do that. What's he take me for, a dope?
Elkins, no. Good heavens, man, surely you won't. Elkins, do anything you want to me, but Marcia...
She's deaf and dumb. She can't talk to the cops.
I promise we won't. We won't breathe a word. Not a word. I beg you.
Ask me, Doc. Ask me right. Who knows? Come on with that Java.
Coming. You like it hot, don't you?
Give it here. Yeah, maybe I will, maybe I won't, Doc. Maybe I'll kiss you both goodbye. Or maybe 2 bullets will do it. Can't be sure, can you? Give you kind of a funny feeling, huh?
Drink your coffee.
Who's nervous now, huh? Don't know if you're alive or dead in a few minutes from now. Ain't that something?
Drink your coffee, Elkins.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you so anxious for me to drink this cup of coffee?
You wanted it, didn't you?
Is it good?
I hope so.
You hope so, huh? You hope maybe a few drops of poison will do the trick and get rid of me,
What are you talking
You
about?
wouldn't try a little thing like that now, would you, to save your own neck? Here, you drink it.
Me?
Yeah, you drink it. Drink it, I say. Take a few swallows.
Very well. Why not? For the silly things. Give it here. There. Are you satisfied now?
Okay. Wasn't taking any chances. Give me that coffee now.
Dad. Dad. BCD. BCD.
C2SO4, quick.
What's all that? What was that double talk?
Double talk, Elkins?
Come on, spill it. What was it all about? Where'd she run off to?
She's gone to the next room, to the dispensary.
What for?
To get a drink.
Drink? Of what?
Of a certain liquid.
What for? What is this? Tell me, you scheming old devil, or I'll kill you right now. What did she ask you? What did you answer? What?
My daughter just asked me the antidote for poison. I gave it to her.
Antidote? Poison?
That was poisoned coffee you both just drank, Elkins. It will take exactly 60 seconds to kill you.
60 seconds? Now! Marcia!
Yes, Elkins?
I...
May I help you? Do you want something in this laboratory?
Antidote, a swallow.
Oh, yes, I took some myself. I'm quite well now, thank you.
Give it to me. Where is it?
Now, isn't it a pity? I forget.
Where is it? What bottle? All these bottles. Which one? Doc, tell me. Tell me which one.
Inside's burning. Which one?
C2SO4.
What's that?
The antidote.
See what?
But the full name's on the bottle.
What's it mean? What's the name?
You're a doctor, aren't you?
Doc.
Surely you weren't merely posing.
Give me a break.
Any doctor would know, Dr. Bennett.
Get it for me. It hurts. Get it.
I'd be glad to, Dr. Bennett, if you hadn't crippled me. But I can't move. I must lie on this couch, perhaps for life. Or else I'd get the bottle for you and save you.
I'll kill you.
No, Dr. Bennett. There is no antidote to death.
And so the curtain falls on Prescription for Murder, which was chosen by guest expert Bruno Fisher, whose latest thriller, The Restless Hands, will soon be published. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you the story of an invisible menace which terrorizes a whole city. Selected for your approval by the noted mystery writer, Mr. Lawrence Blockman. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Prescription for Murder was written by Joseph Ruskell and Paul Monash. In the cast were Kenny Lynch, Kathy McGregor, Roger DeKoven, Bernie Grant, and Jack Curtis. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tompkins speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WOR, New York, 710 on your dial. Now for a transcribed drama of Murder by Experts.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers, those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Lawrence Blockman. From his vast knowledge of the mystery field, Mr. Blockman has chosen a radio classic written by Joseph Ruskell. And now we present Miss Marilyn Erskine in The Creeper. It is the hour before dawn, that moment when the huge, sprawling metropolis lies deep in slumber. The streets are empty, save for the milkman making his rounds from one darkened apartment house to another. But look now, there on the third floor, an apartment is brightly lighted. The occupant is an attractive redhead in her early 20s. She sits curled on a couch, speaking on the telephone as the radio plays softly.
So, like I'm telling you, Gladys, I'm waiting on my table, paying no attention to this guy. I can see, of course, that he's given me the eye, but good.
What does he look like?
Oh, he was the Gary Cooper type. Tall, lanky, and sunburned. Bashful, too. Anyway, he's sitting at one of my tables, trying to get up nerve enough to start a conversation. I'm polite, but nothing else. Well, it's 2 a.m., and we're getting ready to close the place when he finally speaks his piece.
What did he say, Virginia? What did he say?
Oh, that he was from out of town, and this was his first visit to New York, and... Oh,
And what? And what, Ginny?
Gladys, I think somebody's trying to get into my apartment.
What?
Yeah, the doorknob is turning.
Oh, it's probably some drunk got the wrong apartment.
Oh, he's putting a key in the lock right now.
So what? You've got your night lock on, haven't you?
No, it's broken. Gladys, I'm scared.
There's nothing to worry about. He'll go away when he finds his key won't unlock the door.
Gladys, the door is opening. What do you want? You got the wrong apartment.
Ginny, what is it? Answer me.
Get out of here. Get out of here, I'll scream.
Ginny.
No, stay away from me. Stay away from...
Ginny. Ginny, what's wrong? Speak to me. Ginny.
The unknown killer, called the Creeper, has struck again, adding a third female victim to his toll. Virginia Peters, a comely waitress, was found strangled to death in her third-floor apartment early this morning while her radio blared. As in the previous murders, a note was found scrawled on the wall with the victim's lipstick and the plea, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." Police insist that...
Oh, how awful, how awful. And in this very neighborhood.
Why'd you turn it off?
Because I can't stand to hear about it. How can you go on eating without batting an eye?
No, let's hear the rest. Interest me.
Oh, you. Don't go turning on that radio again, Steve Grant. I've heard enough. I'll go out of my mind, for heaven's sake.
Yeah. That's a good, solid clue.
What is?
For heaven's sake. How many men use that expression?
Oh, shut up.
Okay, Mrs. Grant. Pass the biscuits, my little pigeon.
Pass the biscuits. Eat, eat, eat. 3 women in 3 days murdered in cold blood by a fiend right here in the Heights. I'm too sick to go out. Too scared to stay in. The lock's broken, and he sits there eating. Pass the biscuits, he said.
Well, there's nothing wrong with my appetite, my love.
Of course. That's what cost you your job on the police force. You were in a restaurant eating when you should have been answering a call.
Well, some men drink to escape. I eat.
Escape what? What?
An ugly tongue, a beautiful face, and a roving eye. In short, a wife.
Oh, so you're starting that again. You and your crazy jealousy.
Maybe the creeper's way of escaping life isn't drinking or eating, but strangulation. Who knows?
Shut up. Go ahead and get a divorce. Go ahead. Can I help it if men look at me? I don't know why you come home at all. Where do you go? What do you do with yourself? Where were you this morning? Why did you come back?
To eat. But someday I'll lose my appetite for that, too. And when I do, honey, there'll be no escape. Now, I'm off again. Kiss? Yeah. Still using stage lipstick, huh? Wipe it off. How many times must I tell you? You're married now, remember?
Steve, wait.
Yeah?
At least go buy me my medicine.
Sorry, no time.
Don't leave me alone. Stay home today, please. I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be silly, Pet. Nothing will happen to you. You've a doorman, an elevator boy, Mrs. Stone across the hall, a phone. Oh, you're safe.
But the night lock, it doesn't work.
Well, now you can't lock me out anymore.
It doesn't catch. Something's happened to it since last night. Steve.
Get a new one.
I can't get a locksmith. They're all so busy. I've tried all morning. Steve, please. If I want to phone you, where will you be?
Out. Goodbye, love. Take care of your cold.
Steve Grant.
if it isn't old Pearly Chase.
Yeah, here you got thrown off the force, Steve.
Yeah. Here you got thrown off the news, Pearly.
Yeah, you heard wrong. I wasn't fired. I was just warned.
I wasn't fired either, just suspended. For 3 days. My trouble is I eat too much.
I drink too much. I hear you living up at the Heights, Steve.
Yeah.
That's funny, me too. Here you're married now to a gal that's a knockout. Has all the boys whistling.
Yeah, you can say that again. Used to be on the stage, you know.
Yeah, I think I knew her. Wasn't a stage name Vicky Duval?
That's her. I love that wench, but women. How does a guy handle them? Maybe the creeper has the right method.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. Who is the creeper, Steve? You got any angles?
You tell me, and I'll split the reward with you.
One thing, though, and I don't think even the police force have put it together yet.
Yeah?
In all 3 cases, just before the creeper struck, the door locks had already been tampered with.
You don't say.
You got a theory?
Well, sure. I mean, take that note on the wall written with lipstick. For heaven's sake, in every case, for heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more.
I cannot control myself.
Right. Now, what man uses an expression like that? The long and short of it is this. A creeper is a woman.
A ruse. Just like the height of the message from the floor is a ruse. 6 feet. And yet I'll lay odds the creeper's no more than a guy your height, say. Or mine. 5'9".
Yeah? Well, go on. Let's have the rest, Sherlock.
Okay. That business of the 3 locks that were tampered with. They were tampered with from the inside.
I don't get it.
The creeper must have gotten into each of the apartments when no one was home and broken the night locks. That made it an easy setup when he came back later to knock off his victim.
Well, how could he have gotten in to begin with? Those were solid locks.
A pick lock would open them.
You mean the creeper's a burglar?
Maybe. Or else.
Oh, nuts, you and your theory.
Yeah? How do I know where the creeper's going to strike next?
You do?
Certain. The creeper's not smart. He's just crazy. You play along crazy. Think the way he does. And you're one jump ahead of him. That's the trouble with the police, no imagination. How can you expect logical clues from a madman? Play along crazy, Steve. Make out you're the creeper. What's your compulsion?
Go ahead, let's see.
All right. First, the victims are all redheads, every one. You noticed that, of course. 3 redheads in 3 days.
Well, come to think of it, now that you mention it.
Yeah, they all lived in the Heights, right? Frida Corpus, Claire Nixon, and Virginia Peters.
Right.
What was the number of the apartment in each case, huh? Frida lived in 1A. Claire, 2B. Virginia, 3C. Don't ask me the why or wherefore. Don't ask me the logic. Just play along crazy. You'll see what I mean. You'll see where he's going to strike next.
I don't get what you mean.
The next victim of the creeper lives in the Heights. She's a redhead. Her night lock's been tampered with. She's going to get hers today, and her apartment number's 4D. Well, why are you staring at me? You don't like my arithmetic? Why? Why are you staring?
My wife's a redhead, Pearl. We live on the Heights. Our apartment number's... Ah, you're just a boozy reporter.
And your apartment number?
4D, I told you.
4D, of course. I'll have it delivered. Apartment 4D. I should have guessed it anyway.
Why?
A face is a number. Believe me, since you've moved into the neighborhood, Mrs. Grant, for me it has a special number. Like double, dandy, delicious dream. 4Ds, you see?
Go on. I'll bet you tell that to every customer. Female.
I'm a ladies' man, like the creep.
Oh,
Oh, what did I say? What's going on in this block? Raw nerves? You can't joke. The creeper, that's all I hear all day. Why, it's mass hysteria. There ain't no such an animal.
You don't think so?
Why, I assure you, Mrs. Grant, it's a fairy tale for circulation of the tabloids. I'll send your prescription up to the boy.
No, I'll just wait here for it.
Well, it'll take some time. You should go right home and stay there if you're just getting over the flu. Now, believe me, I'll deliver it myself. It'll be a pleasure.
No, I'll wait. I may not go right back. I don't want to be there all alone. I'm afraid.
Well, suit yourself, Mrs. Grant.
Why are you staring at me?
I was admiring your lipstick. I've nothing like that in stock.
It's a special lipstick. I used it when I was on the stage.
Well, don't let the creeper go writing a note with your lipstick. Have a seat. For heaven's sake, stop me before I kill more.
What?
I cannot control
Oh,
myself. Wait. What? That was a note I had reference to. It was a joke, that's all. Wait, Mrs. Grant, your prescription.
Mrs. Grant? Mrs. Grant! Oh, it's you, Mr. Stone.
What's your hurry, dear?
I just got such a scare. Since all these awful murders in this neighborhood.
Oh, yes. Isn't it terrible? You walking home?
I guess so.
I'll go with you. It's good we live in the same house.
At least if I had a double lock. But the night one doesn't work. I can't get a locksmith. They're all so busy.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll stay together this afternoon till our husbands come home. Think of it. We've never visited, though we live right across the hall from each other. Isn't that just like a big city, for heaven's sake? Or would you rather I dropped in on you?
Well, I don't...
Oh, make it yours, then. Isn't it horrible, the ghastly things they're saying? The theories. One doesn't know what to think next. You believe the latest?
The latest?
That maybe it's a woman, the creeper.
A woman?
Can you beat it? I can't imagine how in the world the police figure that, for heaven's sake. Can you?
Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking of something my husband said.
Though I can see where a married woman now, if her husband was two-timing her, say, or perhaps only weak and no will of his own, and if the wife, say, was merely getting at those female homebreakers, well, I can understand that. Because you take my husband now. You've met Mr. Stone, haven't you? Well, Mrs. Grant, why on earth are you staring at me like that, for heaven's sake?
I don't feel well. I must get home at once. I feel pain.
But Mrs. Grant, for heaven's sake.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Out shopping?
Oh. Are you thinking you doing that?
Just spilling Charlie. He's fixing the fuse box. Help you with your packages?
No, thank you.
Well, I don't mind a bit. You look out of breath.
I can manage. Where's Jimmy, the elevator boy?
He stepped out for a few minutes. I'll take you up, ma'am.
But
He mightn't be back for another 5-10 minutes. There's no point you're waiting for him.
No, I suppose not.
Apartment 4D.
Why, yes. How did you know?
Doesn't take long.
Funny that both Charlie and Jimmy should go off, leaving you to run things alone. Particularly seeing you.
Oh, I don't mind. At the last place I worked, I was the only man.
Where was that?
522 Smedley Avenue.
522 Smedley Avenue.
Yes. Right next door to the apartment house where the creeper strangled Frida Corcus. Suppose you, read about it.
Yes. What's wrong? Why'd you stop?
Why, we seem to be stuck.
Start this elevator. Start this elevator at once.
There's no need to get excited, Mrs. Grant. Take it easy. You'll live long. Can't figure what went wrong.
You don't fool me, not for a minute. I'll scream if you don't.
Oh, there we are. Oh, Charlie must have cut off the current.
Let me off. Let me off.
Here we are. Want me to help you with your package?
No, no. I must be going out of my mind. My key. Where's my key? Here it is. Oh, this darn lock. This darn lock. Hello? Is the locksmith in yet? I want to know how soon I can get my lock changed. Yes, of course I left my order. But he promised to fix it at once. No, I can't wait. I'm scared to death.
Hello, Vicky.
Oh!
Don't, you little fool. It's me. You want the whole house to... That's better.
What are you doing here, Pearlie?
I'm playing along crazy.
What are you talking about? How did you get in here?
Alias Pearlie Valentine. Don't worry. You haven't a thing to be upset about now. I've come to protect you. Give me the phone. Hello? Never mind about the lock, thank you. Long time no see, Vicky.
What do you want, Pearlie?
Me? A headline. Your husband wants, too. He wants I should keep an eye on you.
What's that?
Sure. You didn't think Steve and I were acquainted, did you? Oh, yeah, from way back. Just met him at a bar.
I don't believe you. What do you mean, keep an eye on me?
Oh, just in case the creep...
Oh!
You heard the character.
You're mad. You've always been mad, Pearlie Chase. Where is Steve? Why should he send you? Why should he think the creeper will come here? What are you doing here?
Told you. Playing along crazy. Got a drink?
You're drunk now. You're getting right out of here. You're nothing but a no-good rummy.
And you're nothing but a no good. You finish it. When I took to drink, it was to forget you, and you know it. A rum-pot angel. Which means I haven't gotten over you. Yet.
Get out.
You little two-timing redhead. Now you're all the same, you redheads.
Why, you...
Haven't changed, have you? Even a wedding ring can't do that to you. Ah, don't play the innocent. My business is snooping. I make a living at it. Between drinks. So your new motto's love thy neighbor, huh? Mr. Stone across the hall. Poor dumb Steve.
You dirty snooping.
Sit down, darling. Just play along with me while I play along crazy. Sit down. That's it. Yeah, like we're expecting company. I must be crazy doing this. Why wait here for the creeper? Why not 100 other streets, 1,000 other apartments, 1,000,000 other dames? Because I'm riding my hunch. Yeah, let's have some music. Don't just sit. Let's have some music. Turn on the radio. Let's dance. It's been a long time, baby. A long time. That's it. Now let's dance. Give me your arm. Let's dance. Yeah. Like old times. Around and around, like my brain. Why are you trembling? I still love you, you little fool. Ask me why. I love you, you love you, redhead. I could kill you when you deserve it. With the radio on, you could scream and no one would hear. I could put my hand on your throat like this and I could strangle you. Why are you crying? Stop it. I'm here to protect you. Stop crying. Cut it out. I say cut it out. I can't stand it. I never could. Okay, you want me to leave? All right, I will. It's your funeral. What am I saving you for, anyway? Where's my hat? In a few minutes, there'll be a knock or a ring or the door will just open. And you'll be lying on the floor like the other three. Your face black, your eyes bulging. Goodbye, my worthless. Give my regards to the creeper.
Oh, that look in his eyes. Like a madman. What if he comes back? He wants to kill me. Wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me. Oh, I must lie down. My head. My sweating head. Trying to frighten me. Jealous. Spite, that's it. Like the other three. My face black. Like the other three. Like the other three any minute now. There'll be a knock. Or a ring. Yes?
This is the doorman, Mrs. Grant.
Yes?
The druggist is here with the medicine. Shall I let him up?
My medicine? Why, yes. No. No, don't let that man up.
Want me to bring it up?
No, I'm perfectly all right. I don't need it. You hear? Don't you dare come up. Don't anyone. Hello? I called just a few minutes ago. Please, I must have it changed right away. My lock, my door lock, yes. This is Mrs. Grant. Yes, I do want it, of course. Anyone can get in, anyone. You'll come right away? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, but hurry, please. Hurry or I'll go out of my mind. Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Like the other three. Strangled. Any minute now. A knock or a ring. Oh, who's there?
It's me, dear, Mrs. Stone.
What do you want?
Well, I've been worried about you. Are you ill?
No, I'm all right, Mrs. Stone. I'm feeling fine.
Open up, dear. Don't you want me to keep you company?
No, thank you. I was just... Oh, stop it!
Oh, do let me in, silly.
No, go away. I'm going to sleep. Please go away. Do you hear me? Go away. Hello.
Hello, Vicky. Are you all right?
Oh, Steve, I've been frantic. It's so good to hear your voice. Where are you?
At headquarters. I'm coming right home. Sweetheart, is anything wrong? You sound kind of funny.
No, not now. Not when I hear you, Steve. I don't know what came over me. All day I've been imagining things so silly. My nerves...
Forgive me for this morning, darling. I wasn't myself. My job had me down, but now everything's
Of course.
okay.
Forgive me, Steve. I've been bad, wicked. Oh, if you knew what I've gone through today. The most dreadful state. And then that... Steve, did you send someone here today?
Early Chase?
Then you did.
To keep you company. Isn't he still with you?
I know. I just got rid of him.
Oh, I wish you hadn't. He's an all right guy, smart reporter. Lives in the neighborhood, too. Honey, it sounds cockeyed. I mean Pearlie's theory, but I was a bit worried when I got to thinking, so... Vicky, don't let anyone in the house till I get home.
I won't, Steve.
Not anyone, do you hear? Not anyone.
Locksmith.
Oh, wait, Steve.
Locksmith.
Wait, dear. Oh, thank goodness at last. Now I can breathe easy. Just a minute, dear.
Vicky. Hello. Hello, Vicky. You
Mr.
hear
Frank?
me?
Yes, Mr. Frank.
Oh, thank goodness you've come. Please step in. It's the lock on this door that I... Oh, just a moment. My husband's on the phone. Steve?
Hey, what happened? There was something else I wanted to tell you.
It's all right. Everything's all right now, Steve. You needn't worry.
Well, didn't I just hear you talking to someone? Was that someone at the door?
It was no one, Steve. Just Mr. Frank, the locksmith, here to fix the lock. Oh, what a load off.
The locksmith? Listen, Vicky, that's what I was going to tell you.
What is it?
The police are on a new trail. They think maybe a locksmith. Vicky, you listening? Maybe the creeper's a locksmith. Get him out, quick.
What nice lipstick you use, Mrs. Grant. It's a lovely shade.
For heaven's sake! Vicky, answer me, Vicky. Are you all right? Vicky! Vicky! Vicky!
Hurry. Catch me before I kill more. For heaven's sake.
City desk? Yeah, Pearly Chase. Yeah, shut up and listen. On that creeper story I just gave you, add this stuff. The reward for his capture goes to the elevator boy. He heard Vicky Grant scream and called a cop. The creeper was shot running from the building. Yeah, ironical, wasn't it? The locksmith was the killer. The one man Vicky thought would protect her. What an ending to a lovely, lovely redhead.
And so the curtain falls on The Creeper, which was chosen by guest expert Lawrence Blockman, whose latest thriller is Bengal Fire. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story in which three persons make a bet with death, with $7 million as the stake. Selected for your approval by the noted mystery writer, Miss Frances Crane. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
Starting a week from tomorrow, on Sunday, July 31st, Murder by Experts will be heard every Sunday night at 10 o'clock. And starting next Saturday at this time, between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon, you'll hear a brand new show, the Damon Runyon Theater. Today's program came to you by transcription. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In 25 seconds, you'll hear International Airport. You're invited to drop in on Scattergood Baines and the folks in Cold River this afternoon at 5:30 on WOR, when Scattergood makes his regular visit. That's 5:30 over WOR. The temperature in New York City and vicinity, 84 degrees. WOR, New York, 710 on your dial. 3 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch time. Where the Boulevard Director, 3375.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Miss Frances Crane. From the many thrillers she has read and enjoyed, Miss Crane has selected a gripping and dramatic story by Philip Andrews. And now we present James Stevens in The Big Money.
The Big Money. Yeah, I was in the Big Money. An hour and a half ago, I had $7 million. I had a wife, too. Slender, dark-haired, green eyes, and a cute figure. But she's gone now. She left me 1 hour and 30 minutes ago. No, 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 20 seconds ago. And she took the money with her. That's not all she took. She took my life. I wish she'd come back. I want my life back. I don't care about the money. She could keep that. After all, it only took me a month to earn it. That's right, 1 month. 30 days to earn $7 million. What's the trick? You have to be born for it. Born for the big money. And I was. I always knew it. As far back as I can remember, even back in prison, even back before that in military hospitals while the docs patched up my face and tried to patch up my memory. I knew I was born for the big money. That's why I wasn't downhearted when they let me out of the big house with the usual 5-spot and a ticket to the city and no prospects. The warden tried to give me a pep talk, but I put him in his place fast, believe you me.
George, I'm glad you're leaving us today. I won't keep you long, but I want to help you if I can.
That's nice of you, Warden. Mighty nice.
The prison psychiatrist says you only have a partial memory of your military service and no memory at all of the period before that.
That's right. I remember coming to in a hospital and being told a shell burst had knocked me out and cut up my face. That's as far as back as it goes.
We've checked your Army career. You're a troublemaker. In fact, you were under arrest on charges of stealing government property when that shell hit the guardhouse.
So what, Warden?
You were dishonorably discharged. But still, it might be possible to get medical treatment for your condition. Now, if you want me to contact the proper authorities...
Skip it. Suppose I could remember everything that happened to me. I don't want to. Growing up in a slum, being kicked around, who wants to remember that kind of stuff?
But your parents, your family, don't you want to find them again?
They probably forgot me years ago. I'm looking ahead, not behind me. Take the average guy with a memory. He can't concentrate. He's distracted by all the things he remembers. Me, I can look straight ahead and stick to business. And that business is getting myself into the big money.
Well, if that's how you feel, I won't say any more. Good luck anyway.
Thanks, Warden. Thanks, anyway. So that was that. 10 minutes later, I was a free man after 2 long years. I hiked straight for the railroad station and caught the first express for New York. Then I ambled back to the club car and ordered a drink. I relaxed and sat back, feeling good. Very good. Across the aisle, a girl was reading a magazine. A knockout. Black hair, green eyes, and lips like rosebuds. Pretty soon she saw me watching her, but she was smooth. She didn't even seem to look at me while she gave me a long, steady once-over. She was interested, I knew that. She turned to a short, plump, white-haired man beside her and whispered something. Whitehair gave me a long look, too. Then he got up and came across, smooth as butter.
I beg your pardon. I have the feeling we're acquainted, but I can't quite bring your name to mind.
My name's George Cook, if that's any help.
Cook. No, I'm afraid I've mistaken you for someone else. Yes, of course. You remind me strongly of my old friend, Howard Vincent.
Never heard of him.
The likeness is striking. But my apologies. I didn't mean to intrude upon you.
Oh, you're not intruding.
Davenport is my name. Philo Davenport.
Mr. Davenport? Trains are pretty dull when you're traveling alone, don't you think?
Insufferably dull. Perhaps you'd care to join me and my niece for a drink, Mr. Cook.
He didn't have to ask me twice. In fact, he didn't have to ask me once. Because if they hadn't picked me up, I was going to pick them up. In 10 minutes, we were as cozy as 3 mice in a cheese factory. Marlene was her name. Marlene. Saying it was like tasting old brandy. Marlene and I got along fine. But I could feel them both sizing me up, eyeing my going away from prison suit. And I knew they were sharpshooters with some cute game on their minds. By and by, Marlene came to the point I knew they were interested in.
You're very witty, Mr. Cook. What line of business are you in? Traveling salesman?
Now, my dear, you mustn't ask personal questions.
I don't mind, Mr. Davenport. The truth is, I'm a free traveler.
A free traveler? What's that?
Well, you see, they set me free this afternoon, and now I'm traveling.
Very good, Mr. Cook. Very good. Such frankness is refreshing.
And what business are you in, Mr. Davenport?
Well, I'm part lawyer and part detective. I have a specialty all my own. I trace heirs to unclaimed fortunes.
Interesting business. Do you ever find them?
Frequently. In fact, much oftener than I have any right to expect.
Oh, now, Uncle Philo, you mustn't boast.
Of course not, my dear.
125th Street. Next stop, 125th Street.
Well, this seems to be our stop, Mr. Cook. Where are you staying in town?
I haven't quite made up my mind. I thought I'd look around a bit first.
I see. Marlene and I would like to have you come call on us tomorrow or the next day. Wouldn't we, my dear?
Oh, we'd love it if you would.
Well, in that case, I will.
Fine, George. Here's my card. Don't fail us now.
Please promise you'll come, George.
All right, Marlene. I'll drop in on you. Sure, I was going to drop in on him. Philo obviously was up to some little game, and if I could find out what, it might pay me. So I dropped in the very next morning at 2 a.m. I didn't bother to wake Philo or Marlene. What kind of a friend would disturb them at that hour? I just let myself in with a pick lock, found the living room, and started going through it. I began with the drawers of a mahogany desk. And I was just getting going when the overhead light snapped on. And Philo's voice said...
Good morning, George. So nice of you to come see us so soon.
I turned, nice and carefully. And there was Philo in a dinner jacket and Marlene wearing a gown that started at the floor and stopped unexpectedly.
Oh, now, Uncle Philo, don't make George think he isn't welcome. Put away that gun. Offer him a drink.
Of course, my dear. George, if I put away this gun, will you sit down for a glass of brandy and a nice quiet chat?
Why not, Philo? I'll sit here on the couch. I was just looking around the room while I waited for you.
Admirable. Marlene, he's our man.
I know he is. Congratulations, George. I'll get the brandy, Uncle Philo.
You know, George, I made a bet with Marlene you'd show up tonight.
Philo, I underestimated you. So you were waiting for me?
Yes, we've been waiting for you. Since we left you on the train, I've checked your entire career. Your Army record, your being wounded, your prison sentence for robbery after your discharge, your loss of memory, everything.
That's fast work.
Well, it's my business. On the train, Marlene and I were startled at your resemblance to a certain Howard Vincent.
Yeah, you mentioned him before. Who is he?
I'll come to that in a moment. I said that my business is finding missing heirs who have fortunes waiting for them. I'm successful at it, George, because sometimes when an heir can't be found, I create one.
Philo, I'm beginning to think you aren't honest.
Which brings me now to Howard Vincent. He died in a train wreck in 1941. I saw his body, but only I know for certain that he is dead.
I see. Go on.
For 4 years, an estate of $7 million has been waiting for him to turn up to claim it.
$7 million?
And a few odd thousands.
Here's the brandy, Uncle Philo.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Thank you. Here you are, George.
Right.
Now I propose a toast to Howard Vincent, formerly George Cook, and to $7 million, divided 50-50.
This was it. What I'd always known would happen someday. The break. The big money. $7 million. $7 million just waiting for me to reach out and grab it. The three of us sat up most of the night while Philo outlined the deal.
You see, George, you're perfect for the part of Howard Vincent. You look enough like him so that we can claim it's the scars from your wound that keep the resemblance from being exact.
I think they rather improve your looks, George. I wouldn't want you to look too much like Vincent. In his photographs, he's rather vicious looking.
Well, thanks, Marlene. I never dreamed that shellburst was going to blow me right into $7 million.
$3.5 million. Remember?
Oh, sure. 3.5.
Your loss of early memory is also very fortunate. Ordinarily, we would have to fake it to explain why you didn't remember little details of your past.
And that's so hard to do. Uncle Philo tried it once, but the results were very bad, weren't they, Uncle Philo?
Let's not dwell on that case, my dear. In this instance, George's Army medical history authenticates his condition, so he doesn't need to remember a thing.
I told the warden that memories only handicap a man.
Your prison record will have to be freely admitted. Naturally, you'll be thoroughly checked.
Sure. But suppose they manage to trace me back to before the Army, to the time I can't remember about. What then?
They won't. You see, I am in charge of the search for Vincent.
You? How come, Philo?
Howard Vincent was a typical rich man's son. Too much money, too much freedom. You know the story, George?
Sure, I've read it a dozen times.
Yes, back in 1941, he got mixed up in something really nasty and disappeared. Then the family got word he'd been killed in the wreck of the Western Flyer in Wyoming. You remember, 30 dead. Oh, but I forgot. You don't remember.
I'll look it up in the papers. Go on.
Uncle Philo flew out and found that a watch and a wallet belonging to Vincent had been recovered from the wreckage. There were also 3 bodies, any one of which might be Vincent.
I get the picture. He was a little hard to identify by then.
Yes, but I recognized one of the 3 as poor dear Howard Vincent all the same. However, I was already foreseeing, shall we say, future possibilities.
Philo, now I know you're not honest.
Well, I came back to report. I hadn't been able to identify any of the dead as Howard. He might still be alive. So his father kept on hoping. When the old man died in 1945, he left his money to his son, provided Howard could be found within 7 years. And he left me an annual retainer to keep looking for him.
And now, at last, you found him.
No, my dear. Not for several weeks yet. You see, we have careful preparations to make. Very, very careful preparations.
Philo's plan was nice and simple. I went down to the Bowery and got a room in a cheap flop house. Next day, I found a job as a mechanic. Every day after that, I ate lunch in Battery Park near the Wall Street district. At the end of 3 weeks, Philo just happened to be walking through the park and saw me. Next day, he brought old Mr. Peebles, the lawyer for the Vincent estate, to give me the once-over. Mr. Peebles oohed and ahed, and I was discovered. As easy as that. Of course, it didn't end there. They asked me a million questions. They traced my record, prison, army, hospital, wound, everything. They had high-priced docs check me over to be sure my lack of memory was on the level. But at the end of the month, they hadn't proved I wasn't Howard Vincent. And then Philo and I gave little Mr. Peebles the clincher. The old one, too.
Well, Mr. Peebles, are you satisfied that we've really found Howard at last?
Yeah, me, Mr. Davenport, I just can't seem to make up my mind whether he is Howard or not. I think he is, but be dreadful if we made a mistake.
How completely right you are, Mr. Peebles. But I think I have the evidence that will settle our doubts for good and all.
Why, it's a college history book. One of the books Howard used at Yale.
Yesterday, I had an inspiration. I searched all of Howard's old books, and at last I found what I'd hoped for. See, here on page 98.
Yes, a faded fingerprint in ink on the margin.
Made one night 10 years ago when Howard was studying. The only fingerprint of his we've ever located.
So it is. My goodness, this is important. This will tell us beyond question whether this young man is Howard or not.
Yes, we only have to compare his fingerprints with this print Howard made 10 years ago, and we'll know. Well, George, are you willing to make the test?
Certainly I am. If I'm not Howard Vincent, I want to know it. If I am, I want to enjoy it.
A very reasonable attitude. Dear me, yes. Will you make the print, Mr. Davenport?
Well, Philo made a print of my index finger, and little Mr. Peebles squinted at it, then at the print in the history book. He spent at least 5 minutes doing it, mumbling to himself.
This is an important moment. Very important moment. Dear me. Yes, I'm sure of it. The prints match. You are Howard Vincent. Congratulations, my boy. Congratulations.
Of course the prints matched. Philo had faked that print in the history book a month before. I was in. The big money at last. $7 million. Yes, 7, not 3.5. I didn't have any more idea of splitting with Philo than of flying to the moon. Naturally, I didn't tell him that. Not yet. I sort of got the feel of things first. I settled into being Howard Vincent very, very quietly. You know how the big money works. Hush, hush. That's how I wanted it. But pretty soon I felt as if I'd been Howard Vincent all my life, and I began to enjoy it. But I couldn't put Philo off forever. And the showdown came one morning in my plushy private office at the very top of the Vincent building. Philo and Marlene were both there, and they got down to business fast.
Well, George, you've adapted yourself to wealth very quickly. Enjoying yourself, eh?
I certainly am, Philo. I always knew I was meant for this kind of life. It seems to come natural to me.
I believe I could get used to it myself. Which brings up the matter of my split.
Of course, Philo, but it'll take time. It has to be arranged. Very smoothly arranged.
Oh, we understand that, George. It isn't that Uncle Philo distrusts you. He'd just hate to have a misunderstanding spoil our friendship.
It's a big job, turning over half the estate without anyone getting suspicious.
Of course it is, my boy. Of course it is. And I'm going to give you 2 years to do it in. 3, if you think necessary. But I will want monthly installments of at least $50,000 until the final settlement.
$50,000 a month, but Philo...
Oh, George, that isn't so very much. Out of all the millions you'd never have had but for Uncle Philo.
Oh, all right. You win. $50,000 a month.
I'm glad you're seeing it my way. And now that is settled, we won't be meeting again, George.
We won't? Why not?
Uncle Philo means he'll feel safer if he's where you can't try to kill him, George.
Kill him? That's ridiculous. I wouldn't dream of any such thing, Philo. You know that.
Of course I do, my boy. Especially since as soon as I leave here, I intend to write out a complete account of this interesting affair and leave it with a friend to be forwarded to the police if anything violent should happen to me.
Now, that's not necessary, Philo.
Nevertheless, I shall feel better when it's done. Marlene, my dear, shall we go now?
In a minute, Uncle Philo. I want to powder my nose first. I'll be right back.
No hard feelings, I hope, George. It's only good business, you know, to take precautions.
Of course there's no hard feelings. I'm still making out pretty good. Here, let me ring for the elevator for you. You might as well ride down in my private car.
A private elevator? Well, great wealth has its privileges, as I hope to find out.
Funny. I push the button, but I don't hear the car coming.
Perhaps it's already at this floor. Try the door.
All right, I will. Well, how do you like that? The door opens, but the elevator isn't here. The shaft is empty.
Oh, that's very odd. There's something wrong with the mechanism. The door shouldn't open if the car... George, what are you doing? What are you grabbing me for? Let go of me, George! No! No!
I shoved hard, and Philo went down the elevator shaft, clawing at empty air and moving his feet like a ballet dancer. His scream coming back to me, channeled upwards by the shaft. He screamed, and then he stopped. Yes, there was something wrong with the elevator, all right. I discovered it that morning, but I hadn't reported it. Instead, I'd sent for Philo and Marlene for this showdown. Now Philo was disposed of. Accidentally, with no comeback at me. I only had to take care of Marlene. I closed the elevator door and stood there trying to act calm, but the perspiration was popping out on my brow. They'd find Philo in a moment. Was it Marlene ever coming back? Then she came.
Well, here I am. But, George, where's Uncle Philo?
Yeah, he's in the elevator. I'm going down with you. We'll stop at the bank. I'm making a small advance payment.
In the elevator? Oh, all right. Open the door, George. Go on, open it.
She wasn't close enough. I had to stall. Get her closer. Door seems to be stuck. Give me a hand, Marlene.
No, thank you, George. I'd rather not.
But, Marlene...
Stay right there, George. Don't come any closer. You see, darling, I have a nice ladylike gun in my purse.
Marlene, what is this? A gag?
No, I didn't powder my nose, George. I found I'd forgotten my compact, and I came back. I was outside the door when I heard you talking about the elevator, and then Uncle Philo screamed. Poor Uncle Philo. I thought he was smarter than that.
So did he. But he wasn't. A baby could have taken care of Philo. Well, go on. Grab the phone. Call the cops.
I could. But what good would that do either of us?
I don't get you.
Uncle Philo is dead. I can't help him any. But you're not dead. And I can help you.
Just what are you leading up to, Marlene?
I know you murdered Uncle Philo. But you'd be safe. And I couldn't testify against you. If you married me, George.
Maybe Marlene had a baby voice, but her mind was like a steel trap. Sure, I married her. She had the whip hand. She helped me cover up Philo's death as an accident. Then she moved in and took over.
Oh, it's nice to be rich, isn't it, George? Poor Uncle Philo. How he would have loved all this.
I thought we agreed to forget Philo.
Oh, we did, didn't we? All right, I'll change the subject then. I saw a dream of a diamond necklace at Carter's today.
No, I won't buy it. You're spending money as if I had all the dough in the world. Marlene,
You'll do nothing, George. Please sit down and stop clenching your hands. You know you're never going to touch me. If anything should ever happen to me, and I mean anything, a friend will send a complete account of this impersonation of yours to the police. So you're going to take good care of me, darling. And that being the case, why don't we be friends? I'm not such bad company. Am I, George?
No, Marlene wasn't bad company. She was very good company when she wanted to be. And that written account to go to the cops if anything happened to her protected her better than a bodyguard could have. So I made the best of it. We got along all right. Except that Marlene spent money like crazy. Until one night on our private terrace 20 stories up with a bottle of Napoleon brandy open between us, I began to feel sleepy. Very sleepy. Too sleepy. I tried to stand up, and I couldn't. I flopped back in the deck chair like a rag doll, and Marlene stood up and leaned over me.
George? George?
Huh? What is it?
Why don't you go inside instead of falling asleep out here on the terrace?
Go inside? Yeah, that's a good idea. I tried to stand up again. This time, with Marlene's help, I made it. She stood very close while I wobbled to keep my balance. And I knew she'd put something in the brandy. Liquor by itself couldn't have done that to me. Marlene. Marlene.
Yes, George?
What'd you put in the brandy?
Just a few drops of something, George, dear. Steady. Mustn't fall, not yet. We're not close enough to the railing.
What are you up to?
You've never stopped trying to find a way to be rid of me, have you, George? Well, you'll never succeed because I can make plans, too. And I've made my plans to be your widow.
That's crazy. You can't get away with it.
Oh, of course I can. You're going to have an accident. You're going to fall 20 floors from this balcony to the nice, hard street. Now, come over here, George. Another step. That's right.
No, I won't. You can't.
Oh, but I can. What I put in the brandy has made you helpless as a baby. Matthew, the butler, will testify how drunk you were. George, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
George, let go of my wrist.
You can make plans,
George,
baby.
let me go.
But you overestimated how far gone I was. I'm pretty wobbly.
Let me
but
go,
not
George.
Wobbly enough for you to push me over any railings.
I was just joking with you, George. I was just trying to scare you. Let go of me.
Oh, no, you don't.
George.
We're going inside. I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Stop struggling. It won't do you any good.
George, let go of me.
Marlene.
Let go.
Marlene, look out.
George!
She was gone. She went the same route Philo had taken. But this time I'd have given both arms to save her. I stood there trying to get hold of myself, and behind me I heard the French door open. I turned. It was Matthew, the butler, gargling at me.
Mr. Vincent. Mr. Vincent.
Matthew, you saw her try to push me over, didn't you? You saw her try to push me and slip and go over herself?
Saw her try to push you over? Mr. Vincent, sir, I saw you murder your wife.
Well, that's the story. You, Mr. Peebles, and all you others. I sure had you fooled. Howard Vincent. That's a laugh. I was born in the gutters, but born for the big money, and I had it, even if it didn't last. After what Matthews told you, I know you'll never believe I didn't kill Marlene. And with those documents Marlene left to be turned over to the cops, well, I guess I've come to the end of the road. But you can't get the big money without paying for it somehow, can you?
Oh, Howard. Howard, my boy.
Yes, Mr. Peebles?
Marlene didn't leave any documents.
She didn't. But she said...
No, that was just an effort to keep her hold over you. You see, shortly after we accepted you as Howard Vincent, we found a box of your boyhood toys. And among them was a paint box covered with fingerprints and dried paint.
Then why didn't you nab me?
Why'd you let me get away with it?
Because they were your fingerprints. My boy, this was all so unnecessary. You are and always have been Howard Vincent.
And so the curtain falls on The Big Money, which was chosen by guest expert Francis Crane, whose latest mystery, The Flying Red Horse, has just been published. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a murderer whose victim refused to stay dead, selected for your approval by Cornell Woolridge. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
The Big Money was written by Philip Andrews and adapted for radio by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. In the cast were James Stevens, Ann Shepard, Eric Dressler, and Wendell Holmes. Music is under the direction of Sylvan Levin and was composed by Richard U. Page. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist William Irish. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Irish has selected a most unusual story of mounting terror by Sidney Morris. And now we present Gertrude Warren and Bernard Grant in The Dark Island. Look now at the small tree-covered island, lying in darkness several miles off the rocky coast of Maine. Now and then the moon breaks through the clouds, revealing for a few brief moments the figure of a girl, pacing back and forth on the boat landing by the water's edge. She watches anxiously as a small launch approaches the island.
Why doesn't he hurry? Why doesn't he hurry? I won't stay on this island another moment. Not another moment.
You all right, ma'am? I saw your emergency flare from the mainland. I came right away.
Oh, thank heavens you're here, Sheriff. I couldn't have stood it another minute. I was going out of my mind.
Why, you're crying. What's wrong? What's the trouble, ma'am?
Take me to the mainland. Take me to the mainland.
Sure, ma'am, sure. But don't you think
Please,
first you better
take me away from here. Take me away.
Here, let me help you in. All right, sit over here, ma'am. Before I shove off, is anything you want from the lodge?
No, no, just get me away from here. Get me away.
Just as you say, ma'am. Take the light. Yeah. Ma'am, this is my office. And have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, suppose you tell me what's happened, huh?
It's like a nightmare. A confused nightmare. All of it. I'm so mixed up. I can't tell any longer what part of it was real and what part was my imagination.
Just calm down, ma'am. Tell it to me in your own way. Now think back. Must have had some starting point. Things generally do.
Some starting point. Yes. Yes. It began that morning I saw him for the first time. Could it have only been last spring? A small boat put in at our dock, and Philip came walking up the path to the lodge. I can see him now, tall and sunburned, with the wind blowing through his blonde hair. He was the handsomest man I'd ever seen, despite the long, cruel scar on his cheek. He smiled for a moment as he saw me, and then he spoke.
Hello there.
Hello.
They told me over on the mainland that you have an empty cottage here. Would you care to rent it to me for a few months?
Rent the cottage? Why, my father would never have rented it. The people on the mainland know that.
Yes, they told me, but this island looks so peaceful, so secluded. I thought I'd ask personally. Do you think it would do any good at all if I were to speak to your father?
Oh, my father died 3 months ago.
Oh, I'm very sorry. They didn't mention that back at the hotel.
It's quite all right.
I hope you won't think I'm being inquisitive, but who else lives on this island?
No one. I live alone.
Alone?
Yes.
Isn't it rather lonely?
Oh, no. I'm quite used to being alone. Even when my father was alive, I was alone most of the time.
What about visitors from the mainland?
Oh, Father discouraged them. As a result, no one ever comes here. Father even educated me himself. He was a doctor.
Really? Well, so am I. My name is Duval, Philip Duval.
Oh? Well, I'm Eve Winters.
Winters?
Uh-huh.
Your father wasn't by any chance Dr. Malcolm Winters, was he?
Yes.
Well, this is a surprise. I've read both of your father's books on criminal psychology.
Oh?
Oh, yes. He had great perception, great understanding of the criminal mind.
Well, I know very little about it.
Oh, yes, of course. I do hope you'll forgive me my curiosity. But, why did your father give up his position in the medical world and simply disappear without a trace?
I don't know.
I should very much like to have met him. You see, I, too, am writing a book on criminal psychology. That's why I need the cottage, so I can work undisturbed.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it's just impossible to work at the hotel. There's so much talk going on about the murder that
Murder?
I find... Yes. Haven't you heard?
No. I'm afraid I know very little of what happens on the mainland.
Well, perhaps it's just as well. There's been too much talk about it already.
Oh, no, please. I want to hear about it.
This morning, a young girl was found murdered. She'd been slashed to death.
Oh, how horrible.
It was another scalpel killing, exactly like the other two.
You mean there were others besides the poor girl found this morning?
Yes. In the past 2 months, 3 women have been killed in identical fashion. Their throats cut by a surgeon's scalpel.
A surgeon's scalpel?
Yes.
Well, have they caught the murderer yet?
No. The authorities were questioning everyone this morning, but they'll never catch him. He's far too clever for them and their stupid methods. They don't realize that they're dealing with a mind that's... Seems I'm over giving a lecture. Goodbye, Miss Winters, and if there's anything I can do for you, I'm staying at the Stratford Hotel.
Well, thank you, but I never go to the mainland.
Goodbye.
Doctor?
Yes.
There's really no reason why I shouldn't let you use the cottage. So, if you still want to...
That's most generous of you. You have no idea how much this means to me.
You can move into the cottage any time.
Well, it so happens that everything I own is in the boat. So there's no need for me to go back to the hotel.
Oh, I see.
I'm most grateful for the cottage, Miss Winters. And I promise I'll do my best to keep out of your way.
Within an hour, he'd moved in. A week went by, and except for the glimpses I'd caught of him writing at his desk by the window, I saw very little of him. And then one day we met at the well, and soon we were meeting every day. Strange the way one can be so lonely, and then suddenly life becomes wonderful, each day happier than the last. But one day Philip would finish his book and leave, and once more I would be alone.
Eve, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Philip.
I just received a letter from my publishers. They like the 30 chapters I've already sent them, and they're going to publish the book as soon as I complete the rest.
That's wonderful, Philip. You haven't much more, have you?
No, just a final chapter on the Bluebeard complex, and it'll all be finished.
And then, where will you go?
Go? I've been so busy this past month that I hadn't thought about it. Somehow I've come to accept this island as my home. Perhaps it's come to mean home because of you, Eve.
Philip?
Eve, I'm a fool. I've been so busy with the book, I've never stopped to tell you how much I love you, how much I need you.
If you only knew how much I wanted to hear you say that.
Eve, darling, will you marry me?
Will you marry me? Oh, I was happier than I thought anyone could be. A few days later, we went to the mainland and were married. We spent only a few hours on the mainland, for after 15 years of living on the island, the townspeople, the noise and constant movement were more than I could stand. Philip and I returned to the island that same day. The weeks slipped by swiftly. Philip worked on his book, and I looked after him. And then one night, after we'd been married a month, I was awakened by Philip.
Eve,
Huh?
wake up,
What?
wake up.
Oh, what? Oh, Philip. What am I doing standing here by the clothes closet?
I awoke to find you getting out of bed. Your eyes were wide open, darling, yet when I spoke to you, you didn't answer.
What?
You just walked over to the clothes closet as though in a trance.
And then you awakened me?
Yes.
I've never walked in my sleep before.
Well, don't worry about it, darling. You'd better go back to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning.
But with morning came the sun, and the night was quickly forgotten. Philip continued to work on his books and read unpublished medical papers left by my father. And then one morning, shortly before dawn, I awoke to find Philip's bed empty, unslept in. I quickly dressed and went to his study. He was sitting at his desk, his eyes bloodshot, staring into space. I placed my hand on his shoulder.
Eve!
Darling, is anything wrong?
Wrong?
Yes, you've been here all night. What were you doing?
Why, I was reading your father's books and the material he left at his death.
Philip, there is something wrong, isn't there? I feel it. It's in this room.
There's nothing wrong, Eve. It's just your imagination.
You sure?
Yes, of course I'm sure.
All right, darling.
Eve,
Yes?
tomorrow is the first of the month. I promised my publisher I'd be in Boston on the first to discuss my book. It'll mean a trip away from the island for a night.
Well, when do we leave?
Eve, would you mind very much if I were to go alone?
Alone?
Well, I'll really be tied up with my publisher most of the time. Besides, you know how you hate the noise and confusion of the mainland.
Of course, Philip. I suppose it would be foolish of me to go along. You'd be so busy.
I knew you'd understand.
When do you think you'll leave?
I'll have to take the noon train to Boston. I just have time to catch it. I'll be back early tomorrow evening.
With that, he was gone. Something had happened that night. Something that threatened our marriage, our future. And I didn't know what it was. How empty the lodge was with him gone. I returned to the study and began to straighten out the papers on his desk. Then, as I opened one of the drawers, I saw them. Hundreds of clippings from newspapers all over the country, and all of them about the scalpel killer. Clippings? Why had he collected them? Why? And suddenly I was afraid to think about it. I began to count the minutes and hours until he should return. I never knew a night and a day could be so long. At last his boat arrived at the dock, and a minute later he came up the path to the lodge.
Hello, Eve.
Oh, how are you, darling? Did you have a nice trip?
Nice trip. Yes, I suppose so.
Philip, is anything wrong?
There's nothing wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just tired, that's all.
Oh, that's all right, darling. You'll feel better after you've eaten. Here, let me take your coat and the paper.
Thank you.
Well, is there anything in the paper?
No, let me have that paper.
Why, Philip. There's been another murder on the mainland. A woman found slashed to death. Oh, how horrible.
Yes.
Once more, the scalpel killer struck, claiming early this morning a fourth victim. Police would make no statement other than to say that the use of a scalpel by the killer indicates that a doctor...
Must you go on reading that? Isn't it enough that they're dead? Oh, I'm sorry, Eve, darling. I heard quite enough about it on the mainland. It was the only topic of discussion.
Yes, I understand. I won't mention it again.
Thank you, Eve. It's good to get away from all that talk. To me, this island represents escape. Escape from the mainland. And all that happens there.
Escape? What was there to hide from? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. And yet, the clippings in his desk. The violent outburst when I'd read the newspaper story. His strange behavior in the past. A picture began to form. A picture I could no longer bear to look at. Weeks passed, and we were as strangers. And then one night, I was awakened by a pair of hands on my throat.
Don't be frightened, Eve. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Why did you put your hands on my throat?
You were tossing in your sleep. I just wanted to see if you had a fever.
No, I'm all right.
Why are you trembling?
I don't know. Oh, Philip, what's wrong?
Nothing, Eve, nothing. It's just your imagination.
No, it isn't. Is it anything to do with the murder of those 4 women?
What makes you ask that?
Is it because of the murder?
No, I tell you no! You must stop talking about them. Do you hear me?
It's all right, Philip.
I've got to make another trip to Boston. See my publisher.
Another trip to Boston?
Yes. I just have time to catch the morning train.
How long will you be gone?
Just overnight.
Philip,
What were you going to say?
Nothing. Here, let me help you pack.
You needn't bother. I'm only taking a few things.
A scalpel.
Why, yes, I thought I'd take your father's instruments to town, have the instruments polished.
Are all the scalpels in your bag?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wanted to make sure you hadn't forgotten any. Oh, Philip, why do you look at me that way?
I'm thinking of 4 women. 4 women who were slashed to death.
Philip looked at me for a moment. Then without a word, he left. And suddenly I realized if a murder were committed that night, there would be no escaping the truth. I could do nothing but pray and wait. The day dragged into the night, and at last dawn came. Soon he'd return, and I'd know everything. Everything.
Eve?
Oh, here I am, Philip. How was the trip? Philip, what's happened?
Last night, another woman was murdered on the mainland.
Oh, no, not enough.
Yes. Her throat was cut. like the others.
Don't tell me anymore. I don't want to hear about it.
Then you know everything.
I suspected it for months. Only I could never bring myself to believe it.
Eve, there's only one thing left to us.
One thing left to us?
Yes. We must die together so that innocent people may live in safety.
What are you saying? I don't want to die.
I know you don't, darling, nor do I, but can't you see it's the only way out? The police are bound to find the murderer. It's just a question of time.
Look, let's not wait and live in fear. We'll go to the police and confess.
No, I couldn't stand to go through all that.
But I don't want to die, and I won't.
Please, Eve, darling, don't make it difficult. You know I can't allow you to live. It's too dangerous.
So that's it. Get rid of me so you can go on living in safety.
You know better than that, Eve. I love you. When you die, I shall follow you.
No! I won't let you kill me.
I've got to, darling. I'll try not to hurt you.
Philip, now you stay where you are. Stay where you are.
I prayed this wouldn't be necessary. But last night's murder leaves me no choice. You must die.
You stop following me, Philip. I'm warning you.
What are you getting from under that coat?
Don't move, Philip. If you come any closer, I'll shoot.
After what I've been through, a gun doesn't seem very friendly.
I'm warning you, Philip. I'll shoot. I'm not going to die for your crimes.
My crimes?
Yes. You've killed 5 women, but I shan't be the 6th.
You believe I murdered those 5 women?
Well, you've admitted as much.
Eve, darling, put that gun down and listen to me, please. You know the reason your father brought you to this island as a child.
No, I don't.
I do. And haven't you ever wondered why he practically kept you a prisoner on this island? Educating you himself.
Oh, you're trying to put me off my guard with this talk. Now, you stay where you are, Philip.
Among the papers your father left upon his death, I found some which gave a clue as to the reason he retired to this island. What? Yes. It all began when you were 10 years old and lived in Boston. Your father found you one night walking through the house in a trance. Oh. Night after night, your father stayed up watching you. Then one night, while in a trance, you strangled your cat to death.
Oh, you're lying.
Think back to when you were 10 years old. Didn't you have a cat? And then one morning it was gone?
Well, it had run away. Father told me so.
He was hiding the truth from you. He destroyed the body. And then a few days later, he got you another cat. And it disappeared.
That cat also ran away.
It didn't run away any more than the first one did. You killed it, Eve, in the same manner.
Oh, you're clever, Philip. But I know something of psychology. You can't break me down with such a story and take this gun.
Listen to me. After observing you for some time, your father realized you were a schizophrenic.
Oh.
A female Jekyll and Hyde, a split personality with uncontrollable homicidal tendencies.
You won't break me down, no matter how clever you are.
It was then that your father knew that no one was safe as long as you were free. So he gave up everything he valued and brought you to this island, virtually becoming your jailer.
I'm afraid your story doesn't hold. I was always free to go where I pleased.
Yes, for you weren't dangerous when you were awake. But when you went to sleep each night, didn't your father always see to it that you had a sleeping drug?
No.
Think! Wasn't there some special drink you took before you went to bed?
Only hot milk.
Then that was it. As long as your father lived, he was able to control your sleeping hours. But when he died, the drug was no longer administered. You began to walk at night in a trance.
No.
The first murder occurred exactly a week after your father's death. You were following your subconscious will to kill.
You've never explained where you were the night that first woman was killed.
A month after the first murder, you left this island again. Your father's scalpel in your hand. And another girl was found dead on the mainland. Her throat cut.
I never left this island from the day I returned from my father's funeral.
You never remember having left this island, for when you woke up the following day, you were back in your own room. When I came to this island and told you about the murders, you were naturally shocked. Your conscious mind was not aware of what you had done.
You tell a convincing story, Philip. But you haven't explained why you came to this island with all your baggage, just a few hours after a murder had been committed.
That's very
and
simple.
Explain the hundreds of clippings you have, and why you tried to strangle me 2 nights ago.
Strangle?
And tell me why you took the scalpels with you yesterday. Oh, no, I know you're the murderer, and I'm going to turn you over to the police.
I've sunk both boats. You'll never go to the police.
You're mad. You're completely mad.
I can't allow you to go on living.
Philip, stop coming toward me. I don't want to shoot, but you're forcing me to.
I've got to kill you. I've got to.
Philip, don't, or I'll shoot!
Oh.
Philip! Oh, I didn't want to do it, but you made me. It was either your life or mine. Nothing you said was true, nothing. You're trying to break me with that story and then murder me as you did the others. But you failed, and I feel so faint, dizzy. When I recovered consciousness, I found myself in my own room. It was just dusk. There was a deathly stillness about the lodge. I got up and went into the living room. Philip's body was on the floor, barely discernible in the dark. Fear welled up in me, and I found myself screaming. I ran out of the lodge and down to the dock. But both boats were sunk, just as he said. My legs gave away, and I sank to the ground. And then I remembered the emergency flares in the boathouse. I thought you'd never arrive, Sheriff. I waited and waited in the darkness, and it seemed as if I were alone in the world, utterly alone.
There, ma'am. You're all right now. You gotta get a hold of yourself. It's all over now.
I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't mean to kill him.
Of course you didn't. It was either him or you. You say he was blond, 6 feet tall. He had a deep scar on his cheek.
Yes.
He once stayed at the Stratford Hotel,
Yes.
huh? I remember seeing him now. I recall he slipped off from the hotel when we started questioning the guests. I wondered about him a couple of times. Guess I should have followed him up. Might have saved the lives of a few innocent women. Oh, come now, ma'am. Crying won't do any good. It's all over now. You're safe. Here, lie down on this couch. Stretch out. Get a little rest. That's it. A couple of hours, it'll be dawn. You'll feel better when you see the sun shining.
You won't leave me, will you?
No. I'll stay here with you. While you're getting a little sleep, I'll write out a report of what happened.
I couldn't bear to be alone.
No, you won't be. Close your eyes. Try to get some sleep. That's it. That's it. Poor girl. Well, it's all over now. She can sleep in peace.
Wait, I want to...
Number, please.
Agnes, get me Judge Donnelly.
Yes, Sheriff.
Hello?
Judge, Sheriff Mitchell calling.
Sheriff, you called me at 2 a.m. and gave me a full report on the death of the scalpel killer. Now, why you called me again at 4 a.m.?
Judge.
Sounds to me like you've been drinking. Now, I reckon the celebration's in order, but why bother me? Will you please let me get back to sleep before I lose...
Listen, I haven't much time, Judge.
What's that?
The scalpel killer wasn't Philip Duval.
What are you saying, Sheriff?
He was right.
Right about what?
The girl, Eve.
The girl?
Notify to be on lookout. Brunette, 5'4", gray eyes.
You've had one too many, Sheriff. First you phone and tell me it was Duval. Then you say it's the girl. Now, what proof have you got she's guilty?
There's a scalp on the floor, Judge. And my throat.
never lived to finish.
And so the curtain falls on The Dark Island, which was chosen by guest expert William Irish, whose latest thriller is The Blue Ribbon. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a jealous wife and a husband bent on murder, with a most unusual ending, selected for your approval by Elysier Lipsky. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
The Dark Island was written by Sidney Morris, adapted for radio by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. In the cast were Gertrude Warner, Bernard Grant, and Maurice Tarplin. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer Elysier Lipsky. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Lipsky has selected a fast-moving, sardonic story by Joseph Roscoe. And now we present Kenneth Lynch in Dig Your Own Grave.
Silence in the courtroom. Eric Green, answer the question. Did you or did you not kill your wife? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no? That's a good one. How can I answer it like that? Just plain yes or no. I've been wondering myself, who was the killer? Me or that crazy, suspicious mind of hers? My wife was a very strange woman, and I want to get you inside that mind of hers. You'll know then just how it is that a wife could dig her own grave. I swear I was always true to Hannah. It's important you understand that. Up to this incident, I never even looked at another woman. She'd never believe me, though. Never.
You don't fool me, Eric. You were quite a lady killer when I met you, and men don't change their spots.
When she met me. But what the years had slapped me down to. Time and a nagging wife, all the jobs she cost me, all the future with her suspicions.
Don't lie, Eric. You're clumsy at it. My mind works faster than yours. There's a woman in your life somewhere.
She was driving me crazy. She didn't trust me.
Why should I trust you? How about the times I phoned you at Charlie's poker parties and you weren't there? I won't be satisfied until I've found that other woman you're playing around with.
I'm trying to get you inside that mind of hers, you understand? I swear there was never any other woman up till that time. And then one day, suddenly, through a silly circumstance, Hannah got the wild notion she'd at last discovered who her rival was.
It's that young Betty Heath, that little actress who lives across the street.
But, Hannah...
Don't lie. I saw it with my own eyes, didn't I?
You mean about the dog just now?
Yes, about the dog just now.
But I can explain that if you'll only
You
listen.
can explain everything, can't you, Eric? But I'm one person you can't fool.
Hannah, for heaven's sake, where are you going?
I'm going across the street to scratch her eyes out.
Hannah, you'll disgrace us before the neighbors. I swear I don't even know the lady. Hannah. Hannah.
Yes, I want you to leave my husband alone.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
You needn't pretend, Miss Heath. I can read through you and him both. I'm Mrs. Hannah Green, as you no doubt suspect.
Get out of here. Get out of here at once, or I'll call the police.
You wouldn't dare.
You're out of your mind. I don't know your husband, and I don't know you. Oh, I do seem to have met you. Your type, I mean. You're the kind who digs your own grave, aren't you?
Miss Heath?
Yes.
Pardon me, you don't know me. I live in the apartment house across the street. I came to apologize for something that happened here the other day.
Apologize for what?
My name is Eric Green.
Eric Green? Oh. So you're that mad woman's husband.
My wife is very neurotic, Miss Heath.
But why'd she come barging in here? What on earth gave her the idea that I mean, that... Well,
I was standing outside my apartment house, and a dog came up to me. It seemed lost, so I kind of walked it, wondering whose it was. Hannah saw me and recognized the dog as yours, Miss Heath.
Oh, so you're the one who found it. So that's why you're I see.
So I gave it to your doorman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Green. That was kind of you.
Yes. Well, you see, that's how it was. She thought all kinds of things, you know.
Yes, I can imagine.
Well, that's all I came to say. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I guess
it was awfully nice of you.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I interrupted you.
Well,
I just wanted you to... I'm sorry.
It was all my fault.
I don't know why I've been keeping you standing here at the door. Wouldn't you like to come in and have a drink?
I'd love to. And that's how it all began. For 8 years, I hadn't looked at another woman. Then fate, in the guise of an unwitting Hannah, had introduced me to Betty Heath. It became a secret love that never would have been born if the twisted mind of a jealous wife hadn't conjured it out of thin air. I missed the next 3 Saturday night poker sessions.
Eric, it's nice here. I like this place.
Yes, it's sort of our place. I was never here with anyone else.
Eric, what did you do with your Saturday nights before?
Oh, I don't know. Poker or an all-night movie to forget I ever lived.
Oh, no, don't talk that way.
Betty, how do you feel about it?
About what?
Us. Are you scared or anything?
Oh, what have I got to be scared about? My goodness, I simply felt sorry for you that first day I saw you. And honestly, you were so pathetic and... Well, I knew you needed a friend. You know, maybe get things off your chest.
It's a funny thing. Right now, I don't think Hannah even suspects I do know you.
Well, she certainly was suspicious the day she stormed up to my apartment. Why the change?
Search me. She hasn't said one word about it since then. I think when she came charging up to your apartment that day, she expected to see, Oh, some wild painted chorus girl, glamorous actress, see? But instead, she sees a sweet, innocent kid and gets thrown for a loss. You kind of threw me for a loss, too, Betty. Going for a guy like me.
Why not? Eric, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm a fake. I've no acting talent whatsoever.
Oh, Betty.
I can't get jobs. I'll never get anywhere. What I really want is to get married.
Married?
Yeah. There was a very nice fellow named Tommy Birch. He asked me to marry him.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. Met a married man. Name of Eric Green. Isn't that funny?
Yes, that's how it all began. A drink, we talked, saw each other a few times, and we were in love. We didn't talk too much about Hannah, not at first. She was always there, the third point on the triangle. The longer Betty and I went on seeing each other, the more she crowded into my thoughts. Until the day came. It had to happen.
Eric, it can't go on. It's got to stop. I'm much too much in love with you.
Vice versa. Head over heels.
It's not as though you're free, Eric. Don't you see? It's not as though you were even ready to get a divorce. How many times have you gotten that off your chest to me? Bonds and ties. And pity. All right, then I'll get somebody to pity me a little. There's still Tommy Birch. No, Eric, don't. Don't come here. Please. We must never see each other again.
Eric, why are you sitting there so moody?
Please, Hannah.
I've an apology to make, Eric, dear.
Yes.
Oh, Eric, I must be a trial to you sometimes. But it's only because I love you.
What are you driving at?
Oh, that dog thing that time.
That dog thing?
Yes, you remember. Well, I later asked the doorman there, and he said the dog was lost that day, and you merely brought it back.
So you checked with the doorman, huh?
Oh, Eric, wasn't it silly of me to think you were carrying on with that Heath girl, whom you didn't even know from Eve?
But I do.
What?
I do know her very well.
What's that?
Betty and I are in love, Hannah.
What?
And it was all your doing. Poetic justice. Because we never even knew each other until then.
Why, you're lying. I was right in the first place. It had been going on all the time, just as I said.
Have it your own way.
I could always read you, Eric. Read you like a book.
You're sure of that?
I knew it was that cheap actress. I knew it because I'm always one step ahead of you, Mr. Two-Timer. You're not dealing with just anyone. You're dealing with a lawyer's daughter. And that one-cylinder brain of yours was never a match for mine. Never will be. Well, what now?
I want a divorce.
Oh, never. You think I'd give her the satisfaction?
I want a divorce, Hannah.
Oh, Eric, how could you say all these things to me? How could you?
You did it to yourself, Hannah. That crazy jealousy of yours.
Oh.
I tell you, I never did know her before. You promoted a triangle that never even existed. So go on, dig your own grave.
Why did you say that? Those words.
What words?
Dig your own grave. The very words that woman hissed at me.
I only meant...
I see it now. Of course. But I'm one step ahead of you, as usual. You're planning to murder me, aren't you?
What? Murder you?
Yes. Murder me. So you'll be free to marry her. Well, don't deny it. I can see it in your eyes.
That was the seed. I'm telling the honest truth. Till then, the thought had positively never entered my mind in the remotest way whatsoever. Harm Hannah? Why, I pitied her. Even still loved her in a way. But somehow...
Yes, kill me. You want to kill me, don't you? You want to kill me. I know.
She planted the seed in my mind. You understand? She planted the seed.
Young and pretty, eh? That's the way you want one when I'm out of the way.
She hammered the thought into my brain.
Always know what's in your mind, don't I? It'd be heaven, wouldn't it? Heaven, wouldn't it, when I'm dead?
Good heavens, stop it, Hannah.
Can't stand to hear your thoughts spoken aloud, can you? You don't fool me, Eric Green. I'm sharp enough to even see how you intend to murder me. I can give you a blueprint.
What?
I congratulate you on planning the perfect murder. I didn't know you had enough brains.
What the heck are you talking about? What blueprint?
Oh, don't pretend I'm on to you. You'll never outsmart me. I can read your mind.
Like a book, sure. Oh, please, Hannah. Me and Betty have decided to give each other up, if you want to know. So why on earth would murder enter my mind?
Who do you think you're kidding, Eric?
If she only knew it. That suspicious mind of hers was digging her own grave. Because now I really began to ponder a murder. If only I could extract that foolproof method from her. If I could be sure Betty still wanted me.
Eric?
Hello, Betty. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
Eric, I thought we weren't going to see each other again.
I know, but Betty, I want you to wait. Give me a little time.
A little time?
Yes. I think Hannah is weakening.
You mean she might give you a divorce?
Yes. So if you still want me...
Oh, Eric. Of course I still want you. But are you sure? Because I may as well tell you, Tommy Birch, well, he asked me again to marry him. Are you certain Hannah will give you a divorce?
Yes, I swear it. Just wait a while longer, a little while longer, Betty, and you'll see. I have a plan to get her to divorce me.
Oh, that was a wonderful dance, Eric. You know, you haven't forgotten a step.
Oh, neither of you, Hannah. You still dance like an angel.
I don't know what's come over you lately. You've changed so, Eric. Taking me out every night, shows, nightclubs.
Why couldn't you ever see you're the girl for me, not anyone else? You and that busy mind of yours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. We went over all that, and I said I'm sorry.
That woman across the street, for instance. Couldn't you see I was just pretending all that business to teach you a lesson?
Oh. I had it coming to me, I told you.
And was that mind of yours traveling? That perfect murder plot, for instance, huh? This silly little goose.
Oh, Eric, don't.
What on earth did you think I was hatching?
Well, you'll die laughing.
Okay, so I will.
Well, you were staring rather intently at my medicine bottle that time we had the flare-up.
Huh?
And anyone with half a mind knows that an overdose of dietol could kill a person without leaving any trace of it in his system.
Yeah? No kidding.
All you'd have to do is to go and get one of my prescriptions sometime, alter it to a stronger dose, replace my bottle with this. I'd never be wiser. And poof, the perfect murder. How's that for a blueprint? Couldn't I have made a good criminal lawyer like my father? Admit it.
Sure, I followed her blueprint the very next day. First, I paid a visit to Dr. Norton, the family physician. I told him Hannah was down with a slight cold and couldn't come. Then I asked for the prescription, just her usual dietol, which he'd given her so often. I altered the prescription ever so slightly. My next stop was the druggist's.
You want this prescription filled, Mr. Green, for your wife, huh? Yeah, from Dr. Norton. Well, I can have it filled for you in about an hour. Call back in an hour, Mr. Green. I see you're back, Mr. Green.
Yes, is my prescription ready?
You mean your wife's prescription, Mr. Green?
Yes.
The dietol refill?
Yes. Is it ready? Well, what's the matter? Is it ready or isn't it?
Are you asking about the prescription you left in this drugstore about an hour ago, Mr. Green?
Why, yes. Why do you ask? What's wrong? Who are you?
Detective Santini. Come with me, please. You're under arrest, Mr. Green.
This is an outrage. I demand to know what I'm being held for.
You did tamper with that prescription, Green, didn't you? Admit it.
You're crazy. I want to see a lawyer. What are you charging me with?
Attempted homicide.
Attempted homicide?
Yeah. You know, Green, when your wife reported her suspicions to us and demanded action, we thought she was crazy.
What?
We took routine action anyhow. She never at any time stopped suspecting about you and that other woman.
Suspecting?
That's right. What a head that woman has. Knowing you were going to kill her, she directed your efforts the better to foil.
No. Oh, no.
And now, Green, what was the name of that mouthpiece you wanted me to call in? Because, brother, you're sure going to need a good one.
And so I submit, Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury, that the prosecution has not, and in the very nature of things could not establish a clear case of homicidal intent. Intent, gentlemen, against the defendant Eric Green. And why? For the simple reason that he had not given the fatal overdose to his wife. Hence, you must agree that even if the defendant had murder in his heart at the outset, which we deny, how could it be proved he would have given that overdose to his wife? Might he not have had a change of heart? Might he not have changed his mind and thrown that deadly liquid into the nearest gutter?
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
No, no, no! You can't let this man go free! He'll kill me! He tried it before, and he'll try again!
Congratulations, Mr. Green. We can't give you the electric treatment yet. But you'd better see that your wife stays healthy. Because from now on, if anything happens to her, brother, you're it.
I was a ruined man from that moment. Acquitted, huh? That made a difference to people, huh? As far as the world was concerned, I was a would-be murderer, something black and evil, to be shunned like a leper. I lost my job. After 9 years with the same firm, I lost my job. And no one else would hire me. And my friends, even the guys that knew me all my life, none of them were in when I phoned. They crossed the street to avoid having to talk to me. But the biggest blow of all was a letter the postman brought me just after the trial.
Dear Eric, I've moved away because of the publicity, and it's no use trying to find me. I always thought you were so gentle and fine. How could you bring yourself to attempt such a vile thing? Tomorrow I'm going to be Mrs. Thomas Birch.
And my wife? She had moved to a hotel and was suing me for divorce. I was a nice guy once, respected. She had ruined me. My whole life was a mess. I decided I must kill her. There was no room in the same world for the both of us. And yet...
You'd better see that your wife stays healthy, Mr. Green. Get it?
If Hannah should die, no matter how clever I planned it, even by remote control, even if I were 1,000 miles away...
Because from now on, brother, if anything happens to her, you're it.
They'd still suspect me. Still, I decided to finish her off, even if I burned for it. Life meant nothing to me anymore, but just once to outfox her. I racked my brains. Is there really such a thing as a perfect murder? Somehow I sensed a road direction. Somewhere in Hannah's suspicious nature lay the perfect crime. Maybe by using her suspicions, Sure, something clicked. By following the twistings of her mind, I'd hit upon a plan.
Hello?
Hannah, this is Eric. Hannah, don't hang up, please.
What do you want?
Hannah, I swear it was all a terrible mistake. Why, I never intended for one moment...
Indeed?
Hannah, If you'd give me half a chance to explain,
Are
I
you
could...
through? If that's all you have to say,
No,
I'd
no,
like...
wait, please. It isn't all. Hannah, I'm going away. I'd like to see you once more before I leave. For old time's sake.
Oh, you would you? For old time's sake, eh?
Yes. I'd like you to come over right now and have breakfast with me before I leave. Just the two of us, alone. One last cup of coffee together, Hannah, to prove no hard feelings.
Just you and me and a cup of coffee, Eric?
Yes,
Just the two of us, huh?
just the two of us.
Well, of course, dear. Why not? I'll come over. You get the coffee ready.
There, one for you, Hannah,
Thank you.
and one for me. And now, I'll let you in on the real reason for our little get-together.
Yes, Eric?
You've ruined my life, Hannah. I don't want to live anymore. I'm about to commit suicide. I want to give you the torture of witnessing it. Hannah, I've poisoned my cup of coffee. Well, let's drink to my exit.
Come in, officer.
What? Detective Santini.
Hello again, Mr. Green.
Officer, I brought you along because I was sure he was going to make another attempt to kill me. I can now prove my husband's guilty intent to kill me, which I couldn't before.
Hannah, what are you saying?
Suppose we let her do the talking.
Notice, please, that he has just served 2 cups of coffee, one for me and one for him. He is, as usual, stupid enough to suppose I don't know what he's up to.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up. Go on, Mrs. Green.
Not knowing, of course, that I would bring a witness along to this little plot of his, he has just told me he has poisoned his cup of coffee, that he intends to commit suicide with it. Very well. We shall see, won't we, Eric? Obviously, he has poisoned my cup, as I shall now demonstrate.
Hannah, what are you doing?
There. I just exchanged cups with him. And now, Eric, dear, let us drink. Come on, dear, don't pale so. Don't tremble. I'm drinking the poisoned coffee, aren't I?
Hannah, don't drink it.
So let's drink to your journey. Bottoms up.
Hannah!
There, you see, Eric. I've...
What the? She's dead. My gosh, she's dead.
I warned her about my cup, but she drank it. You saw.
Yeah, I sure did.
You're a witness to what just happened, officer.
Yeah. Must have been that suspicious mind of hers. Why, she dug her own grave, that woman. Why... Oh, yeah? You're not getting away with this, Green.
What?
I'm arresting you for the murder of your wife.
What are you talking about? It was an unfortunate accident, that's all.
Was it?
I'm innocent.
Are you?
You were a witness.
Now was I?
An eyewitness. That crazy mind of hers dug her own grave, didn't she?
She sure did. And that's just it. I've an idea, Mr. Green, you could have planned it all this way. Every step. Knowing how your wife's mind worked, you could have known what would happen. Exactly from the time you invited her over for coffee. Anyhow, suppose we let the jury decide.
Well, there's the story. You asked me, did I kill my wife, yes or no? You see why I couldn't answer it like that? Yes or no? Who was the killer? Me or that suspicious mind of hers? Suppose you tell me.
And so the curtain falls on Dig Your Own Grave, which was chosen by guest expert Eliezer Lipsky, a former assistant district attorney of New York and author of the memorable Hollywood film Kiss of Death. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a man who exploited human minds, only to find his own giving way as his enemies closed in on him. A story selected for your approval by Patrick Quentin. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Dig Your Own Grave was written by Joseph Rusko. In the cast were Kenneth Lynch, Ann Shepard, Hester Sundergaard, Ron Dawson, and Jimmy Stevens. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley. Music was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist whose books have been published in 17 languages, have sold over 10 million copies, and who is author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Frank Gruber. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Gruber has selected a tense and gripping story by George and Gertrude Fass. And now we present Larry Haynes in It's Luck That Counts.
When you're down on your luck, you can't expect things to break right. You see a dime lying on the street, you go to pick it up and get swiped by an auto. Or you snatch a bag from a rich-looking dame and all you find in it is 6 cents and a lipstick. You know what I mean. So when the bartender in this Pittsville dive told me to scram, I guess I should have listened.
Now, look, Crumb, keep your hooks out to free lunch. Quit bothering the customers. Nobody's going to buy you a drink.
I'm not bothering anybody.
Well, just you standing there bothers me. Just because I'm near the freight yards, every bindle stiff in the county thinks I run a club for hobos or something. If I told you once, I told you a dozen times to shove off if it... Hey, what's going on? What are the cops coming here for?
All right, folks. Stand right where you are.
Hey, what is this?
Keep your shirt on, Delaney. This is a raid. Commissioner's orders. Hey, you there. Come over here.
I didn't do nothing.
All right, search him, Plucker.
What for? What have I done?
Never mind.
What have I...
Hey, you. You in the brown suit. Get over there with the other one. And you there, Red. Go on, get over there. Hey, you. You're a new face. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Matthews, Dan Matthews.
Where do you live?
I'm just passing through.
Get over with the others, Matthews.
But I haven't done anything.
Get!
Here's the next one, Lieutenant. His name is Dan Matthews.
All right, Dan. Now here's your chance to come clean. Why did you kill her?
Kill? I didn't kill anybody. I swear I didn't.
Suppose I told you were seen near the old lady's shack just about the time she was killed.
What old lady?
Sarah Grimes. Name's familiar, isn't it?
No, I never heard of her. I never was near her.
Where'd you hide the money, Danny?
What money?
The $75,000 you stole from the old lady after you killed her.
75 grand?
Yeah.
You'd think if I stole 75 G's, I'd be hanging around Delaney's bar, mooching a drink?
I'm asking the questions, Matthews. Now, where were you Tuesday night between 8 o'clock and midnight?
Well, if that's when it happened, that lets me out, Lieutenant. I was in Delaney's bar all that time. Ask him if you don't believe me. He'll tell you.
Oh. All right, Matthews. If Delaney backs you up, that'll clear you.
And you'll let me go?
Oh, no. No matter what Delaney says, we're holding you for vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
Yeah. You're a big, good-looking guy, Matthews. Why haven't you got a job?
Well,
This city doesn't like bums, Matthews. Especially bums from out of town. We got enough of our own. Hey, Sergeant, take Matthews back to this cell and bring in the next one.
They all gave me the big 00 when I got shoved back into the cell, but I just grinned at them and flopped onto a cot. They still had it coming. All of them were guys like me, all except one. He was about 40, big, and he wore a neat pinstripe suit. I could see he was really sweating under the cool front he was putting up. Presently, he came over to me.
Hey, fella.
Yeah?
What are they looking for? Listen, they question you. What are they trying to find? I don't even know why they arrested me.
You mean they just picked you up and pulled you in without telling you what for?
Yes. I was just opening up my pool parlor when the cops came. Hauled me up without a word. But what for? Why? You know what they want?
Yeah, sure I know. They're looking for a murderer.
Murderer? Who was killed?
Some old crow named Grimes.
Sarah Grimes?
Yeah, you know her?
Of course I know her. She was a friend of my old lady.
Oh, well, she's dead. Head smashed in, blood all over everything. According to the cops, she had $75,000 hidden in that tumble-down shack of hers, maybe more.
75,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what have I to do with this? Why'd they arrest me?
Same reason they arrested me, to ask questions.
Tell me, what questions do they ask?
Well, lots of questions, you know.
Do they do anything else?
What do you mean?
They search you? Examine your clothes?
They didn't, but I decided to give the guy a ride. Yeah, sure. Sure, they go over you from head to foot. Examine your clothes under ultraviolet for blood stains, look into your cuffs, your shoes, socks, everything. Why?
Nothing. Listen, fella.
Danny's the name, Danny Matthews.
Danny, I'm Fred Bruno. You look like a nice guy. A guy I can trust.
Sure, everybody can trust Danny.
I want you to do me a favor.
I'll be glad to, only I'm not getting out of here, so I can't call you lawyer.
No, it's not that. I'm a married man, see?
Yeah, I see.
But sometimes I go to New York on business, you know.
Yeah.
I don't like to carry a lot of baggage with me, so I keep a bag in the city. A suitcase. I got my clothes in it. You know. You know New York?
Do I know New York?
You know that check room in Times Square in the subway?
Yeah, I know.
I got the suitcase checked there. I got the baggage check with me.
Well, that's no crime.
Yeah, but you see, it's like this. If they find that baggage check on me, they'll investigate, won't they?
Yeah, they'll investigate.
That's what I'm afraid of. I've got a girlfriend in the city. My wife finds out about that, there's going to be trouble. So, you see, I don't want them to know. You understand?
Yeah, sure. I know just how you feel.
They're not going to search you again.
No, they're not.
Would you?
Sure, I'll hold it for you. Just give it here.
I'll give you $10 for the favor. That's all I have on me.
Thanks. I'll be glad to do it for you.
You're a good guy, Danny. You give it to me when I come back.
Well, maybe you're not coming back. Maybe they'll let you go.
You needn't worry about that. I'll be around to pick it up.
Okay. Whenever you want it, you can have it back again.
That's fine. Here it is. Take care of it.
Oh, sure. You haven't a thing to worry about. Well, Fred Bruno didn't come back to the cell, so I knew the police didn't have enough on him to hold him. A couple of hours later, I was hauled into night court and was handed a 30-day stretch for vagrancy. I hadn't been in a week when they told me I had a visitor. Fred Bruno. He didn't waste any time getting down to business.
Where is it?
Where's what?
The baggage check.
What baggage check? I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't fool around with me, Matthews.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I warn you, Matthews. I want that check. If I don't get it, you're not going to like what happens to you.
Maybe I better call the screw. You're threatening me. Maybe I'd better tell him you want a baggage check. Suppose they were to find that check, Bruno, and find the suitcase and your girl's picture in it. Your wife isn't going to like that.
All right, Matthews. You're asking for it. And you're going to get it. Right in the neck.
I knew then I had to do some planning. I wasn't letting that check slip through my fingers, not when for the first time in my life my luck was beginning to change. I ain't dumb. I knew it was in that suitcase. It was the 75 G's Bruno got when he knocked off his old lady friend. I knew I had to get that baggage check to a safe place. I got an envelope and a stamp and addressed it to Dan Andrews, care of General Delivery, New York. Then I got friendly with a stew who was in for 10 days on a D&D charge. I gave him $10 to mail a letter for me when he got outside. I knew it was taking a chance, but what else could I do? Well, when my 30 days were up, I walked down the jailhouse steps expecting to find Fred Bruno waiting for me. He wasn't there. But that didn't mean he wasn't having me tailed. I walked down the street and then turned off toward the main highway out of town. As I hiked along, I kept thumbing cars. The fourth one slowed down and stopped.
Would you like a lift?
Oh, you bet. Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. You going far?
New York? You going that far?
Oh, no, I'm not. Sorry. But I can take you about 20 miles on your way.
Well, every little bit helps.
Yes, I guess it does.
She smiled at me. She was a luscious blonde with blue eyes that really set you back on your heels. She looked to be about 25, and there was class written all over her. I sat next to her, smelling that wonderful perfume and cursing my clothes and the luck that made us meet like this. You're not scared? Picking up a guy like me? I'm not dressed so well.
Should I be scared?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I didn't look at your clothes when I stopped for you. I looked at your face.
Looked honest, huh?
Not only that.
Oh. Say, I sure wish you were going to New York. We could have a great time there.
Could we?
Well, you may think because I'm dressed like a tramp, I am a tramp. Broke, but that's where you're wrong. I've got lots of money waiting for me.
Hmm?
I'll have it just as soon as I get to the city. Yes, sir, I've got a steak there waiting for me, a big steak.
That's nice. Somebody die and leave you a fortune?
I might say that. Sure, you might say that.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not going to New York. I'm on my way to my country place. I've got a little place near Gloucester.
Oh? You, staying there all alone?
Most of the time.
Isn't it lonely?
Well, yes, it might be a bit lonely.
Yeah, well, look, I don't have to get to New York today. I could get in tomorrow or the day after.
Are you angling for an invitation?
Well, I just thought if you wanted company.
I don't know. Well, I guess you could come to lunch, maybe, and stay for a swim.
I could. Yeah, that's swell.
Yes, I think it is, too. And since we'll be spending the afternoon together, I guess we better get to know each other's names. I'm Alice.
I'm Danny Matthews.
Glad to know you, Danny.
You're not half as glad as I am, Alice. It took us about an hour to get to that summer place of hers. It was off all by itself in the woods. Right near it was an old quarry filled with sparkling cold water. I helped her lug a carton of groceries from the car into the kitchen, and we stowed them away together and took the covers off the furniture. I could feel it building between us all the time.
It's only 11 o'clock. Would you like to go for a swim now? The quarry's fine for swimming.
Well, sure, only I don't have a suit.
Oh, you can wear my brother's trunks. He's just about your size. I'll show you where you can change. Then I'll meet you in 5 minutes in front of the house.
I was ready in 3, and I waited for her on the porch. She came out in a white swimsuit. And when I saw her, I just about lost my breath. She was the dreamiest dame I ever laid eyes on. She smiled, and I just gulped.
Come along. We go down this path. Do you swim well? It's very, very deep.
Oh, like a fish. Come on, let's get in. Yeah, this water's great.
My goodness, you are a good swimmer.
Oh, I was born near the East River.
Can you dive?
Oh, sure.
Can you touch bottom?
I don't know. How deep is it?
30 feet.
Oh, wait till I get on the sledge. Now, watch me. The water was so clear I could see the bottom coming up at me as I kicked myself down. I grabbed a handful of gravel and started up. Here's a present for you.
Thanks. I can't do that. I've tried, but I never can get all the way down.
Ah, it's easy.
Come on, stand here on this rock and catch your breath. Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
You're wonderful.
You're nice, too.
She turned to face me. I let my arms float around her and closed them. And as she floated up close to me, her lips were soft and cool. And then suddenly the coolness was gone and she was warm and close. She looked at me for a long moment with those beautiful eyes, and then she slipped away and swam to the other end of the quarry. I swam after her. We climbed onto the rocks, and she sat down and pulled off a bathing cap. Alice, I...
Oh, Danny.
Alice, I know it's crazy just meeting you a couple of hours ago, but I'm nuts about you.
You're very nice, Danny. You're so very nice.
Now, listen, come to New York with me. I got a pile of dough there just waiting for me to pick it up. I know I'm talking like I'm out of my head, me without a cent in my pocket, dressed in rags, and... Well, it's true. But we'll really start living, get married, Alice. You don't know what you do to me.
Don't. We've got to get back to the house now.
Alice.
No, Danny, please, not now.
We went back to the house. I followed her inside into the living room. Somebody was standing there with a rod in his hand. Bruno.
Don't move, Matthews. Don't move or I'll plug you.
Danny? Danny, this is my husband.
Oh, I get it. I get it now.
Did you find it, Fred?
No, it's not in his clothes. I took them apart.
I haven't got it.
Well, maybe he hid it in the bedroom.
No, I looked everywhere. Talk, Matthews. Where is it? Talk or you'll be wishing you were dead.
I haven't a thing to say.
Brave, aren't you? Wait. Before I get through with you, you'll talk. Plenty.
Save it.
Give it to him, Danny. Give it to him and you can go.
Nuts to you, gorgeous.
Never mind the talk. Upstairs, Matthews.
We went upstairs, and Bruno told her to tie me to a chair, and she did a good job, too. I was tied to that chair so tight I could hardly breathe.
You go outside, Alice. Leave him to me.
Yes, Fred. Danny, I'm sorry.
Well, this is your last chance. Are you going to talk? It's just the beginning.
Really did a good job, too. When he was through, I knew I'd been shellacked by an expert, but I didn't talk. I knew I'd be signing my own death warrant by spilling. He wouldn't kill me as long as he thought he could get me to sing. I was alone in the room, still tied to the chair. Downstairs, I could hear the two of them moving around, talking. I had to get my hands free. I pulled and jerked until the blood came. Then I passed out. Must have been hours later when I came to. It was dark and the house was quiet. I tried again to loosen my wrists, and I finally got my right hand free. Free, but almost useless. I rested, flexing my fingers. An hour passed, maybe more. I was picking at the knot that tied my left hand when the door quietly opened. The room was as dark as the inside of a camera, but I knew who it was. I'd know the smell of that perfume anywhere.
Danny, Danny, are you awake?
Yes, I'm awake.
He mustn't hear you whisper.
What for? I've got nothing to say.
Danny, he's going to kill you. I know it.
So what?
I don't want you to die.
You wouldn't kid me, would you?
I'm going to untie you and let you go.
Thanks.
I mean it. I do mean it. Just tell me where it is, that baggage check. Please, Danny. Your keeping it won't do you any good, believe me.
Maybe not.
Now, Danny, listen to me. Freddie killed that old woman, and he'll kill you, too. I don't want him to.
No?
No. Let him have the baggage check, Danny, and then we'll go away, you and I. I hate him. I hate him. He's a beast.
You're not getting anywhere, baby.
Oh, Danny. You think I want to get the money, don't you? You think I'm lying just to get the money. Well, I'll tell you something, Danny. There isn't any money in that suitcase.
Where is it if not in a suitcase?
I have it.
You have it?
Yes, I have. I took it out of the suitcase and put something else in.
All right. All right, you have the money. Why didn't you take a powder with it?
Because I can't get at it, that's why.
You have it, but you can't get at it. That makes sense.
Now, listen. The night that Freddie killed her, he came here with the money. I didn't know he was going to kill her.
You didn't, huh?
No. I didn't know a thing about it until he showed me the money. He put it in the suitcase so he could drive down to New York and check it. Well, while he changed his clothes, I took the money out and put something else in.
Yeah? What'd you do with the dough?
After he left, I put the money in a big mason jar and dropped it in the quarry.
The quarry?
Yes. I was sure that I'd be able to dive down and get it up again. Well, I tried, but it was too deep for me. That's why I asked you if you could touch bottom, you see? So please tell Freddie where the check is. He'll go to get it, and while he's gone, we'll get the money and go away.
That's quite a yarn.
But it's true, Danny. Please, it's true.
All the time she talked, I kept working on my left hand, pulling to free it. And finally, it slipped out of the rope.
Oh, Danny, we can go out west. Someplace where he'll never find us. Please. Please, you've got to believe me. Danny, I love you, too. If I didn't, I wouldn't tell you all this. I'd keep the money for myself, wouldn't I?
How do I know you're not playing me for a sucker?
Well, you've got to trust me. Please tell me where the baggage check is.
Cut me free first.
You don't trust me, do you?
Sure, I trust you. But I haven't got it on me, you know that.
Where is it?
In New York, in a safe place.
Fine. I'll tell Freddie and he'll go for it. When he does pick up that suitcase, there'll be a surprise waiting for him. While he's gone, we'll get the mason jar from the bottom of the quarry and we'll be on our way west in the morning.
Does he know you're in here now?
Yes. Yes, I asked him to let me try talking to you. Danny, he thinks that I'm trying to fool you.
But you wouldn't do that, would you, honey?
Oh, Danny, can't I make you understand?
I could feel the numbness leaving fingers on my left hand. Now I had both hands free, and she was within my reach, lying a fool head off to get me to give up the $75,000 to give her and Freddie.
Where is it, Danny?
Come closer, Alice.
All right.
Kiss me. Just to show me you're leveling with me. She came close. Her lips pressed against mine. And then I had one hand on that soft, lying red mouth of hers and the other on her throat. With all my strength, I held on, pulling her down on my knees so her feet wouldn't hit the floor. Suddenly, she was limp, but I didn't let go. Minutes went by. Finally, I took my hand off her mouth. She wasn't breathing anymore. She was dead. Slowly, I let her body down on the floor. Then I untied the knots that held me to the chair. I reached for her, and carefully, with stiff fingers, I took off her jacket. The perfume she'd drenched it with came off in waves. Then I got up, holding the jacket ahead of me like a bullfighter's cape. I walked down the pitch-black hall.
Alice? Shh. Did he tell you?
I stopped. He'd been waiting there all the time. The perfume on that jacket fooled him the way I thought it would. I was just a couple of feet from him. The next time he spoke, I'd jump.
Well, did he talk?
No, Freddie, I didn't. My first wild punch in the dark put him out. After that, he wasn't any more trouble than she was. There was a lot for me to do before daybreak. First, I got rid of both the bodies, tying weights to them and sinking them to the bottom of the quarry. Freddie had a fat wallet. I helped myself to that. Next, I changed into one of his suits that was in the house. I closed the place, locked it, and got into the car as the first streaks of light began to show in the east. By afternoon, I'd be in New York. When I reached New York, I got a shave and a haircut and had some lunch. Then I went down to the main post office. The letter was there. And in 10 minutes, I was at the Times Square subway station with the baggage check in my hand. Here you are. One suitcase.
Yes, sir. B-131.
What are you waiting for?
B-131. This was checked over 30 days ago.
Oh, what of it? I'll pay the charges.
We don't keep baggage up here. After 30 days, your suitcase is down in storage room B. This way, please.
Yeah, sure. Just lead the way. We took the stairs down to one of the cellars, walked along some dark halls, and then stopped in front of a locked door.
It's in one of the bins down this way. Here we are. B-131. This it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, take it.
Right. Oh, here, bud. This is for your trouble.
No thanks.
Come on, buy yourself a drink.
No, I don't want it.
All right, suit yourself. Let's go. As we walked back to the door, I wondered why the guy should refuse a tip. When we got to the door, I found out. He opened it, and I walked out right into the arms of a big guy in a brown suit. He grabbed my wrists, and before I knew what was happening, he had a pair of bracelets.
All right, Matthews, you're under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
For the murder of Sarah Grimes in Pittsville, Massachusetts.
I didn't kill that old lady.
Save it, brother. You can do all your talking down at headquarters.
For all the talking I did down at headquarters, there were a lot of things I couldn't explain away. Like, for instance, the bank books belonging to Sarah Grimes they found in the suitcase. My having the baggage check for the suitcase. One thing the cops didn't know, and that was what happened to the $75,000 which should have been in the suitcase and wasn't. Yeah, there wasn't a dime in that suitcase. The cops told me that 2 days after old lady Grimes was knocked off, they got an anonymous letter telling them to look into the suitcase checked in Times Square under number B-131. The note said the man who'd called for that suitcase was the murderer of Sarah Grimes. So, now they're hanging me in half an hour. Yeah, I'm getting the surprise that was meant for Fred Bruno. And when I think it all over, two things stand out. Down in that quarry, there's a mason jar with $75,000 in it. And down there, too, is a gorgeous blue-eyed dame with a rock tied around her neck. See what I mean by the brakes going against you? I could have had them both. Yep. I could have had them both.
And so the curtain falls on It's Luck That Counts, which was chosen by guest expert Frank Gruber, whose latest mystery thriller is The Leather Duke. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you the story of four people trapped in a bus in a driving blizzard and faced with the realization that one of them is a murderer. Selected for your approval by Helen Riley. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
It's Luck That Counts was written by George and Gertrude Fass. In the cast were Larry Haynes, Miss Leslie Wood, Santos Ortega, Bill Smith, and Ed Latimer. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist, whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Miss Helen Riley. From her vast knowledge of the field of mystery, Miss Riley has selected a fast-moving taut drama by Maurice Zimm. And now we present William Zuckert in Return Trip. Our scene, a small, plainly furnished hospital room, late at night. The patient, a man in his late 30s, is flat on his back, staring up with pain-filled eyes at the ceiling. He raises his head slowly as the door to his room is opened.
Nurse?
Yes, there's someone to see you.
Yeah?
This is Superintendent Andrews of the State Institution.
Oh. What have you got there?
I've set up a recording machine out in the hall. Careful with the wire, nurse, when you close the door.
The doctor said not to keep him.
Yes, I'll make it as brief as possible. You may go now, nurse.
Very well.
Do you, mind if I hook this microphone at the head of the bed?
Suit yourself, fella.
Well, it was a choice between a recording machine and a stenographer, and I figured that in your condition,
Well, who said I was beefing? Go on, ask your questions.
I have only one question. What happened?
You mean I can tell this in my own way? That's great. Had an uncle once, you know, that was a writer. He wouldn't have gone near this kind of a story, though, with a 10-foot pen. No, he went in for happy endings. Uncle Mort wouldn't even have liked the beginning of this story. It was kind of dreary-like up there at the asylum that afternoon. There'd been quite a snowfall the week before, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a dirty gray, like a corpse that's been waiting too long for the undertaker. Well, around 4 o'clock, it got so dark the lights had to be turned on in the institution. Then the wind started moaning like a lonely banshee. Fine day for a murder, as the fella said. Well, there were 3 passengers sitting in the bus when I went outside for the return trip. 2 men and a woman. Maybe I ought to call her a girl, because she wasn't much more than that. Anyway, these 3 passengers all had return tickets, and I went down the aisle collecting them.
Driver, how soon do we start?
Right away, miss.
We're 2 minutes late already. These little jerkwater bus lines never keep to their schedules. Now we'll never get out of these mountains before that blizzard lets loose.
Can I have your ticket, please, mister?
You really think there'll be a storm?
Can't fail. Lady, when they have snow up in these godforsaken mountains. Well, this morning on the bus coming up, a man was telling me about the time...
The windbag was sitting right across the aisle from the girls, second row from the front. Halfway back in the bus sat the third passenger, all huddled up in his overcoat. He didn't open his trap. Well, that was the picture as we swung out onto the highway for the return trip. And this guy in back of me seemed to be itchy to start a conversation with somebody as soon as we got rolling.
Might as well get acquainted, miss. 50 miles before we get to civilization. John Willard's the name. I said...
Oh, beg your pardon. Were you speaking to me?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I was thinking of...
Oh, sure. Sure, these visits to the institution, always depressing, aren't they?
This is my first time.
Oh? Some friend?
My husband.
Oh. That's too bad. I hope... What's that?
Some kind of siren.
Yeah, that's the asylum alarm, all right.
That means he...
One of the inmates must be playing hide and seek with the keepers. That happens every once in a while.
Gosh, what if it's my brother?
Oh? Is he the busting out kind?
Oh, it sort of upsets him to see one of the family, but then we don't come to see him, it upsets him even more.
I see what you mean.
Do they always catch them?
Well, they tell me the place has never lost a customer yet.
A moment ago, I was praying that it wasn't Jim. But now I don't know, even if they had to. Well, it would be better than seeing him as he was today. Anything would be better than seeing him...
Hey, that's a police siren.
Sounds like they're almost on top of us. Yeah, there they are.
Look out, they're going to pass us.
Pass nothing. They're flagging me down. All right, now just keep your seats, everybody.
Guards.
With rifles.
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah, we heard the asylum alarm and...
Seen anyone along the road?
No, not even a jackrabbit.
Officer, who is it you...
Gregg, Steve Gregg.
Oh.
That's a relief.
Holly, take yourself a walk down the aisle. Keep your rifle ready when you look behind those back seats.
Are you kidding?
Hey, when was this coming out party?
I don't know. Maybe as much as a couple of hours ago.
Oh?
Does this Gregg have a gun?
I can't guarantee he hasn't. But it was a file that sprung him. A tiny steel file. Must have been working away at the bar since the day he was committed, a month ago.
His stay was short.
Nobody back here.
Now check the gents for identification. I know how it is, driver. Can't take chances.
Well, of course not. Here's mine.
Okay. I didn't really mean that...
Your name, Frank Keniston?
You can read, can't you?
Friendly cuss, ain't you?
You know, that's the first peep that passenger has let out. I was beginning to think he was a deaf mute.
Yeah. Well, here, driver, you can have this stuff back.
Oh, thanks.
What about you, mister?
It's okay, Hawley. His name's John Willard. I checked his identification.
Okie doke. Come on, Denton, let's cram. We gotta find Gregg before he finds anybody.
Yeah. Driver, you can turn around and go back.
Go back?
Go back why?
Look, this Gregg is a killer. A ruthless, senseless killer. What I mean is, when the mood strikes him, he strikes.
Well, what's that got to do with us turning back?
Didn't I tell you this guy kills even without reason? Now he's got plenty of reason. He's got to get out of these mountains, but quick. If he's down the road, there are a lot of ways he could stop a bus. I say turn back.
But that blizzard's liable to break any minute. We could be snowbound up here for days. If I had to spend even one night in that institution, so help me, they'd have to keep me there. Listen, driver.
Now, just a second, Mr. Willard. You're just one passenger. There are three. What about you, miss?
Well, whatever you say.
Mr. Keniston?
I say keep going.
That settles it.
Hurry up, Denton.
No, wait. What does this killer Gregg look like?
Height about 5'10", weight about 165.
Dark hair, brown eyes, 37 years old. Denton, get the lead out of your britches.
But I still think they
We warned them, didn't we? Now, if they meet up with him, it's their funeral.
Yeah. Well, we can take care of ourselves, fellas. Well, after the guards left, I really set that bus to rolling. Out of the mirror up above the driver's seat, I could see that the girl was plenty scared, but she had nerve, I'll say that for her. Willard, the windbag across the aisle from her, gave up trying to draw her into a conversation. And as for the third passenger, Keniston, sitting halfway toward the back, he kept acting like a clam afraid of losing its oyster. Might as well have had lockjaw, if you get what I mean. Well, we hadn't gone more than another mile or two before the wind started to rise. Kept it up until you'd have thought all the devils in hell were trying to break loose. Got black as the inside of a tomb until the snow started to fall. But with that wind whipping it around, it didn't exactly fall. It was a real howling blizzard.
This is getting on my nerves. What have we got here anyway? A collection of zombies? Somebody say something.
Well, I was just going to say...
You were going to say the weather is rotten.
Yeah, and she can say that again.
No, that isn't what I was going to say.
No? Hurrah! That'll give us 2 topics of conversation. We'll save the weather for later. Well, go ahead, lady. I can't think of a better antidote for the screaming Mimis right now than your voice.
It occurred to me why the guards asked for identification.
Yeah?
The description of Killer Greg. 5'10", 165 pounds. Dark hair, brown eyes, 37 years old.
So what?
It's a remarkable thing. That description would fit you, Mr. Willard.
Oh?
And Mr. Keniston.
What's that? Me?
And, for that matter, the driver.
Say, now look. Hey, come to think of it, all 3 of us could fit that description.
So could a million other men. Forget it. Forget it.
Hey, Keniston, what's eating you anyway? First you sit back there like a mummy, then when you finally do one...
I don't happen to feel like talking.
Yeah? Well, personally, the more I think of what she said, the more remarkable it becomes.
Yeah. She's got something there.
Only remarkable isn't the word.
Mr. Willard, what are you thinking?
This man, Greg, may be insane, but he's not dumb. Oh, no. Put yourself in his place. He knows he hasn't got a ghost of a chance making his getaway in that hospital clothing, see? So he borrows the wardrobe and identification of some stranger. You follow me?
We're way ahead of you, Willard.
It wouldn't be difficult for a killer.
Say not. But that still isn't the end of his problem, see? He's fighting against time. He's got to get out of these godforsaken mountains down to civilization before they can throw a noose around the whole area. And he knows that if he's brought back alive, he'll be wearing a straitjacket until he's as old as Methuselah.
Well, you've got quite an imagination, Willard.
Thanks. Now, the odds that Greg will be able to get himself transportation are mighty slim, except for this bus line. So let's suppose...
Yeah, you got a great imagination, all right. You got it all figured out. It's a bit too pat, if you ask me. Remember, please, you're the one who was so dead set against turning back.
Really, Keniston? Well, I'll leave it to the lady here and the driver. Do I look insane? Well?
Search me.
There were times, long periods of time when Jim didn't either. It's my husband, I mean. That was the terrible part of it. He would be just like the old days, and we'd be so happy together, and then all of a sudden, without warning,
It's Keniston's been acting crazy, not me. I'll bet it wouldn't take a half a dozen psychiatrists to prove that he...
Hey, an avalanche! It's coming down on us! Hold on!
After the avalanche struck, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, sort of stunned. And there wasn't a sound except for the wind. And it was muffled by the snow barrier that packed us in. Even on the far side, the bus was buried up to the middle of the windows. Well, all this was only a matter of seconds, I suppose. And then suddenly the quiet was broken by the most gosh-awful racket. It was as if somebody had up and given the signal for my passengers to go completely crazy.
Get me out of here.
Now, take it easy, will you?
Get me out of here.
Look out, Willard's got an axe.
The axe, take it away from me.
Let go of it, Willard. Let go of that axe. Well, that did it.
He's the one. He's the one.
Lucky I saw him grab the fire axe from up on the rack. It's what the district attorney likes to call a lethal weapon.
And then some. Step back, he's coming too.
Yeah, tie him up.
Here, you'll find a rope in the dashboard compartment. Get it for me, huh?
Driver, I'll report you for this.
You will, huh?
I was going to smash a window so we could get out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Sure. What'd you think? Oh, so that's it.
Here's a rope, driver.
See here, you can't do that. You can't tie me up, you fools. I'm not Killer Greg.
Maybe he isn't.
Maybe. But like the guard says, we can't take chances. Now, if you're innocent, mister, you can prove it to the authorities.
If we ever live that long. Have you forgotten that we're trapped here by an avalanche and a blizzard that could go on and on and on?
Just the same.
Stop. This is ridiculous.
What do you mean, miss?
Well, it's just that there's no proof that Killer Greg is on this bus.
Well, if you put it that way,
It's all my fault, and I'm very sorry. My only excuse is that I was so upset by seeing Jim, my husband.
I still say that
No. We've got to start acting like rational human beings. You let poor Mr. Willard up from that floor.
Thanks, Lee.
All right. But I'm warning you, Willard, no funny stuff.
Snap out of it, driver. We've got to get out of this mess. Hand me that axe.
Do I look that dumb?
All right, then use it yourself. Smash a window so we can crawl out.
Willard, what makes you think the windows won't open?
Huh?
Then open one.
What for? To let in the blizzard?
But we've got to get out of here.
Not me. Take a bear to make even a city block in that blizzard.
But we can't stay here.
Why not? We're not freezing yet.
Driver's right. Our best chance is to sit pat until the storm lets up.
But what if it doesn't?
If and when the weather clears, we can send out a party for help, huh?
Yeah, or maybe a road clearing crew will come to our rescue.
Yes. I suppose that's the sane thing to do. Wait here.
Well, how about you, Willard? You also decided to do the sane thing?
I don't like that crack, Keniston. One more like it.
Now, look, we're not starting that again. It's going to be a long night. We might just as well make ourselves comfortable and try to get some sleep.
Sleep?
Cut it out. Miss, you take the back seat. That's the only one that runs the full width of the bus. You can use your lap robe for a quilt, huh?
All right, driver. I want to apologize again to everyone for the way I behaved. Casting suspicion.
Forget it. Need any help?
No, thanks. I don't know what came over me, starting that idiotic talk. Please What?
What's the matter?
Why are you staring at the floor?
Well, say something.
Look.
A file.
Tiny steel file.
One that...
After the avalanche hit, there was a mad scramble. One of you lost it then. One of you is Greg. Killer Greg! Let me out of there! Let me out of there!
Well, we just let her wear herself out, kicking and banging on the door. Nobody said a word. Willard and Keniston just stared at me and at each other. By and by, the girl stopped her fussing to stand and stare at the three of us in rotation. Would have made your flesh crawl. And outside, the blizzard was getting worse, if possible. Finally, I reached into the watch pocket of my pants and brought out the old timepiece.
What time is it?
Broke the crystal. Still says 4:15.
It's 5:30. It's only an hour and a half since we started out. Only an hour and a half.
5:30 in the afternoon. And at the very best, we're stuck until morning.
16 hours.
Might as well be forever.
Now, look, miss, we just got to make the best of it. I still think you ought to go back to the rear seat.
And sleep?
If you can, yeah.
Willard, the driver, and myself will be keeping a rather close eye on each other in the light of recent developments. You'll be all right, especially if you take that axe away from the driver.
Huh?
Let her have it for her protection.
Sure, let her have it.
Yes. You give it to me.
Okay. You, holding on to the file, too?
Of course she is. The file could also be a lethal weapon.
Well, she took the axe and the file back to the rear seat with her, and we all sat down to wait. Have you ever fought against sleep? With the cold numbing you and the wind lulling you? You know, sometimes even the fear of sudden death can't win against those odds. Time and time again, the girl's eyes would close just for a second. And then they stayed closed longer, and her head nodded and her body slumped over against the corner of the seat. I got up and started down the aisle.
Where you going?
Shh, Keniston, can't you see she's asleep?
Where you going?
Her lap robe slipped to the floor. I was going to pick it up and cover her so she wouldn't freeze. Any objections?
I'll do it.
Oh, no, you won't, Keniston. Go ahead, driver.
There you see, Keniston, Willard thinks I should do it. It makes it 2-1. Help me! Help me with this wildcat! Get that file away from me before she jabs my eyes out! She was like a devil on a pinwheel. I was lucky to tear loose before she did any more than nick me about the face. Afterwards, when Willard told her what I was up to, she apologized, but I didn't go near her again all the rest of that night. Well, about 5 o'clock, the blizzard stopped, and at 7, the sun managed to break through. We held a council of war.
We can't send out for help.
Why not?
Don't you see, Mr. Willard? If we split up the men, whichever of you is Greg would have too good an opportunity. Whether he goes or stays.
Well, you could go. Alone.
I'd never make it.
We could all go together. How about that, driver?
Well, I'd rather stick with the bus, Keniston. But before we decide anything, let's get out and look around. We got a window open on the far side of the bus and crawled through. The girl first. She was still clutching the axe and the file.
Come here and look. Another few yards and we'd have escaped the avalanche entirely. We can shovel our way out. I'm sure we can.
Well, there were 2 shovels in the tool compartment at the tail guard of the bus. That only let 2 men shovel at a time, with the 3rd man getting a breather meanwhile. And it took a lot of shoveling.
What's the matter, driver? Did you hurt your hand?
Nothing much. Feels good just to take off these stiff leather gloves.
Looks to me like you've got some blisters on that right hand. Thumb and first 2 fingers.
Say, Keniston, are you shoveling or talking? We'll never get out of here at this rate.
Well, it's your turn anyway. I'm tired.
Not as tired as Willard looks. I'll relieve him.
No. That's all right. I can keep going yet for a while.
Okay, then, Keniston.
Here.
Let me take a turn. I know I won't be much help, but I can at least try.
No, you're a mounting guard. I'm sure you could do as well as Kenneth. Where is Keniston?
Why...
Keniston was making a mad dash through the snow. Willard dropped his shovel and tore after him. I yelled for Willard to let him go, but I don't think he even heard me. For a while, it looked like Keniston was going to make it, but then he floundered and fell in the snowdrift. And before he could get underway again, Willard nailed him.
You'll stay put for a while.
What did you do? Knock him out?
What else was there to do?
Is he? Oh.
I knew all the time it was Keniston.
You think his running away proves it?
It's the same as if he'd confessed. He knew it was his last and only chance.
What are we going to do with him now?
Tie him up. And we're getting him and the bus out of here. Say, I wonder if there's a reward.
In no time at all, we had the bus clear and headed for civilization. Those snow-covered mountain roads weren't exactly my idea of a speedway, but I gave the motor the gun. Willard and the girl didn't take their eyes off Keniston. I kept watching him, too, out of the mirror over the driver's seat. He looks like he's coming to.
Don't worry, driver. Those knots I made in the rope won't give. Besides, I'm keeping the axe handy just in case.
He's opening his eyes.
Watch him now, watch him.
Yeah, watch me. And listen to me, too.
Shut up, Keniston, or I'll stop this bus and put you out for good.
Not before I've had my say. Willard, you too, lady. Why do you think I tried to make a break for it?
That's easy.
Your killer, Greg.
You fools. You blind, stupid fools. Was it my watch that had its crystal smashed at 4:15 yesterday afternoon?
So it was mine. So what?
At 4:15 yesterday afternoon, Killer Greg waylaid the real driver of this bus and took his place.
What?
Oh, no.
That's how the crystal came to be broken.
Shut up, Keniston. You can't talk your way out of this.
It could be a coincidence.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. A coincidence. Until I noticed the blisters on the thumb and first two fingers of the right hand. A file would make blisters like that. A file held in the right hand of Killer Greg.
Look at him. It's true.
Greg.
Greg! Don't come a step closer, any of you. You make the slightest move, I'll crash the whole lot of us.
Don't do it, Greg. Stop the bus. We won't do anything.
It was a perfect plan. It had to work. Oh, if only that avalanche hadn't come along. Well, I'll still make it. I'll still make it, even if I have to kill us. That turn! Look out for that train! You got all I said on your recording machine, huh, Super? You got it all, huh? Yeah, I'm right back where I started from. The asylum. Anyway, I outlived those three. I outlived those three, didn't I, Super? Killer Greg, that's me. Killer Greg.
And so the curtain falls on Return Trip, which was chosen by guest expert Helen Riley, whose latest thriller is Staircase 4. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a woman who awakened from a nightmare to find reality even more frightening, as selected for your approval by one of America's leading detective writers. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
Return Trip was written by Maurice Zinn. In our cast were William Zuckert, Ann Shepard, Roger DeKoven, Frank Behrens, and Alan Manson. Music in our program is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in this week's story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons living or dead was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Mr. Hugh Pentecost. From the thousands of thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Pentecost has chosen a most unusual and gripping drama by Joseph Ruskell. And now we present Miss Anne Shepard and Mr. Larry Haynes in I Dreamt I Died.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No. No, don't kill me.
Helen, what's the matter? Hey, now wake up for Pete's sake.
No.
Hey, Helen. Now stop that.
No.
It's me, Ernie.
What? Where am I?
In bed, where do you suppose? It's 2 a.m. I wish you'd let me get some sleep.
Oh. Thank heaven, then it must have been a dream. Oh, Ernie, it was so real. I dreamed someone was leaning over me just now with a pillow. It was horrible, trying to smother me to death. And... Ernie.
Yo.
It was you.
What? Me? Oh, that's a beaut. Oh, where's the light? Oh, my aching back. Why, you poor, foolish little... Come here, Butch. I'll kiss you back to life.
No, don't touch me. Keep away.
Say, what is this?
That pillow, there in your hand.
Oh, for crying out loud. Can't I even straighten it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Gee, don't mind me, but that horrible nightmare, it seemed so real. Oh, darling, wasn't that crazy? You, the sweetest, gentlest husband in the world. Oh, Ernie, please don't look so hurt.
Now I can't even look hurt. I just murdered my wife in her sleep, didn't I?
No, you were just about to. I mean...
Oh, now what? Everything's happening tonight. Hello? What? Who? Wrong number. What's more, this is a heck of a time to be ringing. The nerve. What a night. I thought maybe that was the police you phoned in your dream. Now, will you go to sleep now?
Ernie Kraft, I'm sure I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I was just telling you my dream. You asked, didn't you?
Oh, you're a character. You know, I think I'll put you in that book I never wrote. Now what?
That was in my dream, too.
Huh?
That book you never wrote.
Well, you've nagged me about it so much, no wonder.
That look when you bent over me with a pillow, like a madman.
In your dream, sweet, a technicality. Lights out.
No, wait. Ernie, what on earth do you suppose made me have a nightmare?
Well, that's easy, dear. You would insist on eating hamburgers after the show tonight.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
When we got out of the movies. Hamburgers, of course. Ernie, they were part of my dream, too.
Oh.
Hamburger. Ernie, stop punching that pillow, please.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, then. Tell me your dream, all of it. Neither of us will sleep until you do. Now, wait till I light this cigarette, huh? All right, let's have it. The gruesome details.
Well, if I can... Terrifying.
What happened before I smothered you with a pillow?
Well, it's all like a crazy quilt, something about your job. And I was a millstone around your neck. And hamburgers. And you hated me. And September 13th.
September 13th?
Yeah. I can't imagine what it meant.
Well, look. Start at the start, huh? Why did I decide to murder you?
Because of that other woman, your secret love.
What?
Yeah, you promised her you'd kill me tonight when I was asleep.
My secret love?
Yeah. She had you in her spell.
Well, honey, that's kind of bad casting, isn't it? I'm the dishes and dustpan type, remember? In the 5 years we've been married, have I ever looked at another woman?
I know. It was a crazy dream, I told you.
Yeah, all right. Who was my secret love? Did she have a face?
Oh, this is the silliest part of it, Ernie. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was that girl, Betty Daniels.
Betty Daniels? Who's she?
Remember that tall, dark-haired artist I introduced you to at Cape Cod this summer?
Cape Cod?
Yeah, the exhibition.
No. Oh, wait a minute. Trousers and a long cigarette holder, very intense?
Yeah, very intense.
Oh, now, what the devil? What was she doing in your dream? Well, we said hello to her, we walked off, and that was that, casual.
I know. I hardly remember her myself. I can't imagine why I dreamt of her. Oh, that dream, that awful dream, was so crazy. And yet it seemed to be telling me something, warning me. Strange and weird, you know how dreams are. First thing I remember is Provincetown, and us looking at that art exhibition exactly as we did this summer. Only now, the picture was about 10 feet tall and hanging crooked. And then she came along, Betty Daniels, just like then. Black corduroy trousers, a yellow shirt, long cigarette holder, exotic. But this time, oh, so menacing. And she recognized me just as she was about to pass and stopped.
Hello, Helen.
And I introduced you the same way as I did then, only not exactly the same, like in a dream. Silly, you know? Betty Daniels, this is my husband, Ernest. He is very faithful to me.
How do you do?
How do you do? We've never met.
That's a marvelous oil painting, Helen, don't you think? Or do you prefer hamburgers?
Well,
My wife prefers hamburgers, Miss Daniels.
Oh? I didn't know.
Oh, only after a movie, though. Betty and I met on the beach, Ernie. She's a painter.
Really?
Our rowboats got tangled. That's how we met.
Yes. It's all very casual. I hardly remember.
Well.
Ernie and I are going back to New York today. Isn't it a shame? I wish you two wouldn't stare at each other so.
Well, we'd better be running along, Helen. Lots of packing to do.
Ernie has to get back to his silly old job. He's a reporter.
A reporter? Shouldn't he write a book he never wrote?
Well, imagine, that's what he always says. Well, goodbye, and I'm certainly glad you two won't be seeing each other again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, you two.
Goodbye.
The scenes sort of dissolve into each other like a kind of dream movie. And I'm trembling with fright because I have a vague feeling I know how the plot's going to end. The next thing I remember, Ernie, I'm in a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. Everything's zigzag, even the butler. And I'm the maid, Marie, there. And what I'm doing is turning pages for Betty Daniels while she plays the piano for you, Ernie. Isn't it crazy? Neither of you hardly notice me at all, and I keep trying to open my mouth, but it's stuck, and I'm absolutely frozen at what I overhear.
Darling,
Yes, Butch.
love our love nest.
Mm-hmm. Out of this world. Ah, this is heaven.
Ernie, do you ever call your wife Butch?
No, never. Who gave you that idea? I hate the very sight of her.
She's really a little ignoramus.
You're telling me she prefers hamburger.
Ernie, do you think she suspects?
No, of course not. She thinks I'm at a gin rummy game.
Darling, you're blind. She knows.
She knows. How'd she find out?
You may go, Marie. Marie, do you hear me? Why don't you go? Answer me. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, well, there's murder in the air.
How'd she find out, Betty? Tell me.
Darling, do you suppose she doesn't know what happened this summer at Provincetown? After we all said goodbye? You came back to look for your cigarette lighter. She knew you hadn't lost your lighter. That you'd come back to ask me for my New York phone number.
She knew?
Of course. Intuition. And she knows we've been having a secret affair ever since. Oh, Ernie, I can't go on like this. I'm tired of just being a gin rummy excuse. If you love me, you'll do what you promised.
Yes, but I pity her so.
Don't be a fool. Has she ever encouraged your genius? Isn't it her fault you never wrote that book you never wrote?
Yes, that's true. She wouldn't let me give up my job. She's a millstone around my neck.
Then get rid of her, Ernie. Get rid of her, and I'll bring your genius to the world. I've plenty of money. You can give up reporting, write that book, fulfill your destiny.
Fulfill my destiny. Betty, you'll help me.
Yes, but only if you forget September 13th. You'll forget all about it, September 13th. It won't mean a thing to you from now on.
Not a thing, I promise.
And you'll do away with her, the way I told you.
Yes. As you told me.
The pillow?
The pillow. Shh. Don't let her hear.
Just look at her there, standing at the piano. You've been spying on us, Marie, haven't you? Answer. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, don't try to fool us. We know you're not the maid. You're Ernie's wife. So we'll have to kill you now.
Unless she gives me a divorce.
Will you give him a divorce? Answer or we'll finish you right now. Very well. Here's the pillow, Ernie. Right now. I'll hold her arms.
Now, answer, Helen. Don't make me do it. I pity you, but I hate you.
Oh, let her cry. Look at her. Stricken dumb. Her mouth's moving, but she's not saying anything.
What are you trying to say? Helen, please don't make me do it. Will you give me a divorce? Now tell me. Tell me or...
Wait, Ernie, stop. Oh, what fools we are. Do we want her body found here? We'll hang for it.
She's got to die. She's got to.
No, not here. Not like this. Oh, there must be another way. Later tonight, Ernie. After a movie. Hamburgers. She'll get hungry for hamburgers. She's bound to. The waiter will ask her how she wants them. And that will give you the clue. And then, when she's asleep... and they'll find her in her bed. The perfect crime. Don't you see, Ernie? Hamburgers.
Oh, and so this Betty What's-Her-Name and I were going to commit the perfect crime with a hamburger, huh? No, honey, you ought to sell that dream to Abe Burrows just for the laughs, you know?
I know it sounds silly, but it didn't in a dream. It was terrifying and so real, but so real. And then...
Yeah.
You dragged me out into the street, and then into a movie, and then out again. I looked at you, and you were crying. Because you had made up your mind to finish me off when we got home.
Holy smokes. You know, that dream of yours sounds like something out of Alice in Wonderland.
Well, as we went down the street, you kept crying out. You should have let me write that book, Helen. You should have let me.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I kept crying. I love you, Ernie. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
And then what happened?
Then you pulled me along through the streets again. I was terrified. I shrieked as loud as I could. He's going to murder me. He's going to murder me. But no sound came. I saw a policeman and I tried to run to him, but my feet seemed paralyzed. But finally I caught up with him and I cried to him, Officer! Officer!
Yes, what is it, lady?
Please save me. My husband here wants to kill me.
Well, now, wants to kill you, huh? Why, that's a crime. A felony.
Oh, why are you joking? Don't joke about it. Do something, please. I'm frightened to death.
Don't pay any attention to her, officer. She's dreaming.
No, I am not. Don't believe him. He wants to wait till I go to sleep tonight. And then, as soon as I fall asleep...
Oh, come now, lady. He wouldn't do it to you in your sleep. You're cute. Not in her sleep, now would you, mister?
Of course not, officer. Not in her sleep. As a matter of fact, we're stopping off first for a hamburger. She's hungry.
No, I'm not. I am, but I don't dare. I'm starving, but I don't dare. He's just waiting for me to order one to see what I say. And then he'll take me home and kill me.
Oh, lady, stop. You're breaking my heart.
Come along, dear.
No, officer, please protect me. Don't let him take me.
Come along, I say, darling.
And then we were in a little lunchroom in our neighborhood around the corner from our house, sitting on the stools. The counterman came over to us. He winked at you, Ernie, and you winked back at him, and then he said...
Evening, folks. What'll you have? I tell you what, Joe. Make it 2 hamburgers.
Right. Rare, medium, or well?
Medium, Joe. Make mine medium.
Right. And, the little lady?
How will you have yours, Helen? Answer. How do you like yours? Make hers medium, too, Joe.
2 hamburgers, medium. What do you have on them, folks? Relish or onions?
Relish. Make mine with relish, Joe.
Right. And the little lady?
The man's talking to you, Helen. How will you have yours? Answer him, I say. Go on, answer him. This is it. This is the payoff. How will you have yours?
No, I won't tell him. If I do, you'll know. You'll know how to do it, so I won't tell him. I won't. The next thing I dreamt, we're home again, sitting in the parlor. Everything exactly the same, Ernie, just like tonight before we went to bed. But in my dream, I was sitting paralyzed, in a cold sweat, waiting for the word from you that meant my death.
Oh. Well, Butch, I guess we'd better hit the hay, huh? What do you say? What do you say, darling?
No, wait. Ernie, I did tell that counterman how I wanted my hamburgers served, didn't I?
Of course, dear.
What did I say? I can't seem to remember.
I forget, too. Don't read anything into it, dear. Now, come along to bed, huh?
I don't want to go to bed yet. Please don't make me go to bed. I'm scared.
Helen! Come to bed, darling. Like a good little girl, huh?
We went to bed. Then you said,
And now lights out, huh? That's it.
I tried to think of everything I knew to keep awake. I wondered whether I ought to count to 100 or whether counting would put me to sleep. I tried not to count, but I felt myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Asleep, honey?
I heard, but I pretended not to. I fought to keep my eyes open. I knew I would die if I closed them.
Asleep, Butch?
I didn't answer. I couldn't if I wanted to. I was so scared. And then pretty soon I heard you stirring ever so quietly, and in a moment you were leaning over me. Oh, Ernie, I know it was just a dream, but it was so real. And there was hatred in your eyes, and there was a pillow in your hand, and I knew you were going to do it right then.
Oh, gee, that's a beaut. You know, that's really a honey. You know, when you have a nightmare, you sure do it up golden brown and creamy.
Well, wasn't it crazy? Oh, darling, wasn't it mad? But, Ernie, how does a person have a horrible dream like that? What does it mean?
Well, it's a cinch. I'll interpret it for you, and without a dream book.
You will? Good, then tell me.
All right, easiest thing in the world. Darling, where did we go tonight?
To a movie?
Uh-huh. What kind of a movie?
It was a murder mystery. Gee, that's right. You think that was...
Don't interrupt, Butch. Now, who was starring in the movie?
Betty Davis.
Now, repeat that first name.
Betty.
Uh-huh. And the villainess in the dream, my secret love, the girl we met last summer, was also Betty Daniels, huh? Well, that gave you Betty on the brain when you went to sleep tonight. And movies, and murder, and those hamburgers you did stop to eat after the show wrapped up the whole sequence. And no wonder. You know, they're still lying on my stomach, too.
Well, what was the pillow doing in it?
Oh, darling, what were you talking about this evening at supper? That chore you intended to do tomorrow? Huh?
Oh, I've got to stuff the pillows. They're caved in the way the feathers have come out.
Right. That's your pillow you had on your brain. Which brings me back to the hamburger.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I mean, that nonsense of how did I want the hamburgers. What all that mean, for heaven's sake?
Precious, how did you order your hamburgers done tonight, remember?
No, I don't recall.
No. Of course you can't think now. How do you almost always order your hamburgers?
Well, smothered in onion.
Huh?
Oh, Ernie, of course smothered in onion. Smother, pillow, smother with the pillow.
Check.
Oh, for goodness. Oh, my gosh. So that was it. Well, if that doesn't... Ernie, that was wonderful. Really. The way you did that, figured it all. I think you'd make a terrific detective.
So I'm a police reporter. Close enough?
Ernie, dear. It made me think, though, about maybe I have been a little selfish.
So, what do you mean?
Well, that book you always wanted to write. Maybe I ought to let you give up your job and try.
Oh, not nuts. Have us both starve? No thanks. Anyway, in my sane moments, Helen, I've always known the truth. I'm no writer. If I had it in me, it would have come out of me, job or no job.
I could take up nursing again. It was hard.
No, nonsense. I won't have it. I don't say any more about it, and that's final. You're a swell guy, though, Butch, to offer to.
Oh, Ernie, there was one thing more.
Yeah?
What do you suppose that was about September 13th, about your forgetting September 13th? What did that mean, do you know?
Mm-hmm. Don't you?
No, I can't. Well, it does seem familiar enough, but I can't seem... Where are you going?
Get something out of my wallet. Wait a minute. Helen. Helen, what's the date of our anniversary?
It was September 13th, of course. That's tomorrow. Was that...
Right. You've had that on the brain, too. By the way, here. Little present for you, darling.
Tickets, 2 airplane tickets to Havana.
Right again. We're taking an anniversary trip. I wanted to surprise you when you woke up, but... Well, happy anniversary, baby.
Oh, Ernie. Oh, you great, big, precious darling. How can I ever... Then you didn't forget. You always did before, but this time you didn't. Oh, Ernie. I can't stand it. First that dream, and then finding out it did mean the opposite.
Oh, no, Helen, don't now. Come on.
Oh, but it was so sweet of you.
I'm so thrilled Havana, where we had our honeymoon, and you haven't forgotten. Oh, Ernie, I do hope I've been a good wife to you. And if there's anything if you want me to, I can always change.
Darling, I wouldn't want you any different for the world. I want you to stay just the same sweet little girl I married. And now let's get some shut-eye, huh? Lights out?
All right. I'm going to put the tickets right here under the pillow. There. And have a happy dream for a change.
Good night, Butch.
Hey, you haven't kissed me. Good night, dear.
Asleep, darling? Darling, are you asleep? Hello?
This is Betty, Ernie.
Oh, it's you.
Well, is it done? Are we free?
No, not yet. You shouldn't have phoned before. She was awake.
Did you get the plane tickets?
Yes.
It has to be tonight. You promised.
Yes, I know.
What's the matter?
I think she suspects.
Suspects?
Yes, it's incredible, but she had a dream just the way everything's happened.
A dream? What are you talking about?
I'm trying to explain. She was telling me of the dream she had. Everything in it was just the way it happened. And she dreamed what was coming.
Ernie, is she asleep now?
Yes.
Then what are you waiting for? With a pillow?
A pillow. I'll do it now, right now, as soon as I hang up, Betty. Right now. This pillow. Slip out of bed. Easy. There. The pillow. Right now. Oh. Helen, you had it. You had a gun.
There was one part of my dream I left out, Ernie. In the end, I killed you.
And so the curtain falls on I Dreamt I Died, which was chosen by guest expert Hugh Pentecost, whose latest novel is Where the Snow Was Red. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of 3 people caught in a whirlpool of intrigue, with death their 4th companion, as selected for your approval by Miss Helen McCloy. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
I Dreamt I Died was written by Joseph Ruskell. In our cast were Ann Shepard, Larry Haynes, Grace Coppin, and James Stevens. Music on the program is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons, living or dead, was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Expert. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Expert, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer Max Ehrlich. From the thousands of thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Ehrlich has selected an adventure of that fast-moving, humorous young detective couple, Susan and Johnny Duke, written by Andrew Phillips. And now we present Anne Shepard and Larry Haynes in The Unseeing Witness.
The name's Duke. Johnny Duke. You know, it's a funny thing. In the movies and on the radio, private eyes are always big, handsome, two-fisted guys working day and night on sensational cases, collecting heavy fees and beautiful blondes. Me? I'm 5'7", and if I don't land the first punch, I usually end up on the floor. The cases I get? Well, they're not sensational, and they barely pay expenses, and there's never a beautiful blonde involved. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Take that morning last week. I was sitting right here in my office when the door opened, and a dame came in. Yeah, she was a blonde, all right, and beautiful. She stood there for a moment, and we just stared at each other. She crossed to my desk and then slowly and deliberately kissed me. Then she got down to business.
Johnny, it's the first of the month.
Yeah, I know.
We've got $64.23 in the bank.
I know, Duchess.
Johnny, you'll never guess who I bumped into yesterday. The last person in the world I ever expected.
Inspector Ross. Where'd you bump into him, baby? In his office?
What a suspicious nature you have. Johnny, I'm sure he'd give you back your job on the 4th.
No, Susan.
Well, can't blame a girl for trying.
I know things are tough, Duchess, but I'll...
Well, Kay, what are you doing here?
Susan, Johnny, you've got to help me.
Oh, what's wrong, Kate?
They've arrested Bill.
Bill?
What for?
Murder. Oh, Susan, I've been going crazy. Bill didn't come home all night. They called me from the police station a half hour ago, but they wouldn't let me talk to
All
them.
right, oh, wait a minute, Kate. Now, one thing at a time. Who's been murdered?
Duval.
Gracie Duval? The mug who owns the Pelican Club?
That's right.
Well, why do they think Bill did?
I don't know. When he left the house last night, he said he was going to the Pelican Club.
Why?
Well, Duval asked Bill to handle a lawsuit for him last month.
Oh. Didn't he know Duval was a mobster?
Yes, and that's why I wanted him to get out of it.
Oh, didn't he?
But that's why he went there last night. But he didn't come back. Oh, Johnny, what'll I do? What'll I do?
All right. Now get hold of yourself, Kate. It's one thing to bring a murder charge and another to make it stick. Now, you just sit tight. I want to get to the Pelican Club before the cops and Inspector Ross, in particular, mess up the evidence.
No, Johnny, this is one case that's open and shut.
That's what you say about all of them, Inspector.
Yeah, well, this time I can prove it.
Well, look, would you mind letting the Duchess and me look over the room where Duval was killed?
Not at all. Right through this doorway. Mrs. Duke doesn't mind corpses. Doc isn't through his examination yet.
Oh, no. I'm used to them.
Bill Carlson's a friend of mine, Inspector. I can't believe he's a murderer.
You don't have to take my word for it, Johnny. Hey, Kelly, bring Benedict in. Benedict was Duval's manager. He'll tell you.
Did you want to see me, Inspector?
Yes, Benedict. This is Johnny Duke. Tell him what you told me a little while ago.
Well, a fellow Carlson came into the club last night a little before midnight. He had an appointment with Duval. I showed him in here, and I left the club. This morning, when I knocked on the door, it was unlocked by Carlson. Duval was lying on the floor, dead.
Get that, Johnny? Carlson was here all night.
Doc, you finished looking at the body? Yes. Preliminary examination shows that death occurred between 4 and 6 in the morning. It was caused by suffocation.
You mean Duval was strangled, Doctor?
No, there are no bruises on the throat. Apparently he was smothered. An autopsy will give us the answer. I'll have it for you in 24 hours or so, Inspector. I'm a little busy. That's all right, Doc. No rush.
Couldn't someone else have come into the office during the night and smothered Duval?
Nope, that's impossible. Johnny, take a look at the lock on this door. It can't be opened from the hall, right?
Yeah, that's right. What's in the next room?
That was Duval's bedroom. There's one window in here and one in there. Neither of them's been opened. A dust test proves that. Now, you tell me how anyone could have gotten in here last night.
Go on, darling. Tell him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Of course you can't. May I go now, Inspector?
Just a minute, Benedict. These empty champagne bottles in the wine buckets and these 2 glasses, when were they served?
Oh, yes. Just before I left last night, I had one of our men bring them up.
Then you weren't the last man to see Duval last night?
Well, not exactly.
Well, you've got a short memory, fortunately. You get the man who served it.
I assure you, he doesn't know anything about it. Go ahead, do as Mr. Duke says. All right. Just a moment. Johnny, don't you ever get tired asking questions.
Of course not. Why, if Johnny hadn't asked me the way to Times Square, which he knew all the time, we'd never have met.
Here's the man that served the champagne last night.
Well, if it isn't Melvin.
Johnny, Duke. Johnny!
Well, how are you, Melvin? Say, where have you been since I last saw you?
Well, I found myself up against the gun for trying to fit the mitten through a 5 yards of Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
What did he say, dear?
Oh, he says he just served 5 years at the state prison in Trenton.
Oh.
Oh, Melvin, this is my wife, Susan. Duchess, this is Melvin Maloney, better known as Melvin the Muscle.
Hey, she's quite a twist and a twirl.
Oh, Johnny, why don't you ever say things like that to me?
Melvin, I understand you were the one who served this champagne last night.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, what happened?
Nothing. Mr. Benedict hands it to me. I takes and knocks on the door. The valve opens up, grabs the bottle of sparkle, and shuts the door. I hear him lock it.
Uh-huh. What else do you know?
Well, that's all, Johnny, honest. I wouldn't hold out on you.
Well, Johnny, what do you say now?
Well, I'm not going to say anything, Inspector, until I hear Carlson's story. Hello, Bill.
Johnny. Susan, how did you know?
Kay told us.
Where is she? Is she all right?
She was nearly out of her mind when she came to the office this morning.
She must have been, poor kid. They wouldn't let me talk to her. Said they'd call her.
Bill, did you kill Duval?
I never wanted to kill anybody in my life.
Did you kill him, Bill?
I don't know.
All right, I'm here to help you if I can. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, I was working on a lawsuit for Duval.
Yeah, I know about that. What happened when you went to the Pelican last night?
Well, Duval was waiting for me in his office.
Mm-hmm.
I told him I was going to quit. Handed him the papers I'd been working on and gave him my bill.
Then what happened?
Well, he tried to talk me into staying on. While we were arguing, someone knocked on the door and brought in a couple of buckets of champagne. We started to drink, and Duval got mean.
Yeah.
Finally, he took a poke at me. He missed. So I clipped him on the chin and I knocked him out.
Well, what happened next?
I don't remember anymore. I must have gone into the next room and passed out.
And no one came in during the night?
I don't know. I told you I passed out.
Well, when'd you come to?
This morning. Someone knocked on the office door. I got up and unlocked it.
The key was on the inside?
Yes. When I opened the door, Benedict was standing there, and Duval was sprawled on the floor, dead.
Is that all you can tell me, Bill?
That's all I know. How do you think it looks, Johnny?
Well, the trouble is you haven't told me anything that breaks down the case against you. Mountain, we'll find a way. So long, Bill.
So long, Johnny. Thanks.
Goodbye, Bill. Well, darling, what are you going to do? To help him out, I mean.
I don't know, Duchess. The best thing to do is to go home and sleep over it. If Bill didn't do it, then it's the perfect murder.
wake up to find my wife choking.
I was working on a theory. Well, it doesn't work.
Well, I'm grateful for that. Now go to sleep.
I can't sleep. I keep thinking of poor Kay and Bill. I'm glad I asked her to stay with us.
Yeah, so am I. Now, Duchess, it's after 2.
I can remember when you used to do everything under the moon to keep me out until 2 o'clock. Engine trouble, out of gas, flat tires, emotion of the battery. Darling, you never did explain to me what emotion of the battery is.
Oh, there ain't no such animal, baby.
Then you just made it up to keep me out.
Did I know what would come of it? Now go to sleep, please, Duchess.
I can't.
Oh, great.
Who can that be?
All right. Stay where you are, Duchess. I'll get it. All right, take it easy. Can't you see I'm coming?
Johnny, let me in.
Melvin, why are you shaking so? Come on into the living room.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Duke. I'm sorry to crash in.
Is that a new dance you're doing, Melvin?
My knife. You're on the loose.
All right. Now stand still for just a second, Melvin.
Johnny, who was at the door?
Okay, this is Melvin. Melvin, this is Kate
I'm
Carr.
happy to meet you.
Yes, mutual.
All right, now, what happened?
Johnny, I'm as good as up to handle.
What?
Yeah, on the even. 3 messes ride me out to the meadows, giving me the chill all the way. The cross was on me, and they was doing the salt.
Johnny, what's he saying?
I see 3...
Oh, 3 men took Melvin for a ride, but he managed to escape.
Goodness. He has nice friends.
I mean, it's the truth.
Melvin, who's putting the finger on you?
The big payoff.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could the Val put you on the spot when he's dead?
You're guffing it wrong. The vow is the dressing. The payoff is Benedict.
Benedict?
Johnny.
Melvin said the Val was only the front for the Pelican outfit. The real brain is Benedict.
Well, maybe Benedict had something to do with Duval's murder.
Yeah, it's an angle case. Now, why would Benedict want you out of the way, Melvin?
From nothing. I'm getting the toss around. A short con like me don't cut the score with him. I'm cracking a straight line to clock around, so why the planting, I ask?
Darling, translation.
Melvin said he can't understand why Benedict wants him out of the way. He hasn't talked.
Well, even if he did, who could understand him?
Melvin, are you sure you've told Papa everything?
Now, would I slip a fly G like you to Rowdy at a time like this?
Melvin, this morning Benedict forgot all about the champagne in the office. Then he didn't want to tell me who brought it there. Now, why?
I don't know. You can put me to bed with a shovel if I'm holding.
Yeah, I know, Melvin. Well, maybe you're being taken for a ride has a connection with the murder.
John, maybe Melvin knows something, only he doesn't realize it. Of course. And Benedict is scared he might wake up to it, so he sends him for a ride.
Yeah, that might be it. I tell you what, Melvin, you're staying here until you remember what Benedict doesn't want known.
Well, I already told you everything I know, honest.
Melvin, what you need is to be psychoanalyzed.
Huh?
And I'm just the one to do it. Let me question him, Johnny.
Well, nothing else seems to work. What do you say, Melvin?
Anything you say, Johnny. You and the missus is back to back, especially seeing I got the smallpox.
The smallpox?
He means he's in trouble, baby, and it might be catching.
Oh. I hope your insurance policies are in order, dear.
Easy, Melvin. Think hard. It means so much.
I'm practically blowing the fuse.
His face gets red when he thinks, but he doesn't say a thing that's of any value. We've been questioning you for 2 hours now, Melvin, and all we get is the same story. I run the bottle of sparkle to the office, knocked on the door. Duval opens, grabs, shuts, locks. Oh!
Yeah, well, that's what I've been telling you. Johnny, can't you make these twists take that lamp out of my eyes? That's blinding me. You think I was down at headquarters?
We're only trying to make you feel at home.
Yeah, besides, Melvin, I thought you said you were once under police grilling for 36 hours.
I was, only it wasn't like these twists. They was nice to me.
Well, I can be just as nice as the police department. Here, you can have another eclair.
Gee, thanks.
Johnny, come away from the window and help us.
I set a very nice view from here of one of Benedict's men watching our apartment.
Oh, I knew it. I'm being mouthed. Let me see him. Oh.
Who is he, Melvin?
Oh, it's the Ripper. I'm as good as up to hand.
Now, Melvin, you're safe here.
Johnny, you don't have to count on Benedict. He knows more than old Heb's Joe.
Well, Johnny is pretty bright, too. Why, once he got as far as the $4 question.
As the saying goes, I'm living on time borrowed.
No.
Yeah, Miss.
Why don't you make yourself comfortable? Here's a chair.
Oh, thanks. That's just nice. Oh, hey, Johnny, she's putting the lights in the eyes again.
Melvin, you start singing for Kay. I've got to do some shopping for dinner.
Well, get some A-class, will you? Well, like I was saying, I run the bottle of sparkle to the office, knocks on the door, DeVal grabs...
Melvin, are you sure there isn't something you haven't told us?
Well, I got a girl in Jersey City.
Johnny, come over to the window. The men watching the apartment, they're gone.
They are, at that.
You think Benedict has given up trying to get Melvin?
Not Benedict. That bloodhound never gives up.
Oh, that must be Susan. I'll answer.
I wonder why Benedict called his gorillas off.
Oh.
Good evening. Is Mr. Duke in?
Right.
Johnny, it's him. He's come to plant me.
Hello, Benedict. Come on in.
Evening, Mr. Duke. How are you, Melvin?
Well, I'm all right.
Relax, Melvin. I only came up for a little talk.
What do you want?
I thought we might possibly straighten out this little misunderstanding between us. Token of my good faith, I've withdrawn the men who were watching your apartment.
Am I supposed to be grateful?
Come now, Mr. Duke. Isn't the attitude to take when I'm willing to let bygones be bygones? Can't we forget what happened?
You mean that ride you gave Melvin?
I'm sorry about that. Some of my boys are a little overzealous in the performance of their duties. You know I wouldn't hurt you, don't you, Melvin?
You'd give a week's take to see me salted down.
I assure you, Melvin, when I learned what the boys had tried to do to you, I was shocked. I only wanted to make amends.
Yeah, with a shovel.
Why did the boys take Melvin on a ride?
They caught him taking money that didn't belong to him. Of course, what they wanted to do was far too drastic.
I never swilled the pill.
You couldn't want Melvin so badly because he holds the key to Val's murder. Because you know he can send you to the chair.
You're wrong. I have my own personal reasons for wanting him. You gonna give him up?
No.
Duke, some of my boys were anxious to tear this place apart. That's not the way I work. You're going to hand Melvin over peacefully.
You'll have a long wait.
You'll wait just as long before you see your wife.
My wife?
Yeah. Imagine my surprise when I bumped into her this evening. Only a few blocks from here. I persuaded her to become my house guest. For the time being.
Boy, you dirty louse. If you lay a hand...
Take it easy, Johnny. See, if I'm not back at the Pelican Club in half an hour, the boys have their instructions.
You can't get away with it, Benedict.
I don't scare easy, Duke. Give you 24 hours to think it over. When I get Melvin, you get your wife back.
Johnny, what are we going to do? For hours you've been walking the floor, not saying a word.
Melvin, you know Benedict. Where's he likely to hide to?
Well, he's got a hideout in Westchester. Sure, Johnny, that's it.
No. Too obvious.
Yeah, but nobody knows about it, Johnny.
He's probably counting on my visiting there. If I know Benedict, he'd probably try to outsmart me by keeping her right at the Pelican Club.
Yeah, he is full of tricks.
Yeah. Melvin, I want you to draw me a layout of the Pelican. I'm paying a visit there.
Oh, no, listen, Johnny, you got to take me with you. That place is big and full of rippers, and it's got more ins and outs than I could tell you about.
All right, you can come with me.
And I'm going to.
No. Okay, there'll probably be trouble and plenty of it.
Johnny, please, don't make me stay here by myself. I go crazy. Please, Johnny, please.
All right. Come on. You can keep the motor running for a quick getaway. Let's go.
There's the back door, Johnny.
Yeah, I suppose Benedict has the place wired.
Yeah, you figured.
All right, come on. Well, the first trick is to silence the alarm.
You got the proof?
Yeah. You keep a sharp lookout. Probably got a couple of the boys on the outside.
I'm watching, Johnny. I'm watching. You getting it?
Yeah. A little more.
Johnny, here comes one of the boys.
I flatten against the wall. I'll take him. Hey, what are...
sure can powder them, Johnny.
Yeah, sure. I went to Miss Perkins' finishing school. Now tie him up while I finish breaking your arm.
I'll take care of him like he was a pill. He's one of the rippers that took me on the picnic.
Yeah, your arm's okay. Now to get the lock on this door.
Yeah. This mess is wrapped up for the night. It's a tough lock, ain't it? You know, when I draw 5 yards to Sleepy Hollow, I had a bunkie that could open any lock there was. Except, of course, the one on the cell door.
Yeah. Cool. I've got it.
Good.
Oh, where do I put my flashlight on? This is the main kitchen, and that door leads to the hallway, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
Melvin, I wish you'd make your teeth stop chattering.
I'll put them in the pocket.
All right. Come on, we're going into the hallway.
Yeah.
What was that?
I think some. All right, let's see what it was.
Oh, a wine bucket.
Yeah, but I didn't spill nothing. It was empty. Yeah, empty.
That's funny. You know, come to think of it, the ones into Val's office were empty, too.
I don't follow you, Guff.
Melvin, when we were into Val's office with the inspector, I remember distinctly those wine buckets being dry.
So what?
Wasn't there ice in the buckets when you served the champagne?
Sure there was.
What happened to the water?
What water?
Look, Melvin, when ice melts, there's always water. Yeah. Yet the morning the murder was discovered, those 2 buckets were dry.
Oh, it was dry. Well, it was dry ice. Now, don't be funny. No, on the level. Dry ice. Why dry ice? Well, when Benedict gives me the bucket with the champagne in it, he says we ain't got no regular ice.
Oh. Dry ice would just evaporate, leaving no trace behind. Yeah? Now, that would account for the bucket being empty and dry. Melvin, I've got the answer.
Yeah? Well, tell it to me. But slow.
Yeah, later. First, we've got to find the Duchess. Now, come on. There's the door to the hallway. Now, walk lightly.
I'm practically floating.
Now, look, some lights on under that door further down the hall.
That's where the mob hangs out.
Let's have a look.
Oh, they're in there, all right. Rudy, what those past the toughest rippers you ever laid a peep on.
Transfer's open. Now, give me that chair, Melvin, so I can take a look.
Okay. Yeah, all right. We go.
Yeah, you say you're finished. Okay, I'll see you and raise the door button. What do you say to that, Bert?
Don't think you can scare me out, Bugsy. I'll see you.
Full house. Full of tie.
Ha, yourself. Look at him and weep.
First floor. And in space. How do you like that?
You're human, I tell you. Bugsy, dear, you're $5 shy.
Who says?
I said.
Can't you ask polite, right? Here.
That's better. And, Mike, you can return that ace you just slipped into your pocket.
You accusing me of cheating?
Listen, you big gorilla. If you don't return that card, I'll bust you one right in the kisser.
I hate to be intimidated.
I'm going to count these cards, and if I find only 51, Mike, you'll be sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Hey, what do you
6.
know? Here's an ace on the floor.
Now, isn't that strange? And right by your chair, too. It's my deal, and I suggest you boys dig up a little more coin of the realm.
Like the money.
Hey, what goes? It sounds from here like a card game, Johnny.
She's in there, all right. And when I think of the way she made me promise never to play poker.
Hey, listen, Johnny, listen. Them messes are easy with the lead. How are you going to spring it?
Well, I'm going to yell to her to hit the floor, then I'll shoot out the lights. While those gorillas are throwing it around, I'll pull her out.
Johnny, someone's coming this way. If he lets out a peep, it's up the handle for us.
All right. I'm going to meet him.
Is that you, Mike? Oh, why aren't there some lights on? Oh, let go like that. Oh.
Did you get him, Johnny?
Yeah, it's Benedict. He's not cold. Sling him over your shoulder, man. We're going to take him out to the car.
I'll get stuck in it, Johnny. It's too risky alone.
Come on, now. Here's Benedict. Go ahead. Do as I say.
Okay. Look out for them guys when they turn on the heat. Yeah, don't worry, I will.
Well, what do you say?
I'll stay with it, Sid. No danger fluffing me out. I'm playing along.
I wish the boss would show up before she cleans me out.
I'll see you, boys. I'm ready for your sawbuck.
Susan, hit the floor.
Somebody shut out the lights!
Must be Johnny Doak.
I think I got it. Hold on.
I got you, Duchess. Come on.
I don't want to go.
Come on before I ring your neck.
Who's kicking the door? I got him.
Oh, it's me.
I got him by the leg.
All right, wait.
This way, Pierre, not the back.
Johnny, I think they're coming after us.
Okay, that's the car ready for a fast getaway. All right, get the back door. Now, this way.
Come on, Johnny.
Get going, Kate.
All right. Susan, you all right? Yeah. I'm just out of breath. Johnny Melvin said you solved the murder.
Yeah. Look where you're driving,
All right.
Kate. All right. You can take us to headquarters. We're going to exchange Benedict for Bill.
Johnny, how did Benedict kill Duval?
With dry ice, maybe?
Dry ice.
Uh-huh. You see, the champagne buckets Melvin delivered to Duval were full of it. After Bill knocked Duval out and went into the bedroom, the dry ice evaporated into carbon dioxide, see? Duval regained consciousness, but fell asleep on the floor next to the champagne bucket where his body was found. Carbon dioxide is heavier than air, and it made a layer on the floor of suffocating gas. Duval breathed it in and died of suffocation.
Well, if Bill hadn't been in the bedroom, he would have... No wonder Melvin was so valuable. He was the only one who knew that Benedict gave him the dry ice.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. I runs the bottles of sparkle to the office, knocks on the door...
Oh, no, not again.
Duchess, would you mind telling me why you didn't want to leave just now? I practically had to carry you out of that
You
room.
certainly did. Why couldn't you have waited a few more minutes? I was ready to choke you for butting in when you did.
But why?
Oh, Johnny, I had 4 aces in my hand and 2 in my pocket.
Well, we turned Benedict over to Inspector Ross, and he very reluctantly released Bill Carlson. The inspector's a man who hates to be proven wrong. Kay and Bill thanked me, and they did it so nicely I didn't have the heart to ask them for a fee. Fortunately, the Duchess still had clutched in her hand $260 of the money she'd won playing poker. Well, after giving her a lecture on the evils of gambling, I took the money and paid our bill. And that concluded the case of the unseeing witness. The moral? Well, as the Duchess said...
2 extra aces never hurt.
And so the curtain falls on The Duke and the Duchess and the case of the unseeing witness, which was chosen by guest expert Matt Ehrlich. Mr. Ehrlich is author of the newly published novel, The Big Eye. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of 2 men who pitted their wits against each other. One, a professor of psychology. The other, a big-time mobster. As selected for your approval by Brett Halliday. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
The Unseeing Witness was written by Andrew Phillips. In the cast were Larry Haynes, Ann Shepard, Bill Zuckert, Joyce Gordon, Kermit Murdoch, Lawson Zerby, and Roger DeCoven. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. Russ Dunbar speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. The
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dickson Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Craig Rice. In keeping with the spirit of the holiday season, Miss Rice, herself a witty and humorous writer, has selected a hilarious and suspenseful comedy mystery by Joseph Roscoe. And now we present Carl Eastman in The Case of the Missing Mind.
Let me out! You hear me, someone? Open this door and let me out!
You again, Mr. Andrews?
Doc!
Aren't we the troublesome patient?
Oh, Doc, you gotta believe me. It's all a mistake, a terrible mistake. You see, Doc? What's your angle, huh? I tell everybody the truth, the honest truth. So I'm a lunatic? What am I doing in a nut house?
Now, look. Our nice cousins are coming to visit, all the way from Two Forks. So let's be a good boy and watch our excitement curve,
Good boy, huh? Just wait till they show up. I'll tell them the way I got shanghaied here. They'll sue you for $1 million. They'll sue everybody.
Meanwhile, if your hallucinations persist, those fantastic tales, that alleged man you murdered...
But it was all real, I say. You got cotton in your ears?
All that abracadabra, Aladdin and the princess, Ali Baba.
There was no Ali Baba. I never said anything about Ali Baba, just Aladdin and the princess. I can't help it if nobody believes me. It's true, every word.
Now, calm down there, or I'll be forced to put you in a straitjacket again. Now, we wouldn't like that at all, would we? Of course not. Pleasant dreams, Mr. Andrews. And remember, this is not the Arabian Nights.
No, all this can't be happening to me. Not me, Kenny Andrews. Everybody's known me before. I always know the right time. But I tell this story, they look at me queer. So it does sound screwy. So it's my fault? My golly, the thing transpired, I swear it. Listen to me, someone, listen! All right. Only 2 weeks ago, everything's normal, see? Like always, I'm doing the best I can with an angle. Only the best wasn't so hot the last few months. I've been up the creek, the horses with dogs. My one unhocked suit was all ripped and torn by a certain Broadway bookie. That is important. Keep your eye on that suit. I was absolutely from hunger, sitting in the lobby of a cheap hotel in the 40s, when, lo, this strange-looking character walks into my life.
Good morning, friend. Do you ever dream?
Just like that he began, the strange-looking guy with the purple hat.
Do you ever dream, my friend?
I'd noticed this character before, shadowing me for days. On Times Square, I button my shoe. How do you do? There he is. I lose him in Schubert Alley, and he's the man right behind me when I'm putting a slug in the automat. And now here's Mr. Queer sitting beside me. Do I ever dream, he wants to know.
What is it you dream when you dream, my friend? I'm interested in wish fulfillment.
Say, listen, pal, are you for real? What's the idea of telling me anyway? Go take a long drop.
I'd like a word with you. You see, Mr. Andrews...
How'd you know my name?
I am a mystic, sir. I know all.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you know where I was born.
Two Forks. And now about your dreams, sir.
Say, who are you anyway?
Oh, call me Aladdin.
Huh? Caught you kidding. Aladdin?
Yes. Would you like to try my magic lamp?
The guy is strictly from a nightmare, I figure. But let him talk. Look who's selling who to Brooklyn Bridge.
Answer, friend. You begin to rub my lamp the wrong way.
Now look at Mr. Aladdin. Suppose you scram before...
Freeze, fellow. Put up your hands. Reach for the moon.
Suddenly, the crazy little guy had me covered. With a little green gun.
Reach!
Hey, what is this? This thing up?
You fool! To throw away good fortune when it seeks you out. For the last time, sir, what is it you dream when you dream? The theme that keeps returning. Your heart's desire.
Like a nightmare. Watch your step, Kenny, I says to myself. You're dealing strictly with a query. Humor him or you're a dead pigeon. Oh, okay, sure, bud, I get you now. I always dreamed that somebody suddenly handed me 50 grand and a beautiful princess.
Ashkenazi!
My gosh, I hardly get it out of my mouth when it happened. You got to believe me, you got to, I tell you. This weird character in the purple hat, he whips out a huge envelope, he counts out 50 $1,000 bills, he hands them over to me, he shouts,
The princess, my friend, will come later.
And he disappears out of the hotel. On my honor, on my mother's grave. That's the way it all started. I warned you my story would sound like a hophead's fantasy. I don't blame anyone looking at me sideways. I even examined my own head listening to me tell it. Such things don't just happen. A strange character in a purple hat, a green gun, and there it is, 50 grand. First, I don't believe my eyes. A guy like me, sharp, knows what time it is. He's strictly from Missouri. Still, them greenbacks look like the real McCoy. I stumbled over to the bank on the corner and up to a bank teller. I had to find out. Would you kindly mind breaking this bill for me like a good fella?
Well, let's...
The guy stared at the bill. Stared and stared. And then at me, suspicious.
Say...
Goodbye, Kenny Andrews. 10-year stretch.
$1,000 bill? Well,
He's casing it, but good. Easy, Kenny. Keep that heart still. Keep that heart still. Keep that heart still. He'll hear you. Here it comes.
Yes, you know, we don't get these very often at this branch, and... how would you like to have your change, sir?
Clean. It was clean. 50,000 cabbages. A minute ago, I couldn't crash a Nedic stand, and now I'm king. My head spun round and round. I nearly passed out. Next thing I know, I'm spread out on a bed, back in my crummy hotel room. I feel in my shirt. It's still there. I count the bills again. All there. Passports to heaven. Hold on to that green. Hold on. All the money in the world at your feet. First, buy a new suit. Don't answer. Get rid of these rags. It's sweet at the Waldorf. Ignore it. You're not here. Don't talk. It's yours. Guy in a purple hat, he came over to you. So it's magic. So what? I heard of such a thing. I read of such a thing. You're such a wise guy. Maybe I'm dreaming. No, not that. No, please, the one time in my life. Hello?
It is real, my friend.
Oh, Mr. Aladdin?
You are not dreaming.
Oh, wonderful.
You were thinking of buying a new suit.
I am? I mean, yeah, I am.
You are not to do so. This is the only condition. You must always wear that suit. Disobey and the penalty is death. You are being watched. Remember. But everything else on heaven and earth is now yours for the asking. Happy joys, my friend.
You see? This gets screwier and screwier. But Aladdin's my boy, see? No questions asked. Who cares about front when you're healed with 50 G's? Clothes make the tin horn, but when you're a prince, that's how all my troubles began and headed me for this joint. When I can't resist anymore and go and tell the strange events to the boys along Broadway, they give me the quick brusharoo. Was unnatural. Am I dreaming, I says to myself? All right, if I am, I'm going to get rid of the silly sequence. The rags must go. I enter a ritzy dog shop. My good man?
Yes?
I was just torn to shreds on the stock exchange. You know, the Hurly-Burly.
Ah, I see, sir.
Yeah, you know the bulls?
I understand, sir. A new suit.
Yeah, I want to order about a dozen, and I want them out of this world. Something with a little dash supreme.
Yes, sir. Well, now, if you'd like to consider these numbers here.
But just then, my eye caught something looking in at me through the window. It was another eye, and it had a mad stare. And over it was a purple hat. And the pocket was aiming at me against the window. And without seeing it at all, I knew it was a little green gun.
These charming summer worsted, sir?
Look, pal, what are you showing me suits for? Who said suits? I said overcoats.
You said overcoats?
With a fur collar.
A fur collar? In July? Are you mad, sir?
Why not? If I gotta wear a coat to cover my past, it might as well have a fur collar. I always visioned me in one, but only in my wildest dreams. So, next, with a lot of haberdashery and gloves and this and that and a walking cane, I'm ready for anything. I'm out to live, see? Come what may. Even a dog catcher. That night in Manhattan finds me slumming at a private table in a midnight casino. The classiest spot in town. Where before I could never even afford the bar.
Your order, monsieur.
I already had a few quickies all over the stem. By now, I am a god. Champagne, Charlie, and a bottle for every lady in a joint whose escort should claim a purple hat. All eyes were upon me with admiration, including the most gorgeous little number at the very next table.
Beg pardon, monsieur.
It's the waiter smiling at me, very polite.
You forgot to check your code at the door, monsieur. It is a rule of the establishment.
Oh, yeah? We'll see about this. Call the head waiter.
I am the head waiter.
Oh, yeah, huh? Go drop dead.
Gentlemen, please.
It's that luscious brunette with the creamy shoulders sitting alone at the next table.
Pierre, your manners. You disappoint me.
But he's wearing an overcoat.
Silence. Why do you not take this gentleman's order?
But it is a rule of the house.
Rules are for the riffraff. Can you not see he is perhaps an eccentric millionaire? That he is moreover to be my guest.
Oh, so, Princess. In that case, Princess, 1,000 pardons, Your Imperial Highness.
Go ahead, say it. Tweet, tweet. Jenny Andrews got the DTs. All right, don't swallow it then. But will someone please solve it for me?
I am lonesome, young man. Won't you join my table?
So this is the princess I was foretold. We made it a twosome, this royal doll and me. We killed 3 bottles, never taking our eyes off each other. Each was too entranced. Now what are we doing? We're sailing along 57 toward Park Avenue. Her head on my shoulders.
Oh, can you shine?
In a sky blue limousine driven by a little midget. You heard me, a little midget.
Be kind to me, babushka.
She is a Russian, it seems. Princess Julie, from a branch without their heads cut. And she gives off like a rose.
Promise you will be very kind.
Where are we going, Princess?
You silly goose. Don't you remember?
Oh.
We are on our way to my apartment. Sit closer. More vodka, my darling. It is the champagne of the Volga.
Sure, why not?
And what about some delicious joiva?
What's that?
Oh, joiva is the love candy of the Orient. Open your mouth, my little Kenyusha.
Oh, it's wonderful stuff. Oh, this ain't happening. This ain't really happening, is it?
Oh, hush, my life. Go on, tell me more of your philosophy.
Where was I, Princess Baby?
Angles?
Oh, yeah. It's all a matter of angles, see? I'm full of them, Your Highness. In this town, if you're sharp, cut your wits, never give a sucker an even break, one can rise to millions. Now, taking 2 forks.
2 forks? Who is 2 forks?
In Oklahoma, where I was born. Out there, they don't even know what time it is. If I stood out there, Your Worship, I'd commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
I ran away when I was 12.
More vodka, Kenyusha. You tell me about it. I must know all about you.
Naturally. I live with my Uncle Iggy, see? Well, a poor yokel, he spends all his time digging in his backyard. For what? Worms! Can you tie that?
How quaint. Go on.
Yeah, my cousins, Your Excellency. Just as dopey. Joe and Fanny and all the rest. The cows giving milk today? It stifles me, get it? There's no room for a smart guy with an itch in a place like that. You listening?
Yes, drink up, my love.
So I get my first angle. I organize a cousins club, elect myself treasurer, buy me a ticket to New York, and shake the dust forever. That's it, pretty good, huh? Your Grace. Your Grace, the room's turning sideways.
Oh, come closer, my heart. Kiss me again. Kiss me.
It's hot in here.
Then why not take off your overcoat, Kenyusha?
Oh, no. I'm all right now. Say, Princess. Whose cane is that over there by the piano? It's not mine.
No, my sweet. It is my husband's. Some music.
You what?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Kenny. He's out of town. Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him, the beast. He abuses me so.
Oh, he does, huh?
Oh, Babushka, why am I telling you all this? Because always in my lonely life I am looking for someone. In my dreams I have seen him, and he has caressed my cheek. But the days go by and the years, and he does not come. And yet, always I know that someday, and tonight it happened at the midnight club. One glance.
Oh, Your Honor. Do you feel that way, too?
Oh, Kenny, you do love me.
Oh, do I? Oh, Princess, I'm crazy about you, Your Honor. With all my heart and soul, and it's a great privilege I never visioned. I'd do anything for you.
You do anything.
Anything, just to have you.
Would you commit murder for me?
Murder?
Would you commit murder for me, Kenny?
What's that?
Speak low.
This is a speaker.
My husband.
Yeah?
It's his knock.
Your husband? I thought you...
Would you kill for me, Kenyusha?
He's got his key in
Then
the door.
here's my gun. Take it. When he opens the door, shoot.
Yeah, but
do you love me, Kenyusha? Do you want me? Oh, my heart, think only that monster stands in the way.
The door. It's opening. He's coming in. There he is.
What are you waiting for? Shoot.
What do you dream when you dream, my friend?
You killed him.
My golly! It was him! Mr. Aladdin!
Hey, Chief, you know the guy we've been getting complaints about all day with Aladdin's lamp?
That raggedy bum with the fur coat in July? Casey, I want him picked up and put in a cage.
He's right here now, Chief. He wants to see you.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, Wild Eyes.
I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to give myself up.
Casey, don't go away. I don't want to be left here alone with this lunatic. What's up?
He says he just bumped off a guy a half hour ago.
What? Who'd he bump off?
Aladdin.
Aladdin? Ain't that a hot one now?
I don't know what made me do it. I killed him in cold blood. I don't know what come over me. But she's absolutely in a clear, I tell you, and I'm willing to fly alone.
Hold on there. She. Who is she?
The princess whom I was doomed to meet.
The princess?
Why, sure.
Now, don't give me any more of that Arabian Nights. What the devil are you wearing a fur coat in July? I think you're crazy.
I'm beginning to think so, too.
Shut up. Stop shaking. Now, what about that 50 grand fairy tale?
It's gone. After we killed him, we ran out of her apartment. I felt in my shirt, and it was gone.
We killed him. Where's the princess?
She had an appointment with a hairdresser.
What? Sit down. You mean that murderess?
What murderess? I absolve her. I turned her head. For once in my life, I'm going to act like a man. I killed him. But I can't stand it anymore. My conscience been haunting me. It's like a nightmare.
You expect me to swallow that hocus pocus? What do I look like?
Then don't swallow it, but please solve it for me.
Where is the corpus, if any?
Laying dead and to be.
All right, let's go. But if you're dragging me along on a wild goose chase, I'll put you away in a padded cell. Now, come on. Vacant. Bare. No one even lives here. Where do you see a body?
Can't understand. My gosh, officer, I was just here, but now it's empty.
Hey, what are you trying to pull on
Can
me?
I help you, gentlemen? Who are you looking for?
Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Podolsky, the janitress.
Well, who lived here last? You know a Princess Julie?
A princess witch. I'm afraid, mister, you got the wrong building. No one's been living in this apartment for the last 6 months.
What about it, Pierre? You're the head waiter in this nightclub. Do you ever know or wait on such a dame?
Princess Julie.
Yeah.
But no, Monsieur Inspector. She is utterly unknown in this establishment.
That's a lie. You remember darn well just a couple hours ago. My fur coat. She was sitting at the next table and...
Yeah, do you know this eccentric jerk here? Take a good look at him.
Monsieur, I have never before seen him in my whole life.
Let go, officer. Let go my neck. Where you rushing me?
Get back in my car, you. You're headed for the judge. Princess Julie.
No, wait a minute. Wait. I remember something now. She gave me a piece of paper. It's somewhere. A phone number. Here, look. The phone number. Her hairdresser's, where I was to call her. Instead, I gave myself up. Honest, look.
Let's see.
Here. There's a phone in that store. Go ahead, call it. Ask for her. See if I'm crazy.
All right. Kenny, just one more chance I'll give you. But if you're giving me the business again, I'll tear you limb from limb. Come on. Hello, is this a hairdressing parlor?
What's it? What number do you want? Who is this?
Describe her. A ravishing brunette.
Shut up. This is Inspector Ross Police Department. Is this a hairdresser's?
My dear fellow, this is a private sanitarium for the insane.
What?
Dr. Bennett speaking.
Tell him her teeth are like a pearl. Tell him...
Shut up, you. Sorry, Doc. I guess this is just a bum steer. You see, I got a prisoner here told me that a Princess Julie...
What? What's that? What's your prisoner's name?
Kenny Andrews.
Kenny Andrews. That's him. Don't let that man away. Get him right back here. He's an escaped lunatic.
What? Well, I'll be... Now this makes sense. Look, Doc, give me your address, quick. I'm delivering him myself in person, and it'll be a pleasure.
Is the princess there? What do they say, huh?
What do they say? Brother, you're going home.
Let me go! Let me go!
Is this your man, Doc?
Yes, that's him. He escaped from here 2 days ago.
You're a liar! I never seen you before in my life.
Attendant, give me a hand, quick.
Now, let me alone. What are you doing? I'll bust you one. Hey, please, this is a terrific...
Thank you, Inspector. It's lucky for the community you found him.
Yeah, and am I glad to unload this baby. What a ride he took me for. What an imagination.
Yeah, he's definitely a schizophrenic, poor lad. Too bad. Well, of course, we'll just keep him here under observation till he's committed elsewhere.
You notified his relatives?
Yes. They're on the way now from Oklahoma. They haven't seen him since he was a child. I hope they won't ask for his release. That would be tragic.
It'd be bloody murder. Why, he's a menace. I'm sure glad you're taking him out of circulation.
And that's my story. See, the whole truth. I swear it all transpired. Listen to me, someone. You don't believe it, then at least solve it for me. Let me out, you hear me? Open this door and let me out. Just while my cousins get here. That Sorbo's a liar. I tell the honest truth, so I'm a lunatic. I'm Kenny Andrews. I always know the right time. What am I doing in the hospital? Such things shouldn't happen to a dog. Open up, I say. Let me out.
You again, Mr. Andrews. Aren't we the troublesome patients?
You just wait till I get here.
Your cousins are here
That's all,
now.
you just
Let's
wait.
calm down so they won't get frightened. So we can go home with them to Two Forks. Otherwise, we'll spend the rest of our life here. Now, that's the boy. This way, please. Jenny is ready to see you now.
Oh, am I glad you guys came. If you only knew... You!
What is it you dream when you dream, my friend?
Aladdin! You're dead!
No. Cousin Joe. Alive.
Huh? Promise you will be very kind, can you, Shuck?
Princess Julie! Oh, Your Honor.
No, Cousin Fanny. You're crazy.
But my golly, what is this? Am I still seeing things?
Hey, you two been taking me for a sleigh ride?
Oh, no, Cousin Kenny. How could we? Yokels like us take a sharp guy like you?
Not your dopey cousins from Two Forks, Kenny. The cow's giving milk today?
Oh, my golly, what's your angle? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
You will, Kenny. You remember Uncle Iggy?
Huh?
Digging in his backyard? For what, Kenny?
Worms.
Right. Uncle Iggy died 2 weeks ago. You know from what, Kenny?
What?
Heart shock.
Huh?
You know what gave him heart shock, Kenny? He struck oil in his backyard and became a millionaire overnight.
Huh?
You know who he left his $6 million to in his will, Kenny?
Who?
You.
Huh?
But you're not going to enjoy it, Kenny, because you're non-compass menace. Get it? You're crazy.
And that's where we come in, Kenny. You see, his will also reads that when you die or go crazy, the fortune's to be split among your other cousins.
You always did suspect you'd suddenly do one or the other, Kenny.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This has all been a frame-up.
Sure, I get it, everything.
I've been framed. You wanted to make people think I'd gone haywire. So you put up this whole mishmash. How did you know where to trail me?
Easy. For a smart guy with a niche, only one place for him. New York.
And we met up with a certain bookie. The rest was easy.
Oh, I got a headache. I got things pounding in my ears. That gun I plugged you with.
Blanks.
That waiter at the casino.
Cousin Georgie.
The Sawbones.
Cousin Hank.
The midget.
Cousin Lou.
The janitress.
Cousin Bessie.
Oh, this should happen to me. To me, you crooks, you swindlers. You admit it. You stay there and admit it all.
Why not? What have we got to lose now?
Oh, to do such a thing to your own cousin.
You remember the Cousins Club, Kenny?
Well, now you angle your way out of this, baby. Come on, Fanny, he'll weep. Let's go.
Make with the paper dolls, Kenny.
No, listen, you rogues, you can't pull this on me. Never, you'll never get away with it. You'll see. You think you're pretty slick, huh? Wise guys. Make with the paper dolls, huh? No. That'll never keep me here. Not Kenny Andrews. Such a thing shouldn't happen to a dog. What'll I do? Spray me, someone. Listen to me. All you punks tune in on my story, do something. What are you just sitting for? This thing's funny. Help me. Advise me. For crying out loud. Give me an angle.
And so the curtain falls on the case of the missing mind, which was chosen by guest expert Craig Rice. Miss Rice is the author of Having a Wonderful Crime. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a New Year's Eve masquerade party with death as a guest in disguise, selected for your approval by one of the foremost leading mystery writers of the world. Until then, this is your host, John Dickson Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Case of the Missing Mind was written by Joseph Ruskell. In our cast were Carl Eastman, Ann Shepard, Bill Zuckert, Ralph Camargo, and Bert Cullen. Music under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, the noted mystery writer, Brett Halliday. Mr. Halliday is creator of the world-famous detective character Michael Shayne, author of 25 mystery novels, and whose latest work, This Is It, Michael Shayne, has just been published.
Good evening. This is Brett Halliday. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Harold Q. Masur. From his vast knowledge of the field of mystery, Mr. Masur, with tongue in cheek, has chosen a light and fast-moving comedy mystery by that very witty writer, Milton Lewis. And now we present Lawson Zerby and Marilyn Erskine in Two Can Die as Cheaply as One.
The name's Duke, Johnny Duke. You'll find me listed in the classified phone book under Detective Service. If there's anything I hate, it's violence, especially to myself. Of late, so many characters have showered me with blows that Susan, my slightly gorgeous wife, has given up calling me the Eye and refers to me now as the Black Eye. You have only to take that last case of mine to see what I mean. It all began on a beautiful spring day. Susan and I were standing in front of our apartment house waiting for a cab. Now, in New York, there must be at least 5,000 cabs, and this one, out of 5,000, had to come along.
Taxi, mister?
Yeah. Get in, baby. 34th Street and 5th Avenue.
Right.
Oh, Johnny, what a lovely day. I don't see why we ever tolerate winter when we can get days like this.
Yes. And for once, I'm without a case.
That won't last long.
Oh, yes, it will. Darling, I'm seriously thinking of quitting this racket.
And let a crime wave loose in our fair city?
Well, I don't want to see any more corpses. I don't want any more beautiful murderesses throwing themselves at me. I don't want a jitterbug between bullets anymore.
This happens once every year.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get over it.
Not this time, Duchess. Now, look at me. Every week I nearly get killed. Every week I get conked on the head 2 or 3 times like a bell. I'm in a rut.
Hey, do you mind if I take 5th Avenue?
Not at all, driver. But why do you want it?
One sees more chipper chicks on 5th Avenue when one must wait for a red light.
And by all means, take 5th.
I could tell you he was a man after my own heart the minute I lamped you.
Really? Oh, how did you know he was fond of chipper chicks?
Oh, that's easy, madam. I just seen a pin-up tomato that was with him.
Why, thank you. What a lovely cab you have, driver.
Yeah? Hey, you believe in sunlight?
Only in the daytime. Why?
Kind of I want to slide the roof back, like this. Yeah, you can have sunbeams at no extra cost.
Oh, thank you.
You know, sunlight's a very healthful and also ultra.
Also what?
Ultra. You know, ultra this, ultra that, ultra expensive, ultra dumb. Ultra.
Now, what's so ultra about sunlight?
Ultraviolet rays, of course. You don't seem to understand me, so I'll have to give you a lecture 10 or 15 minutes.
We heard about sunlight, Tootsie. Say, is that really your name?
Certainly. Who else would want a name like that? Lots of people think it's very funny.
Why?
How could a guy with a puss like mine be a Tootsie? Hey, get over to the side, Jago!
Mr. Tootsie, we feel that heaven can wait. Won't you please take it easy?
I am. It's them other guys who are always getting in one's way. But don't worry. This cab's falling apart anyway. And if we crash, we'll be killed instantly with no suffering. So sit back and relax.
Johnny, what's the matter?
Hey, what you yelling for? I didn't hit no trucks yet.
Something socked me on the head.
Oh, you got that kind of a wife, too, huh?
Oh, it's something that came through the open roof of the cab. Even when I'm not on a case, I'm not safe.
Was this it, dear?
That must be.
It's an envelope. Johnny, darling, look what's inside.
Oh, what is it?
It's an antique bracelet. Look at those stones. It must be worth scads and scads of money.
Why don't things like that ever fall on my head? Hey, I'll let you split it with me happy. You can give me my half in cash.
Oh, can I?
Certainly. What can I do with half a bracelet?
Give him a check, Johnny.
Oh, nuts. You both know this bracelet must be returned.
Don't be silly, dear. It'll go perfectly with my new dress. Besides, how will you ever find the owner?
There's a name on this envelope. James Maxwell, importer. Oh, the address is one of the office buildings we just passed.
Well, all I can say is that anyone who throws a bracelet like this at a perfectly innocent head doesn't deserve to get it back. And besides, I want it.
Sure, finders keepers, losers weepers.
That's right, Johnny. And didn't you just say you were in a rut?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
If you return it, you'll probably find out it was stolen by some beautiful siren who murdered a half-dozen people to get it.
Yeah, and she'll probably try to murder me to get it back. I'll bet she worked with a cutthroat accomplice I'll have to arrest before I'm killed.
See why you shouldn't give it back? Why, you're dead already.
And they'll probably murder me just because I'm your wife and I know who the killers are.
See, you're both dead already.
And if I return it, I'll spend this beautiful day bleeding in strange apartments, being mauled around, getting kicked in the head, having my teeth knocked out, getting back into the same monotonous routine of mayhem and murder.
That's right, dear. Don't you see why we should keep it?
Yes. Darling, I've made up my mind. Tootsie, turn around.
What are we going to do?
Why, return it, of course.
James Maxwell Importer. That's the office, dear.
Yeah, come in.
Try to make it snappy, darling. Remember, Tootsie's waiting downstairs in his cab.
Seems to be no one here.
Well, try that inner office, darling.
Excuse me, miss. We'd like to see...
Johnny, what's the matter with her?
I don't know. She seems asleep. At her desk.
Oh, don't touch her.
Oh, but Susan, I said... Steady, baby. Look, she's been murdered. 2 slugs in places where they count.
I knew we should have kept that bracelet. Oh, if you'd only listened to
Now,
me.
that open window in back of her faces a street. She or the killer must have thrown it out there and it landed in our cab.
Don't move. Either of you.
Hello?
You both do exactly as I tell you, or you'll get a bullet in your brain.
Do as the man says, dear. You know your brain isn't large enough to hold bullets, darling.
What's the idea?
I'll take that bracelet.
Bracelet? What bracelet?
He must have wandered into the wrong place.
Give me that bracelet.
Humor him, dear. He's obviously a homicidal maniac of the crazy type.
Yeah. What's the racket, pal? How'd you know I had it?
I know why she was killed. I know who killed her. And I know exactly what I'm going to do about it.
He's a smart murderer, Johnny. He knows a lot. Oh, take that gun away from Johnny's head. You'll muss his hair.
I'm going to do more than that, madam. I'm going to kill him. Now.
Oh, Johnny, it's Tootsie.
What Tootsie?
This Tootsie, pal! Oh. Ah! That was a nice ride for an underdeveloped guy.
Thanks. Susan, are you all right?
Yes, dear. His shots went wild. I've got his gun and the bracelet. It's lucky you came in, Tootsie.
Well, I was getting impatient down there. You shouldn't keep me waiting like that. You'll run up a frightful bill. Oh, who's the dead doll?
We don't know yet.
Searching him, huh? Do I get half the take?
Susan, baby, this guy is Mr. James Maxwell. He's coming out of it.
My head.
Get up, Maxwell. Now, explain it simply so my childish mind can grasp it. Why did you murder her? Come in.
I'll open it, dear. Yes, what do you... No, don't. Oh.
I've got a gun, gentlemen. Now, will you please tell a poor innocent girl what this is all about? And play no tricks, or you'll be covered in your own gore.
I told you should have stood in bed with that bracelet.
Who owns the female I hit over the head with the hat rack?
I do. She's my wife.
You'd better pick her up. Someone might step on her.
Oh, Johnny, buy me a new head.
I'll help you up, baby. You'll be all right.
Thank you, Blanche. You came just in time.
You know her?
Oh, yes. Blanche and I are old friends. Just who are you?
I'm Johnny Duke. This is my wife, Susan, and this is Tootsie, our taxi driver. Well, what's the payoff? Are you going to kill us again?
I certainly am, if you're going to hurt Jimmy. Did, you kill that girl?
No, we just wandered in here. What are you doing there, Susan?
Oh, just looking at this hat rack. Is this what you hit me with, Blanche?
Yes. I heard you in here, and I thought you were harming Jimmy. If I hurt you, I'm terribly sorry, dear.
Oh, that's all right. I was just trying to figure out how you used the hat rack. Well, you must have swung it like this.
No, don't! Oh!
I've got the gun back, Johnny.
Oh, my brains are aching.
If I hurt you, I'm terribly sorry, dear.
That was lovely. You'd make a good female blacksmith.
Thank you, Tootsie. Drag her to that chair, Mr. Maxwell. That's right. Now we'll go on where we left off.
Why'd you kill her, Maxwell?
I didn't kill her. I was with Blanche all day. Wasn't I, dear?
That's right. He was at my place.
What were you doing?
We were playing Ring Around a Rosie in my living room, dear.
What's your full name?
Blanche Werby. Why?
Did you ever see this bracelet before?
I can tell you about that bracelet. It belonged to my partner, William Baldwin. It's worth a fortune. At least $80,000.
I told you we should have kept it.
Where is Mr. Baldwin now, Mr. Maxwell?
I don't know. He disappeared 6 months ago and was never seen again. He had that bracelet with him.
Who's that dead girl?
Well, she's Miss Ruth Perkins, my secretary.
Oh. She evidently threw the bracelet out the window. How'd it get here?
I haven't the faintest idea, Mr. Duke. I'm sorry I lost my head before. I thought you killed her when I came in before. I heard you talking about the bracelet. I thought you murdered her to get it. Whoever gave that bracelet to Ruth Perkins knows who my partner is.
This looks like quite a case.
Yes, Duchess. And for once, we're going to let the police solve it. Call them up, darling. We'll probably be tied up with them until evening. There goes our lovely day.
And that should teach you a good lesson. Next time you get hit on the head with an $80,000 bracelet, you keep it. Police headquarters, please.
Come in, Tootsie. Make yourself at home.
Ah, thanks. Sure nice of you to invite me in for cocktails.
Well, that's the least we can do after taking up your time all day. You sit there with Johnny. I'll go in and mix them.
Now, about the murder of that Perkins dame, I got a theory. Only it don't make sense.
Tootsie, let's not start talking about murders. I've decided to seek a gentler profession.
Oh, that's why you won't take the case?
Right. Now, we won't mention it again, will we?
By all means, we certainly shall not even whisper about it. You think James Maxwell killed her?
No, the gun we took away from Maxwell was a different caliber from the one that killed her. I think... Let's talk about baseball. Huh?
Certainly. The Brooklyn Dodgers will win the World Series this year.
What makes you so sure?
I live in Brooklyn. Do you think William Baldwin was bumped off, too? The police said his daughter also disappeared.
Yeah, I think they were both killed. It's funny there should be no identification in that secretary's purse. Oh, nuts. Don't lead me up.
Hey, I believe that was your loving wife in distress.
Yes, in the kitchen. Come on.
All right.
If they try to do anything to Susan, Susan. Hey, Susan, baby.
Is she dead?
No. Someone tried to garrote her. Here, help me get this cord off her neck. Hurry.
All right. There. That does it.
Susan, what happened?
I don't know. Someone must have come through the delivery entrance. Felt the cord around my neck, and that's all I know.
Tootsie, there's a gun in that old sugar bowl. Take and go down that delivery exit.
I got it. So long, Johnny.
Susan, darling, are you okay?
I'm feeling much better now. Johnny, why should anyone want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with that bracelet.
Johnny, darling, you better take this case and solve it before we're all bumped off. I know it may all be just too annoying for a jaded sleuth like you, but it's better to be bored to death than murdered.
You win, baby.
I thought I would. That's why I took these things out of the dead girl's purse. There are two addresses on different sheets of paper. One's the address of one Samson Everest, and the other is the dead girl's home address.
Well, there ain't no sign of any Garrotters out there, Johnny. He must have got away.
Now, listen, Tootsie. We're going to find this murderer, and you're going to help us. I want you and Susan to visit one Samson Everest. I'm going to poke around Ruth Perkins' place. Now, let's get going.
Welcome to the Solid Comfort Funeral Parlors, madam. Samson Everest at your service.
How do you do, Mr. Everest? I'm Mrs. Johnny Duke.
How do you do? You've seen our advertisement for a bargain in funerals, no doubt. We're running a sale, you know. Is it for someone close to you, your husband, perhaps?
No. In fact, we didn't know you were an undertaker at all. Oh, by the way, this is Tootsie.
Hiya, Samson.
How do you do, sir? You remind me of a very dear, dear friend of mine.
Yeah?
Yes. I buried him 5 years ago. Ah, yes. Whom do you wish to put to rest, Mrs. Duke?
Well, no one exactly.
Come now. Surely you can think of someone. A sale like this doesn't come along every day. Dear me, no. Why, two can be buried as cheaply as one.
I just want to ask you a few questions. Do you know someone named Ruth Perkins?
Is she among the living or dead?
The dead.
I've never buried anyone by that name.
She was murdered today. Why would your name and address be in her purse?
Perhaps she knew she was going to be killed and wanted to get in on our bargain. Really, Mrs. Duke, you should take advantage of this. It's truly a cutthroat sale.
Just what do you get for your money?
For only $75, you get a hearse, fresh lilies, 2 limousines, and a plot in an exclusive cemetery.
Yeah? What kind of coffin?
Oh, a beauty. So comfortable to lie upon, you'll never want to wake up.
Excuse me, Tootsie. Mr. Everest, do you know anyone named William Baldwin?
But of course. Dear Mr. Baldwin, one of my best customers.
Did you bury him?
No, but he ordered a tomb from me. I had it built in the Gay Departure Cemetery overlooking the loveliest little pond. It's really a gorgeous place to go when you're dead.
I'm sure it is. But why did Mr. Baldwin have it built?
To rest in when he passed on. Mr. Baldwin was a man of great foresight. In fact, his daughter was here only yesterday.
His daughter? As a customer or a victim?
Oh, she was quite alive, I think. Of course she was. She talked to me. She wanted to know where her father's tomb was.
Why?
She was going out there to inspect it. A very devoted child, I must say. She wanted everything to be just right for the day when her father would move in.
Really? Where is Gay Departure Cemetery?
Just out of town in Westchester.
Come on, Tootsie. That's where we're going.
Just a minute. Mr. Everest, just what else do you get for your $75?
2 pallbearers, an organ music, a granite tombstone, a smooth ride with professional chauffeurs.
Is the hearse got white tires?
My dear man, all our hearses have white tires. That goes without saying. Are you interested?
Yeah, I sure would like one of them, and at that price, too. The only trouble is, I ain't dead.
Well, we all live in hope, my friend. The sale lasts another week. Maybe you'll be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, but I doubt it. I never have any luck. Shall we vamoose, Susan?
That must be the tomb, Tootsie. It's right near the pond.
How picturesque. Susan, don't you think we should have told the caretaker to let us in?
I didn't want to wake him up. Besides, I don't think he'd permit us to come here at this hour. Get out your flashlight.
There. Yep, this is the tomb. Here rests William Baldwin. Shall I ring the bell?
You don't have to. Someone forced open the door.
Huh? You think some of these ghosts is burglars?
If they are, they'll be arrested. Come in. You don't have to take your hat off, Tootsie.
Well, I've never been in no tombs before. Hey, it's very cozy.
Turn your flashlight on that coffin.
Okay. Oh, the coffin's open and it's being slept in.
Yes. There's a college class pin on his vest. Pick it up and see if there's a name on the back.
Yeah. William G. Baldwin, class of 1902. Hey, this is Baldwin.
Yes, and he was murdered. Look at those 2 bullet holes. The killer is very sweet. He not only murders his victim, but puts him in his tomb.
Who ripped the guy's jacket?
I don't know. Yes, I do, of course. I'll bet the bracelet was hidden in that jacket. Oh, come on, Tootsie, we have to get out of here. I want to phone Johnny.
Okay, but shh, not so loud. You're liable to wake him up.
Yes, Inspector Farrell. Yeah, I relieved the flatfoot you had here at the Perkins girl's place. I'm about finished now. How about James Maxwell's alibi? Airtight, huh? Well, what's Blanche Werby's address? Wait a second, Inspector. There's someone in the hall. In trouble. Goodbye, Inspector. I'll call you back.
Help me!
Who shot you?
Oh, I don't know. Someone in the shadows in the hall. Don't leave me. I'm frightened.
I'm just going to put you on the bed and call a doctor.
No, doctor. It won't do any good.
Who are you? Ruth Perkins. But that's impossible. She was killed this afternoon. Now, don't lie.
I'm not lying. I was out of town. Oh, don't go away.
Did you see the evening papers?
Yes. That girl in the office who was killed, she's Helen Baldwin.
William Baldwin's daughter?
Yes. The one who disappeared after her father did. I knew her. I used to work for her father.
Go on. You know who killed her?
I think...
Miss Perkins, dead. Hello? Oh, Susan. Yes. Go on. Baldwin, huh? Okay, baby. I'm going over to Blanche Werby's joint at 889 East Drive. Bring Tootsie along and meet me there. Yes, goodbye.
Won't you have a drink, Steve?
All right, thank you, Blanche. Think I can use one.
Here you are. What makes you think Jimmy and I were lying about being in this apartment when that girl was killed?
I think Jimmy killed her.
But I told you.
I know. You were playing Ring Around a Rosie.
Right here in my living room. Shall I show you how it's done?
Oh, I've played it in my time.
Not the way I play it. You be the Rosie. I'll make the ring around you with my arms. Like this.
This is a new way of playing it.
Uh-huh. And it's some fun. You look startled.
Naturally. I've never been a Rosie before.
You didn't touch your drink, Steve.
Blanche, would you like a new and thrilling experience?
Uh-huh. That's my hobby. What is it?
Being murdered.
Oh? By you?
By James Maxwell. You're next on his list. He's trying to kill everyone who can prove him guilty. My wife, the Perkins girl, Helen Baldwin. Next, you.
Oh, you've got a morbid imagination. What you need is more ring around a Rosie. Oh, dear. Have your drink while I answer it.
Hello, Blanche.
Oh, Jimmy. Come in. Look who's here.
Johnny Duke. Well, I'm glad to see you.
Hello, Maxwell. You're lucky Inspector Farrell let you go free.
Well, he knew he couldn't keep me. No evidence, you know.
Yes, that drink was plenty strong. I feel awfully funny.
What's the matter with him?
Gave him a knockout drop. He's getting very wise, Jimmy. You know what he told me? He said you tried to kill me.
The little fool.
I told him he was out of his mind.
What are you laughing about?
Well, it's so funny.
Not for you. As it turns out, he's 100% right.
Jimmy, put that gun down.
No, Blanche. It was very nice of you to lie and alibi me. But now I can't trust you. So you're going to die.
No.
Now.
Oh, I'm being killed.
Take it easy, Blanche. I shot him in the shoulder. He'll be okay. He didn't even have a chance to fire his gun.
Oh, you weren't out.
No. Mm-mm. I dropped my drink under the pillow of your sofa. I hope it doesn't stain.
Johnny, darling, we came as fast as we could.
Come in, baby. Hiya, Tootsie.
Okay.
You came just in time to hear Blanche give us a complete confession. How about it, Blanche?
Okay. He phoned me this afternoon and begged me to alibi him. I did. I loved him. Then I went to the office. The rest, you know.
Johnny, darling, how'd you do it? How'd you make her confess?
It was easy, baby. All I had to do was play a little game called Ring Around the Rosie, dear. Ah, there's no place like home. And so peaceful.
Johnny, you still haven't explained.
Well, it adds up to this, baby. Maxwell killed Baldwin to get that bracelet.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't know that Baldwin had it sewed into his suit.
And Helen Baldwin, suspecting what happened, disappeared in order to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
She found out that her father's body was in the tomb.
Right. Now, she must have known where the bracelet was, too. She came back with it, accused Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled a gun. She threw the bracelet out the window.
Where it conked you. But why did Maxwell lie and tell us that the dead girl in his office was his secretary, Ruth Perkins?
To protect himself and stall for time. If we knew who she was, our suspicion of Maxwell would be strengthened. He wanted to carry out the bluff by killing Ruth Perkins. They made a mess of that job, though.
Yeah, but what good would that bluff have done him?
Well, at the time Baldwin disappeared, his daughter told the police that there was some bad feeling between her father and Maxwell. Maxwell wouldn't have had a chance if the police knew the dead girl was Helen Baldwin. And that's why he removed her identification papers and things before we stumbled on the body.
Johnny, darling, do you still feel you're fed up being a detective?
Murder, mayhem, and monkey shines. The same old thing. I'm bored.
Come here. Still bored. Still feel you're in a rut.
Mm-hmm. But, who says I want to get out of it? Come here, baby.
And so the curtain falls on Two Can Die as Cheaply as One, which was chosen by guest expert Harold Q. Masseur. Mr. Masseur is author of the recently published mystery novel, Suddenly a Corpse. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a drama of a young newspaper reporter who covers the biggest story of his career, only to find murder dogging his footsteps. As selected for your approval by one of the world's foremost detective story writers. Until then, this is your host, Brett Halliday, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Two Can Die as Cheaply as One was written by Milton Lewis. In our cast were Lawson Zerbe, Marilyn Erskine, George Matthews, Gene Ellen, Ralph Bell, John Gibson, and Bob Donnelly. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. We welcome all comments on this program, Murder by Experts. All letters should be addressed to Murder by Experts, care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18, New York. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, the noted mystery writer, Brett Halliday. Mr. Halliday is creator of the world-famous detective character Michael Shayne, author of 25 mystery novels, and whose latest work, This Is It, Michael Shayne, has just been published.
Good evening. This is Brett Halliday. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Ursula Curtis. From the thousands of thrillers she has read and heard, Miss Curtis has selected a fast-moving, intriguing story of a man seeking to use the elements to cover murder, as written by that master of suspense, Harold Swanton. And now we present Lawson Zerbe in Conspiracy.
So I'm a murderer. So people look at my picture in the papers and point at it and shudder. I wonder how many of them are entitled to do that. I wonder how many of them are murderers, too, in their minds, with only the law between their hands and the throat of someone they hate. You take a city, see? A city full of people, the pious and the profane, the innocent and guilty, with their loves and hates, their pride and avarice and jealousy. And in that city, a pronouncement is made that on this date, between this hour and that one, there is no law, no retribution, that the crime of murder will go unpunished. How many of them would stand still? How many? Would you? It sounds like a philosophical problem, but it happened. The city was Greendale, Oregon, and the thing that set it free from the law for 24 hours was the Columbia River. Oregon Times, Kennicott speaking.
Joe, this is Flournoy.
Oh, yeah, Chief.
Just got a report from the sheriff. It's getting tough out on the 7th Street levee.
Yeah, I just heard the news over the radio.
If the river busts through, they'll start looking for Greendale somewhere off the coast of Japan.
But they got the army out there. I thought they'd take
They're losing ground, Joe. The levee might hold another hour, maybe more, but you'll go tonight, and I want you there when it happens.
You're liable to pick me up off the coast of Japan.
I'll send a boat after you, sweetheart, but phone that story in first. You know, color stuff. I was there. I saw it happen. Hot coffee, sweating soldiers. Man versus nature. Got it?
Yeah. Okay, Chief.
Great. Now get going. You've got 15 minutes to get there.
In 10 minutes, I was driving through Greendale, a low, flat, flimsy town with nothing between it and the Columbia River but a levee. Flournoy was right. If the levee gave way, Greendale would go down the drain like wet cornflakes. I hit 60 on Willamette Avenue, heading toward the 7th Street levee. That's when I passed Marilyn's apartment. And that's what started me thinking again about Marilyn. She was beautiful. She was a two-timer. And she was the one human being on this earth I wanted to kill. I'd promised myself weeks before that I'd get her out of my mind, that hate was no good for anyone, but she kept coming back. That vicious, heartless laugh of hers, the brittle voice, the way her eyes could smile at you while she drove a French heel into your stomach. Yeah, Major.
What are you doing here?
Joe Kennicott, Oregon Times.
Reporter, huh? Okay.
How's it look?
You can see for yourself. Look at that river boil down there.
Yeah.
Levee's like a hunk of Swiss cheese. Hey, over there, pull the truck around. No, to the left, man.
It was a weird scene. Men, trucks, equipment fighting the river in the glare of those gas lamps. Heaving sandbags, pouring gravel, trying to save a town they all knew was doomed. My eyes took it all in. My pencil was making notes, but my mind was on Marilyn. wondering if she was back in that apartment in Greendale, hoping she was asleep, that somehow she'd get washed out to sea with the rest of the rubbish. Then suddenly, everything stopped still. My pencil stopped writing. My eyes shut out the scene in front of me. It was so simple. I could kill Marilyn. The river would cover for me.
Hold it, fellas! There's no use punching any longer. We're licked. She'll break through any minute. Pull the equipment out. Evacuate. That's an order. And you, Kennicott.
Yeah, Major.
Take your car and beat it down to Greendale. Tell them they've got 5 minutes to get to high ground. Understand?
Yes. They say all murderers are crazy. Maybe they're right. All I know is that I hit 70 on the river road down to Greendale, hoping against hope that Marilyn would still be in that apartment, so I could kill her before the flood came. Marilyn! Marilyn!
Joe! Joe, what are you...
There's a flood on the way, baby.
Yeah, it came over the radio. I was just throwing a few things together to take with me.
You're wasting your time.
What do you mean, Joe? Hey, what are you going to do with that lamp?
You aren't going, baby.
Now, look, honey, don't be silly. I'm not going to lug that lamp out of here.
You aren't going anywhere. No, you're not.
Joe. Hey, wait a minute. You're crazy, Joe! Help! Help!
I looked down at her for a minute and set the lamp back on the table. I began to feel dizzy. The floor seemed to be swaying underneath my feet. I wasn't faint, just dizzy. The door was open. Then I watched it close, then open again. I wasn't dizzy at all. The building was swaying. The flood had come. I ran into the hall. Right smack into a guy. A little pasty-faced guy standing right outside the door.
Look, mister, let me out of here.
No, you don't.
You can't stop me.
Oh, wait a minute.
Let go of me, here. Let go.
No use yelling for help.
Come on.
Hell, no one's good.
Let go of me.
Hey! I got him. I got it. I tackled him at the end of the stairs. We went down together from the bottom end over end. I knew he'd seen it. I knew I had to kill him, too. But I was dead right now. The main door was open. Water pouring in, foot deep in the lobby.
Please don't. Let me go.
Too late,
Let me
pal.
go. Let me go. The water. I can't do it. Let me go.
No.
Let me
bad,
go.
mister. Murder's a solo job. A solo job. Door.
Now.
Oh.
Help. Someone. Help. Help.
I hit my head on the door. It was all the chance he needed. He scrambled outside into the flood. Took off down the street with me after him. The water was 2 feet deep now, and the buildings were beginning to move.
Help! Help!
I was gaining on him. 30 feet. 20. Then, the telephone pole went down between us. I saw the broken wire graze him. There was a crackle of flame, and he went down. So I stopped worrying about him. Started thinking about me. The main force of the flood must have hit at that moment. Suddenly, everything was water. I was tossed around like a peanut shell in a typhoon. I remember reaching out for something solid, finding it, and then nothing.
Just relax now. You're all right.
All right. Where am I?
In the hospital.
What happened?
You're a lucky man. They picked you up right in the middle of it. Had quite a time making you let go of that telephone pole, too.
Oh, yeah.
telephone pole.
Nothing wrong with you but a few bad bruises and shock.
Nurse, give me a hand with this patient, will you?
Yes, Doctor. Just take it easy now. Everything's all right.
Yeah. Everything's all right. I don't know how long I slept. 1 hour, maybe 6, but it was still dark when I suddenly found myself awake in a cold sweat listening.
Floor. That's where she was. On the floor. Dead. The flood? Not the flood officer. Murder. It was murder.
No!
He saw me. He saw me. Fight. Terrible fight. Tried to kill me. Water. Water all over. The flood. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe.
By now, I knew his voice. They must have picked us up together, put us in the same hospital room. 1,000 crazy thoughts hit me all at once. Kill him right there. Jump out the window, run. Anything but face it when he woke up. I started to get out of bed and then stop. There was someone else in the room.
What do you make of it, nurse?
I don't know, Doctor.
Well, the man's had a terrible shock, of course. It's amazing he wasn't killed.
Yes, I know. He's been going on like that for an hour. The same thing over and over. Murder. Something about the flood covering it up. Then a fight.
Well, maybe you're right. I think we'd better at least pass it on to the police. Still, might be the result of shock, of course. But the fact that he repeats it over and over, detail for detail.
With death staring you in the face like that, you don't stop to think about consequences. The explanations could come later. I had to get out of that room right now. I fumbled in the dark for my clothes, threw them on, stepped out into the hall.
Paul Revere, where do you think you're going, little man?
Oh, Flournoy, I get tired of sitting around here. I thought you might need some help.
Oh, you thought I might need some help, eh? Nurse,
Yes, Mr. Flournoy.
your number 1 patient's about to blow the joint.
Oh, look, Chief,
Joe, leave it to me, will you? So, you're a hero. So you drive like mad to warn the town and get caught in the flood. You don't have to go overboard.
Mr. Flournoy's been pacing the hall like an expectant father.
Well, thanks, Chief.
I am not going to lose my best reporter because he's too dumb to know when he ought to stay in bed. Because that, sweetheart, is just where you're going.
Look, Chief...
Hey, don't butt in. You've been through hell tonight. You're lucky you're alive. Now, get in that room and get back to bed. The doctor's ordered hypo to make you sleep. Nurse.
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure he doesn't get any more wild ideas, give me his clothes.
I was licked. And I knew it. They hustled me back to bed. And the nurse poked a needle into my arm. And I let go. I let the dark close in on me. Not caring now. I was tired. So tired.
Well, good morning, Mr. Kennicott. About time you woke up. It's almost 10 o'clock.
It's 10?
How about some breakfast?
Oh, no breakfast, nurse.
Oh, looking for your roommate? He's still asleep. We put the screen around his bed to cut down the light a little.
I see.
Mr. Willis is waking up, too. I better have a look.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
No use disturbing, Mr. Willis. Let me get dressed and get out of here first. Only take me a minute.
Well, I'd better get rid of that screen. Yes, Mr. Willis. Well, how are you feeling this morning?
Better, thanks.
I saw her start
Get
for the
screen
screen.
out of our way.
Turned away just in time. My stomach was
Ah,
tied
how
in
about
knots,
some
knowing it
breakfast?
could happen any minute now.
I don't know.
Any minute, Mr. Willis would point the finger at me and
really
say,
not hungry.
"There's the man."
Mr. Kennicott,
Yeah.
this is Mr. Willis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Willis.
How do you do?
Mr. Willis had a little flood trouble, too.
Nurse, those bandages on his head.
Here, now, take it easy. Electric shock. He's blind.
I know now how that guy in Louisiana felt when they sat him in the electric chair and the switch didn't work. Willis. The guy who saw me standing over Marilyn's body just before the flood hit was blind from that jolt of electricity he got when the pole fell. I took my time now, waiting for the strength to come back to my knees. I dressed carefully and left. Flournoy was waiting for me in the hospital lobby. There's someone with him.
This is Lieutenant Belshaw of Homicide. Joe Kennicott.
I heard about you, Joe. Nice work.
Thanks. Homicide?
Yeah. We got a murder on our hands. Or the lieutenant has a murder. We got a story. A great one.
What's that?
Conspiracy.
Huh?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Flournoy.
No, that's right. Conspiracy to commit murder. A partnership. We know who one of the partners is already.
Yeah? Who?
The Columbia River. The cover-up. Accessory after the fact.
I don't get it.
Flournoy is trying to say we picked up a woman's body this morning. Knocked around pretty badly. No identification yet. He thinks she was murdered. I don't.
You still think Willis is making it up?
The guy took 220 volts with the water up to his knees. His head's still spinning. He's not responsible for what he says.
Willis?
The little guy up in your room upstairs. Did you hear him say anything in his sleep last night, Joe?
No, I don't remember much, of course, but...
Sure.
I still don't get it.
Come on, I'll tell you about it on the way up. We're going to have a little talk with Mr. Willis right now.
Please, gentlemen, I can't remember now. I don't know what happened. It's all very confusing.
You've got to try, Willis.
Look, Chief, the guy's sick.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
Willis, you've had a pretty rough ride during the past 18 hours. I know that. I want to make it as easy for you as I can.
Well, then please go away, will you?
Sure. After you level with us. 10 minutes ago, I was willing to write this thing off as a flood death. Now, I'm not so sure.
Listen, Lieutenant, I told you.
You've got to understand one thing, Willis. If it's murder, one thing can lick us. Time. We've got to move now. So let's go over it again.
For Pete's sake, Flournoy.
Come here. Describe the series of facts.
The guy's off his base. Can't you see that?
I don't think so.
Well, all you have to do is look.
Sure, he's shaken up, but there's something else. He's scared.
Murder. You had a fight with someone. Fell down the stairs, almost drowned.
I told you I was dreaming.
You don't dream the same thing over and over for an hour and 20 minutes without a reason. Now, we picked a woman's body out of the wreckage this morning. She could have been murdered. She could have lived in that apartment on Willamette Avenue.
Who was she?
We don't know. There's nothing to identify her. Now, Willis, I asked for a straight story when I got here. I haven't got it yet. If I don't get it, I might jump to the standard conclusion.
Well, what's that?
That you murdered her.
But that's not it at all. A man did it. I saw him.
That's more like it.
He tried to kill me, too. He'll try again if he gets the chance.
Forget that. Just give us the story.
Well, I ran into the building because I thought I heard someone call for help. A woman. The water must have come when I got to the second-floor hallway because the building started to sway, sort of, and the doors flew open. I saw him standing there. She was dead on the floor.
Yeah?
That's when he came after me, tried to kill me. We rolled down the stairs to the bottom, and he hit his head on the door.
And you broke loose?
Yes. I don't remember anything after that.
That's all, huh?
That's enough.
Mr. Willis, what did this man look like?
Oh, dark hair, about 6 feet, I guess. Medium build.
About your size, Joe.
Yeah.
Do you think you could identify him? I mean, that is, if you could...
If I could see him, yes, I could identify him. Now, please let me rest. I'm not
Sure.
feeling very well.
Thanks, Willis. That's what we came for. We'll get back to you when you feel better.
What about his eyes?
Well, the doctor says it's temporary, due to shock. He might get his sight back any time.
Any time, huh?
Yeah. Well, Joe, how was that for a story?
Oh, it's a great one, Chief. It's a great one. I wanted to scream it in his ear right then. Tell him the other half of it. That this was the craziest setup he'd run into if he'd lived 1,000 years. Yeah. How's that for a story, Flournoy? Right here in your office. The guy you're talking to.
Joe.
Good old Joe Kennicott, the boy wonder. It's also the murderer
That
you're
was a
looking
hunk of
for.
human drama, studying psychology. Here's a law-abiding guy. We don't know who he is. Maybe a bookkeeper, maybe a drug clerk, anyone. Hews to the line, cuts his lawn on Sunday, turns his paycheck over to his wife, obeys traffic signals. You know. The flood comes.
Willis had
Big
me.
cover-up.
And I
No
knew
law.
it.
Nothing.
I ran out now. They'd
This
add up
next
in a
turns
second.
into something else.
So I had to stop Willis, too, before he opened his eyes.
Of hate that suddenly breaks
And
loose.
that wasn't exactly cinch.
Turns into murder.
Material witness,
That's
probably
all
a
it took.
cop, watching him every
No fear of the
second,
consequences.
waiting for those
Bingo.
bandages to come off so
He
they could
kills.
hustle him over to police headquarters so he could put the finger on me. It was 11 that night. Just 23 hours after I killed Marilyn that Flournoy rushed into my office.
Joe, get your coat. Huh? We're meeting Belshaw at the hospital. Mr. Willis just came out of it. He can see.
To Flournoy, it was a wild ride through the rain to the hospital. To me, it was a procession. From condemned row to the gas chamber. And there was no way out. No way out.
Come on, Joe. Lieutenant.
Flournoy, Kennicott. You got here in a hurry.
Let's go up.
You better wait here. They're bringing him down. Gonna take him over to headquarters. Oh, there he comes now. Just got out of the elevator.
Lieutenant, wait a minute before you go.
What is it?
About this guy, Willis. Lieutenant, there's something I want to tell you.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Kelly?
The main levee's starting to go. Hold the parts is ordered there immediately.
The main levee?
Holy cow, she'll take the whole north end of town.
All right, Kelly.
Oh, let me go with him.
No, I'm at bat this time, kid. I'll go with the lieutenant. You take care of Mr. Willis.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll take care of Mr. Willis. I turned the collar of my overcoat up. Kept my face away from him as I bundled him into the car, the back seat, of course. Hoping he wouldn't spot me until I got him away from there. Alone.
Just stay on North 2nd Street a ways, Mr.
Kennicott.
Yeah, Mr. Kennicott. I guess it's best you take me home, under the circumstances.
You, live in the North End?
Yes.
Good. It was the kind of luck you can have only once. Yeah. A split second before the axe fell. Just as I was about to lay it in the lieutenant's lap, the river saved me. And it would save me again. He lived in the North End, right where the second flood would hit when the main levee went. He wouldn't get away this time because I'd made sure. And no matter what the question was, I had the answer. Willis lived in the North End. I was driving him home. We hit a deserted section, manufacturing district. It was dark, blinding rain. Just right. Then...
Stop the car, Mr. Kennicott.
Huh?
I said stop the car.
What's the idea, Willis?
Shut up. Now get out.
Hey, look, wait a minute.
Did you hear what I said? This is a 38, Kennicott. I'll let you have it, so help me.
Hey, but look.
You made a bad mistake, Kennicott.
Mistake?
That woman they found this morning. They'll never identify her. I made certain of that. She's my dear departed wife.
Willis, you mean you...
You know I killed her, Kennicott. You saw it when the door flew open.
Wait a minute, Willis.
Thought it'd make a nice piece of blackmail, didn't you? That's why you didn't identify me. But you made a mistake. I'd never hold still for blackmail.
You knew I was in the other bed at the hospital. Sure. I faked the blindness. Tried to get something over my face before you woke up.
Okay, Kennicott. Now listen to me, Willis. I didn't see your wife. I didn't know you murdered her. I thought it was you who saw me when... Oh, give me that gun. Give it to me. Let go. Let me go, will you? That's it. I got the gun. You will shoot me, will you? No. No, Kennicott. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, Kennicott. That takes care of you, Willis.
We all learned something, Flournoy. A lot of us could kill. Something like the Columbia River washed the law away. It wasn't such a coincidence after all. 2 guys, same town, same apartment house. 2 women. They hated enough to kill.
I'm sorry for you, Joe.
Skip the sympathy, Chief. I know I'm gonna die.
And so the curtain falls on Conspiracy, which was chosen by guest expert Ursula Curtis. Miss Curtis is author of the newly published novel, The Second Sickle. And now, as host and narrator of Murder by Experts, it's my privilege to welcome and introduce to you Mr. Lawrence G. Blockman, Vice President of the Mystery Writers of America, an organization of nearly 300 of America's foremost writers of mystery and detective stories. Mr. Blockman.
Thank you, Brett. Each year, the members of the Mystery Writers of America are called upon to vote for what, in their opinion, is the best radio mystery program of the year. To the winning program goes a statuette of Edgar Allan Poe, known as an Edgar, which is to mystery writers what an Oscar is to Hollywood. 5 of the foremost radio mystery programs are voted upon by our members. The winner, by an overwhelming majority, was Murder by Experts. It gives me great pleasure, on behalf of the Mystery Writers of America, to present to Robert Arthur and David Cogan, the producer-directors, the Edgar Allan Poe Award for the Best Radio Mystery Program of 1949. Mr. Cogan?
Mr. Blockman, it makes me very happy to receive this tribute from the Mystery Writers of America. On behalf of Mr. Arthur and myself, I want to take this opportunity to thank those who made the winning of this award possible. The writers and actors who lent their talents to this program, our music director, Emerson Buckley, our arranger, Richard DuPage, engineer Don Williamson, soundman Walter Shaver, our announcer Phil Tonkin, and a mutual broadcasting system. And too, I want to thank our many listeners for their thousands of kind letters.
Tonight's play, Conspiracy, was written by Harold Swanton. In our cast were Lawson Zerby, Miriam Wolfe, Ronald Dawson, Frank Behrens, and Robert Donnelly. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Murder by Experts. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, the noted mystery writer, Brett Halliday. Mr. Halliday is creator of the world-famous detective character, Michael Shayne, author of 25 mystery novels, and whose latest work, This Is It, Michael Shayne, has just been published.
This is Brett Halliday. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Lenore Glenn Offord. From her wide knowledge of the field of mystery, Miss Offord has chosen a tense and dramatic tale of a man who found himself enmeshed in a web of jealousy and violence, with an ending he didn't foresee, as written by George and Gertrude Fass. And now we present John Sylvester and Joyce Gordon in Freeze a Crowd.
A suitcase full of clothes and 100 arrangements of pop tunes sure can get heavy on a hot day. My arms felt as if they'd been unhinged at the joints by the time I'd walked a mile from the main road to the Hedge Hop Inn. It was a long, low, white building, sitting back about 100 feet from the road. This was it. The roadhouse where I would spend the next 3 months pounding the ivories. At this hour of the morning, the entrance hall was empty, and so was the dining room. I walked straight through and pushed open a swinging door that looked as if it might lead into the kitchen. It did. Hello.
Oh, hiya.
Where'll I find Mr. Hedges?
He'll be around. You the new piano player?
That's right. Dick Starr's the name.
Oh, Gus Peters. I'm the cook.
Oh, glad to know you, Gus.
Rest your weary limbs.
Thanks.
He didn't meet you at the bus stop, huh?
Nope.
Yeah, knew he wouldn't. More important things to tend to. Well, how about a cold beer? You look as if you need it.
No beer, thanks. But I'll have a glass of milk if it's handy. And a sandwich.
Milk? You sure you're the new piano player?
Well, I said I was. So Hedges had more important things to do than to meet me, huh?
Yeah, his wife keeps him on a jump.
His wife?
Yeah. Doesn't let her out of his sight. She went to town to do the marketing this morning. He followed her, most likely.
Oh, why would he want to do that?
Don't trust her, that's why. Jealous. You want some free advice, son?
Yeah, okay.
Stay away from her. Far away.
That won't be hard.
No? Well, maybe you'll change your mind when you see her. Why do you suppose we've been having such a fast turnover in piano players? None of them last more than a week.
Listen, Gus, I see plenty of gorgeous gals in my line of work. They don't bother me.
Yeah, well, every Napoleon's got his Waterloo, son. Only 2 men around here ain't ever been bothered by Alice Hedges. Me, for one. I'm past that kind of foolishness.
And the other?
Andy Slade.
Who's he?
You made him. He works here.
How does he manage to resist?
You know, I ain't never figured that one out. Except he's just a natural cold fish. Hey, leave your stuff on the porch, Dick?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll take it to your room. You're in the attic right next to me.
Oh, swell, but never mind lugging up that stuff.
Oh, it's all right, son. I'm going up anyway. You just sit here and finish.
Gus went out and left me alone with my sandwich and milk. A couple of minutes later, I found out what he'd been driving at. The door from the dining room swung open and a girl came in carrying some packages. She walked over to the table and put them down before she said anything. And I had time to get a good look at what was probably the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen.
Hello. You're Dick Starr, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I'm Alice Hedges. How do you do?
Hello.
I hope Gus is making you comfortable. My husband didn't meet your bus, did he?
No, I walked.
I'm awfully sorry. If I'd known, Oh, John. Here's Mr. Starr, the new pianist. Mr. Starr, my husband.
How are you, Mr. Hedges?
Hello, Starr. Alice, go remind Andy to meet me in my office in 15 minutes.
Oh, but, John, I'm sure he remembers.
Go on, Alice.
All right.
Listen to me, Starr. You're new here.
Yes.
Now get this into your head and get it in good the first time. Stay away from my wife.
You can relax, Mr. Hedges. I'm here to play the piano.
Well, just so you don't forget it's the only thing you're here for.
Mr. Hedges, I assure you, I haven't the least intention.
Oh, now, don't give me that, Star. I've reached the end of my rope with her. The next man she makes a play for is going to get it.
The next man she?
You heard me. That's why I'm warning you. Now, if you want to stay healthy, keep clear of her. Enough said?
Enough said.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your work.
Yes, Mr. Hedges.
You play in the dining room from dinner time until 2 a.m. You can take a 10-minute break every hour.
Uh-huh.
Now, there won't be a lot of customers in the dining room. Sometimes there may not be any. But you'll play anyway.
Oh, that's okay with me.
Maybe you'd better get this straight from the start. I don't make my money out of the dining room. Or the bar, either.
No?
No. I've got the barn fixed up with a dice table and a roulette wheel.
Oh.
Andy Slade runs that end of it. Now, it's not going to affect you one way or another.
Well, I'm not worried, Mr. Hedges. I've played in other clubs where they had gambling rooms.
Good, good. We'll get along, Dick. Just remember, stick to your piano playing.
I intended to. If Hedges wanted to go around thinking his wife was a man chaser, that was his business. Of course, he was wrong. All you had to do was look at Alice Hedges to know that she was straight. She'd never come chasing after me. And even if she did, she wouldn't find anyone at home. No, sir. Jobs don't grow on bushes. And I was hanging on to this one. At dinner, I played for 2 or 3 couples. And at about 10, the gambling crowd began drifting in. They'd have one drink at the bar and then head out toward the rear where the barn was. I went to have a look during one of my 10-minute breaks. That's when I met Andy Slade. He was tall and good-looking in a pasty way and handled the roulette wheel with an easy air. He grinned when Hedges introduced us. But I felt sure he wouldn't know me again the next time we met. So, this was Andy Slade. The only man outside of old Gus that Hedges could trust. At 2 a.m, I quit and went into the kitchen for a glass of milk. Alice was there, alone.
Hello, Dick. Did you want something?
No, thanks. I guess I'll be going up to bed.
But you must have come in for something. A glass of milk? Don't be bashful.
Well, all right. Thanks a lot.
I suppose my husband told you.
Told me what?
That I'm no good. He did, didn't he?
Oh, No, nothing like that.
It's no use, Dick. He tells everybody.
Well, he might have said something, but I just let it blow over my head.
What do you think, Dick? About me, I mean. From what you've seen of me. Do I look like that kind?
Well, certainly not. You look like a nice girl to me, Mrs. Hedges. A very nice girl.
You really mean that? I know you do. You can't imagine how much it means to me to hear you say that. John is so crazy with jealousy. And he has no reason, absolutely no reason. Makes me so miserable. Always spying on me, always following me.
Gosh, that's a shame.
Dick, see that lake out there?
Yes?
It's big and blue and deep. Someday that's where I'm going. That's one place he won't follow me.
Oh, don't talk like that, Mrs. Hedges. That's no way to solve anything.
Would it really matter to anyone?
What? Sure.
It wouldn't matter to John. He doesn't love me, really. Jealousy is just sort of a disease. I haven't anyone else.
It would matter to me, Mrs. Hedges.
You?
Yes, it would, even though I never laid eyes on you before this morning. I know what you must be feeling, and I'm sorry for you.
You're kind, Dick. You really understand, don't you? Oh, Dick, I need someone to understand me, to help me.
Gee, I'll be glad to do anything I can on...
I know there's nothing you can do. But I'll be able to talk to you. And that'll mean so much to me.
It will?
I need a friend, Dick. I'm glad I found a friend.
I went up to my room, but I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about Alice. What a tough spot she was in. And feeling sorry for her and wondering what I could do to help. But 5 hours of tossing didn't help solve her problem any. I got up, washed, shaved, and dressed, and started down for breakfast. And then I noticed a piece of paper lying just inside my door. It was from Alice, asking me to take the rowboat after breakfast and row a mile down the lake. I put it into my pocket and went downstairs to the kitchen for breakfast.
Maybe you better go back to bed, son. I asked you twice if you wanted eggs, and I ain't got an answer yet.
Oh, sorry, Gus. No eggs, thanks. Just some coffee.
What, no milk?
Where's Mr. Hedges, Gus?
Sleeping. He never gets to bed before 5.
And Mrs. Hedges?
Out marketing. Why?
Oh, nothing. Just that.
The old man laid it on the line for you yesterday, huh?
Well, so what? I never was interested in another man's wife. She's no exception.
Fine. That's fine, son.
Is there a rowboat around, Gus?
Yeah, should be one tied up to the dock. Gonna use it?
Might as well. Nothing else to do.
You piano players are all the same. Nothing else to do, you go rowing. Seems to me it's just back-breaking work and hard in the hands.
Well, I like to keep fit. Are the oars in the boat?
Yeah? Say, Dick, maybe you'd better chop some wood for exercise. I could use some kindle.
No, thanks. I'm going rowing. A stiff breeze at my back made the going tough. And even though the morning was cool, I'd worked up a good sweat before I'd been out 10 minutes. Maybe I'd have done better to have stayed home and chopped kindling for old Gus. But she needed a friend. I couldn't let her down. Finally, I saw a patch of pink moving a little way up the bank. I rowed to shore and tied up.
Hello. I was beginning to be afraid you weren't coming.
Weren't coming? Well, we're friends, aren't we?
I know, Dick, I know. I just thought perhaps John saw you as you were leaving.
Well, even if he did, there's nothing wrong with going out for a little row.
He'd see something wrong in it. He saw something wrong in your coming into the kitchen last night.
He knew about that? But he was in the bar.
He knew. He always knows. He was furious.
But why? It was a coincidence that I met you there. It wasn't as if we'd planned to meet.
Of course, that's what I told him. But he wouldn't believe me. He said if he ever caught us together again, he'd throw you out the same day.
You're right, Alice. That kind of jealousy isn't normal. It must be terrible for you.
It is, but I didn't ask you to come here just to cry on your shoulder. I wanted to warn you. Dick, you need this job, don't you?
Yes, I do, kind of.
That's what I thought. Then you must go out of your way to avoid me. Don't even talk to me. Just ignore me as if I didn't exist.
I hate to do that, Alice. You said you needed a friend, someone to talk to.
That's all right, Dick. I guess I'll get used to this kind of life. Oh, promise me you'll do as I say. It's the only way to keep your job here. Really it is.
Is that the way Slade keeps his job?
Slade. He doesn't have to pretend indifference. We took a dislike to each other the moment we met. John noticed it right away and decided to keep him no matter what his demands were.
I see.
Slade makes more than we do out of the roulette table. But he hates me. And that entitles him to anything he wants as far as John's concerned.
Well, Alice, I can't hate you even to please a crazy, jealous husband.
Dick, please. Please try to make him think you do. I'll help you. I'll avoid you, too.
And go on living in solitary confinement? But look, this is America, Alice. This is the 20th century. That man has no right to keep you a prisoner in your own house. I mean, you're a woman, not a piece of property.
Dick, it's no use. There's nothing I can do.
There sure is. You can leave him.
I can't leave him. He'd follow me. He'd bring me back or kill me. Oh, Dick, I'm lost. I'm lost.
We've been sitting side by side on a log. Now Alice covered her face with her hands. I put my arm around her. And then she turned and buried her face in my shoulder.
Oh, Dick. Dick.
Don't worry, Alice. I'll get you out of this. I'll think of a way. Don't worry, baby. Alice, driving the car, got back to the inn sooner than I did in the rowboat. Gus winked at me when I walked into the kitchen and nodded toward the dining room. Through the closed door, I heard their voices.
I say you're a rotten liar. You couldn't have spent 2 hours in town shopping, no matter how crowded it was. Who'd you see when you got there? What man were you sweet-talking to this time?
I swear I didn't talk to any man in town, John.
You're a liar, and you're a two-timer. That'll show you.
And low down. Take it easy, son.
I'll break his neck.
Don't be a fool. You know he ain't altogether wrong, don't you?
He is wrong. He's a lunatic. That's what he is.
Well, maybe he is and maybe he ain't. But she's his wife, and you've got no call butting in.
I'll butt in, all right. In my own time and in my own way. I didn't see or hear from Alice again that day. I knew it wasn't because she wanted to avoid me. She was doing it for my sake, to keep me out of hot water. But the next morning, I felt I had to see her. And I had a hunch she wouldn't be too hard to find. After breakfast, I went down to the boat dock. The boat was there, but the oars were missing. I went back to the kitchen and asked Gus where they were.
Oh, the oars, huh? Well, there's a funny thing about them. I happened to notice that they had something wrong with them. I figured if you use them again, you might get hurt. So I just put them where they won't cause no trouble.
No, stop being smart, Gus. Let's have them.
Look, what's the sense of getting blisters on your hands? You stay close to home, son. You'll be better off.
I'm not worried about a few blisters.
Well, then let me tell you something. Hedges took the other car and followed his wife this morning. Still want them oars, Dick?
I walked out on him and let the porch door slam behind me. I'd wanted to tell Alice about the idea that had come to me at about 3 that morning. It was so simple, I couldn't understand why it hadn't popped into my head the minute I was sure that Alice had to be rid of that man. Gambling was illegal. If Hedges was in jail, he couldn't bother Alice, could he? I went out to the public phone booth in the bar and called the police and told them about the gambling going on in the barn over at Hedge Hop Inn. As simple as that. I was feeling pretty good that night, playing to an empty dining hall and thinking how pretty soon Alice's troubles would all be behind her, with that precious husband of hers safe behind bars. Along about 11 o'clock, the door from the entrance hall opened, and Alice came in a fluffy blue evening gown. She walked quickly through the room without stopping. But as she passed by my piano on her way to the kitchen, she managed to whisper.
On the boat dock, Dick, at 12.
I kept on playing as if nothing had happened. But inside me, a voice kept singing. She loves you, Dick. She tried to keep away, but she couldn't. She loves you. She'd never risk a rendezvous on the boat dock if she didn't. She loves you. Just as you love her. At 5 to 12, I was on the dock. It was a night right out of a dream. With the mist over the lake and the moon a pale blur in the starless sky. I was looking out over the inky water when I heard the click of her high heels behind me. And I turned. And she was in my arms, and her mouth was pressed hard against mine. It was a long time before either of us could speak.
I know how you feel about me, Dick, darling. I know because it happened to me, too, the moment I saw you. I was so afraid you'd believe the things John said and turn against me.
I couldn't, sweet. I couldn't believe anything bad about you. Listen, honey, you're going to be free. Do you hear? You're going to be free.
What do you mean, Dick? How?
Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. Just trust me.
Oh, I do, Dick. You're so wonderful. Dick.
What?
Someone's coming. It's John.
I'll let him come. Right over here, Hedges. I'm waiting.
Oh, you dirty louse. You know better than the rest of those piano-playing Casanovas.
Take it easy, Hedges.
Dick, be careful.
You look like a decent fellow, Star. That's why I warned you. But I say you know better than the rest of them.
Look out, Dick!
I saw his roundhouse even before Alice screamed, and I beat him to the punch.
I'll get you. I warned you.
Dick, he has a knife.
He was crouching, and there was a wicked 7-inch blade in his right hand. I circled him until I got the lights from the house at my back, and then I backed away. I couldn't fight a knife with my bare fist, and I was going to run for it as soon as I could get Alice away. Alice, get into the house. Lock yourself in and call the police.
You'll be fish bait before they get here, and so will she.
I could see him tense for the spring, and then I felt something heavy being pressed into my hand.
Use it, Dick. Use it quick.
Hedges jumped, and I swung at the same minute. I must have crushed his skull in, because he fell like a sack of flour. In the darkness, I saw Alice bending over him. She stood up slowly.
He's dead. You killed him, Dick. He's dead.
Don't worry, darling. It'll be all right. It was self-defense. It was either him or me.
I know it, Dick, but the police will think it's murder. What do we do?
We'll get the police ourselves and tell them just how it happened. That's what we'll do.
No. They won't believe you. We need time, Dick. Time to think.
No, that's not good, Alice. If we try to cover up...
For my sake. Once the police get here, you're lost. They'll never believe us.
What's your idea?
Hide him. Get him out of sight. Then we can make up a story.
Hide him? Where?
I don't know. Wait a minute. His car. It's parked at the end of the dock.
Okay. The luggage compartment. Listen. I think I hear someone. We stood and listened. But there wasn't a sound except the crickets, shrilling so loudly the noise seemed to beat inside my brain. So we dragged Hedges' body off the dock, and I carried it to the car. Luckily, there wasn't any blood. I pushed it into the luggage compartment and closed the lid. It would be safe there until I could think of something to do with it. Then we separated. I went back to my piano while Alice gave the people gambling in the barn some story about Hedges suddenly getting sick. So, that's what it was like to kill a man. But I wasn't guilty. I wasn't guilty of anything except the natural instinct for self-preservation. No jury would convict a man for trying to save his own life. Then why did I hide the body? I shouldn't have listened to Alice. She was a girl. She didn't understand these things. It was a mistake, a terrible mistake. And then I heard it. The state police. I jumped up from my piano and started for the barn. And then I remembered they weren't coming for me. They were coming to investigate that tip I'd given them about the gambling. So I stayed where I was in the dining room, listening to the racket and commotion as the troopers closed in on the barn. 2 minutes went by. And then a police sergeant came in, leading Alice by the arm.
No use, Mrs. Hedges. We know your husband's on the grounds, and we're going to find him. So you might as well tell us where he is.
I don't know where he is. He must have gotten away.
Nobody got away. We've got this place surrounded. 2 of my men are looking through the house now. We'll find him if we have to tear the place apart. Who's this?
Dick Starr. He plays the piano here.
Uh-huh.
Sergeant, would it be all right if I left? I had nothing to do with the gambling.
We're taking everybody in, Bud.
Sergeant, could I talk to you alone for a minute?
Sit down over there, Mrs. Hedges. All right, what is it, Starr?
Listen, I'm the one who tipped you off about the gambling here. I phoned headquarters this morning. You're not going to pull me in, are you?
And you tell that to the captain when we get to headquarters. Maybe he'll let you off. My orders are to take everyone, and that's just what I'm going to do.
I'll be reasonable, Sergeant.
Sorry, that's how it is.
In that case...
Dick, he's unconscious.
Yeah. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get that car away.
Do you think you can?
I'll have to, or we'll be facing a charge of murder. I'll be back as soon as I've managed it. I slipped out and, keeping to the shadows, made my way to the car. And then they saw me.
Stop it! Stop!
I got out on the road and stepped on the gas. Behind me, I heard the roar of motorcycles as some of the troopers came after me. I kept my lights off, hoping to lose them in the dark when I hit the highway. But if they couldn't see me, I couldn't see anything at all. The black outside came rushing at me. And suddenly the ground fell away. The last thing I heard was a crash of glass.
Ooh. Hiya, son.
Where?
Don't talk, son. You're in the hospital, and there's a cop just outside the door. You've been out for 2 days with a skin full of broken bones. Now, just listen careful. I mightn't get another chance to say this.
I'm listening.
Hedges. They found his body in the car.
Oh, they did?
You know, I saw you stow it into the luggage compartment, son. Funny thing, though. That ain't where they found it.
What do you mean?
You see, there wasn't no partition between the luggage compartment and the back seat. And it seems that the crash threw you out through the windshield and him right up into the front seat across the steering wheel. The neatest trick of the year, I don't mind saying.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Some fluke, huh? The cops put the cause of Hedges' death down as an auto accident. They don't even have a reckless driving charge against you, son. Only trying to escape arrest. You're practically in the clear.
In the clear?
Yeah. That's why I've been sitting here for 2 days waiting for you to come to. Couldn't let you spill the beans.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. What about Alice?
You still got her on your mind, eh? Well, I hate to tell you this, but you better forget about her.
What do you mean? What do you mean forget about her? We're in love.
Yeah, maybe you are. She ain't. She framed that fight with Hedges.
Are you crazy?
She knew he was following her when she went down to the dock to meet you. She knew he'd pull a knife, and she had the club handy for you to use. She'd come out on top no matter which one of you won.
Where is she?
Now, son, ain't I telling you? If you killed him, that was okay with her. If he killed you, that wouldn't have bothered her none. She'd have had a fry for her murder. Either way, she was rid of him.
Where is she?
All right. All right, if you insist. She went away to get married. Yeah.
What?
To Andy Slade.
Slade?
I always figured him for a cold fish. I was wrong. It was just an act.
An act?
Yeah. She set you and them other piano players up as decoys for Hedges. But all the time, it was Slade she was after.
And so the curtain falls on Three's a Crowd, which was chosen by guest expert Lenore Glenn Offord. Miss Offord is author of the recently republished mystery novel, The Smiling Tiger. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of 3 killers and a victim who refused to die, as selected for your approval by one of the world's foremost detective story writers. Until then, this is your host, Brett Halliday, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Program was transcribed.
The Man from Homicide. A new dramatic series starring Charles McGraw as Lieutenant Dana.
According to Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another.
According to A Man from Homicide, it's just the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until a killer is found. But I like it. Maybe because I don't like killers. bother much with names at headquarters. We give them a number and a file card. When they're in and the case is closed, we file a card and forget it. Only sometimes we don't forget that easy. The perfect cop would have a computing machine for a brain and a hydraulic pump for a heart. The perfect cop would never get hurt. I'm not a perfect cop. Terminal Street pitches up sharp from San Miguel Harbor. It's not the kind of street you'd be taking a walk on unless you were a cop like me. On a case that started with a dead man in a ditch. A dead man who'd collected too many ice picks. I walked up Terminal Street at night with only the shadows for company until... You in a hurry?
What do you want?
Let's go inside where you just came from.
I can't.
Gun shy?
I gotta find a policeman.
You found one.
You? But...
No uniform? No, but the city gives me a badge to carry around.
Oh.
Lieutenant Dana, homicide, come on.
I'm so glad you were here. I'm frightened. I almost got into that garbage can.
I'm sorry, but we'll still have to go into that house.
I know.
Door's locked. Let me have your key.
All right,
Never mind. Turns out it wasn't locked. Well, it's nice to know you have a key. It's nice carpet.
Yes.
Houses around here don't run the carpets often. You left the lights on. Where is he?
The living room. Door on your left.
Thanks. Why don't you sit down for a minute? Well, the corpse was male, white, in its early 30s. What might have been a look of surprise on his pretty face probably meant nothing because of the 2 bullet holes placed less than an inch apart in his chest. The expression on the faces of the dead being incapable of verification. Corpse wore silk socks. Silk socks.
What?
Whose house?
I live here, if that's what you mean.
That isn't what I mean.
It's a rented house.
The rent receipts being among his souvenirs? What's his name?
Winthrop. Harold Winthrop.
Yours?
Claire Thorpe.
You know, that suit he's wearing will never be the same. It's too bad. It's nice tailor.
I didn't kill him. I was in the kitchen mixing drinks for us. I heard the shots and ran in here. I was frightened. I ran out to find a policeman. And...
You know, it surprised you to hear the actual figures on telephones in use in a city of this size?
I was afraid to stay in the house. I should have phoned the police. I know.
Show me the kitchen, would you please?
All right.
I wonder how many men wearing silk socks ever walk up Terminal Street.
The kitchen.
The back door's wide open.
I'll close it.
Wait a minute, don't touch it. Don't touch that knob. Kick it shut. The drinks, the ice cubes are beginning to melt. Was he married?
Yes.
The pretty ones usually are. You know, this is a funny neighborhood for a man wearing silk socks to be found dead in. I'll bet he's embarrassed. The mills began to grind. I phoned in, and after a little while, during which none of us said anything, me, Claire Thorpe, the corpse, company came.
Come on, boys, let's get at it.
A handful of educated cops who did things with fingerprints and blood stains and photographs from 19 different angles. The gun that killed Winthrop was among the missing. A special escort arrived for Claire Thorpe.
All right, miss, let's go.
No. Wait a minute.
She started to cry again. So I decided to leave. Anyway, somebody had to notify the new widow she was a widow. I went down Terminal Street the way Claire Thorpe had run, stopped at the garbage can she'd stumbled over. There was nothing in it but garbage. The place covered what seemed like a couple of acres. The house undoubtedly had come over on the Mayflower. Even the trees looked refined. I rang the bell and decided the next time I visited, I'd be sure and get my shoes shined.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Winthrop? Mrs. Harold Winthrop?
I am.
It's late.
Are you going to give me the weather report next?
No. You mind if I come in?
I don't suppose I do. Come in.
Thanks. We don't need that music.
It's Mozart.
Yeah?
His 39th. In D, I think. But you wouldn't know about that, would you?
No, I wouldn't know anything about that. Would you turn it off, please?
All right. not important. Sometimes very important things aren't important. Why don't you sit down? Or something.
You got a big place here.
My husband and I like it.
Any children?
You're from the Census Bureau.
No. Any children?
None.
Okay.
I'm glad you approve. Or were you approving?
I'm Lieutenant Dana, homicide.
Oh, I've read about you men in the papers. I'm very much impressed. I don't know exactly what I would have expected one of you to look like. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you must have had a reason for coming here. Beside the fact that it's late.
I had a reason. Your husband isn't home.
No.
He's down in a sleazy shack on Terminal Street. That's near the harbor.
Am I supposed to ask you what he's doing there?
You can if you like.
All right. What is my husband doing in a sleazy shack on Terminal Street?
He's lying on an imitation Oriental rug with a couple of bullets in his heart.
You shouldn't wear your hat indoors, Lieutenant.
I'm sorry.
You won't mind if I don't try to squeeze out a tear?
No.
Harold hasn't meant anything to me for a long time. Alive or death hasn't changed that. He wasn't very much of a man. I suppose that's why he had to go slinking down back alleys trying to prove something to himself. Who killed him?
Did you ever hear of a woman named Claire Thorpe?
No, but he'd hardly tell me about her, would he?
Where are the servants?
Asleep.
Been home all evening, Mrs. Winter?
Yes.
What time did the servants turn in?
Around 10. What time was Harold killed?
10:30. Good night, Mrs. Winthrop.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah?
That question, it means I'm going to see you again, doesn't it? You might have answered that more quickly. All I meant was, in the line of duty...
You're beautiful, Mrs. Winthrop.
If you're going to say things like that, better make it...
Nearest I ever came to silk socks turned out to be rayon. Oh, one thing more.
Yes?
Mozart's 39th is an E flat. Good night. First interview with Mrs. Winthrop ascertained that she had no alibi for the time of her husband's murder. No grief for his death. Failed to discover possible motive, if any. Ignore female. White, middle 20s. Dark eyes, olive skin. Soft black hair. A cop would give his pension to wind around his hands. Heading south on Claremont, I picked up a trailing car in my rearview mirror. His left beam was weaker, which led to recognition after a half a mile. Proceeding south on Claremont, I swung my car across the road. I got out and was waiting for him. He was fumbling for the reverse when I got his door open. You looking for me?
Your car is blocking traffic.
What traffic?
I'm in a hurry, mister.
Get out.
I said
get out.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
Okay.
Now turn around.
All right, Dana, give me that gun.
You got a license for it?
Who
put you on me?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who put you on me?
You can't get away with beating...
You're a hood carrying a gun. Maybe you never heard. I don't like hoods who pull a gun on me. I lose my temper with them. Stop it. Who put you on me, crybaby?
Ready.
I know. He owns the Avon Club. Roulette and dice. The wheel's square, but the dice are loaded. Let's go visit.
Okay. Want to go in my car?
No, my car. The city pays for the gas. The spoiler dried his tears beside me. I had thoughts about Mr. Reddick. The department had been interested in him for quite a while. Crooked gambler. Man had a string of hoods in the payroll. A man who'd maybe seen to it that a rival wound up dead in a ditch punctured with ice picks. Also a man who liked women, not to mention vice versa.
Oh, me, spoiler. You I can recognize with, pardon the expression, the naked eye. Whose muscles?
Lou Dana, Benny.
Social call, copper?
We'll leave it at that.
We'll do even better than that, copper. You'll leave.
No.
Got a search warrant?
No. Goodbye, copper. Keep your finger off that buzzer.
What are you...
This isn't a raid. I don't care for right now what's going on in the club. I'm visiting Reddick.
He ain't in.
Want to try that again, Benny?
He ain't... Stop crowding me, copper.
You don't like crowds, Benny?
No.
How'd you like to join a crowd down at the lineup?
You got nothing on me.
I can dream, Benny. About a guy found dead in a ditch. A guy on the receiving end of ice picks. Stanley was trying to muscle in on your boss. What's the matter, boy? Don't you boys believe in free enterprise?
Down the hall, Dana.
Thanks. Come on, Spoiler.
Yes?
Speak up, Spoiler.
Spoiler, Mr. Reddick. Come in. Spoiler, I thought you were supposed to...
He is trailing me. Trailed me right into your office, Reddick.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Other side of the door, Spoiler.
Do we want to be alone, Lieutenant?
We do.
Mr. Reddick, he's got my rod.
Oh. Spoiler doesn't feel right without his protection, Lieutenant. Here's the license for that gun.
Oh, pretty engraving. It's a shame I can't read.
You could get in trouble taking the Spoiler's gun.
He could get in worse trouble. He's a little careless.
Now that you mention...
Mr. Reddick, it ain't my fault. He beat up on me. Look at my face. It's swollen.
Biggest mosquitoes you ever saw this.
Mr. Reddick, yeah, do something about it. You sent me after him, you know.
Spoiler.
Yeah, Mr. Reddick?
Yeah.
Sure, okay, but... Hey, Mr. Reddick, you ain't sore at me.
No.
I mean, I couldn't stand that. If you were sore at me,
Get out.
I couldn't help it if the guy... He wouldn't have tried it if I'd had a chance to get a gun on him.
Spoiler.
I don't want to talk to you.
Here's your gun. Catch. Now you got a gun on me.
Out, Spoiler.
Yeah.
Not a strong character, the Spoiler.
It wasn't a character analysis of Spoiler that brought you here.
No.
I don't want any trouble with you, Dana. I realize perfectly well that you can make trouble. But perhaps I should remind you that my clientele happens to be composed of some of the finest people in the city.
You mean the best heeled. How's Harold Winthrop these days?
Harold Winthrop? Oh, yes, he's patronized the club on occasion. Mr. Winthrop, Lieutenant, is a gentleman of the highest social standing.
The last time I saw him, he was lying down.
Oh?
I want a gun, Reddick.
Lose your own?
The gun I want has 2 bullets missing. Bullets that wound up in Winthrop's chest.
Oh. Yes, I can see why you would want that gun.
Uh-huh. Tell me, where were you tonight at 10:30?
Reading a good book.
How many witnesses?
3, I think.
The Spoiler, Benny. Who's the third?
Claire Thorpe.
Oh, she's the little blonde girl, isn't she? I heard tell you used to play together.
She's the girl you picked up and booked, Lieutenant.
At 10:30.
10:40. Terminal Street is only a few blocks from here.
Yeah. I hadn't realized that.
Think about it. 3 witnesses for her, too.
And I'm only one dumb copper. Good night, Reddick.
Good night.
It was dark in the alley back of the gambling club. I was close to my car and maybe careless. Oh. They were peeling the layers of black velvet off me. After a while, they got them all off. The place was maybe 20 miles outside the city limits. I had a gun in my hand. Mine. Maybe 4 feet from me, Spoiler was resting. I got up out of the sand and went over to him and decided he wasn't resting. A number of bullets had worn him down. Bullets out of my gun. That wasn't a good frame. It wasn't intended to be. Spoiler's death was insurance, nuisance value, and it consumed time. Wake up, Dave.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. I'm wide awake.
Claire Thorpe.
What about her?
I want to talk to her.
She's been sprung, Lou.
The angle?
Habeas corpus. No murder weapon on the premises. No way she got rid of it. DA didn't care for her.
Why, that's stupid. Say, Dave, would you get Malone on a first aid kit?
Huh?
Blood's tickling the back of my neck.
Holy mackerel. Who slugged you?
Little boy Blue. Oh, one thing more. Locate Winthrop's lawyer. Find out who inherits, huh?
Whatever you say. First thing in the morning.
No. Tonight.
Okay.
Who was assigned to Claire Thorpe?
Nobody's tailing her. We didn't think of it.
Nobody. But find her, Pappy, and find her quick. I sat around headquarters and waited. Plenty of reports came in. The weather was going to be fine tomorrow. Captain O'Malley had a baby over in the 16th precinct. Mrs. Winthrop was the sole heir to the Winthrop estate. But nothing on Claire Thorpe. The department would turn her up in time, but I got tired of waiting. Maybe she'd gone back to the house on Terminal Street. Claire Thorpe had gone back to the house on Terminal Street for keeps. I phoned the sergeant. Then I sat on a flimsy bench in front of the vanity staring at my bandage in the mirror, stirring the Rochelle powder in the open box on the table. Claire Thorpe had stopped eating. When the fingerprint boys and the meat wagon got there, I got out fast. By the time I got to Reddick's Club, the finest people he'd mentioned had gone home.
I'm afraid you're a little late.
Well, you're not kidding.
I mean, the club's closing.
All those mink coats and no roulette?
Yes, sir.
My badge isn't going to look good compared to the gold braids you've got on your epaulets.
A cop.
Lieutenant Dana, if you want to be formal.
I didn't notice any other cops around.
There aren't any.
But if this is a raid...
It isn't. All I want's Reddick.
He's busy.
He's going to be busier.
Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to get into this. I got a job. It pays off.
You don't have to get into it. Where are they?
Well, office. Down the hallway from the main room. But I didn't tell you, see?
You didn't tell me.
Don't like it, Mr. Reddick.
Now, look, Danny,
Danny,
Good evening.
Dear. Lieutenant Lou Dana.
Glad you remembered me from the last time. Benny, take your hand out of your pocket.
Sure, copper.
See? Gun. You got a license for it? Never mind. Mr. Reddick will have one on file.
Oddly enough, Lieutenant, I have.
Makes it nice and legal.
Checking in all the guns in the city, Lieutenant.
No, I got a report for you from the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed. The population of the city's dropped within the last couple of hours. By 2.
2?
The spoiler, but that wouldn't be news to you.
You said 2?
Oh, imagine my forgetting. Claire Thorpe.
Claire? Dead?
As dead as they ever get, and they get very dead, Reddick. You had her sprung.
Yes, but that was...
brought her out in the open. The open's a good place to get shot.
You'll have to do any further talking with my attorney.
Oh, why don't you stop? I haven't got a whereas on me. Harold Winthrop, the spoiler, Claire Thorpe. Let's think about the spoiler, Reddick.
He was my boy.
How'd you happen to know he was dead? Oh, don't bother. Benny told you. How'd Benny know? Benny shot him with my gun. Benny?
Wise copper.
I wasn't nice. Especially when you had a gun of your own, licensed and all. Spoiler fell down on the job. He let me spot him trailing me. He wasn't a strong character, so he died.
You're doing fine.
The rest is tougher. Reddick, you never were a big man. Now you are. How come?
Merit is always recognized and rewarded.
Oh, yeah, in the copybooks. You moved up when the heavy money boys started dropping in at your club. Why?
They were treated properly.
They were robbed blind. But what made them suddenly decide you were a nice boy to play with, huh? Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't bother thinking up the answer. We got it from a stoolie weeks ago. The name is Winthrop. One of the oldest and classiest names in the city.
I was proud to be numbered among his friends.
In that case, then you're the one to ask. What was a guy like that doing in a house in Terminal Street?
Lieutenant, you've seen Claire Thorpe.
Oh, yeah, sure. Right after Winthrop was killed. She made a break from the house and ran into me. I took her back inside. But Reddick, before I did, she stumbled over a garbage can.
The poor girl must have been nervous.
The poor girl was smart. You know what she did, Reddick? She got rid of a hot gun in that garbage can.
Then all you had to do was search it.
At the time, I couldn't know about the gun. Afterwards, all I came up with was garbage.
Just like a cop.
She stuck her neck out. Why? She was in love with you, that's why. She must have thought she was covering for you. You had the house staked out. Somebody spotted her act, fished the gun out of the can. That was Benny.
No, it was this...
Correction. Spoiler. Who do I get for him, Reddick?
Actually, as I told you before, I know nothing about the spoiler's death. It's a blow to me, Dana. A very sad blow.
I don't think you realize how much of a blow. They let accessories smell the cyanide gas just as quick as killers.
I wasn't...
Before, during, and after the fact, Reddick.
No, I
Prove
was...
it. Who do I get for the spoiler?
Dana, I will admit that Well, one of my employees may have lost his head.
Shut up, Reddick.
I wouldn't know, of course. True, Benny did happen to go out for a while. What time was the spoiler shot?
Roughly 1:40 a.m.
That, roughly, is when Benny went out.
Mr. Reddick, don't do that.
Well, Benny, I'm sorry. I'll get you the finest lawyer. You needn't worry about his fee. I'll take care of that. We must be sensible about this, Benny. I can help you.
I'm dying. Let's have your gun, Benny.
Why don't you come and get it, copper?
All right. I will.
You better stop right where you are, copper. Maybe it ain't supposed to be smart blasting a cop.
I want your gun, Benny.
All right, another step, just one step more, you get it. I don't mean the rod either. I mean bullets in your belly.
Your gun, Benny.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What's wrong with you? You think bullets won't hit you? You think you're different from other guys just because you're a cop? Will you stop moving in on me? What's wrong with you?
I'm Lou Dana, Benny.
All right. Take it.
No, Benny. Pick it up. Hand it to me. Here. Thank you, Benny. Reddick, you're coming with us.
All right, Lieutenant, I'll be glad to. Of course, it's only for a little while.
That'll be between you and the district attorney's office. Oh, one thing more.
Yeah?
The other gun, Reddick. The one that was used on Winthrop.
You're sure I've got it?
What kind of a question is that?
Yeah. All right, Dana. It's in the drawer here.
Ready, I'll take it.
Be careful. Don't take the handkerchief off that gun.
Don't worry. I'll keep it warm. I took him down, and the desk sergeant made marks on his brand new blotter. Benny Carolla, alias Benjamin Carter, alias Benjamin Wilde, along with Vincent Reddick, was charged with murder. The murder of a man referred to as the spoiler. We left the other deaths off the blotter. A man can die only once. And then, I got my shoes shined.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana. You'll have to overlook my dressing gown. I was just about to go to bed.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Winthrop.
Lieutenant, what's your first name?
Lou, why?
I don't know. I just wanted... I don't know why.
That's not important.
Let's not discuss things being important. Or are you being unkind and trying to remind me that I thought Mozart's 39th was in D?
Mozart's dead.
Yes, and so is my husband. But won't you call me Kate anyway?
All right.
Never mind, I know. You're here on business. All right, Lieutenant. You found out that I inherit Harold's estate, haven't you?
Yes.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
I know that's for me. Yes, Pappy. Uh-huh. You're fine. All right, go back to sleep.
What was that, Lieutenant?
Further check to find out just what it was you inherited.
And you found out?
Harold Winthrop had nothing to his name but the silk socks he died in.
That's true.
He wasn't killed because of anything anybody would inherit from him.
Thank you. And now I suppose I don't interest you anymore. In the line of duty. So, you'll be going away.
I'd like to tell you something first.
All right.
When your husband got shot, a girl named Claire Thorpe gave the gun that did the killing to Reddick. She was in love with him. She thought that he'd killed her husband. I got that gun from Reddick. It was carefully wrapped in a handkerchief.
Does that mean something?
It means Reddick didn't shoot your husband. He would have been careful about preserving the prints on that gun if he had.
You've got more to tell me.
Yeah. Way it's set up, your husband and Claire Thorpe were keeping house on Terminal Street. Your husband was steering all his rich friends to the Avon Club for a split of the take.
I can't believe that of Harold. Oh, it's true, I suppose, but
It isn't true.
It isn't. But then...
Somebody was keeping house on Terminal Street, sure. But it wasn't Claire Thorpe, because she had the whitest skin on a woman I've ever seen.
I'm not especially interested in Miss Thorpe's attractions.
On the vanity table in that house, there was a box of face powder. Rochelle. Blondes with very white skin don't use Rochelle. Brunettes do. A brunette was keeping house with someone on Terminal Street. You're a brunette, Mrs. Winthrop. You were keeping house on Terminal Street with Reddick.
No.
Your husband found you there, didn't he? And all he
I don't think I'm going to say anything.
Don't. Wouldn't do any good. We've got a date with the desk sergeant, Mrs. Winthrop.
All right. But, you wouldn't want to take a girl to headquarters in her night clothes, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Then you won't mind if I get dressed? In my bedroom?
No.
You shouldn't have ripped my dressing gown off.
I had to make sure you were wearing street clothes underneath. You are. Claire Thorpe was killed only a little while ago. That finishes it.
All right. But I wish you'd take your hat off indoors, Lieutenant Dana.
I'm sorry. Let's go, Kate. Catherine Winthrop was booked at the 14th precinct for the murder of her husband, Harold Winthrop, and for the murder of Claire Thorpe. Her prints on the murder gun clinched it. We gave her a file card and a number and the eyes, the warm lips, the hair a man would give his soul to get his hands on. Didn't mean a thing. I don't like killers.
You have just heard The Man from Homicide, starring Charles McGraw. Mr. McGraw appears by arrangement with RKO Radio Pictures Incorporated and will soon be seen starring in The Target. The script was written by Louis Vittes and was produced and directed by Helen Mack. Music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. In tonight's cast, Reddick was played by James Backus. Kate Winthrop,
Joan Banks.
Benny, Larry Dobkin. Claire Thorpe,
Maggie Morley.
Spoiler, Lamont Johnson. The Sergeant,
Tom Tully.
The Doorman,
Arthur Q. Bryan.
And Lieutenant Lou Dana,
Charles McGraw.
Listen to the exciting new adventure series, The Man from Homicide, following a brief reminder. In world affairs, issues you've always thought of as being political problems with economic aspects, viewed from another point, become economic problems with political aspects. This is the reason it's so very important these days to listen to news analysts who know all angles of world affairs. Henry J. Taylor, ABC's distinguished commentator, who is heard tonight, is such a person. Listen to Henry J. Taylor a little later this evening when he will bring you his commentary on the news in the program Your Land and Mine over your ABC station. The Man from Homicide. Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you the distinguished star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. But to the men of the homicide squad, it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. Lieutenant Lou Dana doesn't mind.
I don't like killers. There's not much to see up at headquarters. Desks, typewriters, filing cabinets, tools on a job. Yeah, the cops, too. They're also tools, except they've got a defect. They remember things. Things like blood and tears, and the eyes of the frightened, and sometimes the eyes of the dead. They were blue eyes, and they stared up at a dirty ceiling in a cheap hotel room. They were blue eyes, and they belonged to a girl who registered as Muriel Smith. Smith. All right, boys. Outside, huh? Her hair was brown. Age maybe 25. Her dress was expensive, and she was lying on her back. She was also dead, having been hit in the chest by several bullets. After a while, I stopped looking at her and looked at the other girl in the room.
I killed her. I killed her.
And your name is,
Susan Carter. I've already told the policeman.
We have a kind of routine in these things. Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Who was she?
She... Muriel. Muriel Smith.
Oh, no.
Why do you say no?
Her dress. Not in a hotel like this.
She called herself Muriel Smith. That's all I know.
Those gloves you're wearing, they're not very clean.
Oh, they're only for driving. Oh, that is, I wore them so I wouldn't leave fingerprints.
Yeah. It also helps explain why you waited around for the police, huh?
I don't especially like you.
You and me both. Why did you kill her?
Your questions, you keep jumping around.
It's supposed to confuse you.
I killed her because she was taking my husband away from me.
Is he that valuable?
I'd rather tell this to someone else.
The trouble with killing people is it limits your choice of company. How did you know she was here?
I overheard Mike phoning her.
Mike being your husband. You beat him to the appointment?
Yes.
Tell me how you killed him. Start outside in the hallway. You came to the door. You'd knock, of course.
Naturally. I'm not
a cop. You knocked. Then what?
She opened the door and I came inside.
Now, we can skip the introductions. What then?
I had the gun in my bag. She laughed at me. So, what more do you have to know?
You shot her. She fell down and died. Then you waited for the police to arrive.
Yes.
What did you do with the gun? Eat it? I found I was looking at Muriel Smith again. I found I didn't like her being dead. I wished she'd close her eyes.
I'm not going to say anything more to you.
If you insist on meeting an assistant district attorney, come with me, please. Murphy, Mrs. Carter's going to headquarters, district attorney's office. Goodbye, Mrs. Carter. The room had been thoroughly searched. There was no gun in it. There was nothing in the room except what would be Exhibit A in a murder trial. Nobody would mention her eyes. The butler at the Carter home didn't delight in me. My tie seemed to bother him most. I decided that before I visited the next time, I'd get it hand-painted. Mr. Carter?
Yes? Lieutenant Dana. My, credentials. Well, don't waste them on me. What can I do for you? Is your wife in? Yes, she's upstairs asleep. It's rather late, you know. I know. Would you mind asking her to come down? I think I would, unless it's terribly important. It's important. Well, I don't have a warrant. I could get one, though. It'd be even later by that time. I see. Well, will you wait, please? I didn't know exactly why I put him through it. Maybe it was because his tie was already hand-painted. Lieutenant? Yep? My wife isn't feeling very well. She can't come down. Uh-huh. When did you see Muriel Smith last? Smith? Let's just leave it at Muriel. We'll discuss last names later. I think perhaps you'd better get that warrant. Did I mention I'm from homicide? No. I'm from homicide. Must be interesting work. No, nasty. When did you see Muriel last? Why not ask the lady? There's a technical difficulty. She's dead. She's what? Dead. You're quite serious? I'm serious. Well, how did she... I mean, you said you're from homicide. She was murdered. That's ridiculous. Who would want to murder... Depends on who she was. Her name was Muriel Allen. She sang at the Golden Slipper. Her voice was very beautiful. She's still dead. I find it hard to believe. She had such quality.
We could manage without the piano.
I'm sorry. That was Ravel, his pavan for a dead princess.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
A man named Marv Blakey runs the Golden Slipper. He's short, fat, and greedy. He doesn't hire princesses.
What do you mean by that? She sang for Blakey, that's all.
And what did she do for you?
Get out.
Uh-huh. Keep your appointment at the Standard Hotel tonight?
That is not... I had no appointment tonight.
It might pay you to keep in touch with your wife. Good night, Mr. Carter.
Good night.
She's downtown, holding conversation with the district attorney. Your wife, I mean. It was 1:33 in the morning. Lieutenant Dana was having unpleasant thoughts. It took me a while to notice the black coupe on my tail. I proceeded south on Market, and then at a point equally distant from either cross street, swung my car across the road and got out. The black coupe burned brake lining but made it.
Hey, get that car out of the way.
Get out.
What's the big idea? You're blocking traffic.
What traffic?
Okay, I'll get out, wise guy.
That's better. Looking for me?
Look on my arm. Who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
All right. Now maybe you won't be so smart.
Got a license for that gun?
You mind your own.
Thanks.
Hey, that's my gun. You can't do that.
Who put you on my tail?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who put you on me?
Nobody, now. You can't get away with beating me up.
You're a hood, carrying a gun. Maybe you never heard, but I don't like hoods. I lose my temper with them.
Stop it, would you?
Who put you on me?
Mr. Blakey.
The boy with the golden slipper? Pull your car over at the curb. We'll use my car. The city pays for the gas. I wouldn't want this visit to cost Mr. Blakey anything. The Golden Slipper was open for business. Most of it dirty. The hood and I didn't stop to enjoy it.
This here's Mr. Blakey's office.
Don't knock.
What? Okay. Mr. Blakey.
Benny, what are you doing here?
He's trailing me. Trailed me right into your office, Blakey.
Benny?
I had a little trouble.
The other side of the door, Benny.
Not quite so fast, Lieutenant. Benny.
Well, he's got my gun, Mr. Blakey.
Oh? Then he doesn't feel right without protection, Lieutenant. There's the license for his gun.
Pretty engraving. Too bad I can't read.
You could get into trouble taking Benny's gun.
He could get into worse trouble. He's a little careless.
Now that you mention it, perhaps he is.
Oh, Mr. Blakey, he beat up on me. Look at my face. It's all swollen.
Biggest mosquitoes you ever saw
Mr.
this
Blakey,
year.
you ought to do something about it, because you sent me after...
Get out.
You ain't sorry, I mean, Mr. Blakey.
Get out.
Because I couldn't help it if the guy... He wouldn't have tried nothing if I had a chance to get a gun on him.
Benny.
I don't want to talk to you.
Here's your gun. Catch. Now you got a gun on me.
Out, Benny.
Benny isn't a very strong character.
Wasn't a character analysis of Benny that brought you here?
No.
I don't want any trouble with you, Dennis. I realize you can make trouble, but why?
Why did you put Benny on me?
I didn't. You misunderstood his instructions. Now, why not let the whole thing drop, huh? This isn't your beat.
Homicide's my beat.
All right. Maybe the prices I charge the suckers is murder, but...
How'd Muriel Allen go tonight?
Muriel?
Muriel Allen.
She didn't appear tonight.
Why not?
I don't know.
Where were you at 11:30 tonight?
Right here. Reading a good book.
How many witnesses?
4? 7? How many would you like?
You got a large payroll.
What happened at 11:30 tonight?
Muriel Allen quit the Golden Slipper?
Practicing to be a theatrical agent, Lieutenant?
3 bullets hit her. I need the gun they came out of.
At 11:30 tonight, I was here reading a good book. 7 witnesses, Lieutenant.
And I'm only one dumb cop. You're playing it too straight, Blakey.
Which means?
You had it for her.
Well, that may be true. It's a habit of mine.
I've seen her. More than habit, Blakey. She was worth a gross of your ordinary stock.
All right. So I'm all broken up inside by the news.
It wasn't news. Why was Benny staked out at the Carter house?
Good night, Lieutenant.
I can still use that gun. Good night. The hallway that ran behind the club was dark. I headed for the floor quick, but halfway down I found out it wasn't entirely my own idea. Oh! For a while, everything was very still. Everything was very black. But then they began peeling the layers of velvet off me, and something began to pound. It must have taken me 20 minutes to discover it was my own head. I lifted it off the ground, and the air smelled good, which meant I'd traveled. There were trees around and a sky. From which handful of obscure facts, Lieutenant Dana deduced he was out in the country. The gun somebody'd been careful to put in my hand was still warm. I got to my feet and crossed over to him. Dying hadn't improved his looks any. Benny was a very dead boy. Not a frame, especially. Nuisance value, maybe. Time consumed, more likely. But time for what? They still had the green lamp burning out in front of headquarters.
What?
You sound like a Hawaiian, Sergeant.
I'm wide awake, and further... Oh, hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Dave.
Well, you've been gone quite a time without checking in. Hey, what's with your head?
My head? Oh, now you mention it, the blood's tickling the back of my neck.
Who slugged you?
Little boy Blue. I've also got a corpse out in the car for you.
Oh, anybody I know?
Have the boys collect them.
Sure. Now, you ought to do something about that head.
Trade it in for a new model, maybe. Dave, I want conversation with Susan Carter.
Not tonight, Lou. The DA threw her out. Didn't care for her confession, especially without the gun to go with it.
How long ago?
Oh, a half hour, maybe.
Come on. I'm dumping the corpse in your lap, and you've got the lap for it. I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Lieutenant. Now, why did that girl confess?
Maybe because she loved her husband.
Like that, He must have something.
Sure. Hand-painted ties and plays the piano.
Where are you heading?
I still want conversation with Susan Carter tonight. Maybe I was wrong. My head was still pounding and confused. And I was more worried about a dead girl named Muriel Allen than current events. The Carter house was dark when I got there. A huge pile built by $1 million and a lousy architect. I'd hoped the butler would try to stop me. I had no luck. He must have been asleep. The front door opened to the second key I tried. The skating rink they called a foyer was dark, but a line of light at floor level down the corridor told me where I wanted to go. I went. And rehearsed my manners for the Carters. Nobody noticed my low bow as I went through the door.
Lieutenant!
Which way?
The window.
I caught a taillight going around the corner. There's nothing special about a taillight. I was late, seconds late. I turned back into the room. Susan Carter was as white as the belly of a dead fish.
Lieutenant,
The faint was a break for her. She could stop looking at her husband. As for him, well, maybe he was looking at something, but it wasn't anything a pair of living eyes could see. Maybe it was a girl named Muriel. The rich are always lucky. Lou Dana here. Put out a call fast for Marv Blakey, late of the Golden Slipper. That's right, Blakey. And when you pull him in, drop me a card, huh? I ordered half dozen policemen and waited. Life caught up with Susan Carter.
I can't.
Take it easy, Mrs. Carter. You got a long time to settle down with your husband's death.
It's not possible.
It's possible. Happens all the time. Ask any cop in homicide.
But who?
That's for later. This one you wouldn't want to confess to, would you?
How can you say things like that?
Practice. I need a little information from you, and I need it quick.
My husband is just... Mike is...
He's going to stay that way. And there's nothing you can do about the dead.
You're brutal.
I try. What happened back at the Standard Hotel? That confession isn't worth a small smile now.
The hotel... I got there after Mike. From the hallway, I could hear them quarreling. And then the shots. I wanted to run, but I went in. Mike wasn't there. I can't go on. I can't.
You don't have to. The rest's for me. I think I'm going to like it. The uniformed men came along, and the technicians, and a doctor. It was probably the first time Mike Carter had a doctor without a Park Avenue address. He didn't put up any objections, though. I got out, went back to headquarters, and waited. Somebody sneaked in and bandaged my head. I didn't notice at the time. Later on, I admired the bandage. Plenty of reports came in. The weather was going to be fine tomorrow. Captain Slocum had a baby over at the 16th Precinct. It was going to rain tomorrow. And then it came. They'd run Blakey down, but were having trouble. I decided to go and have trouble with him. Make me smart, Dave.
Blakey's inside, Lieutenant. Only way of getting to him is through the alley, and he's got a couple of guns on it.
So?
We sent for the heavy artillery, and they ought to be getting here soon.
I can't wait.
Lieutenant, what are you going to do?
Go in and take Blakey?
Now, Lou, the alley is clear. You'll be a setup.
I don't need artillery for Blakey. I'll be seeing you.
Lou! Lieutenant, you can't. You're not bulletproof.
Quiet. A thing like that's liable to get around.
Dana.
Yeah?
Stop where you are.
I'm coming in.
I told you.
I'm coming in. Hello, Blakey.
All right. You got this far, so what?
I'm taking you in for murder.
Yeah, you make a nice announcement.
Thanks. Let's have your gun.
Why don't you come and get it, copper?
All right. I will.
All right, you better stop right where you are.
I want your gun.
All right, now. Another step, just one step more, and you get it. I don't mean the gun either. I mean bullets in the belly. They hurt there.
Your gun, Blakey.
What's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? You think bullets won't hit you? You think you're different from anybody else because you're a cop? All right, well, you stop moving in on me. What's wrong with you? You're...
I'm Lou Dana, Blakey.
All right. All right, take it.
No, Blakey. Pick it up. Hand it to me.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Let's go make marks on the sergeant's blotter, huh? Marvin Blakey was booked at headquarters, the charge being murder. Marvin Blakey, being booked, was put in a cell to await his lawyer and his trial. Marvin Blakey had a few things to say.
Carter killed Muriel. Benny, how safe would I have been with him on the loose? I see you're grinning, Lieutenant. You mean how safe am I now? Never mind. Carter killed Muriel. You didn't know her, did you? Even now, with me where I am, I can almost figure it's worth it. I did know her, see?
I left him. Maybe he'd crack in the months to come before the state put him away. Maybe walking to the death chamber, having known Muriel wouldn't help. How would I know? I was a cop on my way to make an official notification. The sky was turning dirty gray. The Carter house was large. The uniformed men and the technicians had long since gone. Michael Carter had gone with them. I rang again. It wasn't the butler who opened the door. It wasn't the girl I'd seen for the first time that night a few hours earlier. This woman was older, grayer and tired.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah. Mind if I come in?
I don't think I'll ever mind anything anymore. Come in.
Thanks. Let's go where you can sit down.
Kindness doesn't become you. Well, Lieutenant?
Your husband ever wear driving gloves?
No,
This is the summertime. He wouldn't have worn any other kind of gloves.
he didn't.
Your confession didn't make very much sense, Mrs. Carter.
Do we have to...
Without the gun. We found that gun.
Did you?
Your husband's pocket.
Should I be surprised?
No. His prints were on it.
Yes.
Very clear prints. Too clear.
Too clear, Lieutenant.
A man fires a gun. The prints tend to be smudged a bit from handling. But supposing a gun is wiped clean, and then the man's fingers are carefully pressed on the handle, then you'd have his prints on it, but they'd be too clear.
I never knew that.
No. I had the lab give his hands a paraffin test.
What's that?
When a man fires a gun, small gunpowder particles are embedded in the skin.
Oh?
Michael Carter hadn't fired a gun recently.
I'm tired. I'm not sure I know what you're trying to say. With Michael dead, you've got his murderer. Why did you make all these tests?
Because Muriel Allen registered at the Standard Hotel as Muriel Smith.
She was ashamed.
A club singer? Working for Blakey?
She was going to see Mike.
Then she wouldn't have registered as Miss Smith. She didn't take that room for romance. She took it for a meeting with you.
Lieutenant Dana, what are you getting at?
Something very simple, Mrs. Carter. I'm just believing your confession. She stared at me. Through the long windows, the sun was starting to flush the sky. She stared at me and worked her tongue over her dry lips. She wanted to say things, but didn't know what things to say. You were jealous. You met Muriel Allen in that hotel room and killed her. Your husband was there. He took the gun you'd used away with him. Why? Maybe because he loved you once.
Aren't you being sentimental?
He was. And it led to his death. He thought maybe he was giving you a chance to get away. That's why he lied to me when I got to your house. Said you were upstairs sleeping. You didn't even try to get away, though. Instead, you made your confession. A confession that would seem false. That would make it look as though you were trying to protect your husband. That's the way Blakey figured it. That's why he killed your husband.
I couldn't have known.
Would you have cared? With your husband dead, you remembered the gun in his pocket. You took it out, wiped it clean, and then carefully pressed a corpse's fingerprints on it. The corpse didn't object.
You're very clever.
No. I just get feelings about killers.
All right. I'll go with you, Lieutenant. But
Yeah?
what about the feelings you get about the dead?
Susan Carter was booked at the 12th Precinct for the murder of Muriel Allen. We gave her a number and a file card, and the law would take its due process. There was dust on my desk at headquarters. I signed my report, Louis Dana, Lieutenant of Detectives, Homicide Squad. In a little while, I'd get up and go home. Till then, I could think about a girl whose eyes stared up at the dirty ceiling of a cheap hotel room. I don't like killers.
You've just heard the first in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gene Bates as Susan Carter, Bill Boucher as Blakey, and Howard Culver as Michael Carter. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Bill Spargrove speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide, following a brief reminder. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose penetrating commentaries on world events is heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to get his own reaction to the feeling among the peoples of other nations about world conditions. On his current trip, he plans to visit 8 countries. Remember to listen a little later this evening to Henry J. Taylor, one of the nation's best-informed news authorities, broadcasting from London on ABC.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
You can get used to the dead. It takes time, but you can do it. You can get used to the men who've given up their lives suddenly to a knife, a piece of lead pipe, or a gun, or a broken bottle. In time, you can get used to all of that. But when the dead are very young, when you look down the beam of a police flashlight to see the death pallor spreading over cheeks that still wear a youthful fuzz, no, you never get used to that. They find him like this, Dave?
Yeah, just like this, Lieutenant. Bum came up the alley, looking for a place to flop, I guess. Saw him there. Must have been right after the kid got it. Excuse me a minute, Lieutenant.
Right after the kid got it. Yes. The blood hadn't clotted yet. The large pool it made looked purple under my light. They bleed out fast when the throat is slashed.
Picture boys are here, Lieutenant.
In a minute, Dave.
Yeah.
Notice this arm?
No.
Oh, right here. Look.
Yeah.
What would you give him? 17?
17, 18.
The peddlers start him young these days. Makes for more business later on.
17, 18.
Well, he got the man off his back. The hard way.
Anything on him?
Oh, see. I don't think so. No. Here's his wallet, though. Nobody cut his throat just for money.
Dough in it?
Couple of bucks. No Social Security. Here's his draft card. Hold the light a minute.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant.
Donald M. Shellbarger, 1264 Martin. Well, guess I better go talk to his family.
Yeah, nice job. Lieutenant.
Yeah?
How did he stand in the draft?
I didn't look. Yeah. 4F. "1264 Martin was a tenement. No worse, no better than other tenements. It was after 1 a.m. when I got there, but you can usually find somebody up on a hot summer night. I found out that Don Shellbarger lived on the 3rd floor, rear. No answer at the door, so I settled down to wait. I must have been tired.
Hey!
Take the load somewhere else to sleep it off, will you, Jack?
Oh. You live here?
If you can call it living.
Let's go inside.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Police.
Oh, copper. What is it now?
We better go inside.
All right. We'll go inside.
Where were you tonight, Miss Shellbarger?
Shellbarger, please. I lost that years ago. Gloria Gay. You got a badge?
Yeah, here. Lieutenant Dana.
All right. I was working. I'm a dancer.
What, kind of a dancer?
Just the kind you think I am.
And where were you dancing tonight?
What's the charge?
Let it go for now. Let me see your arm, Gloria.
Hey, you got a thing for arms?
Nice smooth skin.
You could have just asked me.
I could have. Who's Donald Shellbarger, Gloria?
Miss Gay, and he's my brother. What's he done now?
Live here with you?
Off and on, yeah.
Mother and father dead?
I don't know. My father took a powder when Don was 4. My mother pulled out about 3 years later. I tried to take care of him since.
You did a great job.
City paying you a salary to mind my business?
How long has your brother been taking dope, Miss Gay?
That's a lie.
Sure. You don't know how long, or you don't want to say?
I didn't know. He hasn't been home much lately, but I didn't know.
All right. Miss Gay, your brother was murdered tonight.
No. You might have told me right off. You might have told me.
I'm sorry. I'm homicide detail, Miss Gay. My first responsibility is to catch murderers. Anything else has to come second.
18 he was.
Know any reason for anyone killing him?
No, I guess even I didn't know him too well. I tried to raise him, but you know. No, you don't.
Anybody else live in this apartment, Miss Gay?
My husband, off and on.
Care to explain that?
There hasn't been anything between us for a long time, but I let him stay because he can't find another place. He's a... You wouldn't understand that either.
Got any idea where he is now?
There's a bar over on Elm. It's just called Ed's. Frank's kind of handyman there.
Frank? Okay.
Anything else?
That's, Don's picture?
Yeah.
Nothing else. I'll be in touch.
Sure.
And I'm sorry.
Just leave me, will you? Just leave me.
I left her, standing alone in the tenement apartment with its water-stained ceiling and peeling walls. This was the home from which Donald M. Shellbarger, age 18, had tried to escape. Well, he finally made it. What catches most killers? Not big thinking. Routine. On my way to Ed's place, I stopped in headquarters to see how the routine was sifting out.
Got something on the Shellbarger boy, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Been checking with Henderson on narcotics. They had a warrant out for the kid as a peddler. Been watching him to try to pin down his source.
Dave, where was Henderson tonight?
He didn't say, Lou.
Yeah. Well, there's the motive for us anyway. His supplier found out the kid was going to be picked up. He didn't want to be stooled on.
Oh, he sure didn't.
What's the record on the kid?
Not much. Arrest shoplifting 8 months ago, probation. Suspicion car theft 2 months later, insufficient evidence. And since then, nothing.
Not hard to figure, is it? Took a lot of loot to buy his, medicine. Around $20 a day. The kid made it by stealing for a while. And then somebody showed him how he could get his for free. He got it, all right.
Yeah. You notified his family? How'd they take it?
He's got a sister. Well, I got a call to make it a bar. Ed's on Elm. You know it?
No. Anything?
A brother-in-law of the kid's. From what I hear, he's nothing. 2:30 when I hit Ed's place. A neighborhood bar, small and dirty. 2:30 a.m. was after closing. But in bars like Ed's, it makes little difference. They just serve it under the counter in coffee cups. In answer to my question, the bartender nodded me over to Frank. Frank. Shabby clothes, bloodshot eyes, and racing form. Frank?
Yeah, sit down.
Anything good running tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow might be the day. Just might be the day. You know, I got a theory. Every day just $1 on a 3-horse poly. Long shots, you see. See, someday I gotta hit. Big. Don't I? Huh? Don't I?
Where were you tonight, Frank?
Well, Law?
Yeah.
Oh, right here, Captain. Right here all evening. Or in the back room, Ask Mr. McPherson. He runs this place, see, and he'll tell you. He'll say, Frank was here. That's where Frank was. Frank was here.
McPherson's the owner?
Yeah, huh?
You married, Frank?
Nothing's happened to Gloria.
No. Roll up your sleeve, Frank. Left sleeve.
Oh, sure. Sure, Captain. Sure. There.
You only take yours in a glass, huh, Frank?
Beer. It's all I can afford, see? But look it now. It stands to reason. I'm going to hit it someday, now, don't it? Law of averages? Just 3 horses. That's not much to ask for, is it? And look at what I got picked out for tomorrow. See, right here. Now, look at
Frank.
What?
The kid, Don. Did you ever look at his arm?
Don? Oh, I know. No.
Come on. You knew.
Well, I got the word here and there, but I didn't say anything to Gloria, because he'll come around. Don'll snap out of it while he's...
Did you know how he got his money?
No, I didn't, Captain. Now, look, I swear I didn't.
Talk, Frank.
No, please, look, I didn't. I'd tell you if I knew. Honest, I would. Look at Captain. He's almost like my own son. Oh, sure, he's had a little trouble, sure, but he'll snap right out of it any day now. He'll come
Frank.
right...
The kid got it tonight.
Oh. Bad?
As bad as it can get.
Oh.
We found him in an alley with his throat cut.
Oh. I need a drink.
Frank stumbled his way over to the bar, and I let him go. In the back of the room was a swinging door. I went through it took a few steps down a narrow hallway that reeked of stale beer, and turned the knob on a door lettered Office. Empty. Big surprise. But the odor of cigar smoke told me it hadn't been empty long. And in one wall was a peephole surveying the bar. I looked out. Frank was back at his table, hunched over his racing form. But he wasn't picking winners. He was crying. I took myself out of Ed's place, and Frank didn't look up as I got McPherson's address from the bartender. After persuasion. It was a good address, and his name wasn't Ed. It was Andy. He interested me. Just outside of the saloon, I got a break. Hey! Hey, you! Hey! My friend Needlenose. You're not happy to see me?
Take your hands off me, Dana. You got very heavy hands. I told you that before. Take them off.
You clean?
Yeah, sure I'm clean, Dana. You got nothing on me. You know it.
Shut up. What were you doing in this neighborhood, Nose? Just passing by?
Matter of fact, I was just passing by. Not that it's any of your business, Dana, what I do or where I...
I don't like you. I don't like your face. I don't like that needle nose of yours.
Listen, Dana, you got no right every time you see me to start fight.
Maybe if I keep it up long enough, you'll get out of town.
I got friends on newspapers, Dana. They'd be glad to hear how
Friends? You haven't even got acquaintances. What were you doing around here?
Now listen, Dana. Take your hands off me. I know my rights.
Talk. You're one of the miserable rats who make wrecks of these kids. Where do you get your stuff, Nose?
I got rights. All right, beat me up, hit me. You're a big man, sure, hit me. See what good it does you. Go on.
Okay. There are other ways, Needlenose. Maybe you'll wish you had the slaps in the face.
What ways? I got friends, Dana. Maybe you ain't so big like you thought. Maybe you... Hey, what's the $10 for?
A loan. Maybe I'm sorry I hit you.
$10? Well, thanks. But I don't get it, Dana.
Nose. Don't you get the feeling that maybe somebody's watching us? I do.
Well, what's that got to do?
How's it gonna look?
Huh?
I slap you around. We talk. I give you money. You took it. Gonna look like you're stooled, isn't it?
But I didn't. You know I didn't.
I know, sure. But how does it look?
Dana,
You're shaking, Nose. Know what you better do? You better start running. Fast.
But Yeah.
I stepped back into the shadows of a warehouse doorway to let Needlenose get a good start and see who might start trailing him. It wasn't a smart move. I stepped into the wrong shadow. Something was dripping. Water? Blood? My blood? I didn't care. I wasn't curious at all. I had the idea something had happened to my head, but I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel anything up there at all. My eyes opened, and I was lying in an alley with a rusted-out drain pipe leaking alongside of me. But it just seemed exactly the right place to be. I wasn't gonna move. 4 o'clock. I wasn't interested. 4 o'clock. Headquarters wasn't far. And even though walking was pushing one leg in front of the other, it was good for me to walk. I could almost think by the time I hit the station.
Lou, what happened to you?
Games, Dave. Funny games.
Oh, here, son, sit down.
No time, Dave, no time. Get out on all points on Needlenose Rackley. I want him found, and it's got to be quick. Get it on the air, Dave. And Dave.
You want him found, Lieutenant? It won't be hard.
You got him?
Yeah. On a slab in the morgue.
4:20, and I was just beginning to care about time again. Outside of Dave, I was the only other one in the room who did care.
Think they put him in lower 2. He's not pretty, Lieutenant.
Nah, he wasn't pretty alive. Roll him out, Dave.
Right. There he is. It's a funny thing, Lieutenant. He had to die before we found out his real name was Henry.
Henry Needlenose Rackley. For the second time in one night, I was looking down at a man with his throat cut. This time, I could feel responsible. If it wasn't for me, Needlenose could have been still alive. Alive and ruining the lives of 18-year-old kids. I looked down. I didn't feel sorry at all. Put him back, Dave. Almost 5 in the morning. I got around to the address I'd gotten from the barkeep at Ed's place. Andy McPherson. He was beginning to interest me more and more. Somehow I doubted that McPherson was a sound sleeper. One of my keys fit the lock. It usually does. I looked in all the rooms. Found nothing. So I sat down. My head was coming around to the point where it was hurting pretty good, and the chair was too modern to be comfortable. McPherson had more money than taste. Then a key turned in the lock. Come in.
What?
A social call, Miss Gay.
I couldn't sleep. I had to talk to someone.
I got ears.
You're a cop.
Yeah, and my apartment doesn't look like this at all. It's a little hole in the wall with only 2 keys. I've got both of them.
Well, an early morning newscast.
Why did you come here, Miss Gay? My job is finding your brother's killer. You're either on one side or the other.
You don't think much of me.
Oh, we won't argue it. What's McPherson to you?
I've been going with him.
How's he get his money?
I never asked him. It was the same color as all other money.
That's pretty doubtful. Look, Miss Gay, I want you to go to the Windsor Hotel on Elm. Register there in your own name, right now. I want to use you as bait. Will you do it?
It's for Don?
Yes.
All right.
Miss Gay, it's only fair to tell you that I tried this trick a few hours ago and got a man killed.
Oh?
Well?
You couldn't be that lucky twice.
5:30. A few milk wagon drivers and streetcar jockeys were on their way to work, and a few late drunks were on their way home. For the second time in one night, I headed for Ed's place, and it was still open. They must have thrown away the keys to that place the day they opened it. A track sweeper was having a bell at the bar before starting work, and there in the corner was Frank. Clothes a little shabbier, eyes a little more bloodshot, and racing form a little more dog-eared. Frank.
Oh, the law.
Got those 3 horses picked out yet?
I don't know. No, for the first time in my life, I got the feeling that maybe today isn't the day. I don't know.
Frank. About Gloria.
What about Gloria?
She took a hotel room, Frank.
Who?
I think she found out something about Don's killer and she's scared. Want to know where she is?
Well, sure I want to. Maybe you better not tell me.
The Windsor Hotel.
No, maybe you better. Windsor Hotel.
Be seeing you, Frank. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, thanks very much, huh? Thanks very much.
I got out of Ed's place all right. My head was booming like a circus parade, but I was smart enough to stay out of the shadows. At the Windsor, the night clerk was asleep in his chair, the register in front of him. Gloria Gay was in 202, second floor. Huh. Anybody could have stolen the whole hotel, but who'd want it? Up the worn flight of stairs with the walls painted an institution brown. I knocked on 202.
Who is it?
Lou Dana.
Oh, I never thought I'd be glad to see you come in.
Jumpy? Sit down. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
What did you tell?
Frank?
You don't think Frank...
I don't think Frank can keep a secret very long.
Did you have to do it that way?
No, but that's the best way I could think of.
Do you chew gum all the time?
Yeah. Getting on your nerves?
You got on my nerves the first minute I saw you.
Uh-huh.
I've heard about you, Mr. Dana. You take chances. You don't wait for a killer to come out. You go in after him. What are you trying to prove all the time?
I don't like killers.
You married, Mr. Dana?
No?
No, you wouldn't be. You put on a little tin badge. You're the type that resigns from the human race. You wear it when you go to bed, Dana? What is it you don't like, Dana? Yourself?
Shut up. I heard something. Get in the bathroom, quick, and stay there. If anything happens to me, go out the window. Now beat it. Hi.
Oh, I guess I made a mistake.
I guess you did. Come all the way in, McPherson. Let me get a good look at you.
Who are you?
You know who I am. Yeah. Big guy, aren't you? What'd you bring with you, knife or gun? Come on in and close the door.
Sure, I'll close it.
Thanks. Been a busy evening for you, McPherson.
Take it easy, Dana.
Now he tells me. A little different this time. I'm not Needlenose, and I'm not an 18-year-old kid either. A little different.
All right, where is she?
You want to know? Here I am. Take a good look. I killed your brother, but we can still be friends, can't we?
I told you to stay out of this.
You'd have been smarter to listen to the copper, Gloria. And I brought along a gun this time, Dana.
I hope you got good teeth. You're gonna have to eat it. Get back where you were, Gloria.
All right, hold it. I'm just as good with a gun as a knife, Dana. All right, freeze, copper. I said...
Frank, watch out, Frank!
Oh, no!
Hold on to it, McPherson. Hold on to it and get your arm broke. Oh, you didn't hold on to it. Take care of Frank, Gloria.
Is it bad, Frank? We get a doctor for you. You'll be all right.
I didn't want to tell him, Gloria, but he made me. He made me.
It's all right, Frank. It's all right.
He made me to... Gloria?
Yeah, Frank.
Just this once? I didn't do so bad. Did I?
Oh, you did great, Frank. You did great. Frank.
3 in one evening, McPherson. You're a dandy fellow.
All right, take me in. But I'm not talking, Dana.
Not talking?
I got a lawyer.
A lawyer? McPherson, it costs the state about $40,000 to electrocute you, and I'm just itching to save him that dough. Come on. You got a knife. Make a move for it. Come on.
All right, let me alone, Dana. Let me alone.
Let him alone. Killed 3 people, and now he wants to be let alone. Come on, McPherson. You're a big fellow. One move.
No,
Just bat one eyelash. Come on.
Let me alone.
Take him in, Dana. He's all through.
Yeah, I guess he is. I guess he is.
I'll stay here with Frank.
6 o'clock. Frank was right. Today wasn't his day. What does a cop think about after a case? Right now, I was thinking about how a girl named Gloria might have looked before she'd been pushed around so hard and so long by the years since her father and mother walked out on her. And then I tried to think what Lou Dana was like as a kid, so long ago. I couldn't remember. But I know what he is now. A cop who doesn't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gene Bates as Gloria, Bill Boucher as McPherson, and Joe Forte as Needlenose. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed and written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Lou Cook speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Man from Homicide in a moment. You can play a part in your country's defense and at the same time help your dreams come true. How? With United States Defense Bonds. By buying bonds, you lend your purchasing power to the government and at the same time set money aside for your own future. In 10 years, each $3 you invest will bring you 4 in return. Save with defense bonds. Buy them on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. If you are unable to participate in either of these automatic plans, buy extra bonds as you can. Remember, United States savings bonds are now defense bonds. Buy them regularly.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
Most men spend their lives building walls around themselves. Money, social position, land. And the man with many walls may seem to be different from the man who sells pencils on the corner. But sudden death knows no walls. And when they look into its face, all men are pretty much alike. I know. What's up, Inspector?
Something hot, Lou. Just took a call from old man Kelso. He's scared. Scared to death, Lou.
What's he got to be scared of? Falling off his money?
Claims someone is threatening to kill him.
Stick of gum, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, no. He asked for you, Lou. Right away.
Yeah.
Well, you better get on it, Lou.
Inspector, what happens if we get a call from a fruit peddler who thinks someone is trying to kill him?
Oh, I know, Lou, I know.
We ignore it 9 chances out of 10. Why is this so different?
He sounded really scared, Lou, for one reason. And, well, you know the other.
$9 million. And I bet he can't sleep nights thinking how to make it 10.
Better get out there, Lou.
Sure. I'll go out and hold Kelso's hand, and maybe some of what he's got will rub off on me. The Kelso butler and I exchanged chill greetings before he consented to guide me to Mr. Kelso's room, the 50-cent tour through a mausoleum. He announced me, left, and I was face to face with $9 million.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana, come in. Sit down. Thank you for coming so promptly, Dana. I won't forget it. I still have 1 or 2 friends left, you know. I won't forget it.
Somebody's been threatening you, Mr. Kelso?
Yes, he's been threatening me. Tell me a better word for it, Dana. Tell me a better word for it when a man announces openly, brazenly, over a period of weeks, that he intends to kill me.
All right, Mr. Kelso. What's his name?
There will be no publicity concerning this, Dana?
Not unless he carries out his threat.
What? Oh, yes. Well, his name is Farley, Dana. Stephen Farley. The name should be familiar to you?
Vaguely. Small-time hood, I think. I haven't heard anything of him in a couple of years.
Small wonder. I've been supporting him lavishly.
Any particular reason?
Farley has a sister, Vivian, formerly a singer.
Oh, I remember now. And Vivian is...
Mrs. Kelso. We were married quietly 2 years ago.
Lucky you. I remember.
It's because of Vivian that I haven't gone to the police before now. But, well, he means it, Dana. He means to kill me.
All right, if he made threats, we'll pull him in.
I'm afraid it's not quite that easy. He has not openly promised murder in front of witnesses. He's too clever for that.
What has he done?
To me, he has implied repeatedly that I must be suffering, that death will be such a happy relief, that while Vivian and he will hate to see me go, they're willing to face it for my sake. He goes on like that repeatedly.
Mr. Kelso, I'm from the homicide squad. If you got a nasty brother-in-law, I'm sorry for you. But sympathy is about all I can give you.
Lieutenant Dana, wait. What do you call this, if not overt evidence of intent to murder? 2 days ago, Farley took an option on an expensive home with the down payment to be made in 2 weeks, when he says he expects to come into a great sum of money. 2 weeks.
Anything else?
No, certainly. He took an option on a yacht in the same manner, ordered expensive clothes. He even consulted a mortician about funeral arrangements. I ask you, Dana, for the taxes I pay, I'm not entitled to protection from a thing like this? Am I to be murdered in my own bed with no one turning a hand to save me? What's this country coming to?
I'll look into it, Mr. Kelso. Where's Stephen Farley living?
Gramercy Apartments on South Garden. I've maintained a residence for him, supported him, given him a car, and now...
I'll look into it. Your, wife around, Mr. Kelso?
I believe Vivian is in the pool, right through...
I'll find it.
What have I worked for all my life? What security have I obtained? What...
Mr. Kelso, tell me, what's it like to have $9 million?
It's not what you'd expect, Tina. It's not what you'd expect at all.
Mr. Kelso was shivering in the warmth of the day as I left him. And on guard outside his door was an empty suit of armor with a spear. A multi-millionaire defended only by a tin soldier. I found the pool, and arching off the board in a front jackknife was Vivian. I wanted her to come up and out of the water fast, so I could see if it was true.
Hi.
It was.
The water's wonderful today. You want to join us?
Almost any other time, Mrs. Kelso. Lieutenant Lou Dana, Homicide Squad.
Oh, you looking for my husband, Lieutenant Dana?
I've seen him.
Didn't believe him, I hope. Oh, this is Gordon Elliott, my husband's business manager.
Oh, how are you, Dana? Excuse my wet hand.
Sure. Just don't drip on my suit.
Dana, believe me, I'm sorry you had this trip out here for nothing. I tried to stop Mr. Kelso from phoning the police.
It's all right.
I don't mind.
Gordon was just going to dress and go into town unless you want him for anything, Lieutenant.
I guess you can take care of everything, Mrs. Kelso. So long, Elliot.
Bye, Dana. See you at dinner, Vivian. Huh?
Right, Gordon. Gordon's got a wonderful tan, hasn't he?
He must go over the books under a sun lamp.
The bitter Lieutenant Dana. I've heard of you.
What about your husband, Mrs. Kelso? And your brother?
Sit down, Lieutenant. Oh, no, that one's wet over here. I'll stretch out if you don't mind.
I'd be silly if I did mind.
Thank you. You didn't take my husband seriously, did you, Lieutenant?
Well, he seemed pretty serious about it.
He did. Well, you know how it is with someone that old.
No. How is it?
Would you like to rub some sun oil on my back?
I'd love to, but I won't. What about your brother? Anything to it?
Steve's not very much good. Never could take care of himself. He's one of the reasons I married Franklin.
What are the others?
Obvious.
I like the reasons why he married you better.
Well, I got a response.
And there's nothing in your brother's threats?
No, I'm sure of it.
Maybe I better ask brother.
And then are you coming back and rub my back?
There won't be much sun by then.
Well?
I know the pay is good, being Mrs. Franklin Kelso. But tell me, is it hard work?
If I told you, Dana, would you? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Goodbye, Mrs. Kelso.
Yeah?
You should remember me, Farley.
I do. You worked me over about 3 years ago. You didn't get anything out of me, Dana.
Well, maybe I'll have more luck the next time. Can I come in, or shall we talk for your neighbors?
You can come in, Dana.
Nice apartment.
Thanks.
I know your decorator. He does calendars for pool rooms.
Same old Dana, same jokes. Sit down. Drink?
Not with you. Old man Kelso says you've been shooting off your mouth about killing him, Farley.
He's in his second childhood.
I saw his second childhood. She says there's nothing to it either.
Then why bother me?
How about that house you took an option on?
I've been looking for a place, yeah.
What's with the yacht?
Nothing serious.
Nothing serious. Come here, punk.
Lay off me, Dana.
This smells like a game, and I don't like anybody playing games with me. In particular, a cheap hood living off his sister. Here's a string around your finger to remind you.
I don't have to take that anymore, Dana.
Then don't reach in your pockets when I talk to you. What your sister married don't build you up with me at all, Farley.
If you didn't have that badge, you wouldn't be so easy with your hands, tough guy.
If I'm tough, it's because crime and guys like you have made me tough. I don't like your apartment, Farley. Don't give me any cause to come back. I thought it over on the way back to the station, and I didn't like it. The deal was giving forth a very ripe odor, but I couldn't localize it. The inspector shared the same headache.
I don't know, Lou. Use your own judgment, I guess. What do you think?
I don't know either. We haven't got enough to be sure. I guess we better put a tail on Farley for a few days.
All right. Take Metzger for it.
Okay, I'll send him out.
And don't take any chances on a thing like this, Lou. Kelso's a big man. If he gets knocked off, we're not going to look good.
We'll look a lot better than Kelso.
Very comforting.
I sent Metzger out to stay with Farley and tried to forget about the Kelso family. The old man was easy, but at midnight that night, in my room, I was still having trouble with Vivian. Yeah? Oh, Metzger. You what? You lost Farley? How long ago? 2 hours? Well, why didn't you call me before, you... All right. No. Go on into the station, if you can find it. I'll go out to the Kelso place. And Metzger, great work. It was almost 1 when I pulled into the long driveway, and it took a lot of banging on the door to bang up the butler. This time I didn't wait for the guide service, but took off for Kelso's room alone. Did I mention that Kelso's room was an overnight hike from the front entrance? Well, it was, and I didn't encounter any of the settlers along the way. I paused outside the door of the man guarded by a tin suit of armor. Something was missing from the empty soldier, but I couldn't place it. Mr. Kelso? Are you awake, Mr. Kelso? Mr. Kelso? All the lights were on in the room, and Mr. Kelso was in bed. Then I knew what was missing from the tin soldier outside. It was the spear. Sticking straight up in the air, it was pinning Kelso to the bed. And his $9 million life had run out in a thin, red trickle.
Technicians all through upstairs, Lou?
Just about, Inspector. They got some very pretty pictures, but not much else.
No prints on the murder weapon?
Too smeared to be any good for anything. Get anything out of the butler?
Says he was in a clinch with the maid all evening.
Did you check?
Yeah, she says yes. Must want to hold her job pretty bad to be in a clinch with him.
Yeah, like necking a quick-frozen salmon. Mrs. Kelso and Elliot show up yet?
No, not yet. Butler said they went out about 10.
And the murder was around midnight. How about little brother, Farley?
Well, nothing on him yet. We got out a broadcast on him. Should hear something if he hasn't skipped. Looks open and shut against him.
Sure. Open and shut. Open and shut.
Now, don't make things complicated, Lou. I'm going upstairs.
I'll wait for you. It's not so pretty. I want to go back. I prowled around downstairs. The library with the expensive first editions that Kelso had never read and never would. The dining hall with the Italian masters on the walls that Kelso had never really seen and never would. The whole huge place for entertaining the friends he had never really had and never would. Then I heard someone at the front entrance.
Hello? Who's here? What's happened?
How are you, Elliot?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Dana.
Mrs. Kelso? Have a bright and gay evening?
We saw the police cars outside. What's wrong?
One thing at a time. There's nothing wrong that you can do anything about. Care to tell me where you both were this evening?
Well, of course not. We went to a drive-in movie. Mr. Kelso didn't feel up to it, so I took Vivian.
And how long were you there, Elliot?
Why, it was a little after 10 when we got there, after 12 when we left. Isn't that about it, Vivian?
Yes. What is this, Dana?
Somebody saw you when you drove in and when you left?
I think so, yes.
The movie is close to here?
Fairly close.
Walking distance?
What is this?
You can both give me the plot of the movie?
Well, I think so. It was the one about the talking mule. Francis goes to the races. You want a resume?
It's after 2 now. You left the movie at 12?
We had a few drinks.
And people saw you having the drink?
Yes.
Look, Dana.
I imagine you both can hazard a guess as to what this concerns.
My husband?
Somebody threw him a spear. He caught it. You're now the sole possessor of $9 million.
So he did do it.
Who did do what?
Nobody.
You'd have trouble convincing the late Mr. Kelso.
Can I see him?
He's not very nice to look at. How bad do you want to see him?
Not very.
Dana, can I take her into the study?
If that's the best place you can think of, go ahead.
Come on, Vivian.
Mrs. Kelso.
What, Dana?
This new job, managing $9 million, it may be tougher than the last one.
It's possible. But, Dana, don't let it keep you up nights.
I was standing there wondering how it'd be to have Vivian Kelso keep me up nights when someone came down the stairs on very flat feet. Inspector Eddie Sherman.
I got something, Lou.
What?
One of the prowl cars outside just picked up a flash. They grabbed Steve Farley trying to get on a bus for out of town.
That's handy. Makes you look good, Inspector.
Yeah. But Lou, if it ever gets out that Farley ventilated his brother-in-law after Kelso asked us for protection...
I was just given some sound advice.
Yeah?
Don't let it keep you up nights. Let's go.
That's not much of a story, Farley.
That's all the story I got for now.
That you don't remember anything from 10 last night until they picked you up getting on a bus 4 hours later.
That's it, Dana.
Oh.
And you're happy about your prospects. Inspector, take the boys out and give me some time alone with them, huh?
Well, I don't know, Lou. There's going to be some expensive lawyers in this case.
Just quiet conversation, Inspector.
I'm warning you, Inspector. Dana's stuff don't go with me anymore. You're not fooling with some kid. I know my...
Shut up! All right, come on, boys. Oh, Lou, quiet conversation.
You don't remember anything.
I told you, Dana, and if you think that you can... What are you going to do?
Quiet conversation. Reminiscence. I knew a real smart head a few years back got picked up on a murder rap. He was innocent, had an airtight alibi, but he waited until his trial to spring it.
What happened?
In the meantime, his alibi got hit by a car. They burned the real smart head.
What's that got to do with me?
Another case. Real shrewd operator went on trial for a murder his partner committed, just to throw the cops so far off the trail they'd never catch up. He had an airtight alibi, too.
What happened?
His partner shot the alibi. The shrewd operator got 10,000 volts.
I guess you think you're scaring me.
You're pretty stupid if I'm not.
Now listen, Dana, I told you that...
Come on, talk. Where were you tonight? If you got an alibi, spill it. You're 10,000 miles out on a limb, Buster. What happens when it gets sawed off?
Please let me alone, Dana. Let me think.
Let you think? That could be days. Where were you tonight?
All right. Just let go of me.
Give.
I was in a Turkish bath tonight from 10 to around 1. The guy that owns it left town right after. He's coming back for the trial.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
What are you going to do with me?
Bait a trap.
Oh, Lou.
Yeah, Inspector?
The Kelso lawyer is on the phone. Wants to know what the charge is on Farley here.
Tell him no charge. We're sending him home.
Lou!
Tell him, will you, Inspector? I'll give you the reasons in a minute.
You know what you're doing, Lou?
I think so, Inspector. I think so. I got a nose for these things. Inspector Sherman took some more persuading. But in the end, we let Steve Farley go home. I figured to give him a half an hour and then go after him. I did. But when I got to Farley's place at the Gramercy, I'd figured it too close. I got to Farley's door fast and put my shoulder to it. That was my mistake. Oh. The gun butt didn't catch me square, and I've got a hard head. I went down, but not out. There was no hurry. I knew where I could find the one that slugged me. I crawled over on the floor to Steve Farley. There was no hurry about him at all. He was dead. It was around 4 when I arrived for the third time at the Kelso place. It was quiet. There were a couple of crickets outside. And they were the only ones who felt like singing. I could see light through the front window, but somebody heard me coming. The lights went off as I got to the door. I gave it the shoulder treatment. I did what I was trained to do, dropped to the floor and shot back. Then I got up and found the light switch.
You're late, Lou Dana.
How is it? Bad?
As bad as he could make it. Don't let him get away, don't.
I'll be right back. I'll call a doctor as soon as I get him.
Don't bother, just get him.
I'll get him. I was outside, and on the broad lawn there was no place for a murderer to hide. Then I heard something. Old man Kelso had a huge aviary at one corner of the house. Something had disturbed the birds. Elliot? Not a very good place to hide, Elliot. Too noisy. There's no home for a killer, Elliot. Not even in a cage. Come on out.
Come in and get me.
Sure. Only I haven't got much time, Elliot. There's a girl needs a doctor because you shot holes in her. That wasn't very smart, Elliot. You must be about out of bullets. Try again. No bullets? I've still got plenty. And there's no one I'd rather use them on. Have one. Close? Maybe I can do better. Now I've got the range. I think this one has your name on it, Elliot.
No, don't shoot, Dan. I'm coming out.
I changed my mind. I like it better this way, Elliot. I want you to know what Kelso felt like. And Farley. And Vivian. Hold still, Elliot.
No, don't, Dana, don't!
You're not going anyplace.
Go me!
You should have stuck to bookkeeping, Elliot. It suits you better. That'll keep you quiet till I get back. I know. I wouldn't want to share the same cage with him either. There was a chill in the night air as I walked back into the house. To the beautiful widow, the beautiful heiress who was bleeding red on a white rug. I called the station. Then I bent over her, and she opened her eyes. Vivian?
Did you get him?
Yes, I got him.
You're good at that.
That's my trade.
Dana.
Yes, Vivian?
I wonder what my trade was. I never found it, did I?
Looking like you do is a trade in itself, Vivian.
Maybe. But it's not enough to make a life out of.
Take it easy. I've got a doc on the way.
I don't think I'll wait. Dana.
Yes?
How did you know?
That it wasn't your brother? Well, I've been through it 1,000 times. That makes a difference.
It wasn't so smart.
Oh, smart enough. Almost. We bring your brother to trial, he springs an alibi. Acquittal. Then if we come back to you and Elliot, your brother could confess. We couldn't try him over again.
But we didn't fool you. Do you believe me, Dana, that I didn't know Elliot was going to shoot Steve?
He had to shoot him. When I let Steve go, Elliot knew he'd spilled the alibi.
Then he had to shoot me, too, when I found out.
All right. All right.
Dana.
Hurt much?
No. Dana. Steve's not dead. He'll be all right.
Vivian, Steve is... He'll be all right.
I'm glad. Steve will get the money. Maybe he'll enjoy it.
Sure.
I never did. You hear me, Dana? I never did.
Vivian. Her face relaxed, and it was a beautiful face, even in death. In the distance, I could hear the wail of the oncoming siren. Late. A lot too late. And everything else was silence. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Bill Boucher as Inspector Sherman, Herb Butterfield, Kelso, Joe Gilbert as Vivian, and Barney Phillip as Farley and Tony Barrett as Elliot. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Dick Powell, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Preceding transcribed, America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Listen to Man from Homicide transcribed starring Dan Duryea following this reminder. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard every Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Zurich, Switzerland. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's Your Land and Mine tonight on ABC.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
The job a man does leaves its mark on him. Generally, you can spot a doctor, a lawyer, a butcher, a baker, half a block away. But what kind of a mark is left on the men who work out of homicide? Dave carried his 300 pounds into my office at headquarters. It had been a long time since he'd pounded a beat.
Lou?
Yes, Pappy?
Martha Kent has come home.
Martha Kent?
Yeah, she was spotted coming into the Cleveland train, picked up, and...
Where is she now?
Her apartment. Couple of men are covering. Now all we gotta do is let a little time pass, and we've got Eddie Kent, Lieutenant.
Like that?
Well, he can't keep away from her, whatever it costs him.
She must be, interesting.
Oh, I seen her once a couple of years ago.
I'm an old fat cop, Lou, but I'm glad she never smiled at me.
Eddie Kent killed 3 men we know of. The last one was a bank job we can pin on him. Dave?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Those men covering her apartment.
Uh-huh.
Pull them out.
But, Lou...
Do it right away.
Okay, Lieutenant, only I don't...
She came in by train. How much of an effort did she make to shake anyone off her tail?
Well, not much, the way I got it.
And headed straight for her apartment. No, Dave. Too pat.
Well, I see what you mean a little, only what would she be after?
Maybe she wants to be Mary.
Huh?
A merry widow. What's her address?
49 South Grover.
49 South Grover. If I'm not back in a little while, send my mail there. Maybe she'll smile at me. I spent the trip to South Grover thinking about Eddie Kent. After I got finished thinking about him, I wished there was a way a man could wash his mind out. Martha Kent'd be what? Something shrill, and heels an inch too high, brassy hair, a runway figure?
Yes?
No. Something a lot more dangerous.
What?
Excuse me. Mind if I come in?
Well, who are you?
The name's Dana.
Oh.
That's right. Lou Dana.
There's nothing much I could do about keeping you out, is there?
Nothing much.
Come in. Well?
Eddie in?
You should know. Don't your men tell you things?
I took 'em off you.
You did what?
Sent 'em back to the precinct.
Why?
Their feet hurt.
That was very kind of you.
Thanks.
Eddie isn't in.
That's too bad.
Do you plan on waiting for him here?
No. Do you?
That's all, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Kent, does Eddie know you don't, care anymore?
Why not ask Eddie?
Because he doesn't know. That was when she turned her back on me. Being a cop blunts the finer sensibilities. I only noticed her stocking seams weren't crooked.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed. If you like, you can tuck me in. There's probably a police regulation about it.
You don't have to worry. I wouldn't like.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Good night, Mrs. Kent. Eddie should be along any time now, huh?
Get out.
Sure. She hadn't smiled at me once. Cops in hallways are a natural. I didn't enjoy it. I stayed with it an hour and then moved out. There'd be 2 of them, one for the front, one for the back. I took the back. He'd be the easier of the 2. There was an alley, garbage cans, and...
Hey, cut it out.
Don't reach for it.
Oh, it's a big idea.
Not very big.
Is it?
Out in the light, huh?
Now, look, mister, if you think you're tough, you... Oh.
Hello, Boiler.
Dana.
I think I'm tough.
Well, I didn't know it was you, Lieutenant.
What's special about that alley?
Oh, I just happened to be passing by. Nobody passed any law about passing by.
Boiler.
Well, it's like this. I had a date to see a fellow, and he says, meet me there. You know, in that alley.
Let's go down to the precinct.
No, you ain't got nothing on me.
Would you like to try resisting arrest?
You throw me in the can, I'll get a mouthpiece. He'll spring me so fast, you
24 hours before I have to book you, Boiler. Nothing to eat. Nothing to drink. Not even tea.
Oh,
Off the stuff, Lieutenant. I ain't touched the stick and...
I'm not narcotics, Boiler.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody like you, narcotics would be better. They make arrangements. They don't like their arrests to be screaming, scraping cement with bleeding fingernails.
Lay off, will you?
In homicide, we can't accommodate you properly. In homicide, we don't especially care.
Guys like you ain't human, Dana.
You guessed. Well, Boiler?
It's a dame. Dame up in that house. Eddie Kent's wife. She's kind of worried he might show.
She doesn't love him?
I wouldn't know. Orders was you don't get to her.
What does he get? I'd say 8 hours before you break.
No, look, Lieutenant, it was only a job. They don't tell me anything. They give me orders. And
Who gave you orders?
I can't, Dana.
The precinct. Come on.
Hey, look, Lieutenant, I start spilling to cops. What would my life be worth?
What's it worth now?
Okay. It's McGrath.
McGrath, huh?
Yeah.
Good night, Boiler.
You won't tell him that I... Oh, what's the use? He'll know. You don't care what happens to a guy, do you, Dana?
Not if he carries a gun.
That's only in case Eddie was to get
A
tough.
man with a gun, all he's got to do is crook a finger and he's a killer. I don't like killers. Good night, Boiler. Boiler went back to the alley and the garbage cans. I went to visit Mr. McGrath. Boiler had the best of it. Start with the kid stuff, snatch and run. Knock over a couple of small stores. Move up into hot cars and cold decks. Pick up a few houses, take over a few wheels, buy a few deaths, and you wind up Mr. McGrath. But you wear tailored suits by then, and handmade shoes. And you got a hood for a doorman.
Hey, what's the idea this, Copper?
Copper?
No, you don't. You got a paper, Copper? Turn around and go away. No warrant. You keep coming. I got a legal right to blast you.
Sure. But have you got the guts?
Okay. Come on. We'll find out.
I'm coming.
Max!
Yeah, Mr. McGrath?
What's the trouble?
I'm having words with a cop. He wants in. He ain't got no paper.
Put your gun away and let the fool in.
Okay.
It'll be a pleasure to have him thrown off the force.
Hello, McGrath.
Lieutenant Dana. Max, you've been rude.
Huh?
Lieutenant Dana isn't an ordinary policeman. He's a personality. My door's always open to him. Apologize to the lieutenant, Max.
He's a cop.
I said
Forget it, McGrath.
Very well. You may leave us, Max.
Okay.
Max is a trifle crude, I'm afraid. Have a drink, Lieutenant?
No.
Never drink on duty, huh?
I wouldn't like your brand.
Not raw enough, I suppose.
I got work to do.
Haven't we all?
What's half of $80,000, McGrath?
$40,000?
That kind of money worth a death?
I haven't seen the latest quotations.
Eddie Kent knocked over a bank 2 months ago. Killed a guard and collected $80,000. He had help.
Indeed.
$40,000 for Kent. $40,000 for, the help.
Seems equitable.
How do you share the death? He needed a little time to think for an answer. I looked around. There was a charming room. Mostly Chippendale pieces. Oak paneling on the walls. A small Renoir hung where the sunlight would hit it in the mornings. A girl brushing her hair before a mirror. She looked like someone I'd seen, and for a minute I couldn't remember where. Then I remembered, but the girl in the painting was smiling.
You've
Evidently decided to be nasty, Lieutenant. Why?
Martha Kent.
I beg your pardon.
Martha Kent.
A lovely girl, as I recall. Pity she's not in town anymore.
She's in town.
A pleasant thought.
Eddie Kent alive gets $40,000. Eddie Kent dead gets a mouthful of dust in Potter's Field.
You're picturesque.
How do we kill Eddie Kent, McGrath?
It's not exactly my problem.
How do we kill him safely? Got it. We bait a trap. The lure? Martha Kent. Fine. Eddie goes for her. How does that kill him, though?
I couldn't say.
We make sure the cops know where Martha Kent is. We fake it a little, so the cops think it's their own idea. They stake out. Eddie makes a beeline for her lovely arms. Runs into a couple of cops.
So?
You picked us to kill him for you.
No. Be careful.
I'm very careful. That was from me, personally.
You'll be sorry for this.
The department will mail you a written apology. Headquarters was where I'd left it. They'd built it of stone.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You got out of that one fast.
Who was asleep? I was.
Go on back. It's cold out here.
Yeah. How's it set up, Lou?
Oh, stalemate, I guess. McGrath's got a couple of men covering for Mrs. Kent. They'll keep Eddie off.
McGrath, huh? No good, Lou.
He was in on the bank job with Kent.
You got proof?
No, but it has to be that way. He was the one set up Mrs. Kent as a decoy. When I pulled the cops out, his men moved in.
Don't want to split with Eddie, huh?
40,000 reasons against it.
Yeah. Lou, you look beat.
Occupational disease, Dave.
Yeah. Martha Kent do any smiling?
Not in my direction. I'll be in my office for a while.
Doing what?
Waiting. I wouldn't know for what. Don't ask me, huh? I waited. I thought it might be nice if I had a Renoir. It could be a small Renoir on the wall. I thought what Captain Kowaleski might have to say on the subject. I decided I'd settle for the dirty plaster.
Why don't you go on home, Lou, huh?
It's an idea.
Nothing's gonna happen tonight.
Oh, I suppose not. I feel restless.
Did you slap McGrath around?
Only once, Dave.
Oh, you're improving. You could still find trouble that way.
Well, he was trying to buy a killing from us.
Yeah. You take it too hard, Lou. You'll never get fat like me.
Too bad. I was looking forward to it.
Go on home.
I'm going.
Lou.
Yeah?
49 South Grover ain't on your way home.
What makes you think I might be passing there?
Bet you my pension against a peppermint lifesaver.
Pappy, I don't like peppermint. He would have won. McGrath's man out front of her house was holding down the same tree. I drove around the block to see if Boiler was still holding down the back. Martha Kent was in on the deal with McGrath. The decoy had to be, and she was. The girl in the Renoir was smiling. Maybe she was too polite to laugh out loud at me. Renoir painted beautiful things. No sense of reality. Boiler among the garbage cans would have been a more practical subject. But Boiler wasn't there. The alley closed in on me. I was in a hurry. And careless. I stumbled over a garbage can and almost missed him. Boiler was propped up against the wall, his legs straight out before him, his head slumped down over his chest. He might have been brooding about the blood that had poured out of that chest if he hadn't been so completely dead. I left him there. I wasn't in a hurry anymore. He'd been dead some little while. Whatever had been going to happen in Martha Kent's apartment would already have happened. I didn't care too much about finding out. The lock on Martha Kent's door was in fine shape, except that the door wasn't locked. The living room was the way I remembered it. I had nothing to remember about the bedroom. But there'd be something I'd work at forgetting. She'd fallen back across the bed. The stain on the front of her dress hadn't been her dressmaker's idea. Her eyes were open, and when I bent over, I could have sworn they saw me.
Hello.
Mrs. Kent.
I thought maybe I'd see you again.
Hold it. Operator, police emergency. Lieutenant Dana. Get a doctor to 49 South Grover, apartment 3C immediately. Got it? Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Better not talk.
There'll
be a doctor here in a couple of minutes.
You've seen people like this before. I should be dead.
Will you stop?
No. What do you want me to do? Think about what my life has been. And what's happening to it now.
There might be a chance.
Are you trying to make me laugh? Lieutenant, you look funny.
It's a habit my face has.
You know who?
Yeah.
I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. You can tuck me in if you like. That's what I said when I was still alive. You said you wouldn't like. You lied, didn't you, Lieutenant?
I lied.
I do. Please. It's all going so fast now. Please.
All right. I'll tuck you in.
Thank.
Good night. The doctor was a little late. The homicide squad arrived and made noises and was very busy. There was a guy named Shakespeare wrote a play. And when his character died, he said, "The rest is silence." In my line, the rest is routine.
Go on, Sam. Get the cameras out of here. You ain't shooting a movie. Terry, rush that print over to the lab, huh?
Take it easy, will you?
Go get the lead out. Get the lead out.
Dave was there, making like a sergeant. The men loved every pound of him.
No reporters till later. Come on now, boys. Get rolling, huh? Lieutenant.
Yeah, Dave?
Snap out of it.
Out of what? I'm feeling fine.
Don't kid Pappy, huh?
Sorry, Dave. Call it I'm tired and forget it.
Okay. The boys have been through the building.
Did they have fun?
Dug up a couple of neighbors, heard the shots. Thought it was a car backfiring.
That was bright of them.
Well, it gives us the time she was shot. 1 hour and 11 minutes ago.
That'll help.
Not the girl, maybe, but the district attorney's going to need it.
All right. He's got it.
And Boiler must have been shot a few minutes before that. Gives you the pair of them. Pinned down close, too.
Close enough.
Eddie Kent's out in the open now. Must have been holed up the last 2 months someplace in town. With her showing, it brought him out. He realized she'd thrown in with McGrath, so he
Save
figured...
it for the report, Dave.
Yeah, okay. We'll get him pretty quick now.
Sure. So long, Dave.
Lou, where you going?
Out.
What for?
I need a killer. There's the old one about the man who lost a horse, who said to himself, if I were a horse, where would I go? And then he went there. If I were Eddie Kent, I'd go to visit McGrath. I went. It was a nice night. The only thing wrong with it was people. There was a car parked outside of McGrath's house. It pulled away as I came up. I didn't have the patience for a chase, so I cut my wheel and slowed it up. Max was climbing out of the other car, tugging at his pocket. I discouraged him. He fell down. I got the gun all the way out of his pocket. 2 bullets gone. Within very recent history. There was nothing else that moved in the car. McGrath might still be at home. Worrying about his car, maybe.
Max, what on earth? Dana?
Inside.
Now, look here.
I said inside.
All right. What do you want?
Your car's in a bad way.
Oh? Well, that crash.
Yeah, I'm a careless driver.
You could be drunk.
I could be.
That won't help your record any.
You really think I'm drunk?
If you're not, you're insane.
Oh, no. We just haven't met professionally before.
Max, was he hurt?
He'll live.
I'm going to call a doctor for him.
No.
Now, look here. This is completely preposterous.
Something bothering you?
I haven't anything further to say to you, Dana.
One man's opinion. Yours. I don't share it.
You must have... you must have looked into the car.
I did.
Well, that can be explained easily.
Explain it easily.
Eddie Kent was a killer. He apparently thought his wife and I had been a little too friendly.
Had you?
You know how it is, Lieutenant.
No.
Anyway, he came here, threatened to kill me, so Max beat him to it, that's all. It was a case of self-defense. Would stand up in any court.
Sure.
So there's no reason to act the way you are.
Where was he delivering the body? To the aquarium?
Well, you see, Max's record isn't too good. He was afraid the police might not readily accept a self-defense plea. He wanted to dispose of the body. I tried to persuade him not to, but I failed. As a matter of fact, I was just about to notify the police myself.
Uh-huh.
I think you'll find the bullets in Eddie Kent's body came from Max's gun.
I know they did.
Well, then, we can relax, can't we?
I've been relaxing for hours. How about the bullets in Boiler's body and Martha Kent's body?
Well, they'd have come from Eddie Kent's gun, obviously.
You mean the gun planted on Eddie Kent, don't you?
What do you mean?
Kent came here to see you first, for his share of the bank money. Kent died here. Max took care of that. But you still didn't own that $80,000. There was Martha Kent left. You saw a nice piece of business opening up.
Oh, you're dreaming.
A cop's dream. So you headed for her apartment. You had to dispose of Boiler. He knew too much. You couldn't afford to have him around. And then you went upstairs and ended the partnership between you and Martha Kent. You came back, planted the gun you'd used on Eddie Kent, and instructed Max to dump his body where it wouldn't be found for a while. That way, no medical examiner could prove Kent had died before his wife.
Well, that's very ingenious. You've got nothing to base it on.
I've got Kent's body.
Ah, good lawyer.
I've got something else. An unlocked door.
What does that mean?
Martha Kent's door was unlocked when I got there, and the lock hadn't been tampered with. She wouldn't have opened that door to her husband. Not when she knew the trap she'd helped set for him. She'd have opened it for you, McGrath. You've been fumbling in that desk long enough. Bring the gun up. I'll let you have first shot.
You can't do anything to me.
First shot.
Well? Yeah. You do better with women. Don't worry. I won't slap you.
All right. All right.
How dirty can a man's hands get? They train you to make out a report when you're a cop. You learn how to put all the facts down in proper order. The names and the times and the places. You do it, and you sign your name, and it's a job that's done. Except where would you mention the fact that a dying girl's last action had been to smile at you? I don't like killers.
You've just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gloria Blondell as Martha, Herb Butterfield as McGrath, and Barney Phillip as Max. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed and written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. In just a few moments, The Man from Homicide, starring Dan Duryea. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world affairs are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He speaks tonight from Heidelberg. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine.
A Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
One way or another, people keep dying all the time. That interests doctors, insurance companies, and statisticians. But sometimes people are helped to die, and that interests us. In homicide, we work at it. The death that comes because somebody was afraid, because somebody hated, because somebody killed.
Pretty clear case of suicide, Lieutenant.
The place was a pier jutting out into the bay. The time was 2 a.m. The occasion?
You don't often get an eyewitness to suicide, Lou, but this time we've got one. A cop, too.
The girl they'd fished out of the bay was young. At one time, she might have been pretty. But that time was before the waters of the bay got at her.
Yes, sir, one of our men saw her go in.
They were working on her with a pull motor. What they needed was a miracle.
Yeah. Uniformed man was maybe 50 yards from her when he heard her scream. He started towards her. She was easy to see, and counted the lamppost right near the spot she jumped from. By the time he got there, she was under. Lou?
The sergeant was fat. Probably made getting clothes to fit him tough. I thought it was a good thing he didn't have to wear a uniform anymore.
Lou!
Sorry, Dave. I guess I was dreaming. Stick of gum, Pappy?
No, thanks. Lou, okay if the boys remove the body? She's dead.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, boys, get her out of here, huh?
There was no identification on her, Dave?
No.
No labels on her clothes and no purse, huh? How about a hat?
She was wearing one when she went in.
Where is it?
The hat?
The hat.
Well, I guess nobody bothered fishing for it.
I want somebody to bother.
Well, okay, Lou. I'll put a couple of the boys on it. But
call it attention to detail, Dave. I don't like it.
Don't like what?
That girl dying the way she did? She was young, Dave. Pretty. Death by drowning hurts.
She picked it for herself.
Maybe. She was too alone, Dave.
Suicides don't usually look for company.
They don't bother dying incognito either.
Well...
Sure, I know. It could have been that way. Did you notice her hair, Dave?
Was blonde.
She'd had a permanent. Even the Baywater didn't bother it much. A recent permanent.
Nah, something's working on you.
Yeah. Suicides are tired and worn, bitter sometimes. This girl's face was untouched. She hadn't lived long, Dave. She hadn't lived much. Not nearly enough to find out what life was. Not nearly enough to ask for death. And Dave, she screamed. I went back to headquarters and waited. I wondered how it felt to breathe water instead of air. I wondered why any man chose to be in homicide. After a while, I stopped wondering and just waited.
Lou?
Yeah, Dave?
No sign of the hat. You know, the bay is kind of big.
Autopsy in yet?
I got it.
Thanks.
Anything?
Sure. She was drowned. Water in her lungs. Water that tested out as bay water.
Well, that cleans it up, don't it?
I don't know. Dave, get a hold of the copper so I'll go in. Have him describe the hat to one of the lab men and have the lab man make a sketch of it.
Sure, only
why? I'm trying not to believe that life's so lousy a girl like that wouldn't want it. Her clothes were cheap. It's been a warm night. Why was she wearing a hat?
Have you got something there?
A bad taste is what I've got. Get me that sketch, will you, Dave? If nothing else, it'll look good in her file. The rest of the routine went along fine. Pictures of her would go to the papers, and the request for identification would go with them. There might be trouble, though. The people who'd known her hadn't seen her dead, her lungs filled with bay water. It makes a difference.
Here's your sketch, Lou.
Thanks. Wow. This is quite a hat.
Yeah. Designer must have just heard about the birds and the bees, not to mention the fruit.
Elaborate and expensive. It's a wrong note, Dave. Too much hat.
Oh, you're a stubborn man, Lou. Maybe the girl just blew a week's salary on that hat. Kind of a splurge.
Just before she decided to die?
Yeah.
No one's come in to identify her, huh?
Not yet.
Not ever.
You're guessing wild.
No, I'm not. Why were the labels on her clothes removed? Dave, have copies of that sketch made. Put a few policewomen on the job. A hat like that means a designer. It's not mass production stuff like the girl's clothes. I want that designer found.
Okay, Lou. And if we turn him up?
Make sure our people don't get spotted as cops.
Yeah. And then what?
And then I'll go visiting. I never heard her scream, Dave. Just a report about it. But somehow that screams in my ears. I want to get rid of it. It took time, but the dead girl had all the time there was. Finally, I got an address. And a name. The name was printed large in gilt letters on a shop window. It read Vogue Millinery. Underneath, in small letters, Martha Wayne. I went in.
Hello.
Hello.
I rather like to have a man stop in. I get so tired of... Well, women are fine. They're the ones who buy my hats mostly, but... Oh, you did want to see me about a hat.
I did. You're, Mrs. Wayne?
Miss Wayne.
You design all these hats?
Yes. Guilty as charged.
They're manufactured here?
Manufactured is such a large word. They're made here. I usually have someone help me.
Oh, isn't that a lot of work?
Well, not really. You see, I make only one of a kind. Not very many at that.
Then, any hat bought here...
would be absolutely unique. You're thinking of surprising your wife.
I'm not married.
Well, you're thinking of surprising someone?
In a way. I have a picture here.
Oh?
Look at it.
I see. Oh, she's very pretty, of course, but the photograph isn't terribly good, is it? I mean, well, it looks distorted.
Maybe. You, don't recognize her?
Recognize? Oh, she must be a celebrity, and I'm very stupid, but... No, I don't recognize her.
No, she's no celebrity. She bought a hat here.
She did?
That's why I thought you'd recognize her.
Oh, I have a very bad memory for faces. Now, if you showed me the hat she bought...
I've got a sketch that might help. Take a look at it.
Oh, you're quite an artist, aren't you?
This is one of your hats?
Oh, I think so. Your friend told you she bought it here?
No.
Well, then however
You put labels in the hats you make, don't you?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly dense. All you had to do was look inside the hat.
You keep records of the sales you make?
Well, naturally. The kind of clientele I have. And besides, there's so many taxes we have to pay.
I want the name of the girl you sold that hat to.
The name? But if she's a friend of yours...
I didn't say that.
Well, no, but I assume
I'd
that...
like her name.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you that information.
Why not?
I don't know that the lady would want you to have it.
The lady's wishes don't matter very much. Not anymore.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Dana, Lieutenant Dana. My credentials.
Oh. Well, there isn't anything wrong about...
Your hats? That wouldn't be my business. I'm homicide.
Homicide? Oh, then you'd be Lou Dana. You're the celebrity.
Well, the papers run out of copy every once in a while.
I didn't recognize you. Although I've seen pictures of you. You look younger and...
The name of the girl?
Oh, I'm sorry. My record's in the back room. If you'll wait a few moments...
I'll wait.
I'll be right back.
It was a long distance from the cold waters of the bay to the warm, perfumed shop where Martha Wayne made hats. I wondered how the dead girl had got from one place to the other. It kept me from wondering about Martha Wayne and the things that had nothing to do with death. Martha Wayne was taking a long time. Too long a time. Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne! There was a back room. It held a couple of sewing machines, odds and ends of equipment, a desk, a chair, and an open window. The window looked out onto an alley leading to the next street. It was empty. As empty as the room I was in. Lieutenant Dana. I want an address for a Martha Wayne. She's not in the phone book, but she runs a hat shop on Miller Avenue. Yeah, that's right. Sales tax people that have it. Make it fast and call me here. The number's Arden 48747. I'm in a hurry, and I don't know why. Dana. Uh-huh. 39 Carlisle. Thanks. The house was an old brownstone. The steps were worn that led up to the stoop. The windows were shuttered. No one was in a hurry to answer the doorbell. The door was locked. The neighborhood wasn't good. Streets littered, sidewalks cracked, doors sagging. I tried a few keys. One of them worked. The lights weren't on. That figured. No one was home. I was wrong. For a while I felt fine. Things were soft and dark and warm. Nothing mattered. That was the way it would be when you died, I thought lazily. But I was wrong. It didn't last. Light came back, and sound, and pain.
Lou.
Oh.
Lou.
Oh.
Lou, wake up, will you? Lou. Wake up.
What? Oh. Hello, Dave.
Oh, you had me worried.
I seem to be lying down. Yeah. On the floor. Dirty floor. Help me up, Dave.
Okay.
Thanks.
For a minute there, I was scared.
Nobody kills Dana.
Now, that could be wrong.
Sure, but I don't want to know about it. Why did you...
phoned in for this address and then you didn't check in. I got worried.
How long
It's
is it?
11, Lou.
11?
Yeah.
I must have been out for a good 4 hours. Correction, a bad 4 hours.
Yeah.
Dave, did you see anyone when
No.
Now, let's go look through the rest of the house.
Now, you feel all right?
I feel lousy. We'll look anyway.
For what?
A dark-haired girl named Martha Wayne. A girl who runs a hat shop. Right now, maybe. Just a girl who runs. We looked through the rest of the house. We didn't find Martha Wayne. I hadn't expected to. We found lots of other things, though.
Well, that's it, Lieutenant.
That's it.
House full of antique furniture, old silver, paintings.
Very high class.
Very expensive. Also too much.
A lot too much.
Yeah, not a house for a family to live in.
A warehouse, Dave.
What I was thinking.
A warehouse for stolen goods.
We'll get the burglary detail on it.
They'll love us for finding the merchandise.
Now, what does all this make Martha Wayne, Lieutenant?
A receiver of stolen goods, at best.
And at worst?
A killer. The burglary detail came and loved us. The house that Martha Wayne had lived in was filled with the loot from half a dozen big robberies. That took care of that. We put out an alarm for Martha Wayne. That didn't take care of that.
What's that thing you're fiddling with?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's something I picked up in the room Martha Wayne lived in. It's a medal, Dave.
Medal?
Yeah. She'd been a Girl Scout. Also a senior lifesaver.
What flavor? Trying to be funny.
Relax, Pappy. I don't bite. I hope that's for me. Dana here. Yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. Good. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What was that?
Burglary detail. Good old routine. The cop's best friend.
Yeah, I'm not only getting fatter, I'm getting stupider.
They've been worried about a cat named Barlow. A lot of burglaries bore his trademark the last few months, and they haven't been able to get anything on him, though.
Well, what good is that?
I don't know yet. I'll go ask Barlow.
But if burglary already worked on
They
him.
were gentle. All they had to worry about was stolen property. I won't be gentle.
Lou, you better take it easy.
Dave, there's nothing in my life except what? Death, killers, pain and violence. I'll take it as easy as I know how, but I'm not worrying about stolen property. I'm worrying about murder. Burglary had mentioned the yellow disc. It turned out to be a saloon with a girl singer, an out-of-tune piano, and a tough doorman.
Yeah?
I'm coming in.
Mention a name.
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
I don't like that name.
I'm still coming in.
Look, mister. Nobody gets in the yellow disc without an invitation. You ain't got one.
I got this.
A badge. A real badge. You know what? I bet you're a cop.
You win the bet.
You still ain't coming in.
Let's find out.
You know what this is?
Yeah, a sap. Technically, a concealed weapon.
Well, it ain't concealed now.
You're frightening me.
You're gonna get it.
I've been sapped before tonight. I'm getting used to it.
Well, you must like it. Hey, my arm. Hey, you could break it.
Don't suggest things to me. Drop the sap.
Okay. Well, it won't do you no good taking me. You did a nice job. Walk in there, you got trouble.
Maybe I like trouble.
Okay, I'm out of your way. You're tough, sure. You could handle me. There's half a dozen guys in there.
Open the door for me, huh?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. Suppose you announce me.
Oh, okay. What name?
Lou Dana.
No wonder you took me.
You heard what I said.
Yeah. Lieutenant Lou Dana. That's this guy.
Now get back outside.
Yeah?
A saloon. The girl singer left quick. A small combo played background music. A handful of men sat around at small tables. They all bulged at one place or another. Shoulder holsters or hip pocket rods, concealed weapons. Most of them had a girl at the table with them. Their weapons weren't especially concealed.
Dana.
Make it lieutenant. I feel formal tonight.
What do you want here?
Not a thing.
Then get out.
You worried about what?
Something happening to you.
Thanks.
Let's not play games. I run this place. I run it without cops.
Keep right on running it. Which one is Barlow?
I don't hear a word you say.
Which one is Barlow?
You got a warrant for him?
All the mugs in town are turning legal.
I never heard of anybody named Barlow.
Which one?
Move in on me and you'll stop asking questions. You get an answer. You won't like it.
I'm crazy about answers, any kind. Point 'em out.
Okay. He's the one at the corner table.
Thanks. Hello, Barlow.
Hello.
Let's go for a walk.
Okay.
You're coming easy.
Why not?
I wouldn't know. How about your little playmates?
You must have been reading the papers about you.
Convenient. Come on.
Since when you doing burglary, Lieutenant?
I'm not.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, no. We keep right on going. Or don't you believe what you read in the papers?
We keep on going.
Thanks, Mr. Barlow. Thanks.
Hey, what are you stopping here for?
This time of night, I'm crazy about the bay. Get out.
I ain't interested in sightseeing.
Get out.
Okay, but under protest, see?
Under protest. Come on. I want to get a closer look at the water.
I don't know what you got in mind.
I'll let you know in time. Right here ought to do. Up above and to your right, Barlow. That's a pier.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Down here, we've got more privacy. Funny thing about that pier.
Yeah?
A kid jumped off it last night right into the bay. She drowned.
What's that got to do with me?
A cop saw her go over. With a little luck, she might have been saved. If somebody went into the bay from down here, nobody'd see him, Barlow.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, no, you're staying right here, Barlow.
What do you want from me?
An introduction to Martha Wayne.
Martha? I don't know nobody named that.
From down here, you'd go into the water smooth and easy. Can you swim, Barlow?
No.
Too bad.
Hey, let go of me.
Ever try breathing water instead of air?
I said let go.
We're right near the edge now, Barlow. One push and...
yeah.
Who'd hear you out here at this time of night?
Okay. I'll take you to her.
Why, thanks, Barlow. Thanks very much.
I don't know what you think you're doing.
Very simple. You're a burglar. Martha Wayne's a fence. You steal the stuff, she disposes of it. The millinery store's a front.
Oh, that's guessing. And besides, what's it got to do with homicide?
That's what we're going to find out. Knock, Barlow.
Okay.
Who is it?
Barlow.
What do you...
We're both coming in, Miss Wayne.
Lieutenant Dana.
You remembered.
You're not an easy man to forget, Lieutenant.
Thanks. This, apartment's a lot nicer than the brownstone.
What brownstone?
You're listed as the owner.
But there's no law against having more than one place to live.
Tonight, everybody's quoting the law to me.
Why did you bring Barlow here?
He brought me.
I had to. He would have drowned me.
Shut up.
Okay, I'll shut up.
You were really anxious to meet me, weren't you?
I still want the name of the girl who bought that hat from you.
You're very persistent.
So?
Why not forget her, Lieutenant? Wouldn't be hard. I'd help.
All this for a burglary rap?
That's an act, Lieutenant, isn't it? Because you do respond when I'm close to you, like this.
I respond all right. I remember the kid who went into the bay.
The kid who what?
Last night, a girl wearing one of your hats jumped into the bay. A cop on duty heard her scream and looked around. She was near a lamppost. He saw her go over.
Well, that's very sad, but...
It's more than sad. It's murder.
Murder? But you yourself just told me she jumped in.
She did. But she wasn't the one who died.
She wasn't the one who... You're confusing me.
No, I'm not. You run a millinery store. In that store, you have an assistant. Let's suppose that assistant is a girl. A girl who finds out by accident what your business really is. A receiver of stolen goods. Suppose that girl is young, naive. Tells you she's going to inform the police. What would you do?
You're the one who's supposing all these things.
You'd have to make sure she wouldn't go to the police. One way would be to murder her. But that's dangerous. People get executed for murder. So, with a little help, Barlow's, for example, you get the girl down to the bay and drown her.
That would be murder anyway. Besides, the policeman saw her jump by herself.
You drown her in the bay, in the water underneath the pier. Then you go up on the pier yourself. You're dressed exactly the same way she is. You wait until a policeman's around, some little distance away. You pick out a place near a lamppost. Then you scream. The policeman sees you. He starts toward you, but you jump into the water. The harbor detail dredges, comes up with the body of a drowned girl. The policeman would swear it was the same girl he'd seen go over. It wasn't.
Very, very clever, Lieutenant. But only a guess.
You could do it. You were a senior lifesaver. You swim well. The dead girl was already in the water under the pier. You hit the water, you swim away, climb out of the bay a few hundred yards from the pier. A perfect murder setup.
A guess.
Why would a suicide pick a lamppost? Why would a suicide scream before jumping? Not a guess.
You'll never be able to prove it.
Barlow isn't a very strong character. He brought me to you, and he'll testify, hoping he might get away with a second-degree murder rap. Won't you, Barlow?
Well, she did it all. I didn't know what she was planning.
You see?
I have nothing to say.
No, you haven't. Not anymore. Not in this life. And it all came from a hat. The hat that was wrong. But the dead girl was blonde. You're brunette, Miss Wayne. You had to wear a hat for a masquerade. That hat will hang you. That was all. They were booked, they'd be tried, and in due time they'd die. I finished my report and signed it. I didn't see the paper I was writing on. I saw a young girl with an untouched face and all of her life before her, lying dead and watery on the rough wood of a pier. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Rome, Italy. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine over your ABC station.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job. It doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
The dead are lonely people. They don't eat, drink, chase blondes, or hit the night spots. Nobody keeps them company. Their quarters are on the crude side. And when they've died violently, they don't look good. When they check in with homicide, they put in their time at the morgue. I wonder if the cold marble of the slabs ever bothers them. The sergeant standing next to me had surrounded himself with 300 pounds of fat, but even that couldn't keep the cold out.
Lieutenant.
Have a stick of gum, Dave?
No, thanks.
I don't like his looks.
Wee Willie? He ain't exactly in the best of shape.
45 slug?
Yep, in the back of the head.
Somebody wanted to make very sure. When and where, Dave?
Couple of kids stumbled across him in the park around 11 o'clock tonight.
Kids? At 11?
18-year-old kids. Boy and a girl looking for a quiet place. They found a quiet place. They also found Wee Willie.
What's the medical examiner's guess as to time of death?
Around 7 tonight, give or take an hour.
Dinner time. But not for Willie. I'd seen Wee Willie. We got out of the morgue. The room I kept my desk in was warmer, but the chill was still in my bones. Dave.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
What was Willie Baines?
40 years ago, he was a kid in the slums. 10 years later, juvenile delinquent. And since then, petty larceny boy, small bookie, errand boy for the smart ones. Yesterday, the Crime Investigating Committee had him under subpoena.
And tonight, under the sod. Who was he working for?
We're not sure, Lou.
What was the Crime Commission going to ask him about? The weather?
Captain Kowaleski checked through on that. One of the men on the governor's staff stuck Willie Baines' name on the list.
Well?
Yeah, but he had gone home. We'll get hold of him in the morning.
Tonight?
Lou.
Yeah?
Man's name is Schuyler. Old family and stuff.
I'll make sure my fingernails are clean.
Yeah, it's late. He might be asleep.
He can be waked.
He's political, Lou.
I'll try not to hold that against him. Come on. I'll tell you a secret, Dave. I've decided not to run for president. The Schuyler place avoided its neighbors by several acres of manicured lawn and a high fence. The house itself was made of gray stone, and well-trained ivy framed the windows. The front door was so highly polished you could see your face in it. I needed a shave.
Yes?
No, she didn't need anything. She had it all.
What do you want?
Mr. Schuyler?
It's late.
It is?
Well?
My credentials.
Lieutenant Dana. Homicide.
Homicide?
Come in. Mr. Schuyler's in his room. What did you want to see him about?
It might be simpler if I discussed it with him.
I suppose you know what you're doing.
We'll leave it at that.
But I can't understand what connection there is between homicide and...
Professional connection.
Mr. Schuyler won't be pleased at being disturbed.
Wee Willie wasn't pleased either.
Wee Willie?
A man with a priority at the moment.
Well, if it's important...
Why not let your husband decide? Where's his room? Quick.
Down the hall, last door.
Thanks. I went down the hall, quick. The last door was standing open. Mr. Schuyler was wearing a silk dressing gown, leather bedroom slippers, and what looked like a smile on his thin lips, but wasn't. And 2 bullet holes in the head. An open window gave a fair view of the manicured lawns and the fence at the far end. Somebody was climbing it. He was over before my bullets got there.
Lou!
That fence is over 100 yards away. Shh, wait. Yeah.
Now what? Hey. Schuyler?
I'd say so.
Dead.
He's got a right with 2 bullet holes in his head. Dave, when you came in,
the shots figured you might need me.
And did you see a woman in evening dress?
A woman? No.
Come on. Mr. Schuyler will excuse us.
Was there a woman here?
Yeah, she made light conversation with me. Maybe because she thought I was a good conversationalist, or maybe because she had to give a gunman time to shoot his gun off. I left her here.
Nobody around now?
No. She must have ducked out when you came in.
Who was she?
I called her Mrs. Schuyler. It looks like I was wrong. Get on the phone. Notify the department, Dave.
What'll I tell him?
Tell him Wee Willie's getting company. The technical men showed up and got the routine underway. They found out that the corpse was Schuyler, and they found out that the corpse was dead, and that was all. Dave and I went through the dead man's files and found nothing. Out on the lawn, the noise and the smell of gunpowder faded. He went over the fence right about here. Maybe he dropped his calling card.
There's not a thing around, Lou.
I better take a look at the fence itself. Shoot your light up here, huh?
Okay, Lieutenant.
Hold it now.
Yeah.
There's rough stone on top. He must have hit it hard going over with my bullet singing behind him. Yeah.
You got something, Lou?
Something.
Yeah. Hunk of cloth.
Half an inch by half an inch, maybe. Jagged edges. Could have been torn off his pants leg.
Yeah, hardly enough to identify, Lou.
That's for the lab to worry about. Dave, we're dead.
I'd say.
Baines was going to sing, and somebody objected to his solo and killed him. When Schuyler had picked Baines for investigation, he had something on his mind. Well, where's Schuyler's mind now?
Well, son, you're being rhetorical.
The girl, what's a description worth? She had nothing that'd make her different from 500,000 other girls except beauty. And that doesn't fit into her police report.
None of it's any good, Lou.
I know, Pappy. So let's feed this cloth to the lab. Half an inch by half an inch. I wonder if there's enough to make a hangman's rope out of it. The lab was good. They had the cloth pattern tabbed in an hour. It was a tweed, an expensive tweed. Sketches were made up and every local mill questioned. It took them 4 hours to hit the mill that had woven the cloth. 20 minutes for a list of tailors they'd shipped bolts to in the city. By that time, it was the next day, and 12 cops pounded pavement visiting tailors. Maybe I slept while in the chair behind my desk. I must have slept because I saw the girl's face and heard her voice again. It was quite a voice.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pappy?
You ever try sleeping?
Sure. Didn't care for it much, though. You got something?
Yeah, it's a maybe on one of the lists. Boy by the name of Stan Cochran bought a suit made out of that cloth 2 months ago.
Keep going.
Well, he's a Detroit boy. Had a little something to do with the Collier gang out there.
The question is, what's he doing in this town?
Uh-huh.
You got an address?
Yeah, Slocum Arms over on Van Dyke.
That's nice, Dave. Go find a bed and lie down.
Now, you've been gone just as long as I have.
Sure, Pappy, but I don't have so much to carry around. You're dead on your feet. I'll let you know if Mr. Cochran ripped any suits recently. Once upon a time, Van Dyke had been a nice street where people got married, had kids, and died in bed. That was a long time ago. Now, drunks and dirt, blind pigs, houses, and the Slocum Arms. A decaying palm and a cracked tub, cigar butts on the floor, and a quick turnover.
Yeah?
Stan Cochran.
Who's that?
Let's see your register.
Give me a reason.
I'm crazy about hotel registers.
I don't like that reason.
How about this?
I don't like cops either.
You and me both. The register.
Okay.
Thanks. That's funny.
What is?
All your customers got the same handwriting.
Same? Oh, I can explain that.
Go ahead.
They can't write. Hey, let me go!
Stan Cochran.
Look, I'm telling you, the name ain't familiar. Look, get your hands off
I'll
of
wash
me.
him when I get home. Maybe he didn't feed you the right name. He's 28 years old, 5 feet 7 inches high, weighs around 160, brown hair, gray eyes, dresses a lot better than this dump would call for. Who is he?
Oh, I don't recognize. What's the idea?
Keep your hands away from that drawer. There might be a gun in it. Who is he?
Well,
Oh. Shut up. Bend over towards me. We're holding a confidential chat like that. He's on his way out. What name did he use here?
I don't know.
You gave it away. What name?
Steve Carter.
Yeah. No imagination. Same initials. Gargle when you get home. Your throat will feel better. Goodbye. Mr. Cochran was wearing a tan gabardine. I admired it walking up Van Dyke. Half a block, and Mr. Cochran decided his gabardine was worthy of better places than Van Dyke. He hired a cab. I made my car, and Mr. Cochran and I went for a drive. Mr. Cochran paid his cab off, and it left. I got out of the car, and Mr. Cochran walked past the entrance to the Orange Turban. I ignored it, too. Mr. Cochran picked out the first alley beyond the nightclub and went down it. I gave him time and sampled the alley myself. A thin trickle of moonlight picked out garbage cans, empty milk bottles, and Mr. Cochran knocking on a door at the end of the alley. The door was solid and bolted. I decided I'd use the front entrance to the Orange Turban. It was the kind of a place that had a cover charge. I wondered how Captain Kowaleski would feel about a cover charge. And then I had thoughts about Mr. Schuyler, and I didn't bother wondering. The head waiter had his doubts, but the place was open to the public. The table he gave me commanded a very good view of the wallpaper and the entrance to the gents' lounge. The girl playing the piano was like 500,000 other girls, except she happened to be beautiful. The last time I'd seen her, we were in a gray stone house, and a man was about to die. This time...
Good evening, Lieutenant Dana.
If you say so.
I'm Welsh. I own the Turban. Hope you like it.
Oh, I'm crazy about the wallpaper.
The head waiter didn't recognize you. Now, if you'd like another table...
Oh, this one will do.
Lieutenant, I hope you're not here on business.
I wouldn't know. Who's the piano player?
Claire Mason. Beautiful, isn't she?
And she even plays the piano. I'd like to meet her.
I'll ask her.
You pay her salary, tell her.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Hello.
Mr. Welsh asked me to come.
Sit down, Miss Mason.
Thank you.
It's even later
I beg your pardon?
than last night.
I'm not sure I know.
Last night was the night we met at Mr. Schuyler's.
At Mr. Schuyler's? Who is Mr. Schuyler, Lieutenant Dana?
Oh, like that, huh?
You and I have never met before. I wouldn't have forgotten if we had.
You're very beautiful. And how did you spend last night between the hours of 11 to 1, say?
Why,
Don't bother. You were here all the time. How many dead men have you ever seen?
I don't think I've seen any.
That's a shame. Everybody should see at least a few.
Why?
Then maybe more people than homicide would hate killers. Welsh got an office in the club?
In the back of the building.
Now, let's go visit him.
I don't particularly want to.
Your lawyer wouldn't be happy with your unwillingness.
I don't have a lawyer.
You will by the time you get to trial. I said let's go.
I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but... All right.
I just want Welch to tell me that you were here all last night, too.
It's through here. He'll tell you I was here.
I know he will. But once he tells me, you see, I'll have a couple of accessories. You and Welsh.
Accessories to...
Murder. That's what it always is, isn't it?
Would you mind?
Oh, I keep forgetting we first met in very high society. Sure.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah?
Since Welsh will corroborate my story, what's there for you?
Exercise. Look, Miss Mason, if this were a book, it might turn out that you have a wicked twin sister. Or maybe somebody hypnotized you and the game you played at the Schuyler house wasn't your fault at all. But this isn't a book. We both know where you were last night, and one of us knows exactly why. The other has a very good idea. Welch is on the other side of that door?
Yes.
You're looking at me as if I were a can of somebody's ideal dog food.
Am I?
Yes. You're wrong. I'm nobody's ideal. Not even a dog's. You sticking to your story?
It's not a story. It's the truth.
I've got just enough brains, Miss Mason, to know you're lying. I'm just enough of a fool to wish you weren't. Forget it. We go back to the script now. Keeps his door locked?
Yeah.
Go on, Miss Mason.
It's Claire, Mr. Welsh, and the lieutenant.
Oh, cute.
What do you mean?
Never mind. You know the answer to that one, too.
Come in, come in. Just doing a little bookkeeping. Make yourselves comfortable.
Thanks. Welch, where was Miss Mason at 11 o'clock last night?
Claire? Why, here at the club, of course.
And how do you know?
Well, because I was here myself.
How about 7 o'clock?
7?
That one you need a minute for. Take it.
I don't know what you mean. At 7, Claire and I were dining together.
But she told
We
me
were
that
dining together.
Oh, neat. Very neat. What restaurant?
No restaurant, Lieutenant. Claire happens to be a very fine cook, and she was kind enough to invite me to dinner at her apartment.
Then she's got more talents than one.
Why, you...
Piano playing.
Lieutenant, if you're going to be nasty...
What else can I be? Look at the company I keep. Miss Mason, you're buying one alibi from Welsh. Know what he's getting in return? 2 alibis.
2?
You know about Schuyler. You were there.
I've already told you I wasn't.
Save it. Welch offered to pull you out of that one by saying you were here. It'd be my word against the pair of you. You took his offer. In return for that, you've given him an alibi for 7 o'clock last night.
We were together. What happened at 7 o'clock last night?
A little man named Willie Baines had part of his head shot off with a .45. Oh, that one you didn't have down in your little book, huh?
I didn't know.
Claire, the man's trying to trap you.
Shut up.
I've got my right.
How about Willie Baines's rights? How about Schuyler's rights?
I had nothing to do with him. Remember, Dana, you're not a jury.
I remember that all the time. That's why I don't kill you. All right, Miss Mason.
I've nothing to say.
You've got lots to say. It went like this. Schuyler was down here, saw you, decided your eyes held all the stars, and your lips were what a man dreams of. He also happens to be on the crime commission. He got hold of Willie Baines, and Baines decided to talk. About who? You know the answer to that one. Otherwise, you wouldn't have recognized Willie Baines' name when I threw it at you.
I still have nothing.
Let me. Baines was going to tie Welch in with the racket. Schuyler told you. You worked for Welch, you told him. Mistaken loyalty or a cut in the profits?
I work here, that's all.
Thanks. It makes it a little cleaner. You told Welch, and Welch started moving. He hired a gunman from Detroit. First, Willie Baines went at 7 o'clock, and then Schuyler at 11. You were with Schuyler at his house in evening dress. Or maybe you didn't know the program for the evening.
I didn't.
Claire,
That was for obstructing justice, Welch.
I'm confused.
Say the phony alibis work. Where does that leave you the minute Welch stops worrying about you?
Oh, I don't care
Where
about
does that leave you? 2 dead men on your doorstep morning, noon, and night, waking and sleeping. Schuyler, who loved you with 2 bullets in his head. Willie Baines, dead in Potter's Field.
Stop! Please stop it. All right, Lieutenant.
Claire.
I was at Schuyler's, you know that. You saw me. It's 7.
What? The lights. Claire, get down. Don't move. The boy from Detroit was around. Claire.
I don't feel good.
Let me look at... Yeah.
Don't leave me.
I'm not. It wasn't Welch. I had my eyes on him. It was the Detroit gun boy. Emergency. Lieutenant Dana. An ambulance, quick. The Orange Turban Club, back room. Take care of that and then send a patrol car over.
Lieutenant, I don't feel...
There'll be a doctor here pretty quick.
What chance? You don't have to answer that one. I know.
This isn't going to be easy. But, Miss Mason, I'm a cop from homicide. I got a duty to perform.
What are you so worried about?
I don't like it. There's a gimmick in the law. It says testimony by a witness not alive at the time of trial isn't admissible unless the witness made the statement and signed it at a time when the witness knew he was dying.
Then I'll make a very good witness, won't I?
I'll write the dying declaration out. Name, Claire Mason. Where do you live?
The Ardmore Hotel.
Do you now believe you're about to die?
Yes.
Have you no hope of recovery from the effects of the injury you've received?
Isn't there any...
No.
I have no hope.
I'll write the statement. You'll have to try to read it.
All right. It says what you said before.
Yes.
Give me the pen. That'll make up for Skylar and Willie.
It'll make up.
Oh, I think maybe now, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
The way you figured it out, I wasn't so bad, was I?
You weren't so bad.
Lieutenant, you and I, we know, don't we, that really I was part of it.
I don't know a thing except what's on this statement.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
She thanked me, and she died. It wasn't fair. Dead, she looked even more beautiful. I got out before the ambulance and the squad car. I got out of the room and down the hallway and to the door that opened out on the alley. I was late, but not too late. Welch and the gunboy Cochran would be waiting. They had to wait. Alive, I was their executioner. Dead, they'd be safe. I killed the hallway light, slid the bolt open, kicked the door wide, and headed for the dirt on the alley pavement. I picked number one by the flares of his gun. Welch. He hadn't expected me to come through the door that low. The gunboy had been smarter. He pulled in behind the stack of barrels he'd used as cover. We were going to have fun.
Cochran, Welch is out. It's just you and me now. Come out. No? Then I'll come after you. You got the girl. A neat job, Cochran. Real neat. Not a word, Cochran? I'm coming after you. Not like Willie Baines, who tried to run. Not like Skylar, who didn't know it was coming. Me, you've got to take from the front, Cochran. But to do that, you know what, Cochran? You'll have to come out yourself. Stand up to it and take a chance. How about it, gunboy? How about it, killer? All right. I'm on the other side of the barrels. I'm kicking them over, and when they go down, we'll each have a shot apiece. Fair enough, gunboy? Fair enough, killer?
No! I'm coming out. Here's my gun. Don't shoot. Please, please, don't shoot.
He crawled out on the dirty floor of the alley and cried. I didn't shoot him. They die harder and more often in the death cell. The boys arrived and washed the thing up. I went back to headquarters. I wrote up my report with pen and ink on white paper. I attached Miss Mason's dying declaration to my report and threw it in the outgoing basket. In due time, the district attorney would use it in a court of law, and a murderer would die. Fair enough. And Claire Mason, with the lights in her eyes and the warm lips, was dead, and would be forever dead, with all her beauty. I don't like killers.
You have just heard Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Ann Diamond was Claire, Jay Novello Welch. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed, written by Lou Bitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. There are two requirements essential to a good radio newscast: speed and flexibility. News of Tomorrow, ABC's nightly roundup, heard Monday through Thursday, ensures listeners of both. Editor John Daly can draw upon 30 overseas correspondents stationed at vital points around the globe, 6 news bureaus stretching across the United States, and over 290 ABC affiliates with their local news staffs. When News of Tomorrow hits the air, a complete to-the-moment picture of the world's happenings is on its way to ABC listeners. Tonight, for swift news awareness, listen to ABC for News of Tomorrow.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job. It doesn't end until the killer is found.
I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
Trouble with being a cop in homicide is that by the time you get there, the damage has already been done. You just pick up the pieces and put them together, if you can. If the puzzle adds up to an answer, then a killer is stopped from doing further damage. If not, well, then you just wait till the next time. That's one thing you're pretty sure of about a killer. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. The picture boys and the lab boys were pretty well through by the time I got there.
Okay, boys, hurry it up, huh?
The corpse was male, white, about 45.
Now be sure you get those color shots good, Eddie. They'll be important in this one.
Steve Morton had been shot full in the face at close range with a double-barrel shotgun.
Get a close-up in that color, Eddie.
2 12-gauge shells can make quite a change in a guy's features.
Well, the boys are through, Lou. What do you make of it?
Somebody didn't like him.
Yeah, sure proved it.
Anybody around?
The wife and a fellow named Thompson. He's, he was Morton's attorney.
Where?
Library.
There?
Yep.
Come on. You talked to him?
Not much. The wife was in pretty bad shape. She found him, called homicide, then this attorney. She's, pretty hysterical.
She is, huh?
Well, maybe she loved him.
It happens, I hear.
Here we are. Yeah, that's her.
I didn't think it was the guy.
This is Lou Dana, Mrs. Morton.
I'm Homicide, Mrs. Morton. Been assigned to cover this.
Please, no more questions. I can't.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton. You want us to catch whoever murdered your husband, don't you?
I can't talk about it. I tell you, I can't.
Lieutenant Dana, I'm Everett Thompson. I'm Mrs. Morton's attorney.
That sounds nice.
Couldn't you possibly postpone any further interrogation of Mrs. Morton until she's had time to compose herself?
Sorry, first impressions are the most important. 10 minutes from now, she may not remember as clearly. Mrs. Morton, I'm sorry, but there are a few things I have to know.
Very well, I'll try.
You know who shot your husband?
No.
Do you suspect anyone?
No.
Where were you when it happened?
I told the other officers I'd been to a bridge party.
Witnesses?
Of course.
And when you came back, you...
I opened the door, stepped in the room, there, lying there on the floor. No, I can't. I can't.
She's terribly upset. I'll try and quiet her.
Yeah, try. You get the time she got home?
About 40 minutes ago.
How long has he been dead?
A good 2 hours.
Well, doesn't look as though we get much from her.
No. And she called Thompson. He got here after the first of the boys.
What you got there?
Oh, Miss Morton dropped her handkerchief when she ran out.
Oh, let me have it. I'll give it to her when I question her again.
Yeah, here.
Thanks. Hey. That's funny.
What?
Oh, wouldn't you say Mrs. Morton seemed pretty shaken?
Never saw anybody cry any harder. Why?
Her handkerchief, Dave. Feel it.
It's dry.
It sure is, Pappy. Sometimes the leads come fast. It looked like this was the time we'd stumbled onto something right off. I went back in the living room for another look at Morton. Nothing. He was just 10 minutes deader. The room was large, luxuriantly furnished. It was an exclusive neighborhood. It'd take dough. Morton had dough. But what's a corpse going to do with dough? A more pertinent question might be, what's a widow going to do with dough?
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
When did you get on speaking terms with Shakespeare?
Oh, I read a book.
Ever read one entitled The Care and Feeding of Rich Widows?
Oh, I could write that one.
Yeah. With your figure, writing it is about all you could do.
All right. You gonna try and break her with that dry hanky, I mean?
No, let's pretend we didn't find it. That way she may not have her guard up.
All right. You through with the leading man here?
Yeah, tell the boys to clean it up. I'm going to have a talk with the missus.
Right. Okay, boys. Take the morgue there, customer. Then get back to the lab and stop sifting.
Back at headquarters, I started putting the pieces together. There were 3 of them. A dead rich man, a young beautiful widow who cried dry tears, and a suave attorney. Put the pieces together, and they added up to homicide. There was only one thing wrong with the idea, and that was that's all it was. Just an idea. I started out after information that would turn it into a fact. Dave.
Yes, Lou?
Have a check made on this guy, Everett Thompson.
Sure, Lou.
I want everything. Background, financial interests, friends.
Check.
Same thing on the deceased.
Background of financial interests, okay, but it's going to be a little hard to check on his friends. I don't know which place he went.
You got the build for a comedian, but not the brain. Past friends.
Okay, Lou, just kidding.
You got the names of the people Mrs. Morton says she was playing bridge with at the time of the killing?
Yeah, sure. Right here.
Leave them.
Am I going someplace?
You are.
Where?
Justice Court, Division 3. Ask the clerk if Everett Thompson was there yesterday at the time he said he was.
Anything else?
Just get back here as quick as you can. Then you can go with me to make a pinch.
Oh, you seem pretty sure.
I got a nose for these things. It's so pat. Motive, Thompson and the missus are in love. She inherits, and then they get married and live happily ever after. Only I'm afraid they're going to find it a little crowded in the electric chair.
Yeah, but Lou, they both claim alibis.
I got a hunch that's where we'll find the hole in their plan. Now get going.
Right.
Now let's see. Spangler, Edith, Mrs. George, Moody, Peters, Sadler, Simpson, Spangler, George. Hillbrook 716. Hello, Mrs. Spangler. Lou Dana, homicide. Do you know Mrs. Steve Morton? Yes, it is too bad. You know her then? Oh, I see. Was she at your home playing bridge yesterday? Oh? Well, what time did she leave? I see. There were other witnesses? I see. Thank you very much, Mrs. Spangler. Oh, yes, you've been a big help. You just helped my best idea into oblivion.
Lou, glad I caught you. Afraid you sent me on a wild goose chase, son.
I've been on one myself, Pappy. The season's open on wild goose chases.
Well, we've been where he goes before. Sorry to disappoint you, Lou, but Thompson was in court yesterday at the time he says.
And Mrs. Morton was playing bridge.
Well, looks like we maybe convicted those two a little premature.
It looks to me like we didn't convict them at all. Dana here. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, shoot. Oh, I see. Thanks a lot.
Anything?
The lab with the autopsy report?
Yeah.
Time of death, 3 p.m. Thompson was in court till 3:20, and Mrs. Morton was playing bridge till 4.
So we cross them off the list.
We tear up the list. They're the only ones on it.
Yeah, and they're apparently as clean as Las Vegas tourists.
As the actual killers may be.
Meaning?
Sometimes the hand that points a gun is a long way from the finger that pulls the trigger, Pappy.
Now,
if
Lou...
those two didn't have something to do with that guy's death, then I've lost my instincts.
Cop and homicide without instinct?
I said if, Dave. And I haven't lost them. I've still got them. And I'll bet you my pension against Mrs. Morton's dry hanky that they're right. There's always something fishy about a killer's story. I had only a hunch, but it kept prodding me. I couldn't prove how, when, or why she and Thompson had wanted her husband dead, but I was sure they had. I decided to go ask her.
Well, Lieutenant, I hardly expected to see you again so soon.
It isn't a social call, Mrs. Morton.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Stick of gum, Mrs. Morton?
Gum? Certainly not, Lieutenant.
No, you wouldn't. Mind if I do?
If you must be gauche, go ahead.
I will. Helps me think.
What flavor do you chew, Lieutenant? Cyanide?
What's that mean?
I was just thinking. The kind of thoughts you think
come from the people I have to associate with.
I see.
A cop in homicide doesn't write poetry about birds and flowers, Mrs. Morton. He thinks more in terms of guns and blood. Knives and wounds, rigor mortis, bodies on slabs in the morgue, and faces blasted from 2 barrels of a shotgun.
Please, stop it.
Why did you and Thompson kill your husband, Mrs. Morton?
Oh, you're despicable.
Thanks. Why, Mrs. Morton?
Lieutenant Dana, I didn't kill my husband. Neither did Everett. I loved my husband. I'm sorry you don't believe me.
I don't.
But I'm sure of one thing, Lieutenant. I don't have to submit to this sort of torture from you. Unless and until you're ready to charge me with murder. I don't have to see you again.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, okay. You'll see me again. She was right. She could refuse to answer any questions. She could deny any implication. She could mourn and weep for her dead husband.
and she could insist that neither she nor Thompson were involved. But she couldn't make me believe it. The trouble was, I didn't have any way of making anybody believe me either.
Lou?
Yes, Dave, what?
Got something. Routine report on Morton.
Oh? What is it?
He was in trouble, Lou.
What kind of trouble?
Money.
Morton? Oh, I thought he was one of the idle rich.
Might have been idle, but not rich. Not anymore.
Explain.
Yeah. Income tax boys breathing down his neck. They were about to make a formal charge. Evasion. $600,000. Seems he'd been phonying up his returns for years.
And they were going to collect?
And not only that. According to this report, they were going to ask a stiff prison sentence as well.
How long?
10 years, anyway. And they'd have made it stick, too. Except somebody beat him to the punch.
600,000 and 10 years, huh?
Yeah. You know, maybe he wasn't so unlucky after all. Guy in that spot'd be better off dead.
Yeah.
Lou, you thought about the other angle?
Suicide?
Uh-huh.
Oh, could be a motive, all right. But what about the gun? The guy doesn't shoot himself in the face with both barrels of a shotgun and then get rid of the gun before he dies. If Morton killed himself, which I doubt, somebody had to help him. No, Dane. I don't think Steve Morton wanted to die. I think... Wait a minute.
Idea, son?
Could be, Pappy. Could be. How long has Steve Morton been buried?
About 2 weeks. Why? Well, what's on your mind, son?
Murder, Pappy. Murder. Hello, Dana. Give me the lab. Casey? Dana. Now listen, Casey. Could you still get prints off a 2-week-old corpse? You could? Good. Thanks.
Lou, you aren't thinking of...
I am. Get an order out to have Steve Morton's body exhumed. Get the lab boys to make prints. Then I want to have a look at him myself.
You're welcome.
You don't expect pleasant work in homicide. We only had Mrs. Morton's word for identification. I got a hunch that's not enough. Now get on it.
Okay, son, if you say so.
I say so. And Dave.
Yeah?
Don't let the boys from the press in on this. Let's keep it strictly inside the department, huh?
The boys got busy with their grave digging, and I got busy on a fresh pack of gum and some more heavy thinking. I still had that hunch. I still felt Mrs. Morton was mixed up somehow. I went out to see her again. I got the kind of a fishy stare only an unwelcome guest can get from a well-trained butler who likes his job. I wore my nastiest disposition and discouraged him. Mrs. Morton came right down.
Lieutenant Dana, I thought you understood that I didn't wish to see you again.
I know. I'm a pest, huh?
If you've come to make more accusations, especially unfounded ones...
Did your husband drive a car, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly.
I want his driver's license.
What makes you think I'd have it, Lieutenant?
The way you apparently felt about him, I thought you'd probably keep his personal effects.
Yes, of course. But I don't believe I remember seeing his driver's license. I don't have it.
You don't have it, or you don't want me to see it?
Why shouldn't I want you to see it, Lieutenant?
Maybe because it'd have his fingerprints on it. Goodbye, Mrs. Morton.
I went back to headquarters. The driver's license didn't worry me too much. There'd be prints somewheres of a guy as important as Steve Morton. Dave had the boys do a real fast job bringing in the body. They had it now on a slab in the morgue, and Dave and I went together for a look.
Which one, Dave?
Right here.
Pull him out.
Yeah. Well?
The boys get his prints?
Yeah, that's all you wanted. Can I put him back now?
Wait a second.
Dave.
Yeah.
Look. His hair.
Well,
Notice the color, Dave?
Yeah. Same as it was, black.
Look close.
Gray.
Close to the scalp, it's gray.
It sure is.
Well, what does it mean?
It means we check his prints against every source, and most of all, we compare them with Steve Morton's. Steve Morton, it turned out, had a government job during the war. The federal boys cooperated, and we got a copy of his prints in a hurry. The guy in the morgue was wearing a different set. The hunch was becoming a reality. At first, I was sure Cynthia Morton had murdered her husband. Now I was sure she hadn't. Matter of fact, I was beginning to think nobody had. We'd need some more routine to be sure. Give me the lab. Dana here. Listen. I want you guys to sketch a reconstructed face for the guy we got in the morgue. Yeah. And then a physical description. Weight, height, eyes, and so on. Yeah, as near as you can come to what he looked like alive, except for one thing. Give him gray hair. Thanks. Dave. Dave.
Yeah, Lou?
In here quick, huh?
Okay.
Good old routine, the cop's best friend. It always pays dividends. Sometimes you gotta have a hunch to get it rolling, but in the end, it's the routine that pays off.
What's up, Lou?
I'm having the boys make a sketch of a face to go on the guy in the morgue. As soon as it's finished, run a check with the missing persons.
What am I supposed to be looking for?
A name to fit the body we got on the slab. And the boys ran off the sketch. He's a pretty good-looking guy, maybe in his 50s, strong chin, large nose, iron gray hair. Of course, anything, even a sketch, would look better than he did after taking that blast in the face. I went to show Mrs. Morton my sketch.
Well, Lieutenant Dana, how unpleasant meeting you again.
You're pretty rude.
Don't you like competition?
I don't mind. You don't win friends in homicide, but then you don't particularly care for the people you meet.
Something special on your mind, Lieutenant.
Your age.
Well.
You heard me, your age.
34.
Ah, you look older.
Now listen,
Nervous strain, maybe. Do you dye your hair, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly not.
How about your late husband? Did he dye his?
No.
Mind taking a look at this? It's a pencil sketch of a guy. Know him?
No. Why?
You should. He's using your old man's coffin.
Well,
That is, he was, till we dug him up. Where is he, Mrs. Morton?
I haven't anything further to say to you.
Rather say it to the DA?
You can't bring any charge against me. I've done nothing.
Ever hear of an accomplice or concealing a criminal, obstructing justice? Stiff sentences with all of them. Maybe even the chair for the first. And that's real hard on a beautiful woman. Like to tell me where he is? The best you can get now is a light rap for turning state's evidence. And the worst? The chair. Just tell me where he is. Make it easier. We'll find him anyhow, and this'll be quicker and easier for you, too. Well, Mrs. Morton?
The Suffolk. It's an apartment hotel. 2200 block out on Canyon Road.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, get your hat. I'll drop you off at the jail on my way. Steve Morton had dyed his hair all right, red. He'd be wearing glasses, too, and he'd have a mustache and be going by the name of Fred Carter. I found out about these things on the way to headquarters from his wife. I booked her on suspicion of murder and then drove out looking for the guy we thought we'd already buried. It was one of those small places in a residential district that tries hard to look like a home. But business wins in the end, and the neon sign spoils the approach. There was a guy on duty behind the desk. Mr. Carter in?
Oh, you startled me. Mr. Carter, yes. Whom shall I say?
Don't. What room?
I'm sorry, unless I can announce you. I'm afraid that
Dana, homicide. Murder.
Yes.
What room?
214. The elevator... you run it yourself.
I can manage. Just keep quiet. The hall was dimly lit. I would have liked more light, but I didn't have a choice. 214 was close to the elevator. That part I did like. Mr. Carter wouldn't be expecting company.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Carter. Last time I met you, you were dead.
I don't believe I understand.
Maybe you'd understand better if I said Morton. Steve Morton.
Who are you?
Lou Dana.
I never heard of you.
You'll wish you never had. I'm homicide.
I overplayed my hand. Morton slammed the door in my face. The night latch was on. I gave it the shoulder. It didn't splinter like they do in the movies. I thought, if I was a trapped killer, what would I do? I figured the fire escape. There was an alcove 20 feet down the hall. I took a chance. The window at the end opened onto the fire escape. I looked out. I was right. He was on it. It didn't seem like a good idea to stick my head out again. I peeked. He was still there.
I'm coming out, Morton. That means you'll have first shot. But if you miss, I'll have the second shot. I think you'll miss. But you know I won't miss, don't you, Morton? Cops learn to shoot. We go to school, go to the pistol range to practice. We shoot straight, Morton. Remember, if you take first shot, I take second. Okay? I'm coming.
Real smart, Morton. You'd have come out second best.
Okay. Let's go to headquarters. How they doing, Dave?
The dame won't talk, and the guy is screaming for his lawyer.
72 hours before we have to book him. Get him in my office, Dave.
Okay, Lou.
I could have written my report without them, but it looked better on the record if I had their stories on it. I was thinking. It was funny. First time I ever had to track down a corpse for his own murder. Dave brought in the corpse, alive and kicking.
You can't do this. I demand to see my attorney.
Relax, Morton. Killers don't demand things here.
You have no proof. It's only guessing. Wild guessing.
Want to hear how wild?
Yeah, Lou, tell him.
It's too easy. It wouldn't have been. Or you might have made it except for that dry hanky.
Dry hanky?
Yeah. Your wife was real broken up about your death. She really threw the weeps. Trouble was there weren't any tears. She dropped her handkerchief. It was dry. From then on, I knew it was a phony. Just a matter then of proving how and why.
And you think you have?
Sure. Here's a report from missing persons. Man by the name of William Forbes disappeared from his home and job about 4 weeks ago. It's a funny thing. He was about your size, height, and weight. Of course, his hair was gray, but that was easy to fix. And you know something, Morton? His fingerprints fit the guy you picked for your stand-in.
And I suppose this person just agreed to all this?
Oh, I got a theory about that. You got an attractive wife, Morton. After you'd picked him for size and shape, it'd be easy for her to lure him to your house.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant.
I don't know how you got him to dye his hair, but when we exhumed his body, we found it was gray at the roots.
Is that all?
No. One more thing. You're in deep on an income tax rap. Straightening it up would break you as well as get you 10 years. So you get this guy Forbes in your house, shoot him full in the face with a shotgun. That fixes it so nobody can tell it isn't you. You take the gun and hide out. That makes catching the killer tough, on account of we're looking for the same guy that's supposed to be dead.
And just why do I do all this?
Because you carry a real nice insurance policy. Mrs. Morton's the beneficiary. When things simmer down, you and she can live nicely as Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Well, Morton, like to tell us where the gun is?
I'm not talking until I see my attorney.
Okay, Dave. Take them both down and book them on a charge of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
Feeling bad, Mrs. Morton?
Well, what do you know? This time the tears are wet. Attention to detail. That's what catches killers. And lack of it, that's what trips them up. Morton and his wife had fixed up a real cute plan. The trouble was, neither one of them had thought about a dry hanky. Funny how a little game of drop the handkerchief can make the difference between freedom and a chair. Of course, no killer gives the cops credit for being smarter than he is. That's because a killer has an incurable conceit. Yeah, a guy has to think an awful lot of himself to kill another man, especially to shoot him in the face with a shotgun. It'd be a long time before I'd get rid of that memory. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide was written and directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for Man from Homicide, starring Dan Duryea. The United States is engaged in an immense program of defense mobilization. Its success depends upon the maintenance of a strong, healthy economy. Increased sales of United States defense bonds will ensure that success. Here is a job for America in which everybody can share. Furthermore, in addition to helping your country, you also help yourself because a bond bought is money saved. You can buy bonds on the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. But remember, buy bonds.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer's found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
To a cop in homicide, the dead aren't much help. They don't do much except lay there and bleed. After they've bled enough, they die and get cold. And unless you get on it, the trail of the killer gets cold, too. Every second from the moment of the violent act on, the trail of the killer gets colder and colder. She wasn't cold when I got to the ladies' lounge of the local theater. She was still warm and beautiful. No, she wasn't cold, but she was all through bleeding. They bleed out fast with the wrist cut. Her identification said she was Lucille Forbes. I wondered who killed her. She didn't seem to care, the dead being pretty much unconcerned with how they got that way.
Looks to me like you got the killer's name right on that card, Lou.
Meaning?
Lucille Forbes.
Why?
Oh, slashed wrists. Probably broke up with her boyfriend.
She sure did, Pappy. The hard way.
Well, it happens. Boyfriend gives her a sweet line. She finds out it wasn't for real. Can't take it. Suicide.
Not this time.
Oh, how come not?
You'll never get on the radio, Pappy, not as a private eye.
No? I bet I could replace the fat man.
Stick of gum, Pappy? Now, you've seen people die violently, Dave.
Well, so?
They don't do it gently, even if they want to die. They lose consciousness, and then the death spasms start. The blood doesn't run out of the wrists in two neat pools. It spatters things up.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And she didn't cause no fuss. Well, what's it mean?
Only one way she could die that easy, with her wrist cut.
Yeah?
Drugged. Have the lab boys run a test. I had an address from her purse where she'd lived when she was alive. I went there. $65 apartment with a Murphy bed. Mediocre neighborhood. Too expensive for a shop girl. Not good enough for a shop-worn girl.
Oh, why didn't you use your key? I was asleep. Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, now listen, you don't give me any lip. Who are you?
Who were you expecting?
Lucille. I thought she forgot her key. Otherwise, I wouldn't open the door.
You would have. Glance.
Cop?
Dana, Lou Dana, homicide.
Somebody dead?
Lots of people. What's your name?
Darrell McKay.
Don't wait up for Lucille, Darrell.
What? You mean she's...
She's dead.
Dead? Oh, gee, Oh, you're kidding, aren't you? Because
I got better material for comedy. She's dead.
Somebody killed her?
Maybe.
Who? I mean, you know who?
Do you?
Oh,
Where
listen.
were you, say, at 9 o'clock?
The circus.
I hear it's in town. How long?
For a week, I think.
How long were you there?
Oh, well, I just got back here maybe 40 minutes ago. You see, she told me to come in and wait in case I got back first, and this was only our third date.
And your fourth one is still with me, at headquarters. It occurred to me that the boyfriend would hardly have much motive for murder if he'd only known her a week, and he'd be the kind of a guy who'd have to have motive. Not a psycho, this guy. I had the boys start a check to find out if he was lying. I was afraid he wasn't. Dave came in with a report from the autopsy.
Cause of death? Loss of blood due to slashed wrists.
Yeah.
Afraid that shoots your theory, son.
The cause of death may have been loss of blood, all right, but what was the cause of the loss of blood? Never mind. Let's see the report.
Yeah, sure. You know, I still think I'm right. Jilted girlfriend can't take it. Suicide.
You didn't read far enough in this report, Pappy.
Huh?
Listen. While immediate cause of death has been determined as being due to severe loss of blood, tests of the victim's stomach show strong concentrate of phenol in sufficient quantity to invoke extremely deep sleep bordering on coma. See what I mean?
Yeah, but sleep and death, that's two different things, Lou.
But related, maybe.
How do you figure?
Well, a person who's sound enough asleep might not object too much to being murdered.
This is so pat, Lou. Now I tell you. Jilted girl.
Jilted, maybe. But there are a lot of ways to jilt a girl, and one of them is to kill her. At the end of the second day, the routine began to sift out. The boyfriend seemed clear. We had it from the landlord that Lucille Forbes had taken the apartment only a week before. Darrell McKay, the boyfriend, had a bachelor up on the floor above. The check on the girl wasn't going so well.
I'm telling you, Lou, that girl was a gypsy.
Meaning?
Well, always on the move. Before the last place, she lived on Harper Street, 2 weeks. Before that, a middle-class hotel up on the Heights. Out of town for a month before then, and then 2 months in a place in the 50s out on Carlisle.
How transient.
Nobody at any of these places knew her much. She seemed to stay alone most of the time. Had a few boyfriends. Nothing on any of them.
Who was she, Dave?
Well, I can't find out. Like I said, Lou, nobody knew her.
Papers have run stories on her, haven't they?
Sure.
Anything?
Nothing. Now, what about that boyfriend?
Nah, he's got Ringling Brothers for an alibi. Any of the papers run pictures?
No. We couldn't find any. Except for that post-mortem stuff, and that's never any good for identification.
No, but without pictures, one thing is obvious.
Yeah, what?
Phony name. Otherwise, friends or relatives would have made inquiry from the news breaks.
Seems like.
Better check missing persons.
Yeah.
Dana here. Yeah, that's right. Sure, shoot. What? When? Great. Get it over here right away. Yeah, maybe the break we've been waiting for, thanks.
What?
The mailman.
Huh?
I hear he always rings twice. This time, maybe once will be enough.
Will you please talk sense?
The boys we had on the apartment, they picked up a letter.
Yeah, for who?
For Lucille Forbes. They're bringing it over right away.
Yeah, probably a bill.
Maybe, and maybe not. Also, maybe it'll have a return address. It's not at all like it is in the movies. Cops in homicide aren't storybook sleuths who walk in and break cases by master deduction. No, in homicide you wait. After a while, the routine starts sifting in. You get a little here, a little there, and soon you put it together. Sometimes it adds up to an answer. We just had a real fine assist from the U.S. Mail. Listen to this, Dave.
Yeah.
So we're hoping you'll come home. I know you feel humiliated. I know it will be hard, but when there's trouble like you've had, you ought to be close to those who love you. Forget the past and come home. All my love, your dad.
Too bad.
Yeah. Dave.
Yeah.
Better make arrangements to send her home.
Yeah.
Body to be claimed by your father, Elmer Brown, 5432 Pine Avenue, Hopeville, Indiana.
Yeah, I'll take care of it right away.
And get 2 tickets on the first plane that'll put us down closest to Hopeville, Dave.
2? Can't you tell him by yourself?
Sure. Only who can tell what a cop might find out while he's telling a father that his daughter's been murdered?
Well?
It's a lousy job.
Yeah. Gotta be, though. Want me to knock?
Sure.
Yes?
Your name Brown?
Yes?
My name's Dana.
Howdy.
I'm a policeman.
A policeman? Well, come in.
Thanks. This is Dave Myers.
Policeman, too?
Policeman.
Well, I don't know why you're here, but...
You got a daughter, Mr. Brown. Goes by the name of Lucille Forbes.
Yes, that's right. Her real name's Lucy Brown. But she changed it when she was trying to get into the pictures.
An actress?
No, just pretty. Won a local beauty contest. Them newspaper guys filled her head with crazy ideas. She tried it out there in Hollywood. But she wasn't no actress. Wait a minute. She ain't in trouble, is she? She done something, I mean? You said you were a policeman.
Mr. Brown, I've had to do this maybe a couple of 100 times in my life. And I've still never figured out a good way.
Good way? For what?
To tell a person that somebody they love is dead.
Lucy. You mean Lucy? My Lucy is...
Dead, Mr. Brown. I'm sorry.
No. Oh, no. How?
According to the autopsy, she died of extreme loss of blood. Her wrists were slashed.
Oh, no.
Some of the boys in the bureau figured looks pretty much like suicide.
Yes, I can understand.
What do you mean?
Oh, she felt so bad. She didn't seem to care about anything after things went wrong with her and Blankford.
Blankford?
Harrison Blankford, the movie actor. When she first went to Hollywood, she fell in love with him. They were going to be married. At least she thought they were. Then I guess he was through with her. She never was the same after that, brooding and crying to herself all the time. Oh, I wish she'd have listened to me. I wish she'd have stayed here with me. Maybe I could have kept her from...
The body's being sent here to you, Mr. Brown. We won't bother you with any more questions now. Later, when you feel better, I'd like to question you thoroughly.
Question me? About what?
Well, I'm not one of the boys that thinks it was suicide.
What?
I may be wrong, but I've got other ideas. We'll see you later. Come on, Dave.
Yeah. Well, son, looks like I was right. Even the father thinks so.
But I don't.
Well, what are you going to do now?
I thought we might take a little trip to Hollywood.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Why not?
Oh, you'll never make an actor, son.
Oh, don't be so sure. I might get a part playing a hard-boiled cop.
Too much competition.
Like who?
Oh, Cagney, Bogart, Duryea. You'd never stand a chance against them.
Oh, I don't know. They're not so great. Anyhow, I still want to go to Hollywood.
Why?
I want to know how long it's been since Harrison Blankford saw Lucille Forbes and why he threw her over. Dave and I went to Hollywood. Not to make a picture, but to get a picture. A clearer picture of the ill-fated romance between Lucille Forbes and Harrison Blankford. After all the swashbuckling parts he played, I'd expected Mr. Blankford to greet me with a sword in his hand. I was wrong. He was concerned with another matter. Dave and I could see in from the large windows alongside the front door.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Nice paint job, at any rate.
Maybe we shouldn't disturb him.
Why not?
Well, looks like he's got his hands full.
Ring.
Yeah. Startled him.
Guy doesn't like to have his work interrupted.
Yes?
Good evening, Mr. Blankford.
What do you want?
Well, let's say we're fans of yours.
Fans? Oh, now see here. I don't object to signing autographs, but in my own home, can't I have any privacy?
Only place I'd be interested in your autograph would be on a police blotter.
What?
I'm a homicide cop.
I'm fresh out of bodies.
I wouldn't say that.
Were you two looking through the window?
Yeah, we're rude. Why don't you invite us in?
Why should I?
So you can tell me something about Lucille Forbes?
What about Lucille Forbes?
She's dead.
Come in.
Thanks. This is Dave Myers. I sort of bring him along for ballast.
He should do nicely for that.
Darling, whatever's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Bit of unpleasantness. These men are policemen. Mr. Myers, Miss Sandra Martin.
How do you do?
And, I don't believe I got your name.
I didn't give it, but it's Dana, Lou Dana.
Miss Martin, Mr. Dana.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Martin.
You want to talk to me? Would you mind, darling?
Of course. I'll wait.
It's okay. She can hear.
But I'd rather she...
I'd rather she stayed. Might be interesting to her. Mr. Blankford, how well did you know Lucille Forbes?
Very well.
You asked her to marry you?
I did.
And then you ran out on her. Is that right?
That's a matter of opinion.
Harrison, surely you don't have to stand for this kind of treatment.
Miss Martin, a girl has been murdered. I'm sorry if the questions hurt your boyfriend's feelings, but somebody hurt Lucille Forbes' feelings, too.
Mr. Dana, when did Miss Forbes die?
Last Monday night, between 8 and 10 o'clock.
Well, then I think I can relieve your mind.
Do.
You apparently seem to think I had something to do with her death, but it happens that last Monday night I finished a public appearance tour. My new picture opened, and I made a PA at the Crown Theater. You see, I wasn't even in Hollywood. Miss Martin can substantiate my statement. She made the trip with me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blankford. Thank you very much.
Perfectly all right, Mr. Dana. Sorry I couldn't have been of some help to you.
Oh, you've been a help, a great help.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, Lucille Forbes died in the ladies' lounge of the Crown Theater last Monday night.
What?
I remember now. The picture was a premiere, but I hadn't thought about you being there. Thanks for reminding me. We parked half a block down the street. 3 hours. Nothing. Dave ran true to form. 20 minutes after we stopped, he was in the arms of Morpheus. He had a smile on his face. It occurred to me that he probably figured he was in the arms of Sandra Martin. I envied Dave.
My trouble was that I couldn't sleep well with a death on my mind. After a while, the yard lights went on at Harrison Blankford's house. I woke up Dave. Dave! Wake up. Wake up. We're getting action.
Oh, just when I was...
Blankford's pulling out. Maybe taking the lady home.
That'll be very foolish of him.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Stay on him, Dave. I'm going calling.
Right.
Meet you at the hotel later.
Okay, son. Now be careful.
Whoever caught a killer being careful. So long, Pappy. It was a real nice neighborhood. Movie colony stuff. Well-groomed lawns, rich houses. A long way from a girl dying in the public lounge of a movie house. But murder isn't conscious of neighborhoods. Naturally, Blankford's door was locked. I got a thing for locks. The fourth one fitted. I felt more at home with Blankford gone. Where do you look? In a house this big, where do you look when you don't know what you're looking for? I started at the desk. Harrison Blankford was an orderly man. I wondered where he'd file evidence. I didn't find out, but I kept looking. I had a good hour and a half. I knew Harrison Blankford pretty well by then, but useless information. I didn't know any more about Lucille Forbes' killer. Then I found it. I opened an old memento book and found it. Marriage license. Lucy Brown to Henry Forbes. Yuma, Arizona, October 12, 1950. It had pictures of flowers and angels around the border. And at the bottom it said, "Until death do us part." It was right.
Enjoying my papers, Mr. Dana.
Why, you surprised me.
Your man didn't know the streets very well. I was able to lose him.
How fortunate for you.
And unfortunate for you, Mr. Dana.
That's a matter of opinion, Mr. Forbes.
I see you found the marriage license.
Yeah, explains a lot of things. Secretly married to Lucille Forbes, in love with Sandra Martin. Lucille wasn't giving you a divorce. Lucille is murdered in a theater where you were appearing. She's dead, you're free. Free to marry Sandra. Only thing is, they don't hold much for weddings at San Quentin.
Very interesting. But you're wrong. I didn't kill her.
A jury will decide that with this evidence.
A jury won't get the evidence.
Explain.
A thing like this could ruin my career.
Sure didn't do Lucille Forbes' career any good.
Naturally, I'm terribly sorry about Lucille, but the marriage was a mistake. She should have given me a divorce. Sandra and I both begged her. No, Mr. Dana, I didn't kill her. But I have no intention of letting you ruin me by presenting that marriage license in a court.
And just how do you intend stopping me?
First, I'm going to take it away from you. Then I'm going to thrash you within an inch of your life.
You're gonna what?
In your business, I believe they'd say, work you over.
You started believing the parts you play.
I don't use stand-ins, Mr. Dana. I'm a good athlete, and I'm in good condition.
Then you better keep that way. In homicide, we don't do our fighting for a camera. We do it for keeps.
Sounds like fun.
Take my advice, Blankford. Don't tangle with me. That face of yours is worth too much to you. Only be good for horror films after I get through with you. I can't believe it. You're either a better actor than I thought, or you're crazy enough to try to take me.
I'll try.
You'll be sorry, but come on.
I am.
Neat. That's a good left hook.
It always looked good on the screen.
I didn't think it was real.
Try the right.
Looks like business. Okay, we get a few lessons in homicide, too.
No, you... No.
Lou, what happened?
There was a fight.
Yeah, so I see. With him?
With me.
Who won?
We both lost.
No, you won. You've still got the marriage license. With your pal and his gun there, I guess you'll keep it.
I'll keep it.
Go ahead and use it. All you'll do is ruin my career. But you'll never prove that I killed Lucy because I didn't.
I never thought you did.
What?
No man could have.
Getting back to my theory. Suicide, Lou?
Nope.
But you just said no man could have killed her.
That's what I meant. Ever try getting into the ladies' lounge of a moving picture theater?
I did. A dame. Another dame.
Another dame. But not just any dame. A specific dame. Your dame, Harrison.
Sandra? You can't mean Sandra.
I do.
Why, that's absurd.
Is it? Listen. She was with you when you made that PA. She knew you were married to Lucy Brown. She knew Lucy wouldn't give you a divorce. You told me you'd both begged her.
Yes, but...
More. She's in love with you. You promised to marry her when you're rid of Lucy, right?
Well, yes, but that...
Well, you're rid of Lucy. She saw to that.
You're only guessing.
Maybe, maybe not. But my guesses are usually right. Now let's all go over to her house and see if her guesses are right.
It's utterly absurd, darling, but Mr. Dana wants to ask you some questions. It's about...
I'll tell her what it's about. Murder, Miss Martin. Know anything about murder?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, I'll draw you a blueprint. The murder of Lucy Brown in the ladies' lounge of the Crown Theater.
Are you insinuating that I would know anything about it?
Just who did it, that's all.
Mr. Dana, you're ridiculous.
And you're a killer. I don't like killers.
You better have some proof for such accusations.
How's this? Ever take sleeping pills, Miss Martin?
Sometimes. Why?
Look around, Dave. See if you can find any.
Right, son.
You needn't bother. There's half a bottle in my medicine chest.
And where's the other half?
I've taken them over a period of weeks.
You took them or you slipped them to Lucy Brown?
How could I?
You were with Blankford for that PA at the Crown Theater. Now listen. Early in the evening, you went to see Lucy. You asked her again to divorce him. She refused. You had coffee together. You doped hers, then you tailed her. She went to the Crown Theater for another look at the man she loved. Sometime during the evening, she got sick and drowsy. She went to the lounge. It'd be empty. People wouldn't pay top price to see Harrison Blankford in person and spend their time in the lounge. Inside, she passed out into a deep sleep. You slashed her wrists to make it look like suicide. Only you slipped up.
Sandra, of course I don't believe any of this, but tell him that...
Be quiet, Harrison. He's bluffing.
Am I? You smoke, Miss Martin?
Certainly.
I thought so. Ever see this, Mr. Blankford? Cigarette case? Elgin American. Pretty, isn't it? You've seen it before, haven't you? On the inside, there's some engraving. Real intimate kind. It just says from H to S. Could that mean from Harrison to Sandra?
Yes, I gave it to her.
You admit it's yours, Miss Martin?
Yes, it's mine. It is mine. What of it?
I found it lying alongside Lucy Brown's body. It was a little way off, so it didn't get any blood on it. Not nearly as much as you got on your hand, Sandra.
Oh, no.
Not nearly as much of her blood as ran out on the floor.
Oh,
Not
no.
nearly.
All right. I did it. I killed her, and I'm glad. She was trying to keep him from me. I killed her.
Sandra. That's a pretty good confession. 3 witnesses. Well, Pappy, what do you think of your suicide theory now?
Well, Lou, it wasn't fair. You didn't tell me about finding that cigarette case beside the girl's body.
I didn't find it there.
What?
I found it between the sofa cushions when I was going through your house, Mr. Blankford. I put it in my pocket. I thought it might come in handy. I think it did. Sandra Martin was booked for the murder of Lucy Brown. She died after a while in the electric chair, and in the end was just as dead as the girl she killed. Harrison Blankford, a matinee idol with a walloping left hook, would go on making pictures and be more popular than ever with women because one woman had killed another woman for his affections. And Lucy Brown would be buried in a plot of ground in Hopeville, Indiana. They might put on her tombstone that this little girl with stars in her eyes found out that in Hollywood they paint 'em on blue canvas.
At best, she'd never see him again. Or the real ones. At least not the way we see them. Sandra Martin would see him to that. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another transcribed program in a series starring Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can soon be seen starring in Chicago Calling. In tonight's cast, you heard Ralph Moody as Mr. Brown, Kay Stewart as Sandra, and Howard Culver as Blankfort. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide was created by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dickson Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dickson Carr. Each evening at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. Tonight's guest expert is Mr. Hugh Pentecost, author of many memorable thrillers, who has selected a story by a young newcomer you'll do well to watch, Andrew Evans. Be very careful as you listen, for, as Mr. Pentecost says of this thriller, the story has not only a twist, but an unforeseen double twist, which takes one completely by surprise. And now we present Summer Heat. Look now at the old elms, the ivy-covered buildings on the campus of a small Midwestern university. It's a fine June afternoon when you hear laughter and the greetings of the reunion of the class of 36. 12 years have passed, but none of the members of the class seems much older to each other. There's the dark-haired Paul Baxter wandering rather strangely. There are two of his old friends, prosperous now, judged by their clothes, and boisterous in greeting.
Paul Baxter, you old rascal. It's sure good to see you again.
Hello, Steve. Bert, this is a surprise.
Oh, why didn't you ever write to us, Paul? You had our addresses.
Why, sure. That's no way to treat old classmates. Just think, 12 years. Oh, they sure have gone fast.
Too fast to suit me. Say, Paul, you've turned awful gray for only 33.
Well, he always did take things too seriously. I suppose by now, Paul, you're one of the biggest lawyers in the state, huh? How's Marcia?
Yeah, you were all set to marry her after graduation, remember?
Yes, and you were going to become her father's junior law partner. Oh, you sure had a sweet setup there.
Well, things worked out a little differently. You see, that party we had graduation night. Do you remember it?
Remember it? How can we forget it?
Oh, that was a real blowout. And were you tight, Paul?
Well, you know, that party sort of changed my whole life.
Change your life? Well, how?
Well, I don't remember much about the party itself. I guess I had too many drinks. In fact, I don't remember anything until I woke up the next morning. I could hear old Trinity ringing. I awoke to find myself on the couch in my living room. It was noon, and the room was hot, stiflingly hot. I remembered I had a date with Marcia and her father at 1 o'clock. I got to my feet. My head